In my previous life, my inventions were simply jaw-dropping. The power of the laser gun I made was amplified 10,000 times, and a laser beam can easily penetrate the atmosphere. The sniper rifle I designed is so accurate that every shot hits the target without fail. The bulletproof vests I made were as strong as diamonds, not to mention the rockets I made, whose range was comparable to that of intercontinental missiles, amplified 10,000 times. When I was about to graduate from college, I had already formed an interstellar fleet, determined to help the Dragon Kingdom fight against the Eagle Kingdom. When my huge space-class mothership hovered over the airspace of Eagle Country, the whole world was stunned. However, after being reborn, I went from being a dazzling genius to being a lunatic in everyone's eyes. Because I chose a special major, light weapons engineering, in college, which resulted in me having no common topics with others. So in this life, I seem to have become just a nerd that people look down upon. Until one day, I accidentally activated the 10,000-fold amplification system. This system can randomly increase the effect of my invention by 100 to 10,000 times, but the system is charged by continuous reading. In order to recharge myself, I spend almost all my time reading books. I read while going to the toilet, while eating, and even while walking. Just when everyone thought I was completely stupid, I decided to use the superpowers granted to me by the system for the first time. I made up my mind to make a laser gun first. This time, I must reproduce the glory of my last life, become stronger, and make Dragon Country's technology level far ahead. The design of the laser gun has taken shape in my mind, and it is mainly divided into 4 modules: laser transmitter, power supply, optical path system, and control system. The power supply part can only be put aside temporarily. After all, there is not enough power supply on the market to support this energy-consuming monster. I will use a wire connection instead. The control system is simple. It only requires soldering of the circuit board, which is enough for me to do in 10 minutes. The optical system has already been designed, and I just need to manufacture it. As for the laser transmitter, it is even simpler. The infrared light at the convenience store at the entrance of the elementary school is actually a simple laser transmitter. With a little modification, its power can be greatly enhanced. Under the cover of night, I relied on my tired body to start multi-line operations, using the grinding equipment in the laboratory to process the lenses of the optical path system. At the same time, I was cutting parts on the lathe. The laboratory's equipment was unique and could meet various technical needs. Even so, the manufacture of a laser gun still took a long time, and it was not until the next morning that all the parts were finally ready. When fatigue set in, I gritted my teeth and began to assemble, my fingers quickly combining the tiny parts. Finally, a crude laser gun appeared in front of me. Without a shell, I could only use insulating tape to tie all the parts together into a hole, and then use a small stick to fix the gun body to keep it balanced. There was also a plug behind it, and I finally completed the last step of manufacturing. At the same time, at the number 2 shooting range, the entire special class of light weapons engineering gathered here, missing one person, me. In the stands, school leaders and professors stared closely at the results presented by each student. Chow Tao was the first to go on stage, bringing with him a micro-submachine gun he designed. It looked not much different from common models, but the professors gave it high praise, especially for its improved firing rate and accuracy, making him the focus of the scene. At this moment, I can only speed up the last work in my hands. I know that the shooting range is still testing other people's works, and there is not much time left. Soon it was my turn to show off my work, and I decided to try connecting the laser gun to the socket and then pulling the trigger. There was no sound in the air, only a dazzling red light that instantly hit the wooden chair opposite. A charred mass appeared in the middle of the chair, which had been carbonized. The power was simply terrifying. Lasers on the market are usually only used for lighting cigarettes or industrial cutting, and more advanced laser weapons are only used to destroy equipment such as cameras. My laser gun has reached the level of a portable death ray weapon, and its lethality is considerable. If I show it to Professor Lee, it will be enough to impress him. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. It is detected that the host has manufactured a laser gun, which can be used once for a 10,000 times amplification opportunity. Do you want to use it? I hesitated for a moment and finally made up my mind, use it. The next moment, an illusory disc appeared before my eyes, with multiples from 100 to 10,000 on it. I reached out and turned it. The disc spun rapidly, and my heartbeat quickened. Although 100 times is already amazing, who wouldn't want to try for a 10,000 times increase? The speed of the disc gradually slowed down, and the pointer got closer and closer to the highest multiple. I couldn't help holding my breath. Click. The disc finally stopped, and the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host. Start using the 10,000 times amplification. In excitement, I watched the laser gun in my hand disintegrate on its own, and the equipment in the laboratory seemed to be controlled by some invisible force and began to run at high speed. The materials float in the air and are precisely assembled into new parts. The scene is weird and shocking. My design was already complicated, but now, the thousands of parts processed by this machine were perfectly pieced together to form a new laser transmitter body, equipped with a special alloy coil. The roar stopped after 10 minutes, and the system reminded me, due to backward laboratory equipment and insufficient materials, the 10,000-fold increase was not achieved. The current increase in laser gun power is 162 times. I could see that the system was already using the lab to its limit. Even so, the power of 162 times is still amazing. I want to try the effect, but I am worried that it will directly destroy the laboratory. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge flooded into my mind about the design, materials, and manufacturing principles of the 10,000 times amplified laser gun. This knowledge is enough to make me an authority in the field of lasers. And with these amplification technologies, I will be of great help to the technological progress of Dragon Country in the future. But for now, let's fulfill the agreement with Professor Lee first. I casually stuffed the laser gun into a plastic bag and carried it to shooting range number 2. It's getting dark. I've been busy all day, and it's already 6 o'clock in the evening. I don't know if I can catch up if I go there now. With the results in hand, I am no longer in a hurry. Even if the school wants to expel me, they have to go through the process. All I had to do was show this laser gun before the process was over to keep my position. Even if I was fired, I could be invited back with this achievement in hand. When I walked into the shooting range, my classmates were still there. The test seemed to be coming to an end, and the target in the distance was almost broken. Professor Lee was beaming with joy, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the students' performance. But when he saw me, his expression suddenly darkened. Gao Yang, the exhibition time is 7:30 in the morning. What time is it now? 6:30 in the afternoon, I answered. He handed the gun to Ruoruo and said in a more gentle tone, "If it weren't for the fact that the gun you helped design was pretty good, you would have been fired long ago. However, what you learn in the library is not as good as practice in class after all." I was stunned for a moment, then I realized that Ruoruo had actually written my name in the design team in order to help me. She winked at me and I understood instantly. However, this friendship really puzzled me. Professor Lee's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Gao Yang, you will be placed on probation for 6 months. If you behave well, the punishment will be revoked." I came back to my senses and said seriously, "Report, I did not participate in the design of that pistol. I have my own independent design." Professor Lee looked at Ruoruo suspiciously, then turned to me and asked in a deep voice, "So what is your design this time?" I paused and replied, "Laser gun." The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly, and everyone's expressions changed. Laser gun, a portable laser weapon? To them, this is almost a fantasy, and even the best laboratories find it difficult to produce, let alone student work. I took out the laser gun, wrapped in layers of black insulating tape from the plastic bag, and the whole audience burst into laughter. I know that those laughs are not ridicule, but the disappointment and absurdity that cannot be concealed. I know what they were thinking. Maybe before I took out this thing, they really thought that I had learned some profound knowledge from the library. But now it seems that I am just like a madman who is obsessed with reading. Professor Lee's expression is also a bit complicated. His expectation for me just now has obviously turned into silent disappointment in an instant. The principal and other school leaders showed a hint of worry on their faces. The dean of the department sighed and whispered, "Gao Yang used to be a good student of mine. It seems that he is under too much pressure and has mental problems." Ruoruo lowered her head, obviously disappointed in me. In order to help me, she added my name to the group, but now it seems that her reputation has also been dragged down, and the research group has become a laughingstock. Looking at the reactions of those around me, I said calmly, "If you engage in scientific research in the future, I hope you will not judge people by their appearance." The laughter stopped abruptly, and they had no way to refute for a moment. I looked at Professor Lee and said seriously, "I didn't have time to make the shell, but the laser gun works fine. Can I test it?" Professor Lee seemed to be infected by my persistence and nodded. "You have the opportunity to be tested." He took my laser gun and looked at it carefully, but the more he looked at it, the more suspicious he became. "There's actually a plug on the back of this thing? Does this thing need to be plugged in?" Professor Lee asked puzzledly. I said, "Yes, it can be powered by ordinary AC power, but if it can be powered by 3-phase or high-voltage power, it will be more powerful." Professor Lee was a little uneasy, so he ordered the technicians to bring the wires, put on insulating suits, and fixed the laser gun on the automatic shooting platform. Everyone stepped back a few steps at the same time, as if they were worried that it would explode. The technician pressed the remote control button, the sound of electricity was heard, and the laser gun started. In an instant, a dazzling red beam of light spurted out from the dark muzzle of the gun, illuminating the entire sky. The light instantly hit the straw target in the distance. The center of the straw target instantly carbonized, and even the metal base underneath was melted, making a hissing sound. The laser continued to shoot toward the rear of the range, burning a huge hole in the thickened wall until the current overloaded and shorted it out, causing the laser to disappear. The blazing light lasted only a second, but it caused a dark shadow to appear before everyone's eyes, and the dazzling phantom lingered for a long time. The whole place was silent. Everyone stared at the carbonized target and the pierced wall in the distance, with only shock in their hearts. From their initial disdain and ridicule to their astonishment at this moment, they finally understood what kind of weapon this was. The school leaders stood up unconsciously, as if they were also shocked by this scene. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, Is this sure not a laser cannon?" I suppressed my excitement, looked at Professor Lee calmly, and asked calmly, "Professor Lee, is my laser gun up to standard?" Professor Lee looked at me with a slight tremor, his eyes filled with excitement and deep self-blame. I know he is regretting it, because I have suffered a lot during this period of time due to his misunderstanding of me. He even wants to kowtow and apologize for me. But I have no complaints. In the past, I spent almost all my time in the library reading books. It is true that I looked a bit obsessed, so it is normal to be misunderstood. Professor Lee not only did not give up on me completely, but also gave me many chances. He has done the most for me. Others who had missed classes for a year would have been expelled long ago, but I was lucky to be able to stay. Professor Lee stared at me as if he was looking at a rare treasure. His expression became somewhat out of control, with tears and smiles on his face, and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. "This laser gun is very advanced, but the matter is of great importance. I need to confirm that you made this independently?" I nodded. "Yes, but the laboratory equipment and materials are insufficient, so we can only make such a crude version for the time being." Professor Lee's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. "You mean, under better conditions, you can build a more powerful laser gun?" I replied, "Yeah." Professor Lee took a deep breath, tried to calm his excitement, and looked around. Then he announced in a deep voice, "Gao Yang's laser gun is undoubtedly the first choice for this design. Does anyone object?" The students around him all shook their heads. They were all geniuses, and no one would give in to the other on weekdays, but in front of this laser gun, all their pride was gone. No one dared to question anything anymore, and even their breathing was cautious, for fear of disturbing this miraculous achievement. The principal stood up and said in a tone of flattery and admiration, "Gao Yang, you deserve the first place. Are you satisfied with your school life? If you have any opinions, please let me know." I smiled and said, "If possible, can the library's borrowing limit be increased? I can only borrow 4 books at a time, which is a bit too few." The principal was stunned for a moment, then generously agreed. "From now on, the number of books you can borrow will be doubled. The maximum number of books other students can borrow is 8, but Gao Yang, you can borrow as many as you want." I agreed to him so that I wouldn't have to stay in the library all the time and could use the system to charge more efficiently. After stepping down from the stage, I walked up to Ruoruo and whispered thank you to her. Ruoruo lowered her head and replied a little embarrassedly, "Actually, you don't need my help to add the name. It was my own decision." I smiled and didn't say much, but I was grateful for her kindness in my heart. There was almost no suspense about the following rankings. Compared with my laser gun, the works of other students were nothing. Even when Professor Lee announced the second place, no one really paid attention. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously focused on my laser gun. The way they look at me has changed, from initial contempt to current admiration. Ruoruo also looked at me quietly, with a hint of new emotion in her eyes. She whispered, "Actually, you are quite handsome." I smiled helplessly and did not respond. After Professor Lee praised the students, he began to distribute confidentiality agreements about laser guns. Everyone in the audience signed the agreement. Such a design actually requires a confidentiality agreement. Ruoruo looked at the laser gun in my hand and seemed to realize its extraordinary significance. The 10,000 yuan bonus was more like a hush money. After the show, Professor Lee walked up to me and said sincerely, "Your laser gun needs to be sent to the Lunka Institute to test its specific power and parameters. Do you want to come with us?" I already knew what was going on, and the power of the test was just a confirmation. So I shook my head and said, "No need." Professor Lee nodded. "Then where should I take you?" I replied, "The library." Professor Lee couldn't help but smile with a bit of admiration. He used to think that I was obsessed with reading, but now he knows that this kind of persistence is the real strength. He parked the car in front of the library, watched me get out of the car, and said, "I'm sorry. I always said that book knowledge is not as good as lectures." I smiled and said, "It's okay. Ordinary students do need more guidance from teachers, but I have a system, so the situation is different." After watching me walk into the library, Professor Lee turned to look at the laser gun on the passenger seat, still feeling as if he were dreaming. When we drove to the school gate, there were already several military vehicles waiting there, responsible for escorting Professor Lee and laser gun to the Dragon Science Institute. This scene attracted many people's attention, and they wondered if something had happened to Professor Lee. At this moment, I was already sitting in the library, continuing to read books. I am not a very hard-working person. I studied hard before for the sake of the system, and now I continue to work hard because of the system. After the system is fully charged, it will reward you with a chance to increase your power 10,000 times. If you want to get another chance to increase your power, you still have to recharge by reading books. I have a guess that perhaps the process of reading is not just about acquiring knowledge, but more like a process of adaptation. The knowledge from books is training my mind, helping me prepare for the amplification effects of the system, allowing me to withstand the sudden influx of large amounts of information. This is just my idea. There is no basis to verify it. I finished a book in an hour, which was much faster than before. Now, I am familiar with many of the concepts and can skip the lengthy sections. I sank into the system page and saw the progress bar start to update, and the current progress was 0.3%. It seems that reading 3 books can accumulate 1% of the progress, and 300 books will be enough to charge it. If you read 10 books a day, you can complete the recharging in a month. In the extreme case, if you read 20 books, half a month will be enough. This means that I have a chance to get a second 10,000-fold increase in a short period of time. I couldn't suppress the smile on my face and even felt a little ecstatic. Compared with the last time when it took a full year and a half, this was a world of difference. At this moment, Ruorua walked into the library after dinner and happened to see me reading. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. I had already achieved amazing results, but I was still buried in books. She subconsciously glanced at the title of the book in my hand, On the Material and Structure of Bulletproof Vests. Seeing that I was smiling so happily while reading such a professional book, her admiration for me deepened. She seemed to want to come over and talk to me, but when she saw that I was immersed in the book, she chose to quietly go back behind the counter and read and work in silence. People who are smarter than her are working so hard, so she has no reason to slack off. The library is especially quiet at night. The rustling sound of turning pages lingers in my ears, and there is an indescribable sense of healing in the silence. At the same time, Professor Lee had arrived at the Small Weapons Research Institute with my laser gun. The entrance of the institute was filled with military vehicles and even helicopters, with the military and researchers gathered together. A powerful portable laser gun may subvert the existing tactical system and trigger a new military revolution. Professor Lee walked into the research institute holding a laser gun. Facing hundreds of pairs of burning eyes, he calmly announced, "I have applied to my superiors. No one is allowed to take photos, record videos, or audio during this test." "Is it that serious, Laoli?" a senior researcher asked in confusion. Professor Lee said seriously, "When you see the power of this laser gun, you will understand why I am so careful." Everyone handed over their communication equipment and, after identity verification, entered the huge shooting range of the Light Weapons Research Institute. The rear of the shooting range is filled with steel plates of different distances and thicknesses, ranging from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, with a thickness of 2 centimeters, providing quite strong defense. Despite their doubts about the laser gun, everyone remained patient out of trust in Professor Lee. Following Professor Lee's instructions, the technicians fixed the laser gun on the launch pad. Professor Lee introduced, "This laser gun can use a voltage of 220 volts or a high-voltage power supply, and the power will be different." Everyone present was a little skeptical. After all, the laser gun looked like a stick wrapped in insulating tape, with a plug trailing behind it, which was a bit too punk. But since it was Professor Lee who introduced it, everyone chose to trust it. "For this test, we will use 220 volts first." Professor Lee put on his sunglasses and signaled the technicians to start the test without reminding anyone else. After being powered on, the laser gun emitted a red beam, instantly illuminating the entire shooting range. The laser went straight through the first steel plate, then the second, the third, all the way to the 10th. The laser gun only fired for 1 second, but in just 1 second, it pierced through 10 steel plates. A hole the size of a human head was burned through the frontmost steel plate, and the surrounding edges were still glowing red. The molten steel on the ground had not completely solidified and was still smoking. Even with sunglasses on, Professor Lee still felt blinded. He turned around to look at his colleagues in tears and smiled. "I forgot to remind you that lasers are blinding. It's best to wear sunglasses." A laser weapons expert stood up and walked to the laser gun with a solemn and pious expression. At first, he was just curious about what kind of breakthrough the laser gun had achieved. But now he understands that this is an all-round technological leap, and it can even be called an upgrade. Current laser weapons are mostly used for fine control. For example, lasers carried by drones can destroy enemy cameras. However, now that we have such a laser gun, do we still need to make up for the lack of power through operation? It is enough to destroy the target with one shot. These steel plates were easily melted through, and destroying the tank was a piece of cake. Everyone present looked at each other in amazement, realizing that they had witnessed an epic-making breakthrough in laser technology. More people who reacted gradually gathered around the laser gun. Those who are invited here, whether they are researchers or military personnel, are all authorities in the industry. They looked at the weapon from different angles, but the degree of shock was the same. While researchers were stunned by the technological breakthrough, the military was more concerned about the laser gun's terrifying battlefield potential, especially its lethality as a light-speed weapon. The closer everyone got, the more unbelievable it became. Such a huge power actually came from a stick that looked crudely made and covered with tape. It was simply hard to accept. Professor Lee turned to the technician and asked, "How is the data from the test just now?" Everyone turned their heads almost at the same time, waiting for detailed analysis. The technician hurriedly checked the data on the screen, his voice trembling. The highest temperature at the point where the laser landed reached 37,000 degrees. After hearing this number, the whole audience fell into silence again. Generally speaking, the temperature of laser cutting is around 3,000 degrees, but 37,000 degrees is already an incredible height. And this is only the momentary temperature. If the laser can continue to irradiate, the heat generated will be even more amazing. The technician continued to report. The temperature difference between the first and second steel plates is only about 2,000 degrees. This means that the energy loss of the laser is extremely low. According to calculations, even if a steel plate is placed 100 meters away, the range of the laser gun can theoretically reach 18 kilometers, and the power remains within the effective range. If there are no obstructions in the path, the loss may be lower. In addition, everyone also thought of the voltage problem. Now we only use 220 volts of household power, and the power is so terrifying. What if we switch to a higher voltage? Professor Lee no longer hesitated and waved his hand to signal everyone to step back, prepare for the next round of testing. Everyone retreated to their original positions. This time the target was the steel plate 3 kilometers away. The laser gun was aimed at the target and fired again. The result was no surprise. The steel plate was pierced and the temperature measurement showed 36,000 degrees. According to this test result, the theoretical range of the laser gun has exceeded 70 kilometers. It was already late in the day, but everyone present was in high spirits, staring at the test results intently without any signs of fatigue. The longest range of the shooting range is 15 kilometers, and the test shows that the target 15 kilometers away can still be penetrated and the temperature of the steel plate surface still reaches 20,000 degrees. It can be seen from this that the effective killing range of the laser gun is enough to reach 65 kilometers, which is horrifying. As a surface-to-air laser weapon, this power is enough to destroy any enemy aircraft or missile. Once the target enters the field of view, there is no escape. And this is just the power at household voltage. Next, the testers switched to a voltage of 380 volts. The power of the laser gun increased again, with the highest temperature reaching 45,000 degrees, which could melt almost anything. The theoretical range of the laser gun also increased to 100 kilometers. Professor Lee looked at his watch. Although it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, he nodded with satisfaction. "Let's stop here for today and continue the test tomorrow." However, none of the researchers and military personnel present wanted to rest. Despite their fatigue, their excitement had completely overshadowed their sleepiness. "Lowly, go ahead. Can't we still connect to high-voltage electricity?" a researcher suggested anxiously. Professor Lee paused for a moment and said, "Regarding high-voltage electricity, the developers only mentioned that it can be used, but did not specify any specific restrictions." The group of people then realized that the laser gun in front of them was not developed by Professor Lee himself. The professor, who was familiar with Professor Lee, asked curiously, "Old Lee, this is not your work? Whose is it?" Professor Lee explained, "The developer is my student, a student in a special class." The military personnel immediately became interested. Special class? What does that mean? Someone explained, "It is an experimental class opened by the National University of Defense Technology. It is full of special students and aims to cultivate future top defense technology talents." Such a high gold content? The military personnel's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Some people on the field also expressed confusion. "I teach in a special class, but how come I don't know about such a genius?" Professor Lee did not want to reveal Gao Yang's identity too much. The occasion was not appropriate, so he waved his hand vaguely. "Let's not talk about this for now. If we continue the test, the high voltage must be set appropriately. Be careful that the equipment cannot withstand it." "Let's start with 1000 volts, someone suggested. The technicians quickly started the third round of tests, setting the target 1,000 meters away and stacking 10 steel plates to better measure the penetration power and data of the laser gun. As the power was turned on, the laser gun fired again. But this time the burst of light was more dazzling than before, almost completely illuminating the sky. If the research institute was not located in a remote area, if someone saw this scene, they might think that some alien treasure had appeared. The laser penetrated all the steel plates instantly, and in just 1 second, 10 layers of steel plates were burned through. The base of the laser gun gradually softened under the extremely high temperature, and eventually the entire structure collapsed. The plug at the rear end of the laser gun was barely hanging on, with the muzzle slightly tilted and pointed at the sky. The next moment, the laser transmitter burned out and emitted a puff of green smoke. The researchers and military personnel present were all stunned, and then rushed forward, and the technicians hurriedly turned off the power. Professor Lee carefully picked up the hot laser transmitter and could feel that its internal parts had fallen into pieces. Everyone felt heartbroken when looking at the damaged laser gun. When the laser gun collapsed just now, it seemed to sweep across the sky. Someone whispered in surprise. The military commander responded calmly, "Don't worry, the airspace has been temporarily controlled and no planes will pass through this area of the sky." "But there are satellites in the sky," another researcher suddenly thought. The commander frowned. "A low-orbit satellite is at least 200 kilometers away. Do you think the range of this laser will reach 200 kilometers? An expert who mainly studies laser weapons pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The higher the airspace, the thinner the air, and the lower the loss of the laser. In theory, the range will indeed be farther. And with a high-voltage power supply, the power of such a laser may really be able to reach that far. In theory, the range can be farther, but the probability of destroying a satellite is indeed not high. If it really hits it, you might as well buy a lottery ticket," a researcher joked. Everyone chuckled after hearing this and quickly put the previous mistake behind them. After all, this test has allowed them to witness unprecedented power. Although the laser gun was damaged in the accident, as long as Gao Yang, the master of this technology, is still there, they will have the opportunity to see more perfect results. At the same time, at the Longwa Space Center, an alarm suddenly sounded and technicians quickly took their positions. "What happened?" someone asked anxiously. "A Starlink satellite was just destroyed over Dragon Country. According to the information sent back, it seems to have been destroyed by a laser." Everyone was stunned. Laser? Where did it come from? Based on the trajectory analysis, it may have been launched from the ground. The reporting officer answered uncertainly. "Launch from the ground? A laser that can destroy a satellite?" The technicians were completely stunned. They stared at the image sent back by the satellite and saw a red laser instantly penetrate the satellite and destroy it directly. This scene made them feel like they were in a dream and they couldn't believe it. The Space Center quickly analyzed the location where the laser was launched, but the area had been banned from flying in advance at that time. The more people analyzed it, the more incredible it seemed. They had never thought that ground-based lasers could destroy satellites in space. At the same time, the Bald Eagle Aerospace Research Center also captured this scene. Unlike the shock of the Dragon Country Space Center, they were more filled with fear and a sense of crisis. Has Dragon Country's laser weapons developed to this point? The Starlink satellite company received an emergency call from the Space Research Center, and only then did they realize that although they lose some satellites every year, they have never encountered a situation like this. Soon, they posted an article online, claiming that a Starlink satellite over Longwa was destroyed by a laser weapon. As soon as the news came out, it immediately sparked heated discussions around the world. Although it was late at night in Dragon Country, the news still spread quickly. Some Chinese netizens who stayed up late saw this announcement and excitedly took screenshots, and posted them on domestic social media platforms. Despite this, most people treated this as a rumor. After all, lasers destroying satellites sounds too exaggerated, almost like a plot in science fiction. In the Light Weapons Research Institute, no one had yet realized the international impact of this test error, and all eyes were still on Professor Lee. They didn't believe that such a laser gun was designed by a student. Professor Lee spread his hands helplessly. The designer of this laser gun is indeed just a student named Gao Yang. Gao Yang, a professor present exclaimed. Is he the student known as the Godman? Others who didn't understand what was going on looked at him, their eyes full of confusion and curiosity. The professor explained, Godman is his nickname. This guy never attends classes and spends all day in the library. He is a legend at the National University of Defense Technology. Professor Lee added, this laser gun is Gao Yang's first design work. Someone shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. This kind of product cannot be made in a university laboratory. The precision of the parts reaches 0.1 microns, and there are all kinds of new materials. If you say it is the result of cooperation between multiple research institutes, it is barely believable, but a student can do it? Ridiculous. Another professor calmly analyzed. Breakthroughs in laser technology cannot be achieved by just reading books. It took us many years of research to achieve such a small progress. No matter how talented a student is, he cannot achieve that. Military leaders also expressed doubt. Unless you see it with your own eyes, no one will believe that this is the work of a student. One researcher suggested, how about we meet Gao Yang and ask him to make another one? Professor Lee looked at everyone's eyes and knew what they were thinking. This was not just a suspicion, but also a desire to see Gao Yang in person and even to personally witness the process of him rebuilding the laser gun. But thinking back on the complexity of this laser gun, Professor Lee began to wonder, could Gao Yang really make another one? He took out his cell phone and was about to call me, but someone next to him reminded him, it's already 4 in the morning, he must be sleeping. Professor Lee hesitated for a moment and was about to hang up when the call was connected. My slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Professor Lee, is there anything wrong? You haven't slept yet? Professor Lee was a little surprised. Not yet. I'm reading a book, I answered calmly. The seniors present couldn't help but hold their breath and nodded, with more admiration in their hearts. Still studying at 4 in the morning, it seems that this student really loves learning. Professor Lee explained somewhat embarrassedly. Something went wrong when testing the laser gun, causing it to be damaged. I responded calmly, it's okay. This was just an assignment. If it's broken, it's broken. When the bigwigs present heard this, they were all embarrassed. What is a just asked for assignment? Such a stunning work was just a casual product? What was the result of their years of painstaking research? Professor Lee choked for a moment, then asked, can you make another one? Okay, I'll go to the lab and do another one tomorrow, I replied. Okay. Professor Lee breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, rest early and don't get too tired. Okay, hung up. There was a dead tone on the line. Professor Lee put away his phone, and a group of researchers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said excitedly, since he dares to make another one, it is probably true. What are we waiting for? Let's go, said the researchers. 10 minutes later, the convoy was ready to go, and a group of researchers and senior military officials immediately rushed to the National University of Defense Technology. The researchers in the car who had originally planned to rest now opened their eyes wide and were too excited to sleep. The technological leap not only makes them excited, but also makes them a little nervous. They worry that if I really can no longer make such a laser gun, wouldn't that be a huge regret? I opened my eyes at 7:30 in the morning. I had slept for less than 4 hours, but the feeling of fatigue still lingered. But recently, I have been staying up late to read almost every day, and I have become accustomed to this state. He reached out and picked up the book on the bedside table and began to read while brushing his teeth. He even flipped through a few pages while going to the bathroom. Books have become part of my daily routine, and I can't put them down at any time. I walked out of the dormitory and prepared to go to the library, but I stopped when I passed the fork in the road leading to the teaching building. Suddenly it occurred to me that I have been enrolled for more than a year, but I have never attended a class. Maybe I should go to the class today and experience the long-lost college life? The charging of the system amplification has begun, so I am not in a hurry. So I changed direction and walked towards the teaching building. I looked for the message in the class group and found that the classroom was on the 8th floor of building number 8, which was really a bit far. When I pushed the door and walked into the classroom, the originally noisy class suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at me with a little surprise. The legendary God actually came to class? I closed the book in my hand and asked calmly, "Where do I sit?" A classmate immediately stood up and said with a smile, "You can sit anywhere you want. If you want to sit on the podium, our teacher will make room for you." Someone started to make a noise. "Here, here. I'll give my desk mate Ruoro to you." The classroom suddenly became lively again, and there was even a sense of booing. I glanced at Ruoro. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she looked a little embarrassed. I smiled and didn't go to her. Instead, I chose an empty seat in the back row and sat down. "What were you discussing just now? Why was it so lively?" I asked. My classmates gathered around me with admiration on their faces. It was obvious that my laser gun test had completely conquered them. Someone immediately responded, "I heard that a Starlink satellite was destroyed by a laser over Dragon Country. Eagle Country is still blaming us, saying that we violated the rules of space." I was stunned for a moment. This was big international news. I immediately commented, "It is very technically difficult to destroy a satellite with a laser. After all, it requires extremely high-end laser weapons and a sophisticated aiming system. If it is launched from the ground, the accuracy requirements are even higher, and the difficulty is doubled." Another student asked curiously, "Can your laser gun shoot down satellites?" I shook my head. "It's powerful enough, but not accurate enough to lock onto the target. Low-orbit satellites are 200 kilometers above the ground, and laser weapons can't be adjusted as flexibly as missiles. If you want to hit them, you have to rely on luck." Everyone nodded in understanding. Suddenly, someone interrupted with a smile. "I guess the Dragon Kingdom will play dumb and issue a statement saying, 'Under investigation,' to delay the heat until everyone forgets about it, and then say it was a misunderstanding." Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, another classmate held up his phone and said, "Manhwa has issued a statement saying that it is investigating." I smiled and didn't take the news too seriously. After all, I am familiar with the technology of laser weapons, and to achieve the effect of destroying satellites, it does require the right time and place. It was 8 o'clock, the class time, and the classroom gradually became quiet. But after waiting for 10 minutes, the teacher still hadn't arrived. Someone looked at the monitor and said, "How about we call the professor?" The monitor made several phone calls and said helplessly, "They are all turned off. I can't get in touch with Professor Lee either." There was confusion in the classroom. Several professors' phones could not be reached, which had never happened before. Looking at my classmates' puzzled expressions, I also felt strange. I finally made it to class today, but the class was empty. The monitor walked to the podium and suggested, "Since we are waiting, why don't we share our ideas and experiences for the first phase of design works?" Suddenly, someone turned to look at me and said, "The topic of this class is optical weapons. How about you, Gao Yang, talk about it?" I was stunned for a moment, a little overwhelmed. Although I have sufficient knowledge reserves, I have never done it before. "I can't teach," I answered hesitantly. As soon as I said this, I was immediately debunked. "No need to be so formal. Just tell me what you think." Looking at the eager eyes of my classmates, I walked up to the podium reluctantly and said tentatively, "I won't follow the courseware. I'll just talk about some of my opinions." There was warm applause in the classroom. I smiled, thinking that this was my first time attending class, but I didn't expect to be pushed onto the podium. I quickly organized my thoughts in my mind, picked out some basic theories and my own ideas, and started to explain. As I started to lecture, the noise in the classroom gradually quieted down, replaced by a serious look. In just a few words, I found that the students were very interested in what I said, and some even took out their notebooks and wrote quickly. Some students' eyes lit up. Apparently, they remembered the shortcomings in their own designs, and their minds suddenly became clear after hearing my methods. Even though some of the content was too profound for them, they did not give up, but tried hard to remember it. As I was talking, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the second class to end, but the teacher still hadn't come. I looked at the focused expressions of the whole class, smiled bitterly, and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. If the teacher doesn't come in the next class, will I continue teaching?" The class monitor suddenly stood up and bowed to me, and then the whole class bowed to me in unison. This scene surprised me a little. My initial admiration turned into respect now. It seems that they really recognized me. Just as I was about to step down from the podium, my cell phone rang and the caller ID showed it was Professor Lee. I picked up the phone, and Professor Lee asked cautiously, "Did it disturb your sleep?" On the other end of the phone, Professor Lee's voice was a little surprised. "You got up early? Are you still in class?" I replied calmly, "Yes, the teacher in charge of the class didn't come, so I came up temporarily to teach 2 classes." On the phone, Professor Lee was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he realized that both sides were waiting for the other party to contact him. and ended up making a big mistake. But when he heard that I was really teaching in the classroom, he seemed a little bit unbelievable, but also a little bit expectant. "Are you in class?" he confirmed. "Yes, I just happened to be here, so I'll share some experiences with you." Professor Lee glanced at the professor next to him. This morning's class was originally arranged by that professor, but because of the laser gun incident, everyone forgot about the class. The professor scratched his head and said helplessly, "Who still remembers the class?" Professor Lee said to me, "Go to class first, and then come to the lab to continue making the laser gun after class." I looked at the faces of my classmates in the classroom. They were staring at me hopefully, obviously expecting me to continue. So I said, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, I smiled at my classmates and said, "Professor Lee called me just now and told me to continue the class. So I will be with you for the next 2 classes." There was a burst of warm applause in the classroom. I smiled and continued my lecture, picking up where I left off. But I couldn't help but find it funny in my heart. I originally came here to experience college life, but I didn't expect to become a lecturer. At the same time, the researchers waiting in the car looked at each other with some surprise on their faces. The teacher didn't come to class, but Gao Yang attended instead? Someone couldn't help but grumble. One of the professors suggested, "Why don't we go to the classroom and see how Gao Yang is doing?" Professor Lee was also interested and nodded slightly. "Okay, let's go and take a look." The convoy drove into the campus and stopped directly in front of the teaching building. Military vehicles are not uncommon at the National University of Defense Technology. Most of the students here are active-duty soldiers, and military vehicles can be seen everywhere. But when the car door opened and a military leader with a star on his shoulder got out first, the students around him were shocked. This military leader was already a lieutenant general with 2 stars. Then, the car door opened again, and one by one, older researchers got out of the car. Many of them are academic giants who have been invited to give open courses at the school. Moreover, some of these researchers even asked military leaders at the level of lieutenant general to open the car door and help them get out of the car. What level are these people? The students watched as this group of big shots filed in and walked straight towards the classroom. I was about to start my lecture when I saw Professor Lee walking in with a large group of people. I stopped and nodded to him. "Professor Lee, don't stop, continue teaching, we'll sit in." Professor Lee waved his hand and led a group of bigwigs to sit down in the back row of the classroom. The students in the class were a little stunned. After all, the substitute teachers were usually experts in various fields, but this was the first time they had seen such a large group of top scientific researchers and military high-ranking officials come to the classroom to listen in. I was calm. After all, the knowledge imparted by the system gave me confidence. Since I was halfway through the lecture, I couldn't stop, so I continued. As I explained, the professors and researchers in the back row gradually became more attentive. They were originally just curious, but now they were becoming increasingly fascinated by what I was saying. I talked about some theories and principles of efficient energy conversion. Although these contents are simple, they are crucial in the design of laser guns. Hearing this, some researchers began to breathe rapidly. This method of energy conversion was obviously a completely new concept that had never been proposed before. This technology greatly reduces energy loss, allowing the release of amazing power even at normal voltage. After a while, I noticed that several big guys in the back row couldn't contain their excitement and whispered to the students sitting in the front to borrow paper to take notes. The students sitting in the front row tore off a page of paper and handed it to them reluctantly. Soon, all the notebooks of the students in the back row were also plundered by these big guys. I stood on the podium, taking it all in, and couldn't help but admire it. These are all top scientific researchers, but when they heard useful content, they took notes without hesitation, without caring about their status or face at all. Seeing this, I decided to deepen the explanation and talk about more complex content. Originally, I was afraid that my classmates wouldn't understand, so I only picked out some superficial knowledge. Now that these big guys are here, it doesn't hurt to go into more depth. Sure enough, as the explanation went on, the notebooks of the students in the front row were also requisitioned by the big guys. After the 2 classes were over, I stayed in class for half an hour, put down my marker, and said to everyone, "That's all for today. Get out of class dismissed." The students in the class were still confused, especially the content of the last 2 lessons was too profound for them, and they were almost confused. But they could feel the depth of it, and they all lowered their heads to take notes. As for the big guys in the back row, they were fascinated. It was obvious that what I said had completely opened their minds. Many theories can be used not only in laser guns, but also in almost all devices that require energy conversion. This lesson is invaluable to them. Just as I was about to leave, Professor Lee suddenly rushed to the podium and shouted, "Everyone, don't leave yet. Sign a confidentiality agreement. The content of today's lecture is not allowed to be spread outside." The students in the special class were all stunned, with helpless expressions on their faces. Sign again? But if you think about it carefully, you can understand that what I am talking about is obviously a ready-made technology with extremely high value, even comparable to core technology. Seeing my classmates signing the confidentiality agreement with envy on their faces, I felt a little emotional. Being able to require everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement when giving a class is also a unique achievement for me. Chapter 11, Continuous Shocks. After signing the contract, all the students left, but the remaining researchers still filled the classroom. Originally, some of them were skeptical. After all, it was too shocking for a student to create such a terrifying laser gun. But after they came in and listened to this class, they had already believed most of it. Even though I believed it, I was still shocked. Gao Yang is only 19 years old. How could he have achieved such an achievement at this age? But the content of Gao Yang's lecture just now had already impressed them. A group of people went to the cafeteria first. It's noon, you have to eat first. Gao Yang was surrounded by a group of people and felt a little uncomfortable. The ones who were even more unable to adapt than him were the students in the school. A look of confusion. What's going on? Why are a bunch of big guys surrounding a god? It's like a group of stars surrounding the moon. Not to mention the top researchers, who have extremely high status and have only their eyes on Venus on their shoulders. These people actually try to please Gao Yang? And that fat professor, holding a piece of paper and asking Gao Yang something? Just like students asking teachers for advice. But how is this possible? Many people know that fat professor. He is the director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute. This scene shocked countless students along the way. They were all stunned and had no idea what was going on. During the meal, countless people looked at him sideways, but no one dared to get close. They could only watch from afar and talk about it. After finishing the meal at noon, Gao Yang went directly to the laboratory. Before we even reached the lab, Professor Lee said, "Go to the school's top lab, it has everything." Gao Yang's eyes also lit up. The previous laboratory, although its equipment was excellent, was not top-notch. The school also has an even better laboratory, which is one of the world's leading laboratories. Not to mention students, even ordinary professors are not qualified to use it. Anyone else who is eligible to use it must apply in advance if they want to use it. The laboratory can also call upon the superbrain. All calculations during the experiment can be directly performed using the superbrain, which can greatly improve research efficiency. Can we just go there and use it? Gao Yang hesitated. It will definitely work. Professor Lee took out his cell phone, turned it on, and called the principal. He quickly hung up the phone and looked at Gao Yang. It can be used. Even the principal will have to go over to take a look later. Okay. Gao Yang didn't mind being watched. He was also looking forward to going to a better laboratory. I'll take a look at the configuration of the laboratory later. If the configuration is good enough, the power of the laser gun can be improved to a higher level. Professor Lee was shocked. He thought of what Gao Yang had said before. If the equipment in the laboratory could be used, the laser gun would be more powerful. The professors around were also dumbfounded. What did that mean? Wasn't the previous laser gun the most powerful version? Is it just because of the conditions that it can only achieve such great power? This time, they are even more looking forward to it. A group of people walked into the laboratory in a mighty procession. Professor Lee said, "Do you need someone to cooperate? There are people in the laboratory who are responsible for the operation and can help you make it." No need. Gao Yang's eyes have been attracted by the equipment in the laboratory. The equipment here is, on average, one level higher than that in the previous laboratory. All kinds of materials, everything. Gao Yang quickly changed into white clothes, walked into the laboratory, rubbed his hands, and began to check the parameters and usage of various equipment. During this process, a group of researchers stood outside the laboratory and watched. Through the highly light-transmitting glass, Gao Yang's operations inside can be seen clearly from outside. But the sound here cannot be transmitted inside, and there are blinds inside that can block the view by pulling them. It provides researchers with an almost undisturbed experimental environment. However, Gao Yang's creation this time was just a demonstration, so he didn't draw the blinds. In addition to the researchers, military leaders and school executives were also present outside. They had also heard about the laser gun. This thing was of great importance. For researchers, it is a technological breakthrough. For the military, it is an improvement in combat effectiveness. For the school, it is a point of pride. What school students are so awesome? They are from the National University of Defense Technology. At the same time, people in the school were a little panicked because of the news. They looked at Professor Lee and said, "Professor Lee, can this laser gun shoot down satellites?" Professor Lee looked at the principal, who asked the question with some surprise. How is that possible? At a minimum altitude of 200 kilometers, even if the power is enough, it won't be accurate enough to hit from the ground. If you want to hit a satellite, you need at least an ultra-high precision aiming system, and it also depends on the weather conditions. It must be cloudless. The principal nodded, feeling relieved. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Yang. Gao Yang checked all the equipment slowly and had a rough idea in his mind. This laboratory is indeed good, one of the best in the world, but it can only increase the power of the laser gun by about 300 times. If the power is to reach 10,000 times, it is far from enough with the current technological level of Dragon Country. But 300 times is already very good. Start the whole process. Gao Yang quickly rushed to the front of the machine tool and input various part parameters into the machine tool console. Then the machine tool can automatically process the parts. The equipment for the optical system is also available here. Another issue is the ratio of materials used in the laser emitter and the smelting of metal materials. At this moment, Gao Yang turned into a gyroscope, shuttling between a large number of equipment. Outside the laboratory glass, a group of people stared with wide eyes. Gao Yang's operating level is much better than theirs. The technicians responsible for operating individual equipment are not as skilled as Gao Yang, right? Not only skilled, but also precise, with no mistakes at all. It was as if the whole process had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The manufacturing process is smooth and efficient. Professor Lee looked at him and turned to look at an old man. Don't you believe he can control the equipment? The old professor was the one who said that he didn't believe Gao Yang would use ultra-high precision machine tools. Now he was slapped in the face by Gao Yang online. But the old professor didn't look embarrassed at all, only excited, and exclaimed, "He is so skilled. Even if you don't have research ability, you can still get a high salary with this level of operation." A group of people nodded, and after a while someone asked, "He actually melted the metal coils he used himself? He actually polished the glass lenses a second time by hand? Can the polishing of people be compared with that of equipment?" A group of researchers outside were shocked by Gao Yang's operation. After not sleeping the whole night, they should be very sleepy at this time. But they became more energetic the more they watched, because shock is everywhere. It took Gao Yang 3 full hours to prepare the parts. School leaders, researchers, and military personnel stood there for 3 hours. They were mentally tired and physically exhausted, but they all showed great spirit. Their eyes are getting bigger and bigger. Now that the parts were ready, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the laser gun he designed with 300 times the power could be manufactured. Next, start assembling. Looking up, Gao Yang met dozens of pairs of eyes with dark circles under their eyes. These eyes were full of fatigue, but more of expectation. Chapter 12. Hugely powerful? The difficulty of assembly is actually very high. This laser gun has many optical parts inside, and they are very precise. Under normal circumstances, even if the technology is available, it is impossible to manufacture it. But the memories Gao Yang obtained were very comprehensive. In addition to the laser gun technology, he also had manufacturing skills. Now, he can even manufacture a laser gun with a 10,000 times amplification. So assembling this laser gun with a 300 times amplification is extremely easy for him. Wearing high-power magnifying glasses, Gao Yang began to assemble. Outside, behind the glass, a group of bigwigs were so nervous that they dared not make a sound. You can hear a pin drop inside and outside the entire laboratory. The researchers stared with wide eyes, their eyes already bloodshot. Speaking of which, they haven't slept for more than 30 hours, but they are still excited. The assembly process lasted 2 hours. Gao Yang put down his glasses, rubbed his eyes, looked at the assembled laser gun on the table, and closed the outer shell. This time, the laser gun not only has a more sophisticated internal structure and greater power, but also has a beautiful appearance. The silver high-temperature resistant shell secures the internal parts, making it less likely to break. Looking up, Gao Yang once again saw countless pairs of hopeful eyes. The laser gun is ready. The door of the laboratory opened, and Professor Lee rushed into the laboratory first. Looking at the laser gun with a streamlined appearance, he was a little excited. Compared with previous laser guns, this laser gun meets people's fantasy of laser guns. The length is about 30 centimeters, the width is 3 centimeters, and the height is 20 centimeters. It is larger than a pistol but smaller than a rifle, equivalent to a submachine gun. When picking up the gun, the first thing Professor Lee felt was comfort. The grip felt good, and there were lines on the handle to increase friction. The weight is probably around 12 or 13 pounds. Professor Li's voice trembled slightly. Is the power of this laser gun higher than the previous one? Gao Yang took off his gloves and coat. It has increased by about twice. Professor Li suddenly raised his head and looked at Gao Yang. How much? One time. Professor Li tightened his grip on the laser gun. He was terrified as he was worried that the gun would fall to the ground. Let's go back and test. Gao Yang suddenly reached out and grabbed the laser gun. Looking at Professor Li's bloodshot eyes, we can't test it now. You all need to rest now. Test tomorrow. This group of people were testing late last night and then called him at 4 o'clock. I guess they haven't had a rest for the whole day. Don't stay up late and exhaust yourself. Professor Li slowly let go of his hand and looked back at the principal. Arrange it. The principal called and asked someone to book a room at a nearby hotel. Then arrange for these researchers and military personnel to rest. These people haven't slept for more than 30 hours. Although they are excited, they are really tired. Now that they saw Gao Yang had made the laser gun, they felt relieved and at ease. Returned to the hotel and fell into a deep sleep. Gao Yang went to the cafeteria to eat and then went straight to the library. Ruoruo was also in the library. Seeing Gao Yang, she stood up and walked quickly to Gao Yang. Brother Yang. Gao Yang interrupted Ruoruo directly. Don't call me Brother Yang. I'm not used to it. Just call me Gao Yang. He still remembers that during his 3 years of high school, people called him Brother Yang in the first half of the year, and Brother Wei for the remaining 2.5 years. Ruoruo nodded. It seems that Dragon Country already has powerful laser weapons. Gao Yang looked at Ruoruo with some doubt, because it was unlikely. The school's laboratory, under such excellent conditions, can produce more powerful laser guns. But this is not mass production. The conditions for mass production cannot be as good as in the laboratory, and the power will be greatly reduced. Ruoruo handed the phone to Gao Yang. Bald Eagle released a video showing a laser destroying a satellite. Gao Yang took the phone, and the first thing he saw was Bald Eagle's statement. They had determined the approximate area where the laser was emitted through the angle of the laser and the time. Urged Longhua to continue investigating. Then I clicked on the video. The video was only 10 seconds long. The Starlink satellite flying well in space was suddenly pierced by a laser, and the main body was melted and disintegrated on the spot. Gao Yang frowned. Longhua's research in the field of lasers was more advanced than he had imagined. Then his brows relaxed. It was worthy of being the Dragon Country. It was indeed, as the saying goes, too backward, but it could be displayed. On the one hand, they are shouting that laser weapons are of little practical significance and can only hit cameras. On the other hand, they're using laser guns to shoot down satellites. The power of this laser weapon is already quite good, and it has great practical application. With such a precise hit, it is estimated that it can already be used in actual combat. Ruoruo was a little surprised. How does it compare to your laser gun? Just looking at this, I can't see anything specific and can't make a comparison, Gao Yang said, and he also became interested. He wanted to call Professor Li to see if he could get his hands on this laser weapon. There may be unexpected gains. However, Professor Li is probably sleeping soundly at this time, so it's the same if we talk about it during the test tomorrow. After returning the phone to Ruoruo, Gao Yang turned around to look for a book and continued to charge the system. Ruoruo took the phone and looked at Gao Yang, who had found the book, and sat down to start reading. She was suddenly inspired. She is still gossiping? Put away your phone and start reading. Online, news about lasers hitting satellites has become a hot topic. Longhua's statement this morning was intended to suppress the heat, but Bald Eagle obviously did not want the heat to be suppressed just like that, trying hard to build momentum for the event and increase its popularity. The second statement is very simple. I have told you the laser launch point. Are you still investigating? Can you go faster? The whole world is paying attention to this matter now, which has indeed put pressure on the Long Kingdom. The Long Kingdom is also truly investigating. They already knew the location of the laser launch, and they also knew that there was a small weapons research institute there. After investigating this point, we need to hand over the information to Lonka Institute. After all, the Light Weapons Research Institute is affiliated to the Lonka Institute, so before conducting an investigation, they need to be notified and obtain permission. Then the investigation came to a standstill because when Lonka Institute tried to contact people down below, they couldn't get through to anyone. All I know is that there was an impromptu test last night, a top-secret test, and even the airspace was banned. When they tried to contact people, they couldn't reach any of the responsible persons, and all the phones were turned off. Can't get in touch. I contacted people from the Research Institute, but they didn't say anything. The Lonka Institute even tried to contact the military, but was unable to get through as the phones were turned off. A group of people seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Unfortunately, the confidentiality level of the project is too high and we cannot find it by force, so we have to let someone with higher authority to access it. The president of Lonka Institute looked at the file handed to him, opened it, and took a look, then frowned. He saw Professor Lee's report application, but the more he read it, the more outrageous it seemed to him. The students at school invented a powerful laser gun? Normally, when he saw this wording, he would think it was exaggerated and would not care too much about it, but the situation is different now. A satellite in the sky has been shot down by a laser. The dean subconsciously looked up at the sky. A laser gun that can blow up satellites must be extremely powerful? That's super huge. Chapter 13 Rob People. The president of Lonka Academy is named Yuan. President Yuan closed the file and said, "Prepare the car. I'm going to the National University of Defense Technology." Ah. The secretary was dumbfounded. "Dean, are you going to investigate in person?" "What are you investigating?" Dean Yuan glanced at the secretary. "There's no need to investigate this matter. Just make up a random excuse. There won't be any results." The secretary was even more confused. "Then what are you going to do?" Dean Yuan didn't say anything. To recruit talents, one has to go there in person to show sincerity. A 19-year-old student created a laser gun and blew up a satellite? This cannot be described as talent. This is a monster. A super invincible monster. Just prepare the car. I also want to see a person's file. He's a student at the National University of Defense Technology. His name is Gao Yang. Yes. In less than half an hour, Dean Yuan boarded a plane and headed straight to the National University of Defense Technology in the middle of the night. He also saw Gao Yang's file, frowned instantly, and then laughed. "I was given a disciplinary punishment of probation." The secretary looked at Dean Yuan with some confusion. What's going on? He has read the file. The punishment of probation will follow the file for life. This stain is difficult to wash away. Why is Dean Yuan still laughing? In the middle of the night, Dean Yuan's car stopped in front of the National University of Defense Technology. Dean Yuan looked at the time. It was 9:30. There's still enough time. The secretary was stunned when he saw Dean Yuan get out of the car and run into the school. He was even more confused. Why is Dean Yuan so abnormal today? He secretly went to the National University of Defense Technology without notifying the university, and he seems to be in a hurry? Dean Yuan glanced at a bicycle while watching his secretary's surprised look. The secretary was really confused. There were cars on campus, so why ride a bicycle? But he had no choice but to pedal his bike and follow behind Dean Yuan. Dean Yuan walked all the way to the library and looked at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. After handing the car to the secretary, Dean Yuan took a deep breath and walked into the library. The library was quite quiet at this time, and there were not many people. But Dean Yuan had learned in advance that the store would close at 10:30. Dean Yuan walked into the library, quickly scanned the library, and soon noticed Gao Yang. There were several books piled in front of Gao Yang, and he was reading them intently. Dean Yuan looked at Gao Yang's photo, confirmed the target, and walked over quickly. He was not in a hurry to disturb Gao Yang, but just observed him first. Looking at the books on the table, the top one is about sniper rifle design and manufacturing. It's not a book about lasers? Dean Yuan picked it up and looked at it. Basically, they were all reverse-engineered designs based on different models of sniper rifles. At this moment, Ruoruo came over and pushed a cup of coffee to Gao Yang. Dean Yuan glanced at Ruoruo with a thoughtful expression. When Ruoruo walked away, Dean Yuan found an opening to chat. Is she your girlfriend? Gao Yang didn't say anything and continued to look down at the book. Dean Yuan was a little embarrassed and spoke a little louder. Hello, classmate. Gao Yang finally raised his head, glanced at Dean Yuan, silently picked up the book, stood up and walked to the corner. Someone disturbs me even when I'm reading. Dean Yuan looked at Gao Yang, who walked to the corner and was stunned. He was too focused. But geniuses are often like this. He didn't beat around the bush anymore, walked over quickly, and said straight to the point, Student Gao Yang, I came here just for you. Gao Yang finally put down the book and took a sip of coffee. Who are you? Before Dean Yuan could say anything, someone behind him said with a smile, Dean Yuan from Lonka Academy, it's a great honor for us to visit our school when you have time. Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could entertain Dean Yuan? Dean Yuan turned around. His expression suddenly turned ugly. Principal gone. The principal sat next to Gao Yang with a smile on his face and looked at Dean Yuan with a fake smile. You have a really good nose? Dean Yuan knew that it would be much more difficult to invite Gao Yang today, but even though the difficulty had increased, he had to invite him anyway. Gao Yang also felt that the atmosphere was not right at this moment, but he did not leave. He could not escape because they were coming towards him. Dean Yuan stood up and held out his hand to Gao Yang, Dean of Lonka Academy. Yuan da? At this moment, Gao Yang was a little confused. What's going on? The Dean of Lonka Institute is here? The Long Science Institute is the largest research institution in Long Country. The awesome thing about this research institution is that it has 3 colleges, more than 200 research institutes, and more than 200 observation stations. Its research directions cover all walks of life and all aspects. In Long Country, Long Science Institute can basically do whatever it wants. The Dean of Lonka Institute, come and see him? What is this? A laser gun? Gao Yang shook hands with Dean Yuan. Gao Yang. Dean Yuan got straight to the point and said, I would like to invite you to study at Lonka Institute. Bang! Principal Gon slammed the table and stood up. Mr. Yuan, what do you mean? Dean Yuan looked at Principal Gon and said, what do you mean? You didn't teach Gao Yang, a genius, in accordance with his aptitude, but gave him a disciplinary punishment of probation? Principal Gon couldn't refute it. The punishment was a fact. The punishment has been revoked. Even if it's revoked, it will always exist in the file. Dean Yuan turned his head and looked at Gao Yang. Lonka Academy has the largest number of books in the country. You can read as much as you want. We can also collect any book you need for you. In addition, we also have the country's top research laboratories, which are always available for you to use. We can even build a research institute tailor-made for you. Principal Gon took a deep breath. His expression became a little kinder, and he looked at Gao Yang. The best research institute in the school is available to you at any time. In addition, the school has many major projects in progress, such as the largest superbrain in Dragon Country. All projects, or whatever you are interested in, can be directly entered into the project. Gao Yang was confused. He knew why Dean Yuan came here. Dig him. That top laboratory, which cost hundreds of millions, is just given to him alone? Dean Yuan glanced at Principal Gon and continued. In addition to this, there is also a tilt of resources. You can ask for any research project you want to study. As long as it's not too outrageous, it can be directly allocated. We can even set up a research fund just for you. The first phase will be a little less. What do you think about 100 million? Gao Yang was stunned. 100 million? Although it cannot be used casually, it is still an exaggeration as research funding. Giving a project 100 million yuan in funding and giving it to him are 2 different concepts. This is the money given to him. He said he could use it to buy a sports car or study its performance. Principal Gon was also stunned. Dean Yuan really had the guts to invest, giving a student so much money? But then he thought of Gao Yang's laser cannon, a technology that could not be bought with 100 million. Not to mention 100 million, 1 billion, even tens of billions are difficult. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Immediately set up a research foundation, a foundation that belongs exclusively to you, Gao Yang, with the first batch of funds of 120 million. Dean Yuan is also very upset. Lao Gon is really willing to do this. Dean Yuan fell silent. What other advantages are there? The biggest advantage of Lonka Institute is its size. It has research institutes for almost any research direction. The National University of Defense Technology is specialized in weapons. The relationship between the 2 parties is actually very close, and the technology has almost reached the point of being shared. Otherwise, the laser gun test would not be carried out at the Light Weapons Research Institute under the Dragon Science Institute. In addition, top students graduating from both sides will communicate with each other and can be hired. But close relationships and competition are not in conflict at all. Chapter 14, the second test. Dean Yuan explained to Gao Yang, Lonka Institute is your best destination. When you go to Lonka Institute, you can study various technologies without being restricted to application. In terms of application, you can give the technology to the National Defense Research Institute or other researchers and let them apply it. At the National University of Defense Technology, your research direction is limited to weapons. Principal Gon said coldly, what's wrong with researching weapons? Without defense technology, how can there be security and peace? Dean Yuan used his strength to fight back. There are many weapons and equipment research institutes under the Lonka Institute. Whatever you want to study, we can give you the latest technology as a reference. Principal Gon still did not give up. We can give too. Dean Yuan looked at Gao Yang and continued to add, I can also invite your girlfriend over and give her a good salary. Principal Gon also got angry. Although he didn't know where Gao Yang got his girlfriend, he said, your girlfriend can also get preferential treatment in our school. Even if we break up, I will introduce my granddaughter to you. Gao Yang was shocked. Looking at the 2 people who were on edge, he quickly said, I don't have a girlfriend. I choose to stay at the National University of Defense Technology. Ding Yuan could see Gao Yang's determination and was puzzled. Why? Gao Yang has become accustomed to the current environment. If he goes to Lonka Institute, the conditions may be better, but he still has to familiarize himself with it again. As for research, he relies mainly on the system rather than real research. There is no difference between the Dragon Academy of Science and the National University of Defense Technology. Besides, he wanted to get a little taste of college life, and if he went to Lonka College, he would have to graduate on the spot. But Gao Yang didn't say that. The teachers and classmates here are very nice to me, and I am used to coming to the library to read books. Principal Gon laughed. He also saw Gao Yang's determination. Old Yuan, do you want to persuade him again? Ding Yuan didn't waste his time, but still said, the door of Lonka Institute is always open to you. If you change your mind or want to come after graduation, you're always welcome. Also, I want to see your laser weapon. Principal Gon smiled and said, tomorrow morning, we will conduct a weapons test. Come and have a look when you are free. I'll definitely be there. Ding Yuan left quickly. Principal Gon heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Gao Yang. It's good that you don't have a girlfriend. I'll send you my granddaughter's WeChat later. Gao Yang waved his hand. Forget about the girlfriend. When can you realize the research funds and laboratory you promised me? Principal Gon felt a sudden pain in his heart. Within 3 days. After the principal left, Gao Yang's mouth curled up unconsciously. It was so cool to have his own laboratory and a lot of funds to use. Ding Yuan came here this time and got some benefits for him. I picked up the coffee, took a sip, and continued reading. At the Light Weapons Research Institute, in the shooting range, technicians are quickly setting up the site. A group of researchers who had rested for the night had already arrived. Professor Lee held the box containing the laser gun and waited quietly. As a military vehicle arrived, everyone looked sideways. The first to get off the car was Principal Gon, followed by Ding Yuan, and then the real boss, Gao Yang. Gao Yang was holding a book in his hand, standing out among a group of elderly people whose average age was 60 years old. After the door of the shooting range was closed, Professor Lee took out the laser gun. Ding Yuan walked quickly forward and looked at the laser gun. Just by looking at the appearance, Ding Yuan was a little amazed. This laser gun is so beautiful. Most importantly, small. This thing that is only 30 centimeters long can actually blow up a satellite? So scary? After fumbling for a while, Ding Yuan handed the laser gun to the technician, then pushed it to the edge of the shooting range and waited for the test to begin. Before starting the test, technicians gave sunglasses to all staff. The sunglasses are specially made and slightly dark. After putting it on, I immediately felt that it was dark and I couldn't see things clearly. The staff fixed the laser gun and turned around and said, the test is ready. You can start the test? Professor Lee said directly, do the final check? Several technicians stared at the equipment in front of them, making sure that there was nothing wrong with the equipment collecting information. Fire! The technician pressed the switch and a brilliant laser burst out. 100 meters away, the steel plate was melted through, and then the steel plate 200 meters away was also melted through. The layout of the steel plates continued to 3 kilometers away. In just 2 seconds, the steel plate 3 kilometers away was completely melted. The laser gun was turned off, and Ding Yuan took off his sunglasses. He stared dully at the long strip of steel plate, the hole on it, and the molten steel still flowing down the edge of the hole. He found it a little unbelievable. The power was much greater than he had expected. That's a steel plate, dissolved in an instant. You know, Lonka Institute has a research institute specializing in laser research. If you want to melt through steel plates, it will take a long time of irradiation. Even laser cutting machines need to be combined with high-pressure gas shock to cut metal at a distance of 2 centimeters and at extremely high temperatures. Gao Yang's laser cannon directly blasted through the steel plate. With this power, not to mention piercing Starlink satellites on the ground, it can even pierce through a space station. Just as he was thinking, Ding Yuan heard the professor's excited voice beside him. This laser is not as bright as last time. The loss of the laser on the way has been reduced. Ding Yuan was confused. Last time? While he was still confused, the researchers rushed to the test site excitedly to check the data that had just been tested. Ding Yuan rushed over without caring about his image. Before I even got close, I heard exclamations. The highest temperature is 50,000, and the temperature of the steel plate 3 kilometers away that was instantly irradiated is over 45,000 degrees. Reduce laser loss and extend the range. The estimated range is over 200 kilometers. Keep testing. Ding Yuan squeezed into the crowd, which had already dispersed, and started the second test. Before the test started, some people still cared about Dean Yuan, but now, all they have eyes for is the laser gun. Dean Yuan didn't care. He held the list of the first test and looked at it intently. It's a little hard to believe. The power is so terrifying. It exceeds all the laser weapons in the world today, and by much more. Such a small gun has such great power. What if this gun is enlarged and replaced with a cannon? How terrifying would that power be? Then he saw the second table, which was the results of the previous test. 2 test results, 2 laser guns? How can there be such great progress in such a short time? Suppressing his shock, Dean Yuan turned around and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang is reading a book. Except for the first test, he no longer paid attention to the rest. It's just a laser gun with a 300-fold amplification. I came here out of curiosity to see its power. After seeing the power, it's not convenient to leave, so I'll take some time to read a book. Dean Yuan felt even more admiration in his heart, which was a pity. If Principal Gon had not arrived in time yesterday, he would probably have captured Gao Yang. Return to position and continue watching the test. Each test needs to be tested several times, and a group of researchers have prepared many testing methods for this laser gun. Except for using brute force for stability testing, all other testing methods are used. The more I test, the more frightened I become. The power is twice as strong as the previous laser gun. Chapter 15 Exercise. The military people became more and more satisfied. This thing is extremely powerful. If it can be made into real equipment, the actual combat effect will definitely be extremely strong. However, this laser gun cannot be used directly on the battlefield at present. First of all, there is the wire at the back. You can't ask if there is a socket nearby before going out to fight, right? This is an energy issue. Then the question is, this laser gun is just an experimental gun. Once it leaves the laboratory, can it be mass-produced? But these are minor issues. As long as we have technology, these problems can be easily overcome. After this test, Dean Yuan realized a very important issue. That is, before he came, he already regarded Gao Yang as a super genius. Only now did he realize that he still underestimated Gao Yang. Such talents are no longer limited to a certain research institute, but have even risen to the level of all mankind. Gao Yang has achieved such success at this age. What about in a few years? If you live to be 70 or 80 years old, the whole world will probably have undergone earth-shaking changes. Dean Yuan walked up to Gao Yang and took out his business card and handed it to him. Call me if you need anything. As long as you mention anything, I will do my best to meet your needs. Whether it's resources, information, or even if you want someone to assist you, as long as you ask, I will do my best to get it done. Gao Yang didn't care about many things. He had all the resources now, but he was curious about the laser cannon that blew up the satellite in the news. Can I go and see the laser cannon that was so popular in the news yesterday? Dean Yuan was stunned and looked at Gao Yang in confusion. What? Wasn't that laser cannon fired by your laser guns? Gao Yang was a little confused. How is that possible? The laser gun only has the main body now. Although it is powerful enough, it has no chance of hitting the satellite. Dean Yuan looked at the laser gun. He saw its power, but there was no aiming system. But the problem is, judging from the traces left after the laser was fired, the launching point was the Light Weapons Research Institute. Professor Lee was a little confused. Laser shooting at satellites? What's going on? The remaining researchers also have questions, as their mobile phones have remained sealed from the time they tested the laser gun until now. There was no contact with the outside world at all. Even those who had mobile phones did not read the news at all. I don't know what exactly happened. Dean Yuan silently took out his cell phone, opened the news, and handed it over. Professor Lee looked at it first, then his eyes widened, and he passed the phone to others. When we were testing, there was a mistake, and the laser gun fired a shot into the sky. Could it be that? The others also widened their eyes. Is the luck so good? Just a mistake of 1 second, and the satellite was damaged? The researchers also found it incredible because the satellite's speed in orbit is actually very fast. If they could even be hit, they could really go buy a lottery ticket. If a satellite was hit, then your luck is really bad. After carefully checking the data, the location and time when the satellite was blown up were exactly the same as the time when they made the mistake. Then they were shocked. How could the power of the first weakened version of the laser gun be so great? It actually shot up a Starlink satellite 300 kilometers above the ground. Gao Yang originally wanted to see other people's laser weapons, but now he knew that it was him who caused it. What should I do? Dean Yuan laughed and said, "It's none of your business. Even if you shoot down all the Starlinks, it's fine." A military leader smiled and said, "The military will issue a statement later saying that the weapon test failed. As for you, Gao, you will not be held responsible at all." You will get all the credit and rewards you deserve. The military leader said with a smile. It is the application of laser weapons. Arrange it as soon as possible. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. With the technology, it would not be difficult to design practical weapons. The military personnel left satisfied. Dean Yuan was about to leave. He took 2 steps outside and suddenly stopped. He turned back and looked at Principal Gon. In the next armament design exercise, laser guns cannot be used. Principal Gon laughed and said, What are you afraid of? Laser guns cannot be used in actual combat for the time being. We can't just pull a power strip to practice. Dean Yuan also smiled, then got in the car and left. Principal Gon took Gao Yang into the car and went back to school first. Sitting in the car, Gao Yang asked curiously, Design exercise competition? Principal Gon explained with a smile. There has always been competition between several schools. This time, the design exercise competition is about individual equipment. It is between Lonka University and National Defense Technology University. Each school will prepare equipment for a special operations team. Then the 2 special operations teams will conduct individual combat. It was also the first time that Gao Yang heard of this kind of competition. It was indeed quite interesting. Whether the equipment was good or not, the result would be known after actual combat on the spot. Principal Gon could see that Gao Yang had an idea and said with a smile, Want to watch the fun? I'll let you join the competition. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment. Will it be troublesome? Principal Gon smiled and introduced, The design competition will not take up too much time. You don't need to design weapons at all. Each individual weapon has a dedicated person to design it. You just need to give an idea and some pointers, and the rest will be left to the students. Gao Yang became interested, not because he wanted to win, but mainly because this was a real combat. Or maybe he could influence the actual combat. There is no need for him to waste too much time. Seeing Gao Yang's obvious interest, Principal Gon continued, In recent years, we have often had competitions with Lonka Academy. It is mainly to stimulate students' creativity. Students at both ends of the PhD level will give their best efforts and often come up with some eye-catching designs. Especially the different design ideas of the 2 schools, you can definitely feel the difference. Gao Yang nodded. He really wanted to play. Even if it was just to watch the exercise up close, it would be quite interesting. Okay, then I'll try to participate. The principal introduced with a smile. This armament design exercise is mainly a single soldier exercise, so the design is mainly based on single soldier weapons. 2 teams, each using weapons designed by students from 2 schools, will conduct actual combat exercises. If the performance is good, the weapon you design will have a chance to become an official equipment. Gao Yang nodded, not taking the last sentence seriously. This stuff, it's okay to talk about it, but no one will believe it at all. Every formal change of attire requires numerous meetings and takes a long time. After all, replacing conventional weapons requires replacing large quantities, which costs a huge amount of money. Take the bald eagle as an example. They have only replaced their weapons on a large scale 4 times in the past 200 years. But there are so many types of weapons developed. The situation is similar in Long Country. They just replaced their individual weapons not long ago, so it is basically impossible to replace them now. So Gao Yang's goal is to win. He doesn't feel any pressure because it's not difficult. If he still loses even with the system, it would be the most ridiculous thing in the world and out of the question. Even if the system is gone now, the technological knowledge that amplified the laser gun 10,000 times would allow him to easily win this exercise. Just have to think about how to win. Chapter 16, We're sure to win. After returning to school, Gao Yang first learned about the exercise design competition. I have to say that the design of this exchange competition is very good. As long as the weapons developed by the students are tested to be stable enough, they can be used directly on the battlefield. Moreover, before the 2 sides fought, they didn't know what weapons each other would use. Weapons are kept secret. Victory or defeat is decided on the battlefield. This kind of actual combat is also an encouragement to students. If we look at previous competitions, we can see that they usually have a goal. For example, last year we needed to design equipment to cope with extremely cold conditions. The competition 2 years ago was a multifunctional helmet. Gao Yang looked at the game records and felt that they were wonderful, as the students from both schools were excellent. The tactical helmet designed by students of Lonka Institute incorporates more than a dozen technologies, and each technology is a research direction. Students at the National University of Defense Technology pay more attention to real combat. The helmet has an anti-shielding system, and its various functions are more stable and more advanced in terms of more important functions. Both designs are good enough, and after the helmets were improved, they were installed on a small scale by special forces. This also became the result of the participating students on both sides. Gao Yang continued to look at other information. After reading it through, he finally figured out that this was a game for geniuses. No wonder I've never heard of it before. There aren't many students in school who can participate. If you want to participate in such competitions, stand out in school, and win awards in various competitions, then you will have a chance to know. The competition team is full of geniuses, but they are still far behind the cheating Gao Yang. Gao Yang returned to school and contacted the team participating in the competition first. There is only half a month left, and he needs to understand the situation of this competition group first. He made a phone call in advance and asked the team members to wait for him in the conference room. There are separate laboratories and meeting rooms for the design competition. There are already 10 people sitting in the conference room. While Gao Yang was still not here, someone said, "Captain, we've been busy for several months and it's almost over. How about a temporary captain?" The original team leader was Chen Hong. I don't know the details, nor do I know Gao Yang's situation, but in addition to the director calling me, my teacher also called me and told me to seize this opportunity. This opportunity to learn from him may be the only one in this life. The group of people were stunned. Chen Hong's teacher was his professor who was guaranteed admission to graduate school and a leading figure. Since all the leading figures said so, they had even higher expectations for Gao Yang. Who was this person? Half an hour passed in a flash, and Gao Yang walked into the meeting room. Looking at the 10 people sitting upright, Gao Yang got straight to the point and asked, "Did you bring your design materials?" "I brought it." Chen Hong took the initiative to hand the information to Gao Yang. Others followed suit. Gao Yang began to check the designs of the 10 people. The design is very comprehensive, including pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, tactical helmets, and even cold weapons. 10 people came up with a complete set of individual designs. Gao Yang read it quickly, and after a while he shook his head. It's not quite there. Everyone's expressions were visibly tense. What could anyone see with just one glance? Gao Yang didn't care what they thought. He looked around and said, "Compared to the most common equipment, your equipment design has indeed been improved and has advantages. But if you want to win the game, it's not enough. You don't have a very outstanding advantage." Gao Yang picked up the first document and asked, "Who designed the pistol?" "Mine," said a girl. Gao Yang scanned the drawing again, lowered his head and quickly made corrections on the design. In just 5 minutes, Gao Yang handed the design over. "Try to modify it according to this idea." The girl took the drawing, looked at it with disdain at first, then was stunned, and then looked at it carefully. After reading it, he looked up at Gao Yang and felt like he had seen a ghost. She had originally thought that her design was pretty good, but now, he knew that she was just a frog in a well. Following Gao Yang's line of thought, the power of her pistol could be increased and the recoil would be reduced a lot. Is it so outrageous? By the time she finished reading Gao Yang's hint, Gao Yang had already finished the second drawing. "Who designed the rifle?" "Me." Chen Hong raised his hand. Gao Yang handed it over. Chen Hong looked at it, and his expression changed. As the original captain, he must be a little dissatisfied that Gao Yang parachuted in and took his position, but his dissatisfaction was hidden deep in his heart. But now, he was convinced and understood what the teacher meant. The things Gao Yang casually modified were a level higher than his previous designs. This idea gave him great inspiration, and it is entirely possible to improve stability while increasing the firing rate. Gao Yang came to be the captain. He definitely got a great advantage. The remaining 8 people became more curious as they watched the 2 people's expressions change. Then, after getting the modification ideas from Gao Yang, their curiosity turned into shock and admiration. By the time Gao Yang wrote down everyone's ideas for improvement, all 10 people in the audience were convinced. Just the changes that Gao Yang made to them have already brought them huge benefits. Gao Yang stood up and said, "The meeting ends here. You guys continue to be busy." The 10 people stood up quickly and said respectfully, "Captain, take care." Gao Yang walked out of the conference room and looked at the messy laboratory outside. "I'll change the laboratory for you later." After saying that, Gao Yang left and went to the library. The 10 people looked at each other in bewilderment. As students, they were already extremely lucky to have a laboratory. How could Gao Yang look down on them? This laboratory is already very good. Many doctoral students do not have such conditions. Unless you are a doctoral student helping your teacher with a project, where would you find a laboratory? A girl looked at Gao Yang's back and said, "Captain, where did this genius come from?" Chen Hong waved his hand. "Don't call me captain. Gao Yang is our captain. No matter where Gao Yang comes from, we are sure to win this time. Let's get to work." 10 people started to get busy. They had to sort out the ideas given by Gao Yang first. Gao Yang was not idle either, and went straight to the library. Continue to bury your head in reading. The ideas he provided can only increase the success rate of the exercise by 50% at most. If you want a 100% victory, you still have to rely on him. There is only half a month left before the exercise begins. He needs to hurry up and read to recharge his second amplification opportunity. Gao Yang once again resumed his sleepless and restless reading life. As he read one book after another, his charging progress became faster and faster. He didn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. However, during this period, the Dragon Country officials responded to the incident of laser blowing up a satellite. Chapter 17 New Lab? It was the Dragon Country military that responded to the online news questions. There was an error during the test of the laser weapon, and the wrong target was locked. This is the response: short, direct, and domineering. You shot down someone's satellite and didn't even apologize, just saying it was a mistake? This response caused an uproar around the world. For the top leaders of various powers, Dragon Country's response was equivalent to telling them that Dragon Country had powerful laser weapons, can directly strike low Earth orbit from the ground. This is terrifying. This means that as soon as the war begins, all satellites in low Earth orbit will be directly blown up. By then, the communication equipment of most forces will be turned into bricks. The armies of all major forces will all become blind. In addition, laser weapons can hit satellites, so they can definitely intercept missiles. This is a real interception, not the kind of bald eagle. The main one is well done. Missiles can be used, but what about planes? Surely it can be possible? In addition, Longwa's character is too backward to be displayed. What the hell? The ones that were made at the time are now obsolete models. It would be better if Longwa really made a mistake. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely serious. This deduction made all the major forces break out in cold sweats. The progress of Longwa is a bit too great. Almost at the same time, all the major forces began to try their best to investigate the existence of laser weapons. Ordinary people were also shocked by the news. After being shocked, the people of Long Country were surprised. Although I probably knew it was my weapon before, it's another matter when the official acknowledged it. Everyone is so excited, especially those who watched a lot of news before, saw many public intellectuals analyze that such weapons do not exist, and it is very likely a mistake, or the weapons are shipped from overseas. They were really upset at first, but now they are proud of themselves. Go ahead and criticize the public intellectuals for being autistic. On the contrary, ordinary people overseas are thinking about accountability. They shot down a satellite and admitted it, so they have to pay compensation, right? But no matter how much fun they had on the internet, the bald eagle that started the attack became silent. Their purpose is to know what laser is. Now that they know it, if they continue to dwell on it, they will only bring shame upon themselves. Because the laser weapons they originally proposed can now be used by Dragon Country to shoot down satellites, but they can only use them to blind cameras. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a chance to increase your power 10,000 times. Library management. Gao Yang suddenly raised his head. 10 days. Working day and night. He completed the amplification opportunity on the 10th day after taking over the exchange group. Standing up, Gao Yang went straight to the laboratory. Currently, the best laboratory in the National University of Defense Technology belongs to him alone. Gao Yang walked into the laboratory and called Chen Hong. Less than half an hour later, Chen Hong, with a team of 10 people, carrying large and small bags, walked to the door of the laboratory with a confused look on their faces and did not dare to go in. This sterile laboratory, the most advanced laboratory in the school, can they enter? They are not qualified. But how is this possible? For this kind of laboratory, even if a doctoral supervisor comes, he has to apply to use it. Is Gao Yang playing tricks on them? Under the confused gaze of Chen Hong and others, Gao Yang walked out of the laboratory. What are you still standing there for? Change your clothes and come in. Chen Hong and others looked at Gao Yang dumbfoundedly. Are we going to make guns here next? Any questions? Chen Hong stuttered as he spoke. We don't need it. The previous laboratory is enough. Chen Hong now feels like he has become a country bumpkin. He had been living in a thatched hut, and then Gao Yang's divine soldiers descended from the sky, took him to the palace, pointed to the emperor's bedroom and said, "You live here." He didn't dare to go in. Don't waste time. There are only 2 days left. The weapons and equipment will be given to the combat teams participating in the exercise. Come in. After saying that, Gao Yang turned and left. A group of people looked at each other, gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. Go in. They changed their clothes, cleaned up their belongings, and then walked into the laboratory. As soon as I walked into the laboratory, someone said, "This is a high-precision machine tool. The error is 0.05 microns. It is the best machine tool in manhwa at present." Oh my god, that equipment is a custom-made one. I think the previous price was 30 million, or in US dollars. I saw that device in my teacher's lab. It seems to cost $1 million. No, they look the same, but the parameters are different. They are at least 10 times more expensive. A group of people walked cautiously, looking around and trembling. With so many devices, if they damage the paint a little, they can't afford the compensation even if they sell them. Gao Yang was standing in front of the design table, looking up at the group of people walking with their heads hunched. "Don't waste time. Get familiar with the lab quickly and start working." Chun Hong tried to calm down. "Come on." The group of people took a deep breath, then carefully found a place, opened the things they brought, and started designing. Gao Yang saw that everyone was getting busy and continued to work on the things at hand. He did not rush to design weapons for the competition, but instead designed laser weapons first. He was going to enhance the weapons for the competition, and he couldn't design them in front of the exercise design team. On the contrary, the design of laser weapons is imminent. Laser guns cannot be realized without suitable energy, so the only option is laser cannon. Moreover, laser cannons are more reliable, and there is no need to consider energy issues. In addition, if the laser emitter is enlarged, its power can also be enormous, and the requirements for parts are not high. In a laser gun, the error of parts cannot be higher than 0.1 micron, and high precision means easy failure. In addition, high precision also means that it cannot be mass-produced. Only top laboratories can achieve an error of 0.1 micron. But after magnification, the error can be reduced to 1 centimeter, which is not only easier to manufacture but also less prone to damage. After completing the design of the laser cannon, Gao Yang designed a vehicle-mounted laser cannon, a laser cannon that uses aircraft as a carrier, and also prepared a set of tank laser cannons. All the designs were completed at just 8 o'clock in the evening. I called Professor Li and gave him the designs of several laser weapons. There is a special place to manufacture these designs, so Gao Yang doesn't need to make them himself. In the evening, everyone else left and Gao Yang had nothing to do for the time being, so he began to think about what new weapons to enhance. High-tech weapons like laser guns cannot be used even if they are amplified because there are too many restrictions. You need to amplify ordinary gunpowder weapons, ordinary firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Gao Yang has read many books about firearms. At this moment, his eyes fell on a table with a sniper rifle on it. The sniper rifle is a good thing, with a long range and great power. Gao Yang decided to enhance the sniper rifle. The manufacture of a sniper rifle is also very simple. Gao Yang made a sniper rifle in half an hour. It is 1.2 meters long, has a range of 1,200 meters, has a high accuracy, weighs only 8 kilograms, and has a capacity of 12 rounds. It is just an ordinary sniper rifle, but with the system, even the most ordinary invention can be amplified to become superb. I just don't know which aspect will be randomly amplified. Chapter 18: Accuracy Increase. If it's about increasing the range, that's a bit hard to imagine. The range is 1,200 meters, and the minimum increase is 100 times, which is 120,000 meters. The biggest increase is 10,000 times, and the range goes directly to 12 million meters, 12,000 kilometers. Standing at the North Pole, you can shoot a sniper rifle at the equator. That's a bit weird. After just waiting for a moment, Gao Yang was a little surprised. The system hasn't been triggered yet? Isn't the sniper rifle an invention? But this is the sniper rifle he designed. Isn't a sniper rifle good enough? Recalling the last test, Gao Yang tested the power of the laser gun first, and then the system responded. Need to test? Gao Yang first called Professor Li to ask for ammunition, so that he could go to the shooting range for testing. Professor Li was a little surprised. You want to test the gun? Well, the principal asked me to join the drill study group, so I designed a gun. Professor Li nodded. You are so young, you don't need to act so mature. You really need to participate in more activities, make more friends, and it would be best if you could find a girlfriend. Otherwise, your college life would be in vain. I'm sending your laser cannon blueprints to the factory now. I can't take you to the shooting range. I'll call the range, and you can go directly to the range. There are all kinds of bullets there. Good. Professor Li hung up the phone and didn't take it seriously. He was just testing a gun. Gao Yang went to the shooting range immediately. It was the middle of the night, and there was not even a bird at the shooting range. The staff helped Gao Yang prepare the target. The sniper rifle is quite powerful. I suggest that you let me test the gun for you. No need. Gao Yang had played with guns during military training, but had never played with a sniper rifle. What man doesn't like playing with guns? He lay down, aimed at the target 200 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud noise. Gao Yang felt like someone punched him on the shoulder. It hurt. The staff member glanced at the equipment, off target. Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, a reminder sounded in his mind. Host has developed a sniper rifle that can be amplified. Do you want to use this amplification opportunity? Gao Yang ignored the system. He couldn't amplify it at this time. He had to wait until he returned to the laboratory. Now, gotta play with the gun. He fired 10 bullets in a row, but all of them missed the target. The staff on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. How about I give it a try? No need. Gao Yang changed his shoulder and continued shooting. 10 more bullets were fired. Gao Yang looked at the target, which was shortened to 50 meters. How could it be so off target? The crosshairs are not adjusted properly? But it's impossible for the gun he made himself. Gao Yang gave up shooting, picked up his gun, and went straight back to the laboratory. After closing the door of the laboratory, Gao Yang immersed himself in the system. Use the amplification opportunity to amplify the sniper rifle. The next moment, an illusory large disc appeared in front of Gao Yang. Spinning the disc, Gao Yang widened his eyes, now hoping for a 10,000 times increase. Although the current level of technology cannot meet the manufacturing standards, the basic industrial level will definitely improve, and you can take it out slowly when the time comes. The more multiples you draw now, the better. The disk's rotation speed is getting slower and slower, and it is still some distance away from 10,000. Click. The disk stopped at 4,399 times. This multiple is okay, but I don't know in which aspect the increase is. The next moment, the system prompt sounded in Gao Yang's heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing a sniper rifle with a 4,399-fold increase in accuracy. Gao Yang was a little confused. How could the accuracy be increased? The original error was 1 centimeter, and then it was amplified to 1 micron? What's the difference between that and no increase? The next moment, all the equipment in the laboratory started working. At the same time, the sniper rifle that Gao Yang had just made was dismantled and remade. This process is still very fast. The operation of all equipment seemed to be accelerated, and a large number of parts were manufactured and then assembled together. A 1.5-meter-long sniper rifle appeared in front of Gao Yang. Ding! Based on the existing equipment, we can only produce a sniper rifle with 600 times accuracy. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind, including technical memories about the accuracy of sniper rifles. The memory is a lot and very clear, and the precision of the system's understanding is approximately equal to the accuracy. Hit the target. So the gun accuracy is very good. Good accuracy is usually used to describe people, but here it is used to describe a gun because this gun can aim automatically. The grip and buttstock can move automatically. In this way, automatic aiming is achieved. The gun also has a high-definition camera and a processor that can perform simple lead calculations. In addition, in order to avoid missing the opponent after aiming the gun, the range of the sniper rifle has been increased to 3 kilometers. Basically, once you are locked by the system, there is nothing you can do about it. At the same time, in order to ensure accuracy, the recoil is also reduced. After reading all the knowledge, Gao Yang opened his eyes. He picked up the sniper rifle and looked at it carefully first. There are some fine, scale-like patterns on the black sniper rifle. Before firing, these lines will open forward, and after firing, the lines will suddenly close, using this impact to offset the recoil of the gun. But this design is so handsome that Gao Yang can't put it down. It was as if the gun had life, and it was breathing every time it fired. The weight increased to 12 kilograms, which is heavier than before, but it doesn't have much impact. There is also a lens in the front, a wide-angle lens, which can ensure that more enemies can be discovered. This design is invincible once it comes out. With a gun like this, how could we possibly lose the next exercise? You can't lose even if you want to. Gao Yang took his gun and went straight to the shooting range. He couldn't wait to test the gun. Go out again and head straight to the shooting range. The staff at the shooting range had not left work yet. The technician who had accompanied Gao Yang in the test before saw Gao Yang coming over again and asked, "Do you want me to do the test?" "No, I can do it myself." "Then, I'll take the target to 30 meters, 20 meters?" Gao Yang glanced at the staff. 20 meters? 200 meters. Get 200 meters. The staff member smiled and nodded, then moved the target 200 meters away and returned to Gao Yang. "It's time to start." Gao Yang took out the sniper rifle and started debugging it. The staff looked at the sniper rifle and was stunned. What a cool gun. Fortunately, it's long. I guess they are all about 1.5 meters tall. It is slender and has a design, and it looks extremely handsome at first glance. Coupled with the scale-like patterns on the gun, it looks even more handsome. Gao Yang raised the gun, aimed at the target in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a loud bang, the bullet flew out of the chamber. Gao Yang did not feel any pain in his shoulder, and the recoil was greatly reduced. A technician looked confused and asked, 10 rings? Gao Yang, who had just arrived, missed the target 20 times in a row. I missed the target in 50 meters, but I got 10 rings in 200 meters? It must be good luck. Chapter 19 Gun God. The technician nodded. This shot is excellent. Keep it up. Gao Yang smiled, stopped lying on the ground, and stood up with his gun. The technicians were all dumbfounded. Standing with a sniper rifle? And it wasn't even the correct shooting posture. This might hurt yourself. The technicians rushed forward to stop them. But before he got close to Gao Yang had already pulled the trigger at the target in the distance. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the technicians were stunned. Gao Yang's body just shook slightly. Is this a martial artist? Then, the system next to him reported, 10 rings. The technician's eyes suddenly widened. How could this get 10 rings? Sharpshooter? But Gao Yang had fired 20 bullets in a row before, and all of them missed the target. As he was thinking, Gao Yang remained standing and continued firing to test the gun's rate of fire. Theoretically, this gun can fire at a rate of 2 rounds per second. But Gao Yang is not a professional shooter and cannot achieve the fastest shooting speed. He tried his best to maintain the fastest speed, and it took him 10 seconds to fire all the 10 bullets left. However, this firing rate is already quite fast compared to a sniper rifle. The recoil is quite small. The most outrageous thing is the hit rate. The staff on the side had already widened their eyes. A sniper rifle, used as a rifle? Continuous shooting? And all the 12 bullets he fired in a row scored 10 rings. Is it so perverted? Gao Yang changed the magazine and looked at the staff. Changed the target. Distance, 500 meters. The staff member opened his mouth and said, 500 meters, this distance is already very far, and it requires a real shooter to hit the target. It is basically impossible for an amateur player to hit the ball at this distance. However, he did as Gao Yang asked. He activated the equipment around the target 500 meters away. It's time to start. Gao Yang changed his position, then raised his gun, and pulled the trigger without aiming. Boom. 10 rings. The staff opened their mouths wide again. 10 rings? And it was a 10-ring first shot. What does this mean? An absolute sharpshooter. Then, the system reported continuously, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. After firing all 12 bullets, Gao Yang glanced at the results and then looked at the staff member who was already in self-doubt. Excuse me, 1,000-meter target? The staff member looked up with a dull look, then mechanically turned on the equipment for the 1,000-meter target. There are conditions for the use of a 1,000-meter target. After all, this distance is not something that non-professionals can attempt. But all 10 rings in the 12 shots of 500 meters are qualified. Gao Yang was still standing there, and then, in the confused eyes of the staff, he pulled the trigger. Bang! 10 rings. The staff member listened to the report from the mechanical voice and opened his mouth. This is impossible. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the first shot hit 10 rings, and this was at night. How did he do it? Gao Yang glanced at the staff, suddenly released his left hand, held the gun with his right hand, and then fired. Bang! 10 rings. The staff member's eyes were dull again. He held the sniper rifle in one hand and hit the target 1,000 meters away. Was it a 10-ring? Is this a sharpshooter? This is a monster. Gao Yang only loaded one gun to show off. The gun weighed 12 kilograms, and he held it with one hand, which was painful. He held the gun with both hands again and fired continuously. The staff looked like they had seen a ghost because every shot was a 10-ring. With this level of ability, why don't you participate in the Olympics? Just as he was thinking, Gao Yang's voice sounded again. Please help me and prepare the 2,000-meter target. The staff member was stunned. The farthest point in the shooting range is only 1,500 meters. Then prepare a target at 1,500 meters. It takes time for a bullet to fly over 1,500 meters, and the bullet will also sink. In addition, the current wind speed and the wind speed a few hundred meters away must also be taken into consideration. Generally, the one who can use this distance is a sharpshooter. Gao Yang fired. Bang! 10 rings. The staff are already numb. Another 10 rings. This is 1,500 meters. 10 rings in the first shot? What's the point of studying? Wouldn't it be better for him to become a soldier? Gao Yang fired 2 shots. His left hand felt a little tired holding the gun, so he switched to his right hand and continued shooting. The staff member opened his mouth but didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of confusion. His worldview has been completely shattered by Gao Yang. How can a sharpshooter change his design posture at will? It's already very impressive for ordinary people to use one hand to write, but using another hand to snipe? Is it still 10 rings? God of guns. Gao Yang finished firing a burst of bullets and put down his gun. I can't shoot farther. Can I prepare a moving target? Okay. The staff pressed the controller and the target in the distance began to move. Gao Yang also started shooting. Bang! There was a loud noise. 10 rings. The staff looked at the shooting range blankly. They couldn't see the target clearly with the naked eye, but they could barely see the target moving. In just 1 second, Gao Yang fired again. 10 rings. After another burst of bullets, Gao Yang put down his gun. Shooting is definitely a strenuous job, and his arms were sore. But it also roughly tested the level of this gun, and it never missed a shot. It can not only hit fixed targets, but also moving targets, and even the air, humidity, and bullet drop can be taken into account. It's a bit bullying to see such a gun appear on the battlefield during an exercise, but it is really safe. Gao Yang put the gun back into the box and went back to the dormitory to sleep. With this thing, there shouldn't be any suspense in the exercise. The staff watched Gao Yang leave and began to clean up the scene. The first step is to replace the target paper. Then the staff member looked at the target paper 200 meters away, his eyes dull again, because there is only one bullet hole on it. This means all of Gao Yang's 12 bullets passed through this small hole. How is this possible? I quickly checked the second target paper and found that there was also only one bullet hole. But this is a target 500 meters away. The staff thought there was a system failure because the first shot hit the target, but all the subsequent shots were judged as 10 rings. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why all the targets 500 meters away hit the small in the center. This isn't even a sharpshooter. This is someone using cheats on Earth. The 1,000-meter target also had only one hole, which made the staff even more certain that there must be something wrong with the system. The 2 target papers at 1,500 meters kept the staff silent for a long time. There is only one bullet hole on these 2 pieces of paper, but the range of the bullet hole is larger than that on other target papers. A single bullet cannot make a hole that big. There were multiple bullets that hit the edge around the original bullet hole, enlarging the hole. At 1,500 meters, on a moving target, the bullet hole in the center was enlarged by about half a centimeter. This means that with 12 shots, or 1 shot per second, Gao Yang's hit range is only as small as a 50-cent coin. How could this shooting skill be so outrageous? The staff fell into deep suspicion. Gao Yang went back to the dormitory and took a nap. The next morning, he went straight to the laboratory. Make another sniper rifle first. He kept the initial version of the system as his collection and couldn't let it go. Chen Hong walked into the laboratory very early, and then others followed suit and began to make the guns they designed. Making guns here is like using a butcher knife to crack a nut. Gao Yang looked at the students who were preparing to make sniper rifles and said, "You don't need to make a sniper rifle. I have one made here." Chapter 20 has no practical value. The classmate was dumbfounded, but did not refute because he saw a new sniper rifle on the table. The appearance design is super handsome, even perfect. At first glance, this thing could even be a work of art. The 1.5-meter gun body is relatively long and looks extremely domineering. Is this the sniper rifle you designed? Gao Yang nodded. The range is 3 kilometers, and the firing rate is 60 rounds per minute. Ah! The student who designed the sniper rifle was stunned, and Chen Hong and others around him also looked over. What does that mean? Why does a sniper rifle fire so fast? As a rifle? In addition, the range of 3 kilometers is also terrifying. Gao Yang raised his head and looked at the group of confused classmates. It also comes with an automatic aiming function. Huh. A group of people were even more confused. What does that mean? Automatic aiming? It is normal to have automatic aiming on a drone or a fighter jet, but it is a bit outrageous to have automatic aiming on a sniper rifle. Gao Yang waved his hand and said, "Let's get busy first and make a set of equipment. Don't wait until the combat team arrives before the gun is finished." A group of people became busy, and the student whose sniper rifle design was no longer useful started to help others make it. Gao Yang also shuttled around the laboratory the whole time. He made 2 extra sniper rifles to prevent the firepower of one rifle from being insufficient. At the same time, he also made temporary improvements to other people's guns and helped manufacture them. From day to night, a total of 10 sets of individual combat equipment are in place. Also in the evening, 2 military vehicles arrived at the National University of Defense Technology. a 10-man combat team from the Special Operations Forces. They are the tools of this exercise. The 10 soldiers already knew what they were going to do before they came, and they were also very curious about what kind of weapons these students would provide them. With curiosity, 10 soldiers walked into the shooting range. There were 11 people in the shooting range. Gao Yang stood at the front with a smile on his face. Hello. I am the captain of the exercise design team, Gao Yang. 10 people saluted at the same time. Gao Yang also saluted, then pointed at the equipment on the table and said, "You can go change into the equipment first. Get to know them a little bit today. We still have 3 days to train and get familiar with them." 10 soldiers took a pile of equipment and went to the locker room next to the shooting range to change equipment. Class monitor, I feel like I'm going to lose. Lose? These equipments are too standard. They are all ordinary guns, bulletproof vests, and tactical helmets. They all look ordinary. Who said that? This sniper rifle is definitely a good thing. The sniper in the team has already picked up the sniper rifle and tried to hold it up. Fuck. It feels really good. More comfortable than my original wife. So you're going to change your wife again? We have to try it again. It won't work if it just looks good but doesn't work. The sniper played with the sniper rifle and said, "It's so cool. The scales are designed to move. It's awesome." Others are more pessimistic. They think that weapons are fancy-looking things with no practical value. What's the use of them? However, the design team was randomly assigned and they had no way to change it, so they could only accept their fate. After putting on their equipment, 10 people walked out of the room. Chen Hong brought his classmates to help the soldiers familiarize themselves with the equipment. The familiar process is target shooting. Everyone tested the pistols first, and after firing a round, all the soldiers were stunned. This pistol is so comfortable to use. The accuracy is also very high. It feels super smooth to use. It's so smooth that you can't help but want to shoot. There is recoil, but it is relatively small. Looking at the bullet holes on the target in the distance, they are almost close to each other, and the stability is also extremely high. The 10 people looked at each other subconsciously and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This gun is really good. If other basic performances are not bad, then small-scale assembly is entirely possible. Next is to learn about rifles and grenades. The soldiers were confused again because the performance of these weapons was also beyond their expectations. It's really easy to use. The guns they were originally using were the latest models, but these guns felt much better than the latest models they were assembling. Even in terms of performance numbers, it's a blast. Then came the testing of the sniper rifle. There were 2 sniper rifles in total. The 2 snipers lay down, aimed at the target 200 meters away, and fired at the same time. Bang! A loud noise was heard almost at the same time. Then came the sound of the results report, 10 rings, 10 rings. The soldiers watching the excitement around applauded. With the first shot, 2 of them hit 10 rings at the same time. What a luck! Only the people in Gao Yang's team had expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. They thought of what Gao Yang said, this gun has a built-in aiming system. As for the 2 snipers, they lay on the ground, turned their heads to look at each other, with confusion in their eyes. Why is the recoil of this gun so small? In addition to its low recoil, this gun seems to be super accurate. They couldn't even hit the target with their first shot. Withdrawing their gaze, the 2 men fired again. Boom! Another loud noise. 10 rings, 10 rings. After 2 10 rings, the remaining 8 warriors stopped clapping and looked surprised. If it was the sniper rifle they were familiar with, hitting 10 rings in a row at 200 meters would be no problem, and even normal. But this is a new gun. How can it be so accurate? Gao Yang said, "Adjust to 1,500 meters." The 2 snipers turned their heads to look at Gao Yang at the same time. 1,500 meters? What are you talking about in your sleep? How can this gun have a range of 1,500 meters with such little recoil? Gao Yang said calmly, "The range of this gun is 3,000 meters. The 2 snipers were even more confused. This was absolutely impossible. But since Gao Yang said so, they might as well give it a try. The staff arranged to change the shooting area. The 2 snipers lay down again, looked at the target paper far away through the lens, began to maintain steady breathing, and tried to aim. Normally they could hit the target at 1,500 meters, but since they were using new guns, they were unsure about how far the bullet would sink, so they could only try based on their feel. Gao Yang's voice rang out, "Don't aim too accurately. This gun has an automatic aiming function. Once the target is locked, you can just shoot directly." Both snipers looked up in confusion. What? Don't aim, just shoot. The 2 snipers almost chose to obey the order and opened fire directly. Boom! 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously, followed by the results report, 10 rings, 10 rings. The sniper was stunned, and the other soldiers were also stunned. Chen Hong and others in the research team widened their eyes at the same time. How is this possible? They were very sure that both snipers didn't aim because they raised their heads and their guns were shaking, but they still hit 10 rings? One is a 10 ring, that's really lucky, but two are 10 rings? Auto-aim? Is this cheating? The two snipers were also shocked. They looked at each other, lowered their heads at the same time, and then fired. This time, they chose to aim somewhere else, with a deviation of at least 2 meters. Then, before pulling the trigger, they saw the gun quickly adjust its angle, and by the time they fired, the muzzle was automatically aimed at the center of the target paper. 10 rings, 10 rings. Chapter 21. Gunmanship. The sniper opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when the words came out of his mouth, he said, "Fuck, fuck." Another sniper, "Fuck." The soldiers watching from behind also gave a heartfelt exclamation, "Holy crap." The people in the exercise design team looked at Gao Yang with even deeper admiration in their eyes. The two snipers started shooting again, but this time, they shot continuously. There were 10 bullets left, and the two of them had 5 seconds to finish. 2 shots per second. Gao Yang felt inferior to this hand speed, and even admired it. Because this is the maximum firing rate the gun is designed to fire. With super fast shooting, he shot a total of 20 bullets and hit 20 tens. The whole place fell into dead silence. The two snipers lying on the ground stood up, somewhat doubting their lives. Gao Yang said solemnly, "There is no need to test the bulletproof vest. The competition officials will test and evaluate the performance of the bulletproof vest later. In addition, all information about the weapons designed this time must not be disclosed to the outside world." The 10 warriors came back to their senses, and their eyes changed when they looked at Gao Yang, becoming respectful. "Yes?" Gao Yang nodded. "Before the exercise, you should familiarize yourself with the firearms. If you win this batch of weapons, I will give you a few. If you lose, you will get nothing."
Yes.
The soldier became excited instantly. If we win, it will be a pleasant surprise to be able to take away such a good weapon. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Up to here, the part of the exercise he was responsible for had been completed, and the rest depended on the on-the-spot response of these soldiers. Chen Hong and others looked at Gao Yang's back in silence. "Chen Hong, didn't you say you would invite Captain Gao to dinner tonight?" Chen Hong shook his head for a while. "You go and call?" The person being asked shook his head. He felt pressured when facing Gao Yang. The others also sighed. "Forget it. We are not from the same world, but maybe decades later, I can point to Gao Yang on TV and tell my grandchildren that when Grandpa was young, he and I worked on research projects together." The others laughed, but in a somewhat bitter way. "We are all young people. How could we not be competitive?" But when their competitive spirit was at its peak, they saw the huge mountain of Gao Yang. Let's go and eat." A group of people left, leaving behind the Special Forces team. The Special Forces were silent for a while, and the sniper said, "Why don't you try out the gun?" Others are not snipers, but who doesn't want to play with a sniper rifle, especially a sniper rifle with built-in aiming? I fired 2 bullets and both hit the target, 10 rings. The two snipers became autistic. To be snipers in the Special Forces team, they are naturally talented, even geniuses, and have undergone long-term high-intensity training. Only then can we reach the current level. But with this gun, an ordinary person holding a gun can also play the same role as him. Compared to the shock and joy of others, as those who were replaced, they felt mixed emotions. Once this gun becomes popular, they will be eliminated, because their marksmanship is not as good as that of a gun. No matter how uncomfortable it is for a sniper, he has to continue sitting down during training and get familiar with the sniper rifle. The more familiar you are with it, the more shocking it is, because the performance is so amazing. The firing rate of a sniper rifle is very slow. It can actually be improved, but no one has done so because the interval between 2 shots of a sniper rifle is very long and you have to aim. But this sniper rifle does not require precise aiming, so the rate of fire can be increased, just like the NEMA machine gun. Other than that, it has great power but very little recoil. When all these features are added together, this gun becomes quite extraordinary. After adding up, it can hit whatever you point at within a radius of 6 kilometers, and the firing rate is fast enough. Is there anyone else who can get close? Not to mention getting close, even hiding is useless. This gun has an infrared thermal detector and night vision function. In other words, you can be seen clearly even from behind the cover. If the bunker is thinner, just blow it up directly, and the people behind the bunker will die directly. After the initial discomfort, the sniper gradually became conflicted, and after becoming more familiar with the sniper rifle, his mentality changed again. Although they felt uncomfortable being eliminated by this gun, they were happy. Because this thing is invincible in small-scale combat. It can reduce the casualties of comrades and increase the chances of victory, so it doesn't matter if they are eliminated. As for exercises, it is basically impossible to lose if this gun is used for exercises. No matter what the opponent has prepared, unless he can prepare missiles and launch them as soon as we meet, there will be no chance of winning. This is a single-soldier combat. Where do the missiles come from? He even had an outrageous idea that this sniper rifle might be able to intercept missiles. Gao Yang didn't know how much impact his sniper rifle had brought to the sniper's young mind. He now just wanted to modify the laser cannon he had designed before. The previous laser cannon lacked a targeting system. If the aiming system on a sniper rifle is placed on a laser cannon, it can be used to hit satellites. Not to mention low-orbit satellites, even satellites in far-Earth orbits can be hit. In the middle of the night, Gao Yang called Professor Li and asked, "Has the laser cannon been manufactured yet?" "Not yet." Professor Li paused and said, "It's still being analyzed. There are a lot of things involved. Whether it's for confidentiality or for better manufacturing, they have to be produced separately." "That's fine." "All right. I have thought of a way to improve it. We can add an auxiliary aiming system to the laser gun. However, the aiming system does not conflict with the main body of the laser cannon. We can make the laser cannon first, and then make the aiming system." Professor Li was stunned. "Aiming system?" Professor Li felt that he had misheard and repeated, "System?" If it can be called a system, it is perfect and systematic. But the question is, Gao Yang not only took out a laser weapon, but also a targeting system? How is it possible in such a short time? Gao Yang didn't know what Professor Li was thinking, so he just thought he didn't hear clearly. "It's the aiming system. I'll design it later and show it to you. Or I can make it and see the effect." "Okay." Professor Li suppressed his doubts and said, "There's no need to be so anxious. It's so late. Rest first. Your health is important." "Okay." Gao Yang hung up the phone, feeling a little excited and unable to sleep. With a targeting system, laser weapons can be lethal enough. Just point and hit wherever you see. I went straight to the laboratory late at night and designed the aiming device on the laser cannon. This is relatively simple, and there is ready-made technology. It only needs to be manufactured according to the specifications of the laser cannon. However, the technology is simple, but the design is relatively troublesome. We were busy until noon the next day and finally finished the work. I lay in the laboratory lounge and slept until the third morning. I called Professor Li and said, "The design of the automatic aiming device for the laser cannon is complete. When are you free to come and get it?" On the other end of the phone, Professor Li looked at the half-finished laser cannon and said, "The first experimental laser cannon has been manufactured and is ready for testing. Do you want to come and take a look?" "Where?" He designed the laser cannon and he also wanted to see its power. "Where are you?" "I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." Chapter 22. He can't do it. Gao Yang went to the library before the person who was going to pick him up came. He just wanted to see the approximate power of the laser cannon, but the test often took a long time. If he didn't want to waste time, he had to read a book at the test site. Just as his school bag was filled, 2 military vehicles stopped outside the library, and fully armed soldiers respectfully invited Gao Yang to get on board. Then the car went directly to the nearest military airport and took a plane to the test site. After passing through many checkpoints, Gao Yang finally reached his destination. This is obviously a military base with a high level of confidentiality. Here you can see tanks, armed helicopters, and cannons of various sizes. There were fully armed soldiers everywhere, patrolling and training in formation. This was Gao Yang's first time to come to such a place. As he walked forward, he looked around with some curiosity. There were many weapons here, all of which he had only heard of but never seen. Especially the tanks. It must be said that tanks used to be very popular, but now any weapon can be used to fight against tanks. Let's see if we can enhance large equipment like a tank. Not long after walking, Gao Yang saw Professor Li. Professor Li looked a little haggard, probably because he hadn't had enough rest these days, but he seemed very excited and energetic. He walked quickly to Gao Yang and said, "I'll take you to see the laser cannon first." Under the leadership of Professor Li, after several rounds of levels, Gao Yang saw his laser cannon. The laser cannon is not long, with a muzzle of about half a meter. The rear end is a sphere with a diameter of half a meter, which is equipped with an energy and fire control system. It doesn't look big at all. The experimental laser cannon has camouflage on the outside, but its size and round appearance make it look quite harmless and quite confusing. A group of researchers are still conducting final checks. Gao Yang's eyes fell on the control console and aiming system next to the laser cannon. Show me the design drawings of this aiming system. A group of researchers were stunned when they heard Gao Yang's words. Is this young man speaking in such an arrogant tone? Let them get the blueprints in front of them. These drawings are confidential. How can you just look at them? Then the researcher looked at Li Qing with a simple look. Where did you find such an ignorant student? Li Qing smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is Gao Yang, the designer of the laser cannon. The researchers on the field once again set their eyes on Gao Yang, but their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Such a high-tech laser cannon was made by Gao Yang? But it was Li Qing who said that, and Li Qing is always a serious person. Real? Li Qing nodded. It's not a team research and development, it's just him alone. The researcher couldn't hold back any longer and looked at Gao Yang, who was only about 20 years old, and asked, how old are you this year? 19. The chief engineer in charge of the project was scratching his head. He had been a genius in the junior class and had seen many young geniuses. Developing a laser cannon at the age of 19 is really outrageous. But he didn't say much. The laser cannons were all designed by Gao Yang, and there was nothing to hide about the aiming system. He quickly took out a large stack of drawings and said, these are the drawings of the aiming system. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Gao Yang took the drawing, looked at it quickly, and turned the pages quickly. He has obtained an automatic aiming system through the system, and in this regard, he is already ahead of the world. These things that are difficult for laymen to understand were understood by him at a glance. After a while, he said, first aim with the laser, then fire with the laser cannon. This is indeed a good idea. Basically, you will hit the target if you aim, but it's still a little off. All the researchers looked over. First of all, it's a problem of accuracy. The effective killing range of the laser cannon is 200 kilometers. If a target 200 kilometers away moves 1 meter, the aiming system needs to control the laser cannon to move a very small amplitude. The aiming system is not accurate enough. Also, the adjustment speed is not fast enough. If the target runs fast enough, the laser cannon's muzzle won't be able to keep up with the target's running speed. The second problem is that the aiming system can't see far enough. The laser cannon has a long range, but this aiming system can only aim within 20 kilometers. It can't lock onto targets far away. A group of researchers fell silent, but this is the fact. The normal missile aiming system uses satellite guidance to implement precision guidance. But laser cannons can only shoot in a straight line. There is no way to use satellites. We can only see and then shoot. The problem is, the best straight line aiming they can do right now is laser aiming. The problem Gao Yang mentioned cannot be solved at all. The chief engineer nodded and said, this is a technical problem. We will organize a team to solve it. That's not necessary. I have designed a targeting system. Professor Li remembered Gao Yang's phone call yesterday. Could it be that in order to turn it into a laser cannon, Gao Yang really designed a targeting system? The chief engineer was also stunned, with an expression of disbelief. Can it aim 200 kilometers away? I can aim farther. Gao Yang turned and looked at Professor Li. When will the laser cannon test begin? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gao Yang checked the time and then looked around. There are a lot of equipment in the factory where the laser cannon is placed. They are all used to manufacture new weapons, and the specifications of the equipment are very high. In time, give me a hammer. The chief engineer was puzzled, but still handed Gao Yang a hammer. Gao Yang smashed the base under the laser cannon with a hammer, separating the angle adjustment part of the base from the machine gun. With this blow of the hammer, many parts broke into pieces. A group of people were dumbfounded. Professor Li responded, you want to make the aiming system now? There's still time. Gao Yang repeated, handing the hammer to Professor Li. Separate the laser cannon body and the aiming system, and then grind the connecting welds. Professor Li held the hammer and looked at the shocked chief engineer. Help? The chief worker was dumbfounded. He looked at the broken base with bewilderment and looked at Professor Li. Do you know how many people came this afternoon? Do you know who came? If something goes wrong, the consequences will be serious. Professor Li glanced at the chief engineer in charge of the manufacturing project and then at Gao Yang, who was already debugging the equipment. Is it more serious than shooting down a satellite? The chief engineer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at Gao Yang. It's not the military's secret weapon. Then he looked down at the laser cannon. Isn't the secret weapon right there? Looking at Gao Yang again, Gao Yang was already entering the part parameters. He reacted. For him, the consequences were very serious, but for Gao Yang, it was nothing. The chief engineer took a deep breath and said, why are you still standing there? Help me. A researcher has disassembled the main body of the laser cannon, and Gao Yang has already started up a large number of equipment. Although the equipment here is not the most advanced, it has everything and he doesn't lack anything. Multiple parts can be manufactured at the same time. The chief engineer finished his work, turned his head and looked in the direction of Gao Yang, then looked at Li Qing. Is he really 19 years old? If I were to operate these equipment, I wouldn't be so skilled. Professor Li did not respond. It was difficult to respond to this question since he couldn't do it anyway. Chapter 23, I'll take responsibility. A large number of parts were manufactured, and Gao Yang began to assemble them without the need for drawings. The memories in his mind seemed to be engraved in his mind. The assembly speed is quite fast, but there are too many parts and they are too complicated, so it is still time-consuming. The chief engineer and others watching nearby were getting anxious. The base is manufactured, the laser cannon is fixed on it, and then the aiming system is installed. We were busy until 2 o'clock, when a technician walked in quickly. Everyone who wants to watch the test has arrived. When can we start the test? Gao Yang just installed the last shell, all done. Now we can test it. The chief engineer looked at the laser cannon, which had changed a lot in appearance. Before, there was such a big burden next to the laser cannon, but now there is only a small sight next to the laser cannon. Gao Yang looked at the chief engineer and introduced, this terminal can be connected to the terminal via a data cable. Just input the target and you can attack. We can cooperate with radar and satellite to confirm the target and launch the attack. The chief engineer opened his mouth and said that Gao Yang's aiming equipment could beat his aiming system by 100 blocks. I just don't know if it's really useful. But now, it has reached the last minute and there is no way to confirm it, so we can only test it directly. The staff pushed the laser cannon out, and Professor Li took Gao Yang out first. Go to the testing site. The test site is open air, on top of a hill, hitting targets on another hill. The viewing platform is on another hillside, offering a panoramic view of everything. Gao Yang took a car to the viewing area, and the first thing he saw was a group of big guys. Almost everyone has a gold star on their shoulder, and the gold star without a bar will be held in the holder. 3 stars have 2 people. The general whom Gao Yang had met before saw Gao Yang and quickly came forward. Gao Yang. Gao Yang remembered this general. His last name was Fu. General Fu. General Fu smiled and pulled Gao Yang into the crowd. Let me introduce to you the developer of laser guns and laser cannons, Gao Yang, who is currently a student at the National Defense University. A group of generals looked stunned, then looked at Gao Yang without saying a word, obviously not believing it. I didn't believe it at first, but heroes emerge from young people. General Fu praised. Gao Yang didn't care. It was normal for him not to believe it. After all, at his age, it was unbelievable that he could develop such a powerful laser weapon. An old general suddenly waved, come and sit here. The view is the best. Gao Yang looked at the 3 stars on the old general's shoulders, walked over silently, and sat in the first row. The old man had an air of authority and the pressure of being in a high position, but at this moment he seemed very kind. Gao Yang, what a good name, the rising sun. Tell Grandpa Zhou, was this laser weapon really developed by you? Just as Gao Yang was about to speak, someone ran over and interrupted him. Report, the technicians don't know how to operate the laser cannon. The test needs to wait. General Zhou frowned, and when he frowned, he had a terrifying aura. The technicians don't know how to operate? How can they be technicians? Call the project leader over. Yes. In just 2 minutes, the chief engineer came over in a jeep, sweating profusely, and ran to General Zhou. Commander! General Zhou frowned. Why can't the technicians operate laser weapons? Didn't they participate in the production of laser weapons? The chief engineer said quickly, originally, the technicians participated in the production of laser weapons, but don't beat around the bush, just say it. They all looked at Gao Yang. Laser weapons require a sighting system, and the sighting system we originally manufactured is very backward. Gao Yang has temporarily created a new aiming system, but our technicians don't know how to use it, so they need time to figure it out. A group of big men looked at Gao Yang with some doubt in their eyes. Is this young man so amazing? General Zhou also glanced at Gao Yang. Is this makeshift aiming system better than the original one? The chief engineer shook his head. I don't know. Someone behind said, you asked us to come over to watch the test, but you changed the plan at the last minute, and we don't even know the details? How can you be the person in charge? The chief engineer's face looked even uglier. Gao Yang took the initiative to take over the conversation. It's not his fault. I forced him to change it. The laser cannon has a range of over 200 kilometers, but the aiming system he prepared can only aim at 30 kilometers at most. In addition, the system is slow to respond, so it can basically only hit fixed targets. I couldn't stand it, so I changed it temporarily. You must hold me accountable. Hold me accountable. Everyone's eyes fell on Gao Yang. This young man was so arrogant. However, they were considering another problem. According to Gao Yang, it could aim at an area of 30 kilometers, and it was very powerful. Even if it could only hit fixed targets, this laser cannon was already very powerful. General Zhou's tone suddenly softened, and he said to Gao Yang, "How good is the performance of your modified aiming system? Point and hit wherever you want, destroy as soon as you see it. What a great strategy of destroying it on sight." General Zhou stood up and said, "There is a tank 15 kilometers away from the laser cannon. You control the laser cannon and destroy the tank." Gao Yang took out his cell phone and turned to look at the chief engineer. "Please give me the contact information of the on-site technician. I need him to help me connect the aiming system to my cell phone." The chief engineer quickly took out the walkie-talkie to make contact. In just 10 minutes, everything was ready and a simple control panel appeared on Gao Yang's mobile phone. Gao Yang swiped his finger across the screen twice. "Lock on the target, fire." The next moment, a brilliant laser burst out from where the laser cannon was in front. The laser, which was as thick as an adult's waist, was instantly activated and pierced through the tank at a distance of 15 kilometers in just 1 second. The laser disappeared, and a group of big men hurriedly took out their binoculars and looked at the tank in the distance. A big hole was melted in the center of the tank, and it was scrapped. 1 second to lock, 1 second to scrap. This laser weapon is a bit scary. General Zhou nodded. "It's powerful enough. Can it hit a drone 50 kilometers away?" Gao Yang nodded. "Approximate location. Someone will prepare the drone immediately." Gao Yang was also swiping on his phone and soon saw the drone, then pressed the confirmation button. The picture came from 50 kilometers away. The drone that had just been launched into the sky was hit by a laser and turned into ashes in the sky. This time, the telescope couldn't see that far, but someone in the distance took a picture and sent it directly over. It can be seen clearly that the laser will explode the drone released into the air in an instant. In modern warfare, drones shine. After all, it has a low price, a great effect, and is difficult to target. This laser cannon can attack drones, and it is quite efficient. The most important thing is that the drone was blown up at a distance of 50 kilometers. All the military leaders present had shocked expressions on their faces. No matter how much they had suppressed their emotions in the past, their expressions were totally out of control at this moment. Even more excited. Chapter 24 Intercept them all. Shooting down a drone from a distance of 50 kilometers was already beyond their expectations before they came. After all, according to previous expectations, it was just hitting a fixed target. General Zhou suddenly thought of something very important. "Can this laser cannon intercept missiles?" Gao Yang shook his head and said in front of General Zhou's disappointed eyes, "I don't know the specific parameters of the missile. If it is a hypersonic missile, it is likely that it cannot be intercepted because this targeting system is temporarily manufactured." General Zhou's disappointed expression disappeared instantly, followed by silence. There is so much information in these words. First of all, is it highly likely that hypersonic missiles cannot be intercepted? Hypersonic missile, not supersonic missile. The standard for hypersonic speed is 5 times the speed of sound. It is impossible to intercept hypersonic missiles, but can it intercept ordinary supersonic missiles? In addition, this aiming system was made temporarily, so it cannot intercept hypersonic missiles. Can the aiming system that is prepared and researched later intercept it? General Zhou thought of a lot, but said briefly, "Arrange missiles to try?" "Good." General Zhou began making phone calls to arrange missile launches. Gao Yang said, "We need a satellite to provide the approximate direction of the missile." General Zhou nodded and looked at the person behind him. "Share the satellite information with Gao Yang." Everything was ready. General Zhou looked at the laser cannon and said, "The missile will land 300 meters in front of the laser cannon." Gao Yang nodded. "Okay." General Zhou picked up the phone. "Fire." After giving the order, General Zhou sat in the chair and waited quietly. He was looking forward to it. In fact, the laser cannon had already made him completely satisfied so far, and now it was more like a test to its limits. There are 12 missiles in total. Even if he can only intercept one, he will be satisfied. Gao Yang looked at the screen of his mobile phone and could see a lot of information, including information about incoming missiles and information about the aiming system locking on. Then pressed the on button. A laser was fired. The laser cannon quickly adjusted its angle and then fired again. After firing 12 times in a row, Gao Yang looked at General Zhou and said, "A total of 12 missiles, all intercepted successfully." General Zhou didn't say anything. He picked up the phone and turned on the speaker. "All interceptions were successful. I need specific interception parameters." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and then someone said in disbelief, 300 kilometers away from the target, they were all intercepted. General Zhou suddenly raised his head and glanced at Gao Yang. How far? 300 kilometers. The whole place was dead silent. General Zhou said after a while, are you sure there is no mistake? I want satellite images. It has been confirmed several times that it is a laser interception. The distance is no problem. Send the satellite image immediately. After the call ended, no one spoke. I can hardly believe it. After all, it's too outrageous. It wasn't until the satellite images came over that a group of big guys gathered together and took a closer look, just like elementary school students watching a gaming expert in an internet cafe. Not only them, but also the chief engineer who had just been trained was confused. This kind of interception efficiency is unheard of. Normally, it takes dozens of missiles to intercept one missile, and the success rate of interception is not high. But in Gao Yang's case, the interception success rate is 100%. A little perverted. And what about the effective killing range of 200 kilometers? What about the target range of 200 kilometers? How can you intercept a missile 300 kilometers away? After looking at the satellite images, a group of people looked at Gao Yang. General Zhou opened his mouth and said, didn't you say the laser cannon has a range of 200 kilometers? Gao Yang nodded. 200 kilometers can guarantee that a 1 centimeter thick steel plate can be penetrated instantly. 300 kilometers can also cause damage, but the damage is not high. It took 1.5 seconds to shoot through the front end of the missile just now. General Zhou was speechless for a moment. Being able to shoot through a missile in 1.5 seconds is also the top level in the world. What about the aiming system? Isn't it only able to ensure aiming within a range of 200 kilometers? 200 kilometers, we can hit whatever we point at, with 100% accuracy. Beyond 200 kilometers, the weather will affect us, such as fog, rain, etc. General Zhou took a deep breath and said, in other words, even with the influence of weather, it is still possible to lock onto targets within a range of 200 kilometers? Able. General Zhou's body trembled slightly. With this thing, Longnan's air defense will be invincible. Just install it on the ground. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, what else in the air can get close? No matter it is airplanes, missiles, or drones, these things that give the whole world headaches, no matter how many come, they will be destroyed. Gao Yang put away his phone and looked at General Zhou. Do I still need to be responsible for the changes? General Zhou was a little stunned. Then he reacted and laughed. He must be held responsible. At least he should be credited with a great achievement. After saying that, General Zhou looked at the chief engineer and said, continue with the follow-up tests. The chief engineer nodded and drove to the location of the laser cannon to prepare for subsequent tests. General Zhou patted the chair beside him and said to Gao Yang, sit down and talk. After Gao Yang sat down, General Zhou sat down with a smile. When Xiao Fu first reported that you invented the laser cannon, I didn't believe it. Now I am really convinced. You are so young, but you have such an extraordinary demeanor. It's true that heroes emerge young. It was the first time that Gao Yang was praised like this by someone. A big shot with 3 gold stars on his shoulders. Good luck? General Zhou laughed out loud. If a man is not frivolous when young, he will be in vain. Why should he be modest? Gao Yang thought it made sense. 99% talent, plus 1% luck. General Zhou smiled even more happily and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Okay, old Zhou, we'll take a good look at how powerful your 99% talent is. The big guys around also smiled, then quieted down and waited for the formal test to begin. But at this time, they were all excited. We have just passed the test and have seen the horror of the laser gun. The current test is to find out how terrifying it is. Such weapons, when appearing on the battlefield, would be extremely effective. The test items are determined in advance, and then you just need to test them step by step. The test results were also unexpectedly good. The valuation that Gao Yang initially gave based on the design was the most conservative estimate. Even the most conservative estimate can make many people excited, not to mention that the current test results far exceed the conservative estimate. Gao Yang didn't look at the test much during the whole process. He was mainly reading the book, occasionally looking up at the test. By the time he finished reading the book, the test was almost over. General Zhou said in a deep voice, this laser cannon is already a mature weapon. As a researcher, aren't you excited at all? As expected. General Zhou laughed again. What a predictable thing. How confident. Please remember my number. If you have any inventions, improvements, or needs in the future, you can call me. General Zhou emphasized the last 2 words, demand. Gao Yang looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He really had a request now. Can you take me back to school? Chapter 25, Where does the sharpshooter come from? General Zhou was a little surprised. Why not stay for 2 more days? Today is just a basic test, and further tests will be needed later. Subsequent tests are more actual combat tests, which have nothing to do with Gao Yang. The equipment has been given, it is powerful enough, and the effect is good enough. How to use the rest is the warrior's business. I'm participating in an exercise design competition at school. I'm the team leader. I have to go over and take a look tomorrow. Design an exercise competition? General Zhou was a little confused. It's the weapons designed by our students, which we give to the individual combat teams and let them compete. General Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounded quite interesting, but subconsciously, he looked towards the laser cannon. Gao Yang understood his idea in a second and explained, only individual equipment is allowed. Laser weapons are not allowed. Are you the captain? General Zhou looked at Gao Yang. Right. Can you win? Basically, there's no suspense. What a sure win. General Zhou turned to look at his secretary and said, change the itinerary. I'll go see what kind of individual equipment we have. I'll win without a doubt. The group of big guys behind them were also curious. Let's go and take a look. Let's take a look at the weapons designed by students now. Professor Li was in the last row, stunned by what he heard. Such a group of bigwigs going to watch a kid's game? What are you doing? But he couldn't say anything at this time. He also has to get on the plane with Gao Yang. After the plane landed, Gao Yang and Professor Li were first sent to the National University of Defense Technology. The two sat opposite each other in the car. Professor Li looked at Gao Yang and said, you don't seem to have served in the military before? Go and join the military later. At the National University of Defense Technology, most students hold military positions, and Gao Yang is just an ordinary student who entered the National University of Defense Technology. He could have entered the school normally, but the problem was that Gao Yang had never attended a single class before. Gao Yang doesn't care now. He can do research anywhere. We'll talk about it when we have time. Professor Li did not continue the topic, but said, you are the focus of attention this time. You must win. Gao Yang picked up the book silently. It was something that was sure to win, so there was no need to say more. Professor Li glanced at the books. He actually found it difficult to understand. With Gao Yang's current level, would it be helpful for him to read these books? However, after being slapped in the face, he did not ask any more questions. He returned to school and went to see the principal immediately to explain the situation. With so many big guys coming, we must be adequately prepared for tomorrow's exercise. Gao Yang went straight into the library and continued reading. He was there just to watch the acting design competition. He didn't really care. He would win anyway. The exercise design competition is a competition between two schools, the National University of Defense Technology and the Dragon University of Science and Technology. The content of the exercise is also very simple, divided into 3 games, offense and defense and random. Everyone's weapon is equipped with laser equipment, and their clothes are also equipped with sensors to simulate the most realistic battle. At this moment, 20 fully armed soldiers stood in the open space in front of the stands of the training ground, standing straighter than ever. Not only did he stand upright, his eyes were also wide open. He was full of energy, and his whole body was tense. If they don't keep it tight, they're worried their legs will go weak. Damn, there are so many leaders in the stands. At least a dozen generals. 2 of them are 3-star generals. What if this was just a competition for students to have fun? They are just here for formality. This scene is a bit nerve-wracking. These big shots who they might not be able to meet even after they retire are gathering here. 10 of the soldiers found it outrageous that Gao Yang, the captain of the last design team, was actually sitting between the 2 bosses. That's the best view of the entire exercise field. What is the status of this captain? Can he sit there? The most outrageous thing is that the captain was reading a book with his head down and was not paying attention to the exercise at all. Other than that, the stands were full of people. Many senior executives from the 2 schools also came. But compared to the people from the National University of Defense Technology, the people from Dragon University of Science and Technology were even more confused. They only realized at a short notice that many military personnel had arrived. How could such a small competition attract the attention of the big guys? The president of Lonka University looked at the design team behind him and asked, are you sure? Yes. You can tell from the equipment that we use a lot of high technology, including drones and new weapons. On the other hand, the equipment of the National University of Defense Technology is all ordinary weapons and equipment. Such equipment should have been eliminated long ago on the modern battlefield. The president of Lonka University nodded. He thought so too, but he just had a bad feeling. Looking in the direction of Principal Gon, the old friend seemed to be smiling. Principal Gon smiled and handed the microphone to General Zhou. Say a few words. General Zhou waved his hand. We are just here to watch the fun. You guys handle it. Principal Gon picked up the microphone and said, Best of 3, flag grabbing. Now we'll decide our side by shooting. It's normal to choose sides when shooting. The soldiers selected for target shooting on both sides were all snipers. From 300 meters away, hit 2 targets on the 3rd floor. Shooting from the bottom up is slightly more difficult. Snipers on both sides set up their guns and then opened fire. 10 rings, 10 rings. The people watching the excitement on the platform couldn't help but nod their heads, and their shooting skills were very good. 9 rings, 10 rings. 7 rings, 10 rings. One person fired 10 bullets, and none of the snipers representing Lonka University scored less than 7 rings, which was an outstanding performance. It's basically an extraordinary performance. The sniper from the National University of Defense Technology, 10 rings. The bigwigs in the military are all praising your good marksmanship. President Gon picked up the microphone and said, National University of Defense Technology will take the lead in choosing sides. If we choose the defensive side, 5 people will resist the 10 attackers. If we choose the offensive side, 10 people will attack the 5 attackers. In the audience, the soldiers representing the National University of Defense Technology shouted, Report, we give up the right to choose sides. Principal Gon frowned frivolously. How could he be so confident? He looked at the soldiers representing Lonka University and said, You have obtained the right to choose sides. You can choose sides now. The power player from Lonka University did not hesitate at all. We choose the attacking side. Both sides began to prepare, and General Zhou nodded. You are all very confident in yourselves. Gao Yang raised his head and took a look at the situation on the field. He could see that the opponent was confident and the attacking side had the initiative, but it was actually a bit difficult because they had to rush through a blank area. However, confidence is useless when it comes to the absolute gap. On the side of the National University of Defense Technology, 5 soldiers walked into the 3-story brick building. 2 of them were snipers, holding their guns and walking with their heads held high, while the remaining 3 were just sitting there and even wanted to eat some melon seeds. The people on the other side were making final preparations behind a bunker 300 meters away. Start. At the command, 10 people from the National University of Defense Technology rushed out of the bunker at the same time and used tactical moves to pounce on the second bunker. Then, one by one, their bodies stiffened and they gave up tactical actions. Because in their headsets, a notification sounded. You have been eliminated. Please leave the battlefield immediately. Of the 10 people, only 4 made it to the second bunker. In 1 second, 6 fighters were eliminated. In the stands, everyone from the Lonka Institute was dumbfounded. What was going on? With such quick tactical moves, 6 people were still eliminated? Where the hell did that sharpshooter on the other side come from? He shoots so fast and accurately. Isn't this outrageous? How can we win if we just cut half of our personnel? The chances are slim. At the National University of Defense Technology, not many people know the inside story, and most of them are confused. Even the big guys around Gao Yang couldn't help but exclaimed, Such an amazing sharpshooter? Which unit is he from? Chapter 26. This isn't fair. But the questioning yielded no results, and no one nearby knew anything. On the training ground, the battle was not over yet. The 4 surviving soldiers opened the box and took out the drone. When the drone was released, the screen immediately turned red. The drone was hit and cannot be used. The 4 soldiers took out the drone again, but this time, they threw the drone out directly with force. The thrown drone quickly balances in the air. This move amazed many professionals in the stands. A group of students actually made a drone with such awesome performance. It was thrown at such a fast speed, but it was able to readjust its flying posture in the air. It's a bit abnormal, but he was only cool for half a second before the drone was also hit and eliminated on the spot. A total of 10 drones were brought, and all of them were hit and eliminated. The 4 soldiers hiding behind the bunker could only break out by force and get close to the building. Smoke bomb. After throwing the smoke bomb, smoke filled the air instantly. At this time, 4 people jumped out at the same time, trying to take advantage of the cover of smoke and use tactical moves to rush to the next shelter. But then, a reminder sounded in the 4 people's headsets at the same time. You have been eliminated. Please leave quickly and don't interfere with the next. You have already lost. The entire training ground was in dead silence. Is that the end? The exercise hasn't even started yet, and it's already over? There are 2 snipers on the opposite side. They put their guns on the windows and end the battle with 10 bullets? Principal Gon was stunned. They were so lucky to have invited 2 sharpshooters at once. As an exercise to showcase new weapons, we haven't even seen the various equipment show off their power yet. In the second round, the offense and defense switch. Lonka University, select 5 people to guard the building. National Defense University, select 10 people to attack. Prepare in 10 minutes. Both sides began to prepare for the second game. At this time, the students from Lonka University who lost couldn't help but complain. Isn't this cheating? Snipers of this level are rare, right? It doesn't stand out from the new weapons at all. The president of Lonka University heard the students' complaints and comforted them. Let's see. When defending, facing snipers, it's a little better. The students stopped talking and looked at the field. The 10 minutes of preparation time passed quickly and the second exercise began. The second exercise is still capturing the flag. 10 soldiers holding weapons designed by the design team of the National University of Defense Technology stood behind a bunker 300 meters away. 2 snipers, holding their sniper rifles, could see through the cover that someone was aiming a gun at this side from the window of the opposite building. At the same time, the drone took off. If you don't hide behind cover, you will be hit by the soldiers in front of you. You can't hide behind cover and avoid drones. There is a gun hanging under the drone, but for other teams, it was a very troublesome situation. 2 snipers holding the sniper rifles made by Gao Yang stepped back 2 steps, pointed the muzzles of the guns upwards, and instantly blew up 5 approaching drones. After the drone was hit, the elimination mechanism was triggered and it fell directly. Everyone in the bunker was stunned. Drones are hard to shoot down, and how could you shoot down 5 at once? In the moment of distraction, 2 snipers rushed out at the same time, shooting left and right. Disuse. Disuse. After 5 consecutive eliminations, the battle ended. 10 people, unharmed. The 5 soldiers in charge of defense stood there blankly. Was it just 2 seconds? No. 2 seconds, 2 guns, only 5 shots fired. Sniper rifle, every shot is a headshot. Now what about using a hammer? President Gon was also stunned. National University of Defense Technology wins. This is not fair. Suddenly, a young man's indignant voice rang out. This is an exercise design competition, not an exercise. The young man was a student at Lonka University. He looked indignant. The main purpose of this competition is to compare newly manufactured weapons, not sharpshooters. With these 2 sharpshooters here, we can't show off our equipment. This isn't fair. The president of Lonka University did not say anything, but looked at President Gon. He also felt that it was unfair, but he could not say it directly. Principal Gon also thought it made sense. He found the exercise outrageous. It was clearly a competition of equipment, but 2 god-level snipers used 2 guns to kill everyone directly. The 2 rounds lasted less than 2 minutes in total, but Principal Gon did not say it directly. Instead, he looked at Gao Yang, wanting to see what Gao Yang would say. But Gao Yang was reading a book with his head down, and it seemed that he did not even watch the exercise. General Zhou beside Gao Yang saw Principal Gon looking over and waved his hands. Why are you looking at me? You can handle it as you see fit. Principal Gon was stunned. He didn't look at General Zhou, but the problem was that he couldn't say he didn't look at him now. Wouldn't that embarrass General Zhou? After thinking about it, Principal Gon also felt that it was almost too soon to end. Let the sharpshooter who can affect the fairness leave the field and have another round. The design team from the National University of Defense Technology was sitting just behind President Gon. They wanted to say that it had nothing to do with the sniper, but the president had already said so they might as well wait. The exercise continued, changing sides again and replacing 2 more snipers. The 2 snipers were a little confused when they received the notice. Why were they replaced? But they were at the exercise ground, too far away from the stands, and didn't hear what was said. Is it the controlled variable method, where we have to let someone else try the sniper rifle? The 2 snipers were killed, leaving the 2 sniper rifles to the 2 assaulters. With 2 people missing, the 10-person team from the National University of Defense Technology can only choose to defend, and there are still 3 people to watch the fun. Principal Gon saw that everyone was ready and picked up the microphone. The third exercise begins. The moment the battle started, 10 soldiers wearing Lonka University equipment rushed towards the bunker with tactical moves at the same time. At the moment they rushed out, 2 assaulters on a tall building 300 meters away were holding sniper rifles, firing. Eliminate, eliminate. After 10 consecutive eliminations, the 10 soldiers stood there in a daze, listening to the elimination sounds in their ears, full of confusion. Isn't the sharpshooter gone? Why was he still shot to death? What's even more outrageous is that the two snipers just now only took out 6 people in 2 seconds. The two snipers now took care of 10 of them in one go. In no more than 3 seconds, use a sniper rifle to kill 10 people. Whether it's a gun or a laser simulation, laser cannot penetrate the human body. If this were the real situation, bullets would string them together like candied haws. Besides, how can a sniper rifle fire so fast? People would believe it when they say it's a submachine gun. In the stands, a group of people were stunned. The young student who saw what just happened was a little confused. Is this special team a team of sharpshooters? He still wasn't convinced, but the problem was that he had already proposed it once, and the sharpshooter had already placed 2 orders. Then 2 more popped up. The expressions of the generals at this moment were also quite interesting. It was obvious that the performances of these 2 gunmen were even better than those 2 sharpshooters just now. Chapter 27. Is it possible that the gun's shooting is accurate? It is quite enjoyable to watch snipers take action like this, but exercises like this are a bit boring to watch. The 3 games took less than 3 minutes in total. It seems like I came here in vain. They came here to see if the young people could make any outstanding achievements in weapons design. Now it seems that apart from the drone being thrown out quickly and adjusting its posture quickly, which made them feel good, there is nothing eye-catching about it. The main thing is that I haven't had time to show it yet. The super god-level sniper is indeed a bit unfair. Principal Gon was also confused. A sniper of this level would be a treasure no matter where he is, but he was just casually borrowed to be used as a modern shooter? Should we eliminate these 2 sharpshooters and continue the game, or should we announce the results? Before he could think it over, General Zhou took the initiative and said, "Let's have another round. Kick those 2 sharpshooters out of the team. Exercises are for displaying equipment, not for showing off skills." Chen Hong and the others were a little nervous. They looked at each other and signaled each other to talk about the sniper rifle, but no one dared to say it. The one who just spoke was the principal, and they were all scared, but the one who is speaking now is the fucking general. At this time, Principal Gon has chosen to listen to General Zhou. Let's have another match. The Special Operations Team of the National University of Defense Technology Team, the 2 sharpshooters will come out again. Chen Hong couldn't hold it anymore and secretly called Gao Yang. Gao Yang's cell phone rang, interrupting his reading. He took out his cell phone and asked casually, "Who won?" General Zhou said, "The Special Forces team of your design team won 3 games. Gao Yang stood up and said, "Let's go." General Zhou quickly grabbed Gao Yang and said, "It's not over yet. Don't leave in a hurry. Isn't it best of 3? You've won all 3. Why aren't you leaving?" Gao Yang said puzzledly, and he also noticed that the people around him were looking at him with something strange in their eyes. "Can't call?" Principal Gon quickly explained, "It's not that we can't call, it's that the game hasn't ended yet. There are 4 sharpshooters in your Special Forces team. This will greatly affect the fairness of the exercise." Gao Yang was still immersed in the book at the moment and nodded. "That's right, let's compete again." After saying that, Gao Yang sat back in his chair. Chen Hong and others behind were stunned. Gao Yang hasn't figured out the situation yet? Principal Gon nodded. "Notify them to get the 2 snipers off the scene first." Wait. Gao Yang also came back to his senses. The 2 snipers are sharpshooters? Yes, the shooting speed is fast and very accurate. Gao Yang suddenly realized that it was a best of 3 game, and it could be over in 2 games, so why did they have to play a 3rd game? 1 more game already added? Gao Yang asked doubtfully. Among the 4 sharpshooters, 2 are snipers in this round, and the other 2 are snipers in the previous round? Principal Gon also felt something was wrong. Yes, is there a problem? Gao Yang looked up at Principal Gon, then at the people around him. They were all looking at him. Is it possible that the one with the accurate shooting skills is not the person, but the gun? Principal Gon was confused. The gun is the one that is accurate? This statement is more or less problematic. The others had the same expression. Is it the gun that's so accurate? General Zhou asked in confusion. What do you mean? Is the gun accurate? Well, I installed an automatic aiming system on the gun, so the gun can aim automatically. The expressions of the group of people all became puzzled. The people over at Lonka Institute are the same way. It sounds like something out of the blue. Adding an automatic aiming system to a gun? Are you sure this isn't a dream? Gao Yang looked at the reactions of the group of people and knew that explanation was useless, so he waved at the exercise team in the distance. The Special Forces soldiers on the exercise approached quickly, then straightened their bodies tensely and saluted. Gao Yang took the sniper's rifle, then looked at the other team and waved. How far can your drone fly? Remote control distance, 2 kilometers. The speaker was a student from Lonka College. Gao Yang frowned frivolously. Fly to the maximum distance. The people from Lonka Institute were stunned for a moment, then did as they were told and flew the drone away. It flew farther and farther, until it was almost out of sight. Okay, 2 kilometers. Gao Yang raised his sniper rifle and looked back at the group of big men. Could it be that I am also a sharpshooter? As he said that, he aimed at the drone in the distance and pulled the trigger. The exercise system was still connected, and everyone saw the information display about the elimination of the drone. The student from Lonka College was a little bit unbelievable, and then quickly said, the system is tested with lasers, and the shots are in a perfect straight line. In real combat, if the bullet flies 2 kilometers, it will definitely sink and be affected by the wind speed. Even the range of your gun may not be 2 kilometers. Gao Yang nodded. That makes sense. If I blow up your drone, you won't ask me to pay for it, right? If you can hit the target at this distance, don't even mention losing money. I'll give you another drone. Gao Yang smiled and looked at the technicians. Here, bullets. The technician looked at it in a daze. He recognized Gao Yang, the sharpshooter who missed the target with 20 shots that night and then scored all 10 rings. This guy is not a sharpshooter. He is a gun god. Coming to his senses, he hurried to get the bullet. The bullet was quickly delivered to Gao Yang. Gao Yang loaded the gun. He directly loaded a bullet into the magazine, then adjusted the aiming device, switching from acting mode to actual combat mode. The whole process took 2 seconds, then he raised the gun, aimed at the drone in the distance, and pulled the trigger. The next moment, the drone still flying in the distance exploded on the spot. Originally, it had flown so far away that it was almost invisible, but now it was blown apart and everyone could see it clearly. Apart from being able to see clearly, his face was also filled with confusion. At a distance of 2,000 meters, in the air, hitting a flying drone? What the hell? What kind of shooting skill is this? Now that the god of guns is here, we have to be curious about how he did it, right? In the dead silence of the whole audience, Gao Yang introduced, this gun has a maximum range of 3 kilometers. It can aim automatically with extremely high accuracy. In the silence, someone suddenly asked, can this gun fire 3 kilometers? Do you know how strong the recoil is for a gun that can fire 3 kilometers away? You didn't even shake. Gao Yang glanced at the person who was speaking. He was a student from Lonka University. At this moment, his face was full of disbelief. This thing still can't be explained. The best way is to actually shoot. Gao Yang loaded another bullet into the gun. Instead of aiming far away, he aimed directly at the sandbags on the training ground and pulled the trigger. After a loud bang, the bullet hit the sandbag accurately, and then the sandbag was torn apart by the terrifying force, exploded, and yellow sand flew all over the sky. The student who was speaking opened his mouth wide, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, with only one thought in his mind. This power is so terrifying. Sandbags can block most bullets and absorb the energy of the bullets through accumulation. If you want to blow up a sandbag, you need super terrifying power. The power of this bullet, when pulled to its full potential, also means that the range is very long. But with such great power, what about the recoil? Gao Yang continued to introduce, the recoil of the gun is offset by the scale design on it, so it is relatively small. Other than that, there's nothing special about it. After the introduction, the scene fell silent again. After a while, General Zhou's voice came back. You call this nothing special? Chapter 28 is not on the same level. The range of 3 kilometers is already the range of the top sniper rifle. At this distance, the bullet has to fly in the air for several seconds. You need to calculate the lead time when shooting. There are not many weapons in the world that can guarantee shooting accuracy at this distance. Every sniper of this level costs a huge amount of money to train, at least several million. Expensive is not the point. The point is that there is less of it. To train such a sniper, money alone is not enough. Talent is also needed. That's why top snipers are so rare. With Gao Yang's gun, it is equivalent to being able to mass-produce these snipers, who were originally rare. An ordinary person, holding this gun, can be more powerful than a professional sniper. A professional sniper can cause extremely terrifying killing effects on the battlefield. A top sniper can be useful on the front battlefield, and it is common for a sniper to intercept a convoy. And with that terrifying firing rate, one person is basically equivalent to a sniper team. If we encounter a scattered team, we will shoot them all in one volley. Deadly suppression. Such a horrific effect actually happens here in Gaoyang. General Zhou took the gun from Gao Yang, aimed at the flag on the roof, and pulled the trigger. The flag broke with a sound. General Zhou opened his eyes wide. It was probably several hundred meters away. If the bullet could hit there, there should have been a terrible recoil. But the recoil was extremely small. and it felt to him like a small caliber pistol at most. Putting down the sniper rifle, General Zhou was stunned. He turned around and looked at the generals behind him, who also looked incredulous. Come on, let's try it. A group of generals came forward and tried the guns. The flagpole in the distance was broken into several pieces by bullets. Principal Gon on the side opened his mouth and said, "This sniper rifle is a bit outrageous." It was almost beyond his understanding. What kind of experience led Gao Yang to design a sniper rifle that can automatically aim? And Gao Yang can actually produce a finished product. Automatic aiming can be applied in many aspects, such as laser weapons, various cannons, and even missiles. But aiming with a sniper rifle is more difficult. Wind speed, humidity, gravity, target movement, etc. all need to be considered. How does the aiming system achieve instant aiming under such complex calculation conditions? The technical difficulty is a bit outrageous. Principal Gon looked at the group of excited generals. He also wanted to try it, but now, he had to be reserved and proud. The president of Lonka University subconsciously glanced at President Gon with some envy. The National University of Defense Technology had such an outstanding student. Maybe its ranking would rise. The students of Lonka University were also confused. When they looked at their designs again, their first impression was that they were too flashy. Then I was confused. Wasn't this just a drill between students? How could there be something like an automatic aiming sniper rifle? What the hell? Two kids are fighting, and one of them pulls a nuclear missile launcher out of his pocket and hits the switch. They're not on the same level at all. A group of generals fired several rounds, from initially showing no emotion to becoming extremely excited. They also experienced what it was like to be a top sniper. Hit wherever you point. Just now they thought this show was meaningless and even thought they shouldn't have come. But now, it's not a loss at all. With the appearance of this sniper rifle, let alone spending a day here, they can stay here for a year. General Zhou finally held up the gun, blew on the already hot barrel, turned his head and looked at Gao Yang. Did you design this? Gao Yang nodded. It should be the same aiming system as the laser cannon's aiming system. General Zhou was not stupid and connected the two in an instant. Gao Yang nodded again. This was what he thought in his mind. It should be said the other way around. It is used for laser cannons and has the same aiming system as laser guns. General Zhou carefully examined the sniper rifle and nodded. Can this gun be mass-produced? Gao Yang pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, this gun is a laboratory product with high precision. I can try to design a sniper rifle that can be mass-produced, but the actual effect is uncertain. Try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll take the lead and build a factory with a very high level of production. It's okay to just ship in small batches. Okay. General Zhou nodded in satisfaction, looked Gao Yang up and down, then turned back to look at Principal Gon. Prepare a confidentiality agreement. All information about this gun must not be leaked. Principal Gon hurried to prepare. The confidentiality agreement actually serves more as a warning to people not to talk nonsense. If they do, there will be serious consequences. After everyone signed the confidentiality agreement, General Zhou looked at Gao Yang and said, I want to take these two sniper rifles away. The military also has a research institute, and we need to evaluate the specific performance of the guns before assembling them. Gao Yang didn't care about it. He just needed the most basic version of the gun. Okay. General Zhou thought for a moment, then looked at Principal Gon. Is there anyone protecting Gao Yang now? Principal Gon was stunned for a moment, then he realized the problem. Gao Yang had developed laser guns, laser cannons, and other weapons, but had not yet started the reporting procedure. The design products of the National Defense Research Institute will be reviewed and tested before being reported to the higher authorities for decision on rewards and benefits. But this time it was Gao Yang who developed the product. Currently, laser cannons are still in the testing stage and will be reported only after the test results come out. Gao Yang doesn't have any special treatment at all now. No. General Zhou's face became visibly gloomy, and the generals around him had the same expression. Manhwa has protection measures for top scientific researchers. Top scientific researchers who have made special contributions or hold positions are all assigned guards. Gao Yang is definitely qualified. Even such a genius has no one to protect him? Principal Gon was under tremendous pressure, but he had no choice but to bear it as it was indeed a mistake on his part. Gao Yang is in school, so he should be responsible. Once overseas forces know that the person who developed the laser weapon is Gao Yang, they will definitely use any means necessary. Gao Yang is so young. He is less than 20 years old and has achieved such success. His future is definitely limitless. He actually neglected to protect Gao Yang. General Zhou said in a deep voice, Give my guard to Gao Yang first. Gao Yang frowned and said, I'm always at school, so I don't need a guard. General Zhou's expression was firm. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. But when it comes to guards, listen to me. The eyes of the classmates around him looked at Gao Yang with changed expressions. Can students in school have guards? They are really envious, but not jealous at all. This is what Gao Yang deserves. The exercise was a bit anticlimactic, with several months of preparation, and it was over in 3 minutes. But since an automatic aiming sniper rifle appeared in the exercise, the value of this exercise is already extremely high. It was worth the trip for the group of generals. General Zhou stood up and took Gao Yang outside. When they reached the exercise ground, he called the guards and assigned 10 guards to Gao Yang first. Gao Yang saw clearly that these 10 guards were all equipped with guns. Guards with guns. These guards did give Gao Yang a reminder. The more things he researches, the more dangerous they will become. Chapter 29, Returning Home. Although manhwa is safe, safety is relative. Everything he has researched has been systematically amplified, which has greatly increased the country's strength. It will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of overseas forces. By then, some force will surely take the risk to get rid of him. Many Iranian nuclear scientists were assassinated one after another. This is a lesson for us. Never underestimate the badness of others. These 10 guards look good, but they can only deal with conventional means. If someone could get Gao Yang's automatic aiming sniper rifle, these 10 guards would be easily dispatched in one swipe. Safety must be put on the agenda. After getting in the car, Gao Yang took out a book. It was a book he picked up at random, and it happened to be about the design of bulletproof vests. How about wearing the entire bulletproof vest? At least it will be safer. After Gao Yang left in the car, the remaining people on the training ground came out one after another. The president of Lonka University took the students onto the bus, looked at a group of somewhat dejected students, and smiled. Everyone did a great job today. You dared to call out unfairness in front of so many big shots. That's really good. Your performance on the battlefield was also very good. All those equipments are remarkable, especially the drone's rapid balancing technology, which is excellent. But there's no need to be depressed about losing to Gao Yang. In every era, there will be extraordinary talents in the Dragon Kingdom. What you need to do is to catch up with them or follow them. The students of Lonka University looked up at the president. Their eyes gradually became firm. They would never give up. On the troop carrier, 20 Special Forces soldiers sat opposite each other. They were serving as trainers for Lonka University and were looking at the sniper opposite them with curiosity in their eyes. They didn't know that sniper rifles could aim automatically, and they didn't get close to the stands. But they were shocked by the level of the opposing sharpshooter. I want to exchange experiences, but thinking about the confidentiality agreement, I can only hold it back. Gao Yang's car returned to school, and he had finished reading a book about bulletproof vests in the car. Bulletproof vests are very technical. Even if it is the same material, the bulletproof effect will be very different if the bending range is different. In addition, Gao Yang believes that the effects of the bulletproof vests currently on the market are not very good. Take ceramic bulletproof vests as an example. When a bullet hits the vest, the ceramic will be shattered and the bulletproof plate will be deformed. In most cases, you can save your life, but you may get injured. If there are only big bruises, that's considered good luck. There are also cases of blunt force trauma resulting in fractures or even direct death. But overall, bulletproof vests can indeed significantly reduce the mortality rate. But it was completely different from what he imagined, that putting on a bulletproof vest could protect against bullets continuously. Movies kill people. But what if the bulletproof vest is amplified 10,000 times? Gao Yang went straight to the library to look for books related to bulletproof vests. Before the system gives him a 10,000-fold increase, Gao Yang must first make a better bulletproof vest. The better the basic bulletproof vest is, the better the subsequent enhanced bulletproof vest will be. Even if the performance is only improved a little bit, the effect after the 10,000-fold increase can be greatly improved. While Gao Yang was reading, Principal Gan walked into the library and walked straight up to Gao Yang. I knew you were here. Gao Yang looked up. What's the matter? Principal Gan smiled and said, why don't you prepare an application to join the army? The results of the second round of laser cannon testing will be out soon. After that, the information about the laser cannon will be officially reported to the National Academy of Defense Science. Then there will be rewards. If you want to join the army, developing the laser cannon will at least be a first-class merit. This is a merit that can only be obtained by lying down normally. Gao Yang became slightly interested. It was extremely difficult to obtain first-class merit. This thing could not only speed up promotion, but was also a rare honor. Most importantly, first-class merit is also a privilege. Military service itself is a privilege. Okay, what do you need me to do? Just provide some basic materials. It is difficult for others to join the Army, but it is very easy for students from the National University of Defense Technology to join the Army. The salary is 1.1 cents after graduation, 1.2 cents if the performance is good, or even 1.3 cents. Gao Yang ignored it before because he was busy charging the system. Now is also the time to enlist. Okay. Principal Gon also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. I'll have someone contact you and tell you what materials you need to prepare. Okay. Gao Yang nodded, then lowered his head and continued reading. Principal Gon walked out of the library and saw the guards standing outside. He said, "Contact my secretary and ask him to arrange accommodation for you at school." "Yes, Chief." Principal Gon nodded with satisfaction. In school, everyone called him the principal, but he also held the title of general. Gao Yang soon received a message from the contact person who required copies of documents such as household registration books, and he would then need to cancel his household registration. Normally, a physical examination is required, but Gao Yang was specially approved and did not need those things. Thinking of the household registration book, Gao Yang remembered his home which he had not returned to for a year and a half. His brows furrowed again. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The number was quickly connected. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. "Xiaoyang? Did something happen?" Gao Yang felt a little uncomfortable listening to the probing questions on the other end of the phone. "I need to go back. The school wants me to join the Army and needs copies of my household registration book and other things." The man on the other end of the phone fell silent, and after a while he said, "It's a bit difficult. I'll go back and deal with it." "When will it arrive?" "I'll prepare something to eat for you." "I don't know. I'll call you when I'm almost there." "Good." Gao Yang hung up the phone and went straight to the library. It would take at least 2 or 3 days before he got home, so he had to prepare more books. 30 books, that's about enough. 2 guards carried 30 books and followed Gao Yang. When Gao Yang said he was going back, they said, "We can take a car with you or arrange a car to take you back." "Arrange a car, it will be more convenient." The guard was very respectful. "When can we leave?" "Tomorrow." "Okay." The guard immediately asked someone to make arrangements. This group of guards all knew what happened on the training ground. They were not just protecting Gao Yang because of orders, they were truly willing to die for Gao Yang. He is also very attentive in his work. In just 10 minutes, he said to Gao Yang, "The plane has been arranged. Take a plane to the base in Jiangxing first, and then drive there. Can you be more low-key? You don't have to drive a military vehicle. You can be a little more normal." These guards were wearing military uniforms, which made them look very high-profile. "Good." Gao Yang returned to the dormitory to read, and saw 2 guards standing in front of the dormitory door, which shocked a lot of students. The next morning, Gao Yang started his journey home. He first took a car to the military airport he had visited last time, and then took a special plane to Jiangxing Airport. Then Gao Yang saw 2 jeeps and the guards who had changed into ordinary clothes. 2 guards sat on Gao Yang's left and right. "From now on, we are your classmates. This shouldn't be noticeable, right?" When these guards were wearing their military uniforms, they looked to be no more than 20 years old. There's really nothing wrong with it. It's the bulge at the waist that attracts attention, but not many people can guess that it's a pistol. Chapter 30 Requesting Support. Gao Yang was reading a book in the car. When he was about to arrive, he called his father. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a slightly old factory building. Old Chong, who was wearing a suit, was standing by the road with a big smile on his face. When he saw Gao Yang getting off the car, he hurriedly greeted him and said, "You've grown a lot taller. Go home first. Is this your classmate? Come in together." Gao Yang walked into the factory with 2 guards. This old factory has stood strong for many years and is still standing strong. Listening to the roar of the machine inside, Gao Yang was a little surprised. "Old Chong, this is all right. Did you change the equipment?" Old Chong was also familiar with Gao Yang calling him that and nodded with a smile. "We have replaced a batch of second-hand processing equipment and business is slightly better than before." Gao Yang walked into the factory and took a walk around. The factory was not big, and there were only about 10 people inside. The equipment has indeed been replaced, but it is not much better and is still equipment that has been discarded by others. Such factories can only take on the lowest-end workpieces and earn some hard-earned money. Old Chong looked at Gao Yang at this time. He was taller than the last time they met, but then the smile on his face faded a little. "I called your grandfather yesterday. He told you to go back for dinner in the evening and get your household registration book." This was within Gao Yang's expectations. He has such a strong desire for control, he must seize this rare opportunity. Old Chang looked unhappy. No need to conflict with him. Just go over and have a meal, get the household registration booklet, and we'll leave. Gao Yang nodded, but did not agree directly. The situation at home was complicated. To put it simply, his grandfather had only one daughter, and this daughter married Lao Chang regardless of everything. Then, not long after giving birth to him, she passed away. Gao Yang took his mother's surname and grew up in his grandfather's house when he was a child. He was also regarded as an enemy by the sons and grandsons of his grandfather's brothers and sisters because his existence prevented those people from dividing the family property. My grandfather never stopped him, or rather, he was actually struggling over whether to leave his property to his grandson or to his brother's descendants. Gao Yang has a strong personality. If he is wronged, he will fight back directly. After going to college, he did not go home for a year and a half. If it weren't for the need to get his household registration booklet, he might not come back for 4 years. As for avoiding conflict, just don't provoke him at the dinner table, and everything will be fine. If you really provoke him, he won't bow down. But there's no need to say it now. After lunch, Gao Yang went to pay homage to his mother again, and then took Lao Chang's car to a villa area. The top building in the villa area is 3 stories high and covers an area of over 1,000 square meters. At this moment, there were a lot of luxury cars parked in the yard outside, so quite a few people must have come. Lao Chang parked the car, looked at Gao Yang, and warned, "Don't get into a conflict with him. Let's leave after dinner." "Okay." Gao Yang also smiled. "I'm not as ignorant as before." After saying that, Gao Yang strode into the villa. There were already quite a few people chatting in the villa hall. The moment Gao Yang walked into the villa, everyone looked over. His expression and eyes looked a little weird. Then someone said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this the top student from our Gao family? He got into a good school, but he didn't even bother to come back to see Grandpa during the new year." Gao Yang just glanced at it and then smiled. "Second aunt, which clinic did you go to for your face surgery? Why does it seem asymmetrical?" The woman who spoke changed her expression instantly. "No. If you say I didn't do it, then I didn't do it." Gao Yang responded with a smile. This statement seems to be the most insignificant, but it is the most damaging, and there is no way to refute it. She didn't even dare to argue any further. At this moment, she had to divert attention away from her face. No one else spoke for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa and looked back at the 2 guards. "Find a place to sit, don't stand. You really treat this place as your home." Another voice sounded, with the same sarcastic tone. Gao Yang turned his head and looked over. "Is this your home, Aunt San?" Third aunt was also speechless for a moment. "My grandfather has only one daughter, and he is his only grandson. The relatives in front of him are all children of his brothers and sisters. There are some words that you really can't accept." Gao Yang sneered. He knew what these people were thinking. If his grandfather didn't have a grandson like him, these people would be able to get a share of the Gao family's pie in the future. So I wanted to drive him away. Another voice sounded. It was Uncle San. "Gao Yang, how can you talk to your elders?" Gao Yang was just about to speak when the sound of a cane tapping on the ground was heard from upstairs. Looking up, an old man was walking down the stairs, tapping the ground with his cane as he walked slowly down the stairs, saying, "You're already quarreling as soon as you got home. It's like you haven't grown up yet." Gao Yang looked up at the old man. That was his grandfather. "I don't want to argue either. I'll just come back to get my household registration booklet to go through the cancellation procedures, and then I'll leave." Grandpa looked unhappy. "I'll give you the household registration book after dinner." "Okay." Gao Yang continued to read with his head down. Second aunt said, "Why don't you even call me Grandpa? The older you get, the less educated you become." "I'm uneducated?" Gao Yang was stunned. "Why don't you turn around and look at your 2 sons?" "Say that again?" "One of your sons drove a car while drunk and caused serious injuries to someone. He was just released, and your other son lost money gambling and defrauded his own family. You call this being well-mannered? What? Well-mannered from prison?" Second aunt's expression suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. Gao Yang hadn't finished speaking yet. "You are really not as good as my mother." "Little bastard, how the hell are you talking like that?" A man in his 30s stood up and grabbed the fruit knife on the table. "Say another word if you want to." Gao Yang watched him pick up the knife and said, "My cousin is really well educated. Your mother taught you how to hold the knife, right? Fuck it." The eldest cousin couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed towards Gao Yang directly by stepping on the coffee table. Behind Gao Yang, 2 guards stood up, but they were behind Gao Yang and had no way to rush over to stop him. Their reactions were quick enough. Knowing they couldn't stop them, they instantly pulled out pistols from their waists and started shooting at the same time. Bang bang. Two loud noises echoed in the villa. The dagger in my cousin's hand flew out and blood gushed out from his arm. He screamed, covering his arm, and stepped back. Two guards stood in front of Gao Yang, holding their pistols, looking at the people around them with vigilant eyes, and said at the same time, "We are under attack. Requesting support?" Inside the villa, the old man was dumbfounded. Two of my son's classmates carry guns with them? In the villa, the Gao family was also dumbfounded. Gao Yang's two classmates actually had guns and opened fire. What's going on? Are the students of the National University of Defense Technology so awesome that they can run around with pistols? Only the eldest cousin who was hit had a look of fear on his face. His right hand was broken. He screamed and kicked backwards, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Mr. Gao hadn't even walked down the stairs yet, and as he watched the sudden change, his face showed surprise and confusion. After going through many ups and downs in his life, Mr. Gao was confused by this scene. Chapter 31. This is absolutely impossible. Just when the villa was silent, there was a loud noise outside and the big iron gate of the villa yard was knocked open by a jeep. The accompanying guard arrived, rushed directly to the door of the villa, got out of the car quickly, and rushed into the villa with guns in hand. Then I breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang was fine. I'm glad you're okay. They were relieved, but the people in the villa were dumbfounded again. Gao Yang's classmates only had pistols, but these people were fully armed with live ammunition. What is this for? Counter-terrorism? When my cousin saw this group of people, he was so scared that he stopped screaming. He stared with his eyes wide open and gasped. Gao Yang curled his lips and said, "Second aunt, what a good idea. You have two sons. If you use the useless son to exchange for mine, you can still get a lot of the remaining family property. Maybe others will thank you and give you an extra share. What a good plan." Before second aunt could react, she saw two guards quickly rushing towards her son. She quickly stood in front of the guards and said, "You've already shot him. Why are you still arresting him? If you want to arrest someone, arrest me as well. Call the police." Second aunt started to throw a tantrum, but everyone in the villa remained indifferent. In this situation, it's useless to call the police, and they might even have to jointly enforce the law. Seeing that throwing a tantrum was useless, second aunt looked at old Chong and said, "Chong Yongfu, how the hell did you teach your son? Is this how you repay the Gao family for marrying into their family?" Lao Chong also looked at Gao Yang. This matter had obviously gotten out of control. If it continued, it would become even more serious. But when he was about to speak up, second aunt continued, "Your wife deserved to die early." Old Chong was stunned. Gao Yang also rushed forward suddenly and grabbed the pistol on a guard's waist. The guard reacted quickly and held down the gun, not giving Gao Yang a chance to grab it. "Don't be impulsive. At least, don't dirty your hands." The guard aimed his gun at the woman kneeling on the ground and quickly loaded it. "Leave it to me." When the gun was pointed at second aunt, her whole body shuddered, followed by incomparable fear. The next moment, yellow water stains spread on the ground, which were extremely conspicuous on the white floor. On the stairs, Mr. Gao's voice rang out, "Gao Yang, forget it." Gao Yang just wanted to scare her. If he really killed her, it would affect him. Forget it. The crime does not deserve the death penalty. The guard also breathed a sigh of relief. He was willing to die for Gao Yang and was willing to take the blame for Gao Yang, but it would be a good thing if he didn't have to take the blame. "Put away your gun and step back." Mr. Gao turned around and came up. "Come and get something." Gao Yang took two guards upstairs and walked into the old man's office. Mr. Gao handed Gao Yang the household registration booklet and an envelope. "There is a card in the envelope with 20 million in it. It was prepared for you in advance." Gao Yang only took the household registration booklet. "No, I don't need money." Old Master Gao looked at Gao Yang and said, "I insisted on keeping you by my side before, and you still have complaints? There are some things that cannot be helped. They are all my descendants, and you are still my only grandson. Your father wants to take you away. If he really lets you go, you won't get any of my property." Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "You treasure it, but I treat it like a worn-out shoe. Your so-called property can be given to whoever you want. I only know that Lao Chong has suffered all kinds of humiliation and injustice here, just to be with me and take care of me." After saying that, Gao Yang strode away. When he walked outside, the guards had already controlled his cousin and his hand had been bandaged. An investigation procedure will be initiated next. Even if the cousin really acted impulsively, it will still need to be investigated thoroughly. As for the second aunt, she had just been to the gates of hell, and now she didn't dare to stop it. She could only watch her son being taken away. Looking at Gao Yang, his eyes were full of pleading. Gao Yang stood in front of the door and looked back at Lao Cheng. Let's go. Old Cheng hurriedly followed, but his face was still full of disbelief. He followed Gao Yang into the car and looked at the military vehicles in front and behind him, his eyes full of confusion. What happened just now? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, I have done some research in school, which is considered to be fruitful, so I have guards. Lao Cheng was a little surprised. That's it? That's it. Gao Yang smiled, but the little invention he mentioned might not be that small. Old Cheng didn't ask any more questions and drove back to the factory. Gao Yang didn't go in again, but got on the military vehicle and returned to school. Sitting in the car, Gao Yang looked at the guard. How will today's incident be handled? Everyone at the scene will be investigated. If they have no other intentions and just want to hurt people impulsively, it won't be a big problem. But if they really have a premeditated plan, then the consequences will be very serious. Gao Yang waved his hand. That's not what I'm asking. I don't care whether they live or die. What I'm asking is if you guys shoot, will there be any trouble later? The guards were all stunned for a moment, then continued. It won't be too much trouble, but they will definitely be questioned about the situation and a report will be compiled for submission. After all, there was a shooting outside. Thanks, I'll give you some equipment later. The guards were stunned. What did it mean to deliver equipment? But then he thought of that sniper rifle and suddenly became excited, nodding repeatedly. Thank you. Gao Yang lowered his head and continued reading. What happened today once again reminded him that danger is everywhere. Be cautious and careful. After all, if family members can rush over with knives, what about the bad guys? The bulletproof vest must be made first. While Gao Yang was reading, a set of test data on the laser cannon and related design data were sent to the National Defense Science Academy. The National Academy of Defense Sciences and the Dragon Academy of Sciences are at the same level, but the Dragon Academy of Sciences studies everything, while the National Academy of Defense Sciences only studies weapons. Laser weapons have their own team. When receiving the information, all the technical staff in the institute were excited. They knew about laser weapons before and were very much looking forward to it. But their confidentiality measures were so good that they didn't provide any information. They didn't even know where the laser weapons were developed. Could it be that in addition to the military here, the National Defense Science Academy also has subordinate research institutes that are researching laser weapons? Out of curiosity, a group of people saw the information at the top of the document, which was about the researcher. Then he was stunned. Gao Yang, a sophomore student majoring in light weapons engineering at the National University of Defense Technology? The director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute hesitated. Isn't this laser weapon the same one that blows up satellites? I don't know. The information sent down below. The dean opened the document curiously. After opening it, I was stunned again, because the top information is the parameters. Looking at these parameters, his face was full of confusion, because the data was too terrifying. As the top researchers in Dragon Country, they are at the forefront of the laser field. My first impression was that it was fake, so fake. The data in this material is even more terrifying than the images they see through satellites. The power is so great that it can melt through a tank in an instant. All weapons and aircraft can be intercepted within a range of 200 kilometers. Once it's on the plane, almost all targets on the ground can be easily destroyed. This is absolutely impossible. But since this information can be sent here, it must have been tested. In other words, all the data here are obtained through testing. Chapter 32. I guess it's done. The entire conference room became very quiet, and all the researchers had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their three perspectives are on the verge of being shattered. In their opinion, such data is absolutely impossible to appear. The data sent to them may be basically 100% true. Without verification and testing, the information will never reach them. But how could such a laser weapon be manufactured? At present, Longwa's laser weapons are actually at the forefront of the world, but the technology they master is completely not on the same level compared to the laser cannon data in front of them. If they are at the elementary school level, the weapon they see is at least at the advanced mathematics level. Such a weapon was actually developed by a sophomore student? A group of people couldn't accept it, but at this moment, they couldn't wait to turn the page. Look at the specific design. The more the group watched, the more shocked they became, yet they continued to remain silent. It took a full 2 hours for the group of people to go through the entire design drawing. The final laser cannon can be manufactured through the blueprint. They can make the same weapon, but it is difficult to understand. There's really a level difference. Under normal circumstances, they should understand the principles when they see the drawings. But now, they can't understand it. Not to mention understanding it, their minds are just a mess. How can laser weapons be like this? They are both laser emitters. But why is the laser emitted by this thing so powerful? Why is the energy conversion efficiency so high? Also, since they are both lasers, why does the consumption of this laser weapon be so small? If this thing had not been handed over by their subordinates, they would have thrown it aside long ago because it was too fake. But now we know this is true. A group of people have only one idea. How could this thing be researched by students? The director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute, whose surname is Wei, patted the materials in front of him and said, "Next, the research focus of our institute will be on studying this laser cannon." The group of people were silent. In the past, others studied them, but now they studied others. They felt a little uncomfortable. But they are also looking forward to it because they are really curious about the technology involved. How could laser weapons be so powerful? Professor Wei looked down at the information at the front of the file and said, "I'm going to go to the National University of Defense Technology. This is ridiculous. How can such a person still study there? You are a person who can teach me, but you are wasting your time in school. Laoli, please go with me." "When? The project I'm working on?" Professor Wei interrupted Professor Li directly. "Right now. Our research institute has no other projects except this one, researching laser cannons." Someone said, "We still need other projects. The laser cannon technology cannot be leaked to the outside world, and not everyone in the research institute can be trusted." Professor Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, who's free now? Let's go immediately." "I'll go with you." A voice that had been in the conference room but had been silent rang out. Professor Wei nodded and said, "Old Jean, you have taught at the National University of Defense Technology, so you are more familiar with the school." Professor Jean said quietly, "Not only am I familiar with the school, I am also familiar with this student. I taught in the special class for half a year, and he is a student in the special class." A group of people looked at Lao Jean, and their eyes changed, becoming surprised and envious. This person who has achieved remarkable success is actually Lao Jin's student? If this is talked about in the future, Lao Jin might even go down in history. Did you teach him the idea of laser weapons? Professor Wei became much more polite and seemed a little doubtful. Professor Jean was silent for a moment, and then he said in the expectation of everyone, "I don't teach shit. I taught for half a year, and he was the only one in the class who never came to class. I have never even met him." I was quite angry at the time, but now it seems that it's a good thing that he didn't go to class, otherwise I would be misleading the students. Professor Wei nodded. "Then let's go. You can help find someone. Don't go through the school. Lao Gan definitely doesn't want to let him go. Just ask where your student Gao Yang is. It's easy to find. He's basically in the school library. He's even been called a god." The two of them set off immediately and headed for the National University of Defense Technology as quickly as possible. Go straight to the library. When the two men approached the library, Principal Gon received a notification that two elderly people were approaching the library. Principal Gon had long expected that someone would look for Gao Yang, but he couldn't stop Gao Yang from going to the library, so this was the solution he prepared. Ask the library staff to be aware and notify them whenever an elderly person approaches. There are not many students who go to the library, and there are also few teachers. The elderly who go there basically look for Gao Yang. The last time Dean Yuan came, he was able to arrive in time, also thanks to the tip-off from the library staff. In the library, Gao Yang was sitting in a corner reading books, all about bulletproof vests, with a cup of coffee at hand. Drinking coffee while reading a book about bulletproof vest materials. Common materials for body armor crafting are all in the book, and it's very comprehensive. The technical difficulty of this thing is not too high, but it is difficult to do better. To give a simple example, if an ordinary bulletproof vest is a piece of steel plate, then the top bulletproof vest is a steel plate processed with various process technologies, or even a stronger alloy. But whether it is treated steel plates or reinforced alloys, all of them are improved from ordinary metals. Gao Yang is now looking at the technology of ordinary bulletproof vests, and then at various processes and materials. You can then experiment to select the best one and amplify it. When Gao Yang was absorbed in reading, a voice suddenly rang out, "Hello, can we chat?" Gao Yang looked up and saw two elderly men who were probably in their 60s or 70s. These two people are obviously researchers, and they both have the unique temperament of researchers. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Gao Yang didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly. Professor Jean quickly said, "I am the teacher of the special class, and I mainly teach energy weapons." Gao Yang stood up. Although he had never attended the class, these were all his teachers. He also felt guilty towards the teacher. Not going to class was actually disrespectful to some extent. "Professor Jean, right? Please take a seat. I'm really sorry for not attending your class. It's a good thing you didn't go to class." If you had really gone to my class, I would have delayed your stay. Professor Jean was also surprised by Gao Yang's attitude and felt a little flattered. Professor Jean did not sit down, but took the initiative to introduce. This is the director of the Laser Weapons Research Institute, Director Wei. Gao Yang understood immediately why they came here. They probably knew his situation just like Dean Yuan, so they came over immediately to grab him. But Gao Yang still held out his hand. Hello, Dean Wei. Dean Wei quickly shook hands with Gao Yang and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing him so polite, today's matter was probably settled. Chapter 33 is meaningless. Just as I was thinking about it, Principal Gan's voice rang out from behind. Dean Wei came all the way here. Why didn't you tell me? Principal Gan's voice became a little distorted, especially when he saw Gao Yang and Dean Wei still holding hands. He felt a little panicked. How could Gao Yang leave? Gao Yang must not leave. Dean Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he looked back at Principal Gan. They were of the same rank, and there was no way to restrain each other. He quickly turned around and looked at Gao Yang. I came here this time to invite you to join the Laser Weapons Research Institute. Our research institute is at the world's top level in laser weapons. After you go there, everything in the institute will be open to you. Everyone can be your assistant, including me. If you need resources, you will have them. If you need people, you will have them. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Gan, who was standing beside him, trotted over, cursing in his heart and at the same time panicking, really panicking. Gao Yang can't leave the National University of Defense Technology like this. Leaving before graduation and leaving after graduation are two different concepts. Laser weapons are Gao Yang's research direction, and the invitation from the Dean of the Laser Weapons Research Institute must be attractive to Gao Yang. Especially the last time Dean Yuan came over, Gao Yang didn't even stand up, but this time he took the initiative to shake hands. Ahem. If our school doesn't have the equipment in the Laser Research Institute, we can buy it. As for the personnel, if you need an assistant, we can invite anyone from the school to come to you. Dean Wei turned his head and looked at Dean Gan. What do you mean, with Gao Yang's level, can he still learn anything in school? Is there anyone else who can teach him? Now, he can only do his own research. Principal Gan was not to be outdone. Research is not research anywhere. Should we go to your Laser Research Institute? Dean Wei stood up and said, he is engaged in laser weapon research, so our institute is the best place for him. Gao Yang looked at the two of them, somewhat speechless. He would not leave, and as for the Research Institute, he would not go there either, as there were not so many books there. On the other hand, even if he went to the laboratory, he would not go to the Laser Weapons Research Institute. After all, he probably wouldn't touch laser weapons for a long time. After thinking for a while, he said, Dean Wei, thank you for your kindness, but I won't go to your institute. Dean Wei was a little surprised. Why? Gao Yang shook the book in his hand. I'm going to change my research direction. Dean Wei was even more surprised. Why? Principal Gan was also anxious. He looked at the words on the cover of the book and said, how did you end up researching bulletproof vests? You are engaged in laser research. Why don't you continue? Changing your research direction temporarily is like starting over from scratch. Gao Yang smiled and said, it's not that I don't want to engage in the research of laser weapons, but continuing the research is meaningless. Dean Wei was a little confused. Why would laser weapons be meaningless? This is definitely the mainstream of the future. Light and electromagnetism. This is the main direction of future technological development. Gao Yang signaled Dean Wei to calm down first. I'm not saying that laser research is meaningless. I'm saying that it's meaningless for me to continue researching. Because the industrial level cannot support my research. Dean Wei was stunned. How could it be? The accuracy of the laser cannon can be produced in a slightly more advanced factory. Principal Gan responded. In the beginning, Gao Yang was researching laser guns. Dean Wei suddenly reacted and his eyes widened. What initially blew up the satellite was a laser gun. How is that possible? How powerful is that laser gun? Laser guns cannot be mass-produced and can only be made in laboratories. Therefore, after being expanded, they become laser cannons. Dean Wei thought about it and said reluctantly, the basic industrial level will be improved. You can slowly study it and then start manufacturing after the industrial level is improved. My theoretical knowledge has surpassed the current industrial foundation by many years. As the manufacturing level improves, I will come up with some more technologies in the future. Dean Wei looked at Gao Yang in disbelief, with confusion in his eyes. He knew why Gao Yang said it was meaningless. This is already ahead of the entire level of humanity. There is really no point in continuing research. Dean Wei sat down slowly, but your research direction is a bit too broad. from laser weapons to bulletproof vests. Gao Yang also smiled. The range was indeed a bit large, but with the system in place, it didn't matter. Just design it for fun? Dean Wei opened his mouth and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Was this just a random design for fun? Then he took out a laser gun. A laser cannon? Have they lived their lives in vain? It is better to let others design it casually than to work hard on research. Principal Gon standing by was also melancholy. He now hoped that all researchers in Long Country could be like Gao Yang and design for fun when they have nothing to do. Dean Wei didn't know what to say and was deeply shocked. He left his contact information with Gao Yang and slipped away with Lao Jin. Principal Gon sat opposite Gao Yang and said, "It seems that the people from the Firearms Research Institute will be here soon." Gao Yang knew that this was a test from Principal Gon. Although he had no intention of leaving, he still hesitated for a moment. Does the Firearms Research Institute have any advantages? There is no advantage. The main thing is that the equipment for testing firearms there is more complete, and the rest is more about research, improvement, and then testing. We test and design a huge number of firearms every year, but it's basically a slow process. After all, without any major technological breakthroughs, there is no way to make greater progress. The difference between guns from 200 years ago and today's guns is actually in the industrial level. The technical gap between guns is not that big. Gao Yang frowned frivolously. If these words were heard by the researchers who study firearms, they would have to fight with Principal Gon. Although people are killed with one shot, the shooting rate is faster, the range is longer, the accuracy is improved, and the efficiency of killing people is greatly improved. If they really come later, I can just refuse them directly, and Principal Gon won't have to make the trip in person. Gao Yang also smiled, then lowered his head and continued reading. Principal Gon thought for a moment and said, "If you have nothing to do, you can go to the classroom and read a book. At least go and sit there for a while, get to know the students, and give some pointers." Gao Yang nodded. "I thought so too, but today is a holiday and there are no classes." After saying that, Gao Yang lowered his head to read. He could read 20 books in one day of holiday, so it couldn't be wasted. While Gao Yang was reading, in the Firearms Research Institute of the National Defense Science Academy, a group of people were staring at the things on the table. They were two uniquely shaped sniper rifles. Both sniper rifles look stunning. A gun like this can fire within 3 kilometers? The head of the research institute looked at General Fu, who delivered the gun with some shock. General Fu nodded, "Okay, but the details are still waiting for the test results." The head of the research institute still had some doubts, thinking that the gun was too flashy. The coolness of a good gun comes from the beauty of its design, not from the embellishment of scales. Such guns are usually designed by students who sacrifice some of their intrinsic qualities for the sake of appearance. But since it was brought by General Fu, he had to test it carefully no matter what. Chapter 34. Is this a sniper rifle? The sniper rifle test field is only 200 meters long. Although the sniper rifle has a long range, the test results are mainly based on calculations. Calculation can test the actual range with considerable accuracy. If we really want to conduct an actual 3-kilometer test, we have to prepare a sharpshooter for each shooting test. Otherwise, we won't be able to hit the target and cannot conduct the test. The technicians set up the guns and test fired first. No equipment is required to record the test launch. Secure the gun to the automatic firing station and pull the trigger. After a loud bang, the bullet landed right in the center of the target 100 meters away. A researcher nearby smiled and said, "You adjusted the angle right in one go. Really good. It hit the bullseye exactly." The technician smiled as well, thinking it was pure luck, and pressed the launch button again. The second bullet is to confirm that the first bullet was not a mistake. Once again, we hit the bullseye and can start the formal test. The technicians quickly adjusted the on-site equipment and replaced the target paper. Then the technician froze, staring at the dot on the target for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. 2 bullet holes, exact duplicate? This was incredible luck. He hadn't seen such overlapping bullet holes for a long time. Usually, if there are 2 bullet holes next to each other, it's just luck. Fold the target paper and put it away, replace it with new target paper, and then replace the straw target at the back with a new one. For subsequent live-fire shooting, it is necessary to see how deep the bullet hits to calculate the kinetic energy of the bullet. Everything is replaced and testing begins. The first thing to test is power. He fired again and hit the straw target nearly half a meter deeper. If this were replaced with a 2 or 3 centimeter steel plate, it would probably be easily penetrated. Through calculations, the kinetic energy of this bullet is lethal within 3,400 meters when flying at level ground speed. Can easily break armor at close range. Ordinary bulletproof vests cannot protect against it, and even if heavy protective clothing can protect against it, the people inside will still suffer heavy blows. When the test results came out, the way a group of researchers looked at the sniper rifle changed. This gun weighs only about 12 pounds. But how can the bullet be so powerful? And why is the recoil data so small? It's just a little bigger than an ordinary pistol. How is this possible? A group of researchers came forward, took a closer look, and saw the scales. Shoot again, this time focusing on the scales. Before the shot, the scales opened, and after the shot, the scales closed abruptly. In this way, the recoil is offset. But this instantaneous explosive power, used in such a mechanical way, can actually have such a great effect? The third and fourth shots. 10 shots were fired at the same time. A group of researchers were paying attention to the changes in the scales and were already impressed. This scale design is simply a stroke of genius, and the technology used is absolutely high-end. It's still very stable. I remember a couple of years ago someone put a spring in the buttstock and used it to absorb and release energy, which resulted in a huge drop in accuracy. It's a solid design that even reduces recoil, but increases accuracy. A group of researchers were talking about it with great interest, and then noticed that the technician was in a daze. What's going on? The technician looked down at the tablet in his hand, on which he could see all kinds of data. The researchers just now only looked at the recoil and scale design, and didn't look at the data at all. But he looked at the data on every shot. What is confusing now is that the 1-meter-long straw target was shot through, because all 10 bullets hit the same point, without even a millimeter of error. Bullet hit bullet, completely penetrating the straw target. But this is impossible. Bullets always have errors. Other people's sniper bullets are so accurate that when shooting at 100 meters, the difference between the two bullets is only 1 centimeter. That is the world's top level. With this target at a distance of 100 meters, and this gun using ordinary bullets, how could the bullet holes overlap? He used to think that collecting target papers was luck, but now it seems that it is probably not luck. But he couldn't understand how this was done. Seeing the researcher's puzzled eyes, the technician turned the panel over and said, "Just now, all 10 bullets hit the same point. The bullet holes overlapped and the straw target was penetrated." All the researchers were stunned for a moment, then they looked at the panel immediately. Their eyes suddenly widened when they saw the data on it. The data cannot be fake. Then, no one knew who moved first and rushed towards the straw target 100 meters away. The rest of the people also rushed over, scrambling to follow. Check the pierced straw target, check the target paper, and check the bullet entry image just captured. The researchers were all dumbfounded. They returned to the gun and couldn't help asking, "That's impossible. Even bullets have differences. How can it be so accurate? Is there something wrong with the gun? Was the bullet processed by the gun after it was fired? And then did it improve its accuracy? It seems like this is the only possibility, but it's impossible. The bullet has been fired. How do I adjust it? It's still possible rifling?" Speaking of rifling, a group of people suddenly realized that there is a huge difference between a gun with rifling and a gun without rifling. Could it be something like rifling? The researchers were eager to disassemble the gun and study it at this time. But now it needs to be tested. After the rate of fire test, the researchers were stunned, with a firing rate of 120 bullets per minute. Is this a sniper rifle? A group of people couldn't help but look at General Fu. Who developed this gun? This is simply terrifying. General Fu watched the entire test and looked at a group of people with wide eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of superiority. What a country bumpkin. That's it? It's not scary enough. As he spoke, General Fu walked to the automatic shooting platform and began to adjust the angle of the shooting platform. The angle adjustment is tilted 2 degrees. Tilt it 2 degrees and the bullet will go far away. General Fu pulled the trigger directly. The next moment, the technician looked at the panel and cried out from the bottom of his heart, "Fuck, this is fucking terrible." The researcher rushed over to look at the panel. Looking at the panel, the bullet still accurately passed through the center of the target paper, and everyone was confused. "What's going on?" General Fu said, "This gun also has an automatic aiming function." Gun? Automatic aim? The researchers looked at each other. They had studied firearms all their lives and had never heard of such a statement. But they have seen miracles. Continue to adjust the angle and continue test shooting. They discovered the secret of adjusting the angle of the gun. The buttstock is movable. But they don't understand the technology involved. General Fu looked at the group of people who wanted to see through the sniper's eyes and said, "This gun cannot be disassembled. Bring it here for testing. I just want a complete test report. I want to take it back for evaluation of mass production." The researchers then realized and were shocked again. Mass production means changing the equipment. Every time Dragon Country changes its equipment, it is a big deal, especially the large-scale replacement of firearms. Because of the large number, each replacement represents a huge military expenditure. There are so many weapons in the laboratory that are better than the current ones. Only 1 in 10,000 can be equipped. However, the effect of this gun is here. It is a groundbreaking product. If it can be mass-produced, then it must be mass-produced. This appears on the battlefield. In small-scale encounters, it is a powerful weapon. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he will be vulnerable. After all, no matter how well trained you are, it's no match for cheating. Chapter 35 Seriously deal with it. Who invented this gun? A researcher asked, somewhat envious. General Fu shook his head. It's not important. This is extremely important. The people who researched this gun must be brought to the Firearms Research Institute. The same technology can be used not only on sniper rifles, but also on rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and even machine guns. If this thing is placed on the battlefield, it doesn't even need anyone to control it. Just put it high up and it can find the target. It has huge significance in combat. General Fu frowned. He had never thought of this. I'll talk to him later. Let's go now and talk to him in person. The researcher was already impatient. He is very confused now. He doesn't know how the gun achieves such terrifying accuracy. He wants to find out the principle. General Fu did not move, but said, conduct all the tests first, and then prepare the test report before going over. The researchers are extremely curious. If they could grow wings now, they would have already flown over. But they didn't know who the developer was, so they could only continue testing and follow General Fu to meet him after the test was over. We will continue to test the gun's self-adjusting angle in the future, and the maximum adjustment angle can reach 30 degrees. It's already super scary. This means that a sniper can use this gun to aim at a target within a few hundred meters and hit the person. Nowadays, as long as you are not a retard, anyone can use a sniper rifle. Then there's the issue of range. The range of ordinary bullets can reach 3 kilometers if replaced with special sniper bullets or bullets fully loaded with gunpowder. The range can be even longer, and the auto-aim effect is still there. The more I test, the more shocking it becomes. When it comes to other people's guns, you have to weigh the pros and cons and make trade-offs. For example, if a gun has power, its accuracy will decrease. If you want accuracy, you have to give up some of its power. This sniper rifle is a hexagonal warrior. Fast rate of fire, high accuracy, long range, light gun body, small recoil, and it's damn cool. Simply invincible. The test report was ready, and a group of researchers looked at the test data with a confused look on their faces. They couldn't even believe that this came from their hands, because it is too exaggerated and too outrageous. But they tested it themselves. The researcher handed the test report to General Fu. When you take the test report up, it's best to take the gun as well, otherwise I'm worried that no one will believe it. General Fu took the test report, glanced at it, and nodded. Even though he had seen the power of this gun and watched the entire test, he still found the report outrageous. Good. The researcher asked again, can you take me to see the RD team? With his ability, it would be a huge loss if he doesn't join our Firearms Research Institute. General Fu did not answer immediately because he did not think so. He had seen Gao Yang's laser gun and the test of the laser cannon. In Tai's opinion, the effects of laser cannons and laser guns are definitely greater than those of sniper rifles. One is hiding in the dark and attacking, while the other is openly destroying everything from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, as an energy attack, the technological content of laser weapons is higher than that of sniper rifles. But looking at the researchers' expectant, eager, and even pleading eyes, General Fu hesitated for a moment and said, I can take you to see him, but whether he is willing to come depends on his willingness. If you can't persuade him, there is nothing I can do. Okay. The researcher nodded and said confidently, our Firearms Research Institute is the most advanced in Dragon Country. As long as he wants to study firearms, he will definitely be willing to come. General Fu could not deny it. So he sealed the test report and affixed a security seal on it. This test report is confidential. The secretary took the report and left quickly. General Fu looked at the researchers and said, let's go. I'll take you to find the developer of the sniper rifle. In the library of National University of Defense Technology, Gao Yang is still immersed in the sea of books. I read books related to bulletproof vests with great interest. Many people think that bulletproof vests do not have a high technological content, but that is really due to the limitations of their inherent thinking. As far as the books he had seen were concerned, once any suitable material was discovered, it would be considered for use in making bulletproof vests. Various new types of bulletproof vests are then tested to find the most suitable thickness, shape, and curvature. This thing looks like just a piece of board, but it has high intrinsic value. While Gao Yang was reading a book, a guard walked over quickly from outside with a thick stack of information in his hand. This is the investigation file of your attack. So many? Gao Yang was a little curious. Everyone present has been investigated. The guard was very polite. You can start arresting people at any time? Gao Yang was even more surprised. Arresting people? Why arrest people? When I opened the file bag, the first thing I saw was the interrogation record. In the record, my cousin insisted that he acted on impulse. But there was a flaw in his words, and the master interrogator revealed the truth. He really is a knife pushed out by someone. Gao Yang was stunned. When he said in the Gao family villa that his eldest cousin had exchanged children with him, he just wanted the guards to arrest the man and make his eldest cousin suffer. As for the possibility of premeditated murder, he had never thought about it at all. He didn't expect that someone in his family could be so evil. At the same time, cold sweat broke out on his back. If General Zhou hadn't given him guards, he might have been dead. Thinking of this, Gao Yang's face darkened. He continued to look back and saw that his eldest cousin had given out the people who had discussed the partnership together. Then a group of people actually prepared a contract. The content of the contract is that my eldest cousin's family wants to get a larger share of Mr. Gao's inheritance, and the contract is in 6 copies. This means that all 6 companies are involved. In order to prevent someone from going back on his word, my cousin prepared a contract. The contract is not bound by law, but it means the initiative. Whoever does not pay will be exposed. Below the transcript is a copy of the contract with signatures of several people on it. It can now be used directly as evidence. Gao Yang couldn't help but sigh. This group of people are so stupid that they even skipped the step of finding evidence. Further down the page is the investigation data of every person present. Basically, they all work in the Gao family's group, and they are involved in all kinds of things like embezzlement of public funds, tax evasion, etc. There are also people who are drawing salaries without doing any work. I don't know where a bunch of ID cards were prepared, and then one person received a huge salary. Gao Yang flipped through it casually and saw a bunch of termites. When Gao Yang was about to put away the documents, he saw a few scattered pieces of paper at the back. After taking a closer look, Gao Yang's face darkened again. The paper contains the information that the Gao family has been targeting Lao Chang's factory over the years. Lao Chang contracted the factory more than 20 years ago. It had great potential, but it didn't seize the opportunity, and then it stagnated and became increasingly dilapidated. Gao Yang used to think that Lao Chang had no business ability, but now it seems that this is not a lack of ability. Despite many good orders being snatched away and various disputes, Lao Chang actually managed to maintain the factory for more than 20 years and even replaced a batch of equipment. Chapter 36 Partners. The Gao family has basically blocked the possibility for Lao Chang to cooperate with large companies. Otherwise, Lao Chang would have risen long ago. But how could this group of people who only dare to resort to dirty tricks actually have the guts to commit murder? Gao Yang looked at the guards. What will happen to these people? The guard shook his head. I don't know, but your attitude is important. Then deal with it seriously. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, please send a copy of this information to my grandfather. No need to send it. The investigation team has detailed information. Just make a phone call. Good. Gao Yang watched the guard leave, then looked at the book in front of him. Damn it, life is full of crises. There are always villains who want to harm me. I have to stay up late to read and quickly get some life-saving gear. As for what his grandfather thought or how upset he was, Gao Yang didn't care. He gave him this information just to make him feel uncomfortable. Gao Yang was reading until 8 o'clock in the evening when his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Gao Yang answered the phone with some surprise. Mr. Chang, did I disturb you while you were reading? Lao Chang asked tentatively. It's okay. There's not many people in the library. Gao Yang closed the book. What's the matter? Your grandfather came to me today and wanted to let me run the company. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Is Mr. Gao disappointed with the people in his family? Only have to choose Lao Chang? You agree? I refuse. Lao Chang paused and said, but what I refuse means that I need to discuss it with you. There is still room for communication. Why do you refuse? Gao Yang also wanted Lao Chang to refuse, but he still asked. I never wanted anything from the Gao family. This is a matter of dignity. Because of you, I have to stay in the Gao family all these years. There is no need for me to keep my head down. Gao Yang can understand this kind of dignity issue. His head may be cut off and blood may flow, but his will not be broken. Old Chang was silent for a while. If you need, I can take over the Gao family. Gao Yang knew that Lao Chang was willing to give up his dignity for his needs. He just laughed. You have ambition, but I don't. I have to fight for what I want. Old Chang also laughed. Okay, let's work together. He is like a treasure. We two don't care about him. Gao Yang hung up the phone with a smile and thought of Lao Chang's dilapidated factory. He had to find a way to help. Just as he was thinking about it, Gao Yang saw someone familiar walking into the library. General Fu. General Fu has 2 stars on his shoulders. He was the first one to see the Gao Yang laser gun test. When the laser cannon was tested later, he was the most enthusiastic and introduced people to Gao Yang. Gao Yang smiled and stood up. General Fu. General Fu also smiled and greeted him, then said, "Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Firearms Research Institute, Professor Tong." Gao Yang looked at the researchers following General Fu and nodded. Professor Tong. Professor Tong nodded to Gao Yang as a greeting, then looked at General Fu. Aren't you taking me to meet that team? General Fu pointed at Gao Yang and said, "Let me introduce you to the sniper rifle that can automatically aim. It was developed by him." Professor Tong suddenly turned around and looked at Gao Yang, his face full of disbelief. Gao Yang looks to be no more than 20 years old. Can such a young man develop such a good sniper rifle? Then I looked down at the book Gao Yang was reading. They were all about bulletproof vests. This seems a bit far-fetched. People who study firearms are reading books about bulletproof vests? Isn't this a waste of time? Where's your research log on guns? Let me see it. Gao Yang looked at Professor Tong and didn't say anything at first. He came up and asked to study the log directly. How big is his face? Professor Tong also suddenly realized and said quickly, "I don't mean anything else. It's just that I tested your gun. I want to confirm your identity and also want to see the technology used in the sniper rifle." Research logs are very confidential. Normally, they record the progress of the research, problems encountered, etc. But for something like guns, logs are not that important because most guns can be restored in proportion after being disassembled. But Gao Yang has no log. I study things and don't have the habit of preparing a log. Professor Tong was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He continued to ask, "What technology did you use on your sniper rifle? Why is it so accurate?" A normal person wouldn't ask such a question, but Gao Yang understood Professor Tong's excitement at the moment. Accuracy is due to the rifling. There is a special design inside. Professor Tong was even more excited. "I invite you to join the Firearms Research Institute, and I will give you the position of the person in charge." These are the third group of people who came to poach him. Gao Yang now wants to put up a sign outside the library. He is not going anywhere. No. Professor Tong was even more surprised. Why? If you want to study firearms, our institute is your best choice. Gao Yang patted the book in front of him lightly and said helplessly, "I just want to study bulletproof vests now, not firearms." Why? Gao Yang was too lazy to explain and just shook his head. "If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me while I'm reading." Professor Tong watched Gao Yang pick up the book with confusion in his eyes, but he still stood up and turned to leave. General Fu did not leave, but sat opposite Gao Yang. "Let me ask you a question. Can the aiming system on a sniper rifle be used on other firearms? Rifles, submachine guns, pistols?"
Yes.
Gao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. "It's not difficult. If you want, I can produce a finished product in a day or two." General Fu was surprised. "Is it that simple?" Gao Yang did not respond. He had a vast amount of knowledge in his head. Such a change was basically equivalent to asking him to turn 1 plus 1 into 2 plus 2. He could come up with the answer without even having to think about it. The test results of the firearms and laser weapons have been sent to the higher-ups for evaluation, and they will most likely be put into service. Gao Yang was stunned. Researching something and getting real equipment are 2 different concepts. There are a lot of things that have been researched and are gathering dust, but very few equipments. Gao Yang confirmed that what he took out would be of great use, but he was not sure whether to equip it. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of Lao Chang's phone call. "Can I designate a partner for equipment manufacturing?" General Fu nodded. "Okay, but we need to verify the qualifications to see if we have the production capacity. It's definitely not produced in my father's factory, but there are only a few factories in the country that can manufacture sniper rifles like this. Those factories are hard to control and information can be easily leaked. It's better to build a new factory." General Fu hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll keep it in mind for now. I'll try to do it for you when the evaluation results come out." Having said that, it's basically done. The scale of sniper rifle replacement is not large, only tens of thousands at most, so General Fu's words are effective. However, for Lao Chang's small factory, no matter how small the scale is, it is still a big order. Chapter 37, Don't Be in a Hurry. General Fu left, and Gao Yang continued reading. No one disturbed him, so Gao Yang read faster. He read until 10:30 in the evening. Ruoruo walked quickly to Gao Yang and said, "The library is about to close. I'll register 4 books for you." "Thank you," Gao Yang said, picking up 4 more books. "Borrow 8 together." Ruoruo quickly registered and said, "Don't read too late at night. Staying up late is not good after all. Also, can you spare some time to go to class again?" Gao Yang frowned. After all, the previous times when the teacher was absent were rare, and it would not be appropriate for him to steal the teacher's class. Seeing Gao Yang didn't say anything, Ruoruo quickly said, "I just said it casually." Gao Yang smiled. He had a good impression of Ruoruo. This female classmate who worked part-time to support herself even gave him a few cups of coffee. "It's not that I don't want to go to class, but if I go, what will happen to the professor who teaches that class? I will go back to the classroom to attend the class first, and then try to discuss it with Professor Lee." Ruoruo's eyes lit up. "Then can you specify a class? Preferably one related to electromagnetics. Our second homework is to consider electromagnetic weapons." Gao Yang was a little surprised. "You make it more difficult for yourself?" Ruoruo smiled. "You are also a member of our flying dress group. If you give me some pointers, it won't be difficult then, right?" Gao Yang smiled and picked up the book. "Okay, see you tomorrow." With his current level, it is not difficult for him to guide a group of college students. After walking out of the library, Gao Yang's expression became restrained. There was an old man sitting on a chair outside the library. Professor Tong. This guy waited outside for hours. Although it is spring now, it is still a bit cold at night. Lao Tong's legs are shaking due to the cold. Professor Tong also saw Gao Yang and quickly stood up and followed Gao Yang's steps. "I'll help you hold it. Now I won't delay your reading. We can have a good chat." Gao Yang felt helpless as he looked at Professor Tong, who was happily holding a few books in his arms. These people are really stubborn. "I don't want to leave school." Professor Tong was a little stubborn. "But with your talents, they can be put to the best use in our institute." Gao Yang turned around and looked at Professor Tong. "I'm only a sophomore. I still want to experience college life, so that after I graduate, I will give priority to the Firearms Research Institute." Professor Tong pondered and looked at Gao Yang again. He was indeed very young, less than 20 years old. "Then I will wait for you for 2 years. If you have any questions in the next 2 years, you can contact me directly. Whether you need research conditions or need help with anything, I will do my best to help you. When you are experiencing college life, don't forget scientific research. It is very important." Gao Yang nodded. "I understand. It's late at night. You should go back and rest first." Professor Tong was just about to say that he would help Gao Yang deliver the book, but before he could finish his words, a guard came over and naturally took the book from him, followed Gao Yang back to the dormitory. Professor Tong stared blankly at Gao Yang's back and the 2 personal guards. He was stunned. Gao Yang has guards? He also has guards, but the problem is, he holds a military rank. Gao Yang is a student. Since he developed the automatic aiming sniper rifle, he is indeed qualified to have guards. Plus, at his age, it is normal for him to have several guards. But wasn't the sniper rifle just tested? Subsequent RD rewards and so on have not been issued, so where do the guards come from? Unless Gao Yang had made an invention before, and it was a very high-tech invention. Professor Tong used his imagination to guess what had happened. But at this time, he was very nervous because he didn't know what else Gao Yang was researching. But there is still something to be reassured about. At least, Gao Yang said that he would give priority to their research institute after graduation. After staying up all night to finish reading 8 books, it was already dawn. After a 3-hour rest, Gao Yang rushed to the library again. This time, the charging of the amplification opportunity has reached 60%. However, when Gao Yang looked for books again, he had a purpose. Now he wants to actually make the bulletproof vest and then amplify it. He is still not good enough in making bulletproof vests. Gao Yang was looking for the book quickly. While he was looking for the book, a high-level military meeting was being held. There was a sniper rifle on the conference table. Very handsome. All the people sitting around the conference table were big shots. General Zhou was also present, sitting upright. The old man in the lead smiled and said, "The laser weapons in the news a few days ago made a big fuss. Heroes emerge from the youth." A sophomore student from the National University of Defense Technology, as part of his semester assignment, directly blew up a satellite. When the news reached me, I thought it was a lie. Everyone else in the meeting room started laughing as well. Of course, they all knew about the news since it was such a big deal. But they don't know more detailed information. The information about laser weapons is in the information bag in front of you. Take a look. The field fell silent, with only the sound of information bags being opened. Then there was the sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air. Because it's shocking. Looking at the data one by one, a group of people were stunned. This thing is actually true? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, someone swore. Ahem. The old man in the lead coughed. It's only the first page. Don't curse. Someone turned to the second page and said, What the hell? Several artillery regiments under me must be equipped with this cannon. I want one too. You want it? Aren't you focusing on special operations? What's wrong with special operations? This gun is only 30 kilograms. My squad can carry several of them to the battlefield. The meeting room suddenly became chaotic. No one stopped it. It took a full 5 minutes for the conference room to slowly quiet down, and everyone had finished looking at all the parameters of the laser cannon. Someone asked, Can this thing be put on an airplane? It's definitely more effective than a bomber. It can accurately hit targets on the ground and can be fired multiple times. There is no limit to the amount of ammunition it can carry. It's invincible. The leading old man nodded. That's an idea, and a very good one. You can follow up on it. Then there is a second document in front of you. It is about sniper rifles. Read it first before talking. Someone laughed and said, That gun on the table? Very cool. I'm looking forward to seeing this weapon on stage together with the laser cannon. Then, a gasp suddenly sounded in the conference room. Fuck, this is fake, right? Then there was a continuous sound of grass. Suddenly, a big man rushed to the sniper rifle on the table, feeling the weight. I want to go out and try. Together. Several people stood up. They made moves to go out, but none of them went straight out and waited for the person in front to speak. Reckless, but sensible. The old man in the lead smiled and said, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. I want to see it too, but we have to finish the meeting first. Everyone sat down and looked at the leader anxiously. The boss smiled and said, These two weapons must be manufactured. The problem is, it gives me a headache. What kind of reward should I give to the kid who developed these two epic-making weapons? Chapter 38 Langtao Mechanical Processing Plant. There must be rewards, and there is indeed a reward mechanism for researchers. As a researcher at the Academy of National Defense Science, in addition to the regular monetary rewards, there will also be meritorious rewards. The highest merit is first-class merit, but the current situation is that the honor of first-class merit is not enough to commend Gao Yang. Generally, if you have a leading achievement in a certain research field, you can get first-class merit. But Gao Yang's achievement is not a leading one. It is a technological leap. In other words, it is not wartime now, so it is impossible to apply for special merit. Otherwise, there would be no problem in applying for special merit. There are two inventions, so let's give them two first-class merits, someone said. Someone else said, cash rewards must also be arranged. The current highest cash reward is 5 million. For two inventions and two applications, that's 10 million. 10 million is a lot, but compared to Gao Yang's invention, it is also insignificant. If the technology of these two new weapons is sold outside, even if it costs tens of billions, there will be a lot of people begging to buy it. But that's the best the researchers can offer at this point. If this benefit is not enough, we have to make up for it from other aspects. According to Lungwa's current standards, the patents for research and development are in the hands of the researchers, but weapons manufacturing is equivalent to internal research and development and manufacturing. Even with patents in hand, not much money can be made. In the conference room, a voice suddenly rang out, How about this? We arrange a position for him at the National Defense Science Academy? General Zhou, who had been silent, said, From what I know about Gao Yang, he is not interested in positions. But it just so happens that an application has been submitted to me. Gao Yang wants his father's factory to produce the weapons he developed. But his father's factory equipment can't keep up and doesn't meet the standards. The old man in the lead's eyes lit up. This is a good compensation idea. Since the production equipment does not meet the standards, then help them improve the equipment level and meet the standards. When it comes to factory upgrades, we'll give you whatever you want. Good. The matter was settled very simply, and a group of people rushed out of the meeting room to test the guns. Then there is the shock. The data on paper is shocking, but it is truly shocking when you actually use it. With this gun, they are all damn sharpshooters. He is not a sharpshooter in the conventional sense, but a sharpshooter that is difficult to understand. It also made these big guys unable to stop swearing. I played a round of them all and couldn't put this gun down. Suddenly someone said, Isn't there an international special sniper competition in a few days? How about showing this thing off? The people around were silent for a while, and their main consideration was whether to take it out. After all, this thing is still new. I think it's okay. It's a sniper competition, and everyone is allowed to bring a gun. The top 10 will be ranked. Each faction has 10 snipers. With 10 of us, it shouldn't be a big problem to take down the top 10, right? Indeed. The leading old man nodded, setting the tone for the matter. People around started laughing. If he went over with a sniper rifle like this, wouldn't that be a way to get extra points? Someone looked at General Zhou and said, "Ask the RD personnel if they can get 10 guns in 2 days." General Zhou called Gao Yang directly. The call was quickly connected, and General Zhou asked directly, "Xiao Gao, can you make 10 self-aiming sniper rifles in 2 days? 10 are needed for testing?" The test has been completed, but there will be an international sniper competition in 2 days, and we will also arrange 10 people to participate. Gao Yang also smiled. In the sniper competition, with his sniper rifle, would there be any suspense? It should be possible. I'll have someone pick it up in 2 days. Is it in time? It's still in time. Gao Yang hung up the phone and went directly to the laboratory. With previous manufacturing experience, manufacturing is now faster. It was at this time that the designs of the other types of guns were perfected. When machines were automatically manufacturing parts, Gao Yang began to design automatic aiming rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. If these 3 types of guns are equipped with automatic aiming, their functions actually overlap to some extent. Rifles are used against enemies at medium distances, about 300 to 500 meters. The submachine gun is used against enemies within 200 meters. But with extremely accurate automatic aiming, the rifle can also eliminate enemies within 200 meters. The function of a pistol is also very simple. It is a short-range defensive weapon. But with the help of automatic aiming, this thing is also a powerful weapon. In a small area, you can just pull out your gun and kill. 3 designs have been completed, a large number of parts have been produced, and the next step is assembly. During the assembly process, Gao Yang received a call from General Fu, who had confirmed that the order for weapons production would be given to his father's factory. The higher-ups are responsible for the early equipment. This is basically equivalent to giving your father a high-precision advanced factory for free. Even the early production materials and so on will be given to the factory in advance for use, and then offset by the proceeds from the purchase of weapons and equipment. Although there are conditions, such as the factory being under military control. But this is inevitable. The authorities certainly do not want the secrets of the weapons to be leaked. The benefits are huge and come at no cost. Gao Yang informed his father of the address and name of the factory, then called Lao Chong and told him that he had introduced the order to Lao Chong and asked him to be prepared to receive it. Mr. Chong was a little surprised, but also very pleased that his son had grown up. We were ready to welcome the big boss, and then we saw military vehicles parked in front of the factory gate. In the car, someone leaned out to look outside and asked in doubt, "Langtao Machinery Processing Factory?" In front of the gate of Langtao Mechanical Processing Factory, Lao Chong was also confused and puzzled. What was going on? Why would such a powerful convoy stop in front of their small factory? I wanted to ask why we stopped, but I felt the pressure and hesitated for a moment. In the car, General Fu confirmed the name, the address, and then looked at the gate of the machinery factory. Is this the factory building at home that Gao Yang mentioned? The metal signs of the machinery factory are severely corroded. It can be seen that this factory has been strong for many years. What if I can still see inside? General Fu got out of the car, saw Lao Chong, and took the initiative to step forward. Lao Chong subconsciously took a step back. He didn't understand other things, but he roughly knew that the one with a gold star on his shoulder without a bar was a general. General Fu smiled kindly and said, "Excuse me, are you from Langtao Machinery Factory?" "I'm the boss," Lao Chong said politely. General Fu was stunned. "Your last name is Gao?" Old Chong reacted, somewhat incredulously, and asked tentatively, "Were you introduced by Gao Yang?" General Fu nodded. "Yes, Gao Yang came over and asked me to cooperate with you." Old Chong was stunned. It was not like Gao Yang was unaware of the situation in the factory. How could they, with such a small scale, cooperate with the authorities? Even if we cooperate, it's already pretty good to have some leftovers. But is it really necessary for such a small collaboration to have such a heavyweight character appear? While Old Chong was in a daze, General Fu had already turned around and signaled everyone in the car to get off. "Let's go into the factory and take a look first. They are all evaluators." General Fu introduced to Lao Chong. Lao Chong was a little panicked. Gao Yang might have made a mistake. "Our factory is very small, and I'm afraid we can't handle the official orders." Chapter 39. We must cooperate. General Fu smiled and said, "The size of the factory is not important. You don't have to be nervous. Gao Yang and I have a good relationship. Let's go in and take a look first. Lao Chang could feel General Fu's kindness, but he was very curious. How could a big shot of this level have such a good relationship with Gao Yang? General Fu walked into the factory and was stunned. Before entering the gate, I just thought it was small. After entering the door, I found that the factory was even smaller. And it's a very old-fashioned factory building made of reinforced concrete. You can tell it's super old just by looking at the color of the walls. Standing inside the gate, you can vaguely see the old mechanical equipment inside the factory. General Fu paused and said, "It's okay, let's go in and take a look." Old Chang was originally feeling a little embarrassed, but now he decided to go all out and walked in with a group of people. General Fu saw the equipment in the factory, all of which were old. Looking at the things made by these devices, there are locks and metal sheets on some parts. And it is manufactured by direct stamping. This is the worst kind of factory. But there are also good things. All workers wear full protective equipment and the factory is quite clean. The whole thing was a bit beyond his expectations. This is not a factory, it can be called a small workshop. The group of people who came to evaluate behind also stood there in a daze. This was not what they had imagined. Does this still need to be evaluated? This production equipment would not have been considered advanced 50 years ago. Also, the factory is too small. How can we possibly cooperate with the authorities? General Fu originally thought that this cooperation was to renovate the factory and slightly update the equipment. Now it seems that this is not an update, but a brand new factory building. It is even more difficult than replacing a new one. This small factory has to be demolished first, but I can accept it. General Fu met the puzzled looks of the group of people and said, "What are you all standing there for? Get things done in half an hour. I need all the information about the factory." A group of people immediately got busy, and some began to check official information to see if there had been any lawsuits or any serious incidents. Some people also checked the factory's financial reports over the years, and some people checked the size of the factory and the serial numbers of the machinery and equipment, whether the employee information is qualified, etc. A group of people were busy, and Lao Chang looked at General Fu in a daze. "You have seen the situation in the factory, why don't you retreat? Is he here to cause trouble?" But he was very confident that although the factory was small, there would be no problems. He asked tentatively, "There is basically no possibility of cooperation. Is it necessary to conduct a detailed inspection?" General Fu smiled and said, "Is there a place to sit?" "Yes." Lao Chang took General Fu to the office. The office is not big, with a sofa, a desk, and a coffee table. Old Chang poured General Fu a cup of tea and said, "Is there still a possibility of cooperation in our situation?" General Fu smiled and said, "It's not possible, but we must cooperate." After listening to what happened before, Lao Chang was somewhat disappointed. He could not grasp the opportunity given by his son, and then he was stunned. "Do we have to cooperate with this factory? My son is so proud. Then he can't let down the chain. What do you need to produce? Just tell me. I have about $1 million left. My house in the city can be mortgaged for $2 million. I can buy another batch of production equipment." General Fu waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about the production of weapons and equipment. We will take care of it." Lao Chang was stunned. "Produce weapons? You provide equipment? Then can't you produce them yourself?" General Fu took a sip of tea and said, "So, you gave birth to a good son. I can't tell you the details, but what I can say is that we must cooperate. This batch of weapons must all be manufactured in the Langtao Machinery Processing Factory. If there is no equipment, we will get it. If there is no material, we will provide the material. If there is no worker, we will provide the worker. If there is no land, we can also provide the land." Old Chang also drank a sip of tea. He had to calm down. It was a little hard to understand, but it all had to do with his son. But his first reaction was panic. What happened to his son? This kind of preferential treatment cannot be exchanged for one's life, right? Thinking about the last time Gao Yang went home, he thought of a possibility. "My son, has he done something great?" General Fu nodded. "Yes, but don't ask. Just relax. He doesn't need you to worry about him. As for his achievements, they are absolutely limitless." An unnatural blush appeared on Old Chang's face. He was proud of his son's achievement. Within 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Someone came in and reported, "The area here is only 500 square meters. It's very small. It's not enough for anything." General Fu turned around and looked at his secretary. "Go and discuss with the local officials how much land can be approved around here. As much as possible." "Yes." General Fu finished speaking and said, "Contact the construction team and have them come over immediately to build a factory here." "Yes." "Contact the current heavy industry enterprises get the quotation, and prepare for purchase.
Yes.
General Fu thought for a moment, then turned to look at Lao Chong. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Old Chong was still in a state of confusion. This was a big upgrade. He paused and said, there are still some processing orders that have not been completed in the factory. Do you know of any other factories that would like to take these orders?
Have.
General Fu said, transfer the order over, and all losses can be reimbursed. Lao Chong shook his head, no loss. Lao Chong walked out of the room, a little confused, and then made a phone call. The first call was to Gao Yang. When such a huge pie fell from the sky, his first reaction was not happiness, but fear. What worries him is that if he gets the benefits, will it have an impact on Gao Yang? As long as there is an impact, he would rather not have the benefit. The call went through. Gao Yang asked, what's the matter? A general has come to the factory. He wants to rebuild the factory. Did you know that? I know. I'll let them pass. Just cooperate with them. Lao Chong didn't hang up the phone in a hurry, but asked, will it cause you pressure if I accept this benefit? I've already been paid in advance. Lao Chong thought of a possibility. Invention? Right. Old Chong was completely relieved. The invention of the National University of Defense Technology could only be a weapon. Thinking of General Fu's words, he completely understood. What Gao Yang invented is a weapon, which is the weapon that this factory will produce in the future. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chong started calling his colleagues, and his face was full of joy throughout the whole process. The joy of building a new factory is not as great as the joy of knowing my son's achievements. Gao Yang's invention is definitely not simple, even super high-end. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get this factory. This factory is a great value. Even if we don't count the factory itself or the equipment, the expanded factory land alone is priceless. The land around Jiangqing, even for commercial use, cannot be acquired for more than 1 billion yuan each. Now, it's him. Lao Chong continued to call his peers, and during the calls, he sold the newly replaced equipment to his peers at low prices. After he finished the call, the workers in the factory had all left. They were also confused. They were working well, but suddenly they were told that the factory needed to be rebuilt. Lao Chong packed up a large amount of information in the factory and then walked out of the factory. Outside the factory, large construction equipment has been transported in by large trucks. First, use a crane to lift the equipment inside and load it onto the truck. The worker looked at the confused Lao Chong and said, "Boss, what's going on?" Old Chong slowly came back to his senses. "My son asked me to renovate the factory. You can go back and have a rest first. Your salary will be paid during this period. I will contact you when the factory is built." Chapter 40 Defense Increase. The workers are very happy. The factory renovation will take at least a month. They get paid for free and have a 1-month vacation. It's so cool. I've known for a long time that Gao Yang is a promising kid. You've only just entered college, and you've already got this ability. When you graduate, your achievements will be limitless. My son has graduated from college for several years, but he has not achieved anything. The worker complimented him a few times, packed up his things, and went home. There was no one and nothing in the factory. Construction machinery entered the site, and with a loud bang, the wall of the old factory was pushed down, followed by the collapse of the main body of the factory building. The factory that Lao Chong had taken over for more than 20 years was reduced to nothing. But he came to his senses and realized that everything in the past had been turned over and the new future had just begun. General Fu was communicating with the construction team and had 2 requirements: speed and safety and stability. The people on the construction team were also very panicked. When they arrived, they had no idea that they were military personnel. No wonder they didn't discuss the price in advance, but asked them to come as soon as possible. Even in this situation, they dare not lower the price. If they really offer a high price, how will they survive in the future? You may not even quote a price or sign a contract at the first moment. You can just do the work first, then calculate and sign the contract during the process. The construction party believed in the credibility of the military, and the military also believed that the construction party would not dare to act recklessly. So the cooperation was very smooth, and the factory was completely dismantled that day. Gao Yang was reading a book while assembling a sniper rifle. Gao Yang has become proficient in assembling things and can now look through books while assembling. The time for the next amplification opportunity to be fully charged is very short. 2 days passed in a flash, and 10 sniper rifles were manufactured. Not only did they manufacture 10 sniper rifles, they also manufactured automatic aiming rifles, automatic aiming submachine guns, and automatic aiming pistols. When Gao Yang designed it, everyone was amazed. Automatically aiming a submachine gun, that's really outrageous. The firing rate is super fast, coupled with automatic aiming. If one person faces 100 people and hides and shoots, it's like cutting leaks. Compared with these guns, the only advantage of the sniper rifle is its long range. At this moment, Gao Yang truly understood how technology changes the world. If there had been such weapons on the battlefield decades ago, the number of casualties would probably have increased exponentially. Called General Zhou and asked him to come over and get the gun. While waiting, Gao Yang continued reading. According to past experience, the energy would be fully charged tonight. Come to think of it, when I was reading books on bulletproof vests, the total recharge time was only 10 days. It used to take 15 days, but now it only takes 10 days, mainly because my reading speed has increased. As he acquires more knowledge, his reading speed will also become faster and faster. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when General Zhou arrived in person, loaded the sniper rifles onto the truck with his men, and looked at Gao Yang. Do you want to go and watch the sniper competition? Gao Yang wanted to go. As a young man, how could he not want to watch the fun, especially at a sniper competition? Unlike the target shooting at the Olympics, the military sniper competitions are all fancy. Simulating the killing of kidnappers is child's play. And this time, the gun he designed and manufactured will also appear in the competition. When does the game start? Tomorrow. We are the host of this sniper competition. The location is not far away. We can still make it there tomorrow morning. Gao Yang wanted to go, but he still had to read. General Zhou smiled and said, think about it. Call me anytime. You can come over after the game starts. Good. After General Zhou left, Gao Yang closed the door of the laboratory and continued reading with his head down. You can go, but before you go, you have to get a bulletproof vest first. If you go to the scene to watch the fun and a ricochet occurs, that would be very dangerous. I won't go until the bulletproof vest is ready. After some consideration, Gao Yang calmed down. Gao Yang kept reading until 2 o'clock in the morning, when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a chance to increase your invention. Gao Yang let out a long breath and strode to the back of the laboratory. Take out lots of material. These are the materials that had been prepared in advance, and he was going to start making bulletproof vests. He also decided on the type of bulletproof vest, which would be a lightweight one. Lightweight body armor, such as that made of Kevlar, is not very effective. Can only defend against pistol bullets. There is no way to defend against rifles and sniper rifles. But Gao Yang has a system that can randomly improve the bulletproof effect, even if it is only increased by 100 times. Even a light bulletproof vest can block sniper rifles. But even if it is just a light bulletproof vest, if it increases its bulletproof capability a little bit, the increase will be a lot. So in addition to the materials of the lightweight bulletproof vest itself, Gao Yang also added ceramic bulletproof plates to key locations. The chest, abdomen, and crotch are all equipped with bulletproof plates. Gao Yang had to make all these things himself. Even the ceramic bulletproof plates were fired by him personally. By the time all the manufacturing was completed, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. The system hasn't prompted anything yet, which is normal. It needs to be tested before it can be considered his invention. Gao Yang took out a gun from the laboratory, found a room at random, aimed the gun at the bulletproof vest, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the laboratory. In Gao Yang's mind, a system prompt sounded. It is detected that the host is developing a light bulletproof vest. Do you want to use an amplification opportunity to amplify it?
Use.
When Gao Yang spoke, he suddenly thought of another possibility. That is, reading books is required to charge the system, which is actually a kind of assistance to the system owner. Otherwise, just invent something that can increase the amplification by 10,000 times. Some people are lazy and just break off a branch, sharpen it, and amplify it 10,000 times. That is really a waste of resources. As Gao Yang gave the order, an illusory roulette wheel appeared in front of him. Gao Yang walked forward and spun the roulette wheel. Next is the time to look at your fate. Is it 100 times or 10,000 times? The roulette wheel was spinning slower and slower, and Gao Yang became nervous. According to his experience, this time the multiplier would either be very high or very low. The slower the speed, the closer it is to the highest multiple of 10,000 times. But as long as it exceeds 10,000 times by a little bit, it will become 100 times. The roulette wheel gradually stopped, and Gao Yang's heart almost jumped out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have won a 9,500-fold increase, and your bulletproof vest has received a 9,500-fold increase. 9,500 times defense. Gao Yang was stunned. Is his luck so good? Not only is the multiplier high, but it is also what he wants most, a defense boost. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to have a bulletproof vest that cannot be penetrated by something that is 9,500 times more powerful than a bullet. Let alone sniper rifles, even a small caliber artillery can be blocked, right? But this is hard to imagine. Such a terrifying impact force, erupting in an instant. No matter how good the defensive effect of the bulletproof vest is, the person wrapped in the bulletproof vest will be crushed into meat, right? While Gao Yang was curious, the machines in the laboratory started running automatically. Gao Yang was a little curious. Isn't the improvement of bulletproof vest's defensive performance mainly dependent on materials? What does the machine tool do? Chapter 41. Let's go and watch the fun. In the laboratory, more equipment started moving and a large number of mechanical parts were manufactured. Gao Yang was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? It's full of various mechanical parts. Can a bulletproof vest be assembled using mechanical parts? Suppressing his curiosity, Gao Yang just watched as countless parts formed a belt in the air. The belt buckle is larger than a normal belt buckle. What the hell does this thing have to do with bulletproof vests? When Gao Yang was curious, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Due to insufficient laboratory conditions, we can only achieve an 800-fold amplification effect. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. It's not about the memory and craftsmanship of the materials of the bulletproof vest, but the technology of the electromagnetic protective shield. The defensive effect of the bulletproof vest is amplified by 9,500 times, which cannot be achieved by any other material with the same volume and weight. Moreover, the bulletproof effect of the system is not based on defense, but on protection. Defense and protection seem to be the same thing, but defense is only a form of protection, and even attack is also a form of protection. The effect pursued by the system is absolute protection. Even if a bulletproof vest has excellent defense, or even absolute protection, it cannot meet the requirements. Just as Gao Yang thought, even if the bulletproof vest could not be penetrated no matter what, the person wearing it would be killed by the huge impact force. Therefore, the bulletproof effect of a bulletproof vest is definitely not as good as that of an electromagnetic protective shield. After receiving the memory, Gao Yang was extremely shocked. A single soldier electromagnetic shield with a defense effect of 9,500 times can defend against almost everything. The speed of electromagnetic waves is the same as the speed of light. As long as the speed of the bullet does not reach the speed of light, it can be blocked. Even if it reaches the speed of light, it can still be offset by distortion. It's so perverted. In addition, the defensive capability is also related to the energy of the electromagnetic shield. The more energy the shield has, the better the defensive effect will be. There will be enough energy to offset the kinetic energy of the attack. The conditions in the laboratory are not met, so the defense effect is only 800 times. 800 times the defensive effect? Is that equally abnormal? Even if the kinetic energy of a bullet is only 200 joules, 800 times that's still 160,000 joules. Ordinary artillery does not have such great kinetic energy. In addition, due to energy limitations, this belt can only be used once. It needs to be recharged after one time. However, it was an almost invincible defense, and even artillery fire could not destroy it. Pick up the belt, it is heavier than ordinary belts. Sure enough, the one with the big belt is awesome. It's either Kamen Rider, Armor Hero, or Electromagnetic Shield. After putting on the belt, Gao Yang also took a spare battery. At the same time, he also had an idea about how to arrange the next amplification opportunity. Battery. Must increase the battery. With high-energy batteries, electromagnetic guns can be equipped without having to carry a socket. The electromagnetic protection shield can also defend multiple times. In the future, any equipment related to electricity will be supported. But now, we have to go out and watch the fun. Made a phone call and waited for General Zhou to arrange someone to come over. Gao Yang had only seen sniper showmanship in videos before, such as hitting toothpicks and knocking bottle caps off bottles. There is also the ability to shoot at moving targets and hit the target with pinpoint accuracy. The moving target mentioned above refers to the sniper moving in the car, and the car is driving on a bumpy road. Very ornamental. After waiting for a while, General Zhou's men arrived and took Gao Yang into the car. Gao Yang didn't bring any books this time. He has been reading for so long, so he should give himself a day off. Sitting here, Gao Yang took a nap. As if noticing that Gao Yang was taking a rest, the driver drove more steadily. 3 hours later, the car stopped. Gao Yang opened his eyes and saw mountains and forests. The driver opened the door and said, "General Zhou will arrive in a quarter of an hour. Do you want to get off later?" "I'll get off the car and stretch my body." Gao Yang got off the car. stretched his body, and breathed in the fresh air in the mountains and forests. It feels great. I don't know if it's because I had a 3-hour rest after staying up all night, or because of the fresh air. Less than 2 minutes later, another convoy came over. It was General Zhou's convoy. General Zhou had not planned to come before this. He only came because Gao Yang wanted to. Seeing Gao Yang, he got out of the car enthusiastically. Let's go in first. There is no road into the mountain, but there are helicopters. We got on the helicopter and headed inside, and saw a simple base. The base is surrounded by hills and open spaces. There are roads, but they are mud roads crushed by tanks and armored vehicles. This is a training base, and the entire base is used as the venue for this sniper competition. Gao Yang looked at the training base through the window. General Zhou introduced, there are a total of 16 teams participating in this sniper competition. They are all top snipers from major overseas forces. Each team has 10 people. We will select the top 10 players and make a ranking. Gao Yang was a little curious. Are such competitions held often? Usually there are competitions, large-scale sniper competitions, usually once a year or once every 2 years. There are also temporary sniper competitions. These competitions are relatively large in scale and invite many parties to participate. They are not held very often. Usually, if someone has a very good sniper who is sure to win first place, they will organize one. This time it was the Bald Eagle's idea. They produced a very powerful sniper. I won first place in the sniper competition organized by White Bear not long ago. And in the past 2 years, I have won first place in many competitions. This time they came to Dragon Country to compete just to defeat us. General Zhou also laughed as he spoke. Who could have thought that Gao Yang would suddenly appear? A top sniper is so awesome, and Longhua can send 10 of them at once, or even thousands of them. The helicopter landed on a hill. This hill is not far from the stands. The stands are located on the open space on the top of the mountain. There are open-air stands and a monitoring room connected to various equipment. The scores of all the contestants are listed on the screen. There were quite a few people in the stands, of all skin colors, all leaders of their respective teams. The appearance of General Zhou caused some commotion, and the person in charge of organizing the event quickly arranged for the two to sit in the center. Has the game started yet? About 5 minutes left. The person in charge here has 3 stars on his shoulders, just like General Zhou, but he has 2 bars, so he is a colonel. Facing General Zhou, he sat upright, extremely nervous. The military district chief came over to watch the fun. A bit outrageous. General Zhou stopped talking and waited quietly. Gao Yang also sat quietly and waited. 5 minutes passed in a flash. The most important thing for a sniper is accuracy. First round, target shooting. Unlike regular target shooting, this time the competition is about comprehensive data, shooting rate, and accuracy. Accuracy is not determined by the number of rings, but by the number of black dots hit. 200 meters away, there is a square board with black spots on it. Points are scored by hitting the black dots. The shorter the time and the more you hit, the higher the score. This is a little more difficult because every time you shoot, you need to change the target and aim again. Chapter 42. You are cheating. As the starting gun sounded, the first team of 10 men lay down, aimed, and then fired. The gunshots were very rhythmic. Each sniper had his own aiming rhythm, and the shooting was orderly. This 10-man team comes from Third Brothers family, which has a very bad reputation online. But the top snipers they selected are indeed quite good. In the continuous shooting, each person hit 7 shots on average. Then the second group came on stage. It was the Bald Eagles. After 1 round of shooting, the average score was 8.3 points. The most outstanding person among them not only hits all 10 shots, but also gets awarded 2 time points, a total of 12 points. This means his firing rate is very fast, faster than the established standard, so extra points are added. Accurate and fast. Gao Yang also subconsciously took a look at the sniper, who had a hooked nose and deep, bright eyes. He looks very awesome. He must be the top sniper that General Zhou mentioned. After just 2 glances, Gao Yang looked away. No matter how awesome he was, he couldn't compare to cheating. Then several groups of snipers came on the field, and their scores were between 7 and 8 points. There are also several top snipers, with the highest score reaching 11 points. It's fast and accurate. Gao Yang also thought it was outrageous. He had also shot a gun before, but he couldn't hit the target at a distance of 50 meters. These people could hit the black spot at a distance of 200 meters. It was really outrageous. The 9th group is composed of people from Long Country. 10 Dragon Country snipers, holding automatic aiming sniper rifles, lay on the ground and fired at the same time as the starting gun sounded. 5 seconds later, All 10 men stood up, shooting completed. In the stands, the officers from various countries who came with the team were completely stunned. Fight so fast? Don't want to win? The next moment, the score appeared on the screen. 20 points. The highest score is 20 points, and the lowest score is also 20 minutes. All 10 shots from everyone hit the target, and the firing rate was fast enough. So extra points were awarded, bringing the maximum score to 20 points. The whole audience stood up. There was a blonde and blue-eyed person who first widened his eyes, then shouted, "Cheating! You are cheating! This kind of shooting result is impossible." The person in charge on the scene didn't say anything and just played the video. In the video, you can clearly see that each bullet accurately lands on the target and then triggers the sensor. Moreover, the video has multiple angles, so it is impossible to fake it. People from various countries stood up and watched the video, all with confused expressions. Shocking beyond words. How is this possible? This is impossible. Even the best sniper can't shoot so fast and so accurately. Do they have 10 more snipers like this? The people led by the Bald Eagle team were all confused. They organized this competition just to show off, mainly because Longwood did not participate in many sniper competitions. They wanted to show off more in front of Longhua. It turns out that this is not showing off, it is just self-humiliation. And since Dragon Country Sniper is so awesome, why didn't they use it in previous competitions? The 10 snipers who were shooting were also extremely shocked. Although they were already familiar with it, they were still shocked and confused when they actually used it. They are all top snipers. But their years of practice and top-notch talent are no match for this gun. The other snipers didn't know what was happening and continued to finish the game. But everyone in the stands knew that the outcome was already decided. They even felt a little sorry for the snipers below. Knowing the final result, they would probably be deeply shocked. As top snipers, they are all confident, but this time, their mentality might even explode. The first round of competition is over and the rankings are announced. Dragon Country is first, Bald Eagle is second, Russian Bear is third, and the remaining forces follow closely behind. The score gaps among the sniper teams from other forces are not that big. Only the overall score of the Dragon Country team is far ahead. The second round of competition started directly. The rules of the second round were to shoot at ground targets from a helicopter. The goal is 3 soccer balls. 3 footballs were fixed to a car. The helicopter hovered in the air while the car drove at a constant speed over a distance of 1 kilometer. There are 3 shooting opportunities, and hitting a ball counts as 1 point. There are 160 people, 5 people in each round, and 2 rounds are carried out simultaneously. In the first round, out of the 5 snipers, only 1 hit 3 balls, and the remaining 1 got nothing. It can be said that it is extremely difficult. Gao Yang was in amazement in the stands. It was so far away that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Plus, the helicopter was still shaking. The cars on the ground are still running. There are also factors such as wind speed that affect it. It's hellish difficulty. Gao Yang was a little impressed. It just seems a bit time-consuming, and each shot requires a long aiming time. Finally, it was the Dragon Country snipers' turn to arrive. There was a commotion in the entire stands, and many people picked up their binoculars to get a closer look. Then 3 gunshots were heard and 3 balls were blown up. Then the second car came out and the 3 balls were instantly blown up. 5 snipers took turns shooting, and the whole process lasted less than a minute. The car carrying the ball didn't even go 100 meters, and it was over. In the stands, there were sounds of people gasping for air. What level is this? To kill 3 people, the level of a top sniper is actually enough. But how is it possible to aim and shoot at such a fast speed? What the hell? Is this cheating? A group of people from overseas forces had shock in their eyes and kept looking at General Zhou and others, trying to see something else on their faces. But General Zhou remained calm and even nodded slightly, not bad. The person in charge of the training ground was already filled with shock and panic in his heart. He even felt like he was dreaming. He secretly pinched his thigh tightly, but his face remained expressionless. Expression controllability. A group of overseas people were even more shocked. What does the calmness of these dragon people show? It shows that this is a normal operation. Is the Dragon Kingdom hiding so deeply? In previous competitions overseas, the performance of Dragon Country snipers was never this awesome. Thinking of this, they felt a chill on their backs and cold sweat on their foreheads. How terrifying would it be if a sniper like this appeared on the battlefield? It's definitely a life harvester. In small-scale operations, or special operations infiltrating behind enemy lines, who can handle such snipers? Unless the artillery is plowing the ground, as long as the sniper still has bullets, he is invincible. The game is still going on, but the outcome has been decided. However, they still have to watch and see clearly how powerful these snipers are and how to deal with them later. Then the more I look at it, the more desperate I feel. How can I deal with this? After all, if you are discovered, you will die. But there is still a chance. To become a sniper, you need more than just accurate shooting skills. You also need tactical skills such as camouflage. This kind of competition is more like hide and seek. Everyone plays together in a large area. Whoever is discovered first will be eliminated. There is an infrared detection device on the automatic aiming sniper rifle, but it is disabled here and can only be distinguished by the naked eye. Gao Yang looked through the telescope at the more than 100 people who quickly disappeared on the distant hillside. He had to say that these people's camouflage ability was really abnormal. They were all experts, and he couldn't even see where they were when he looked carefully. Those snipers seemed to blend into the environment. While the sniper competition was going on, in the meeting room of the Bald Eagle Foreign Affairs Department, a group of people are having a secret meeting. There are a large number of photos in the conference room, all of which are of experts and professors from manhwa who are engaged in laser research. Chapter 43 is so great. In the Bald Eagle meeting room, someone walked to the front and began to summarize the information. Regarding laser weapons, the Dragon Country has strictly blocked the news. The researchers we assigned to all the research institutes had no idea what was going on. They had never heard of the laser weapon project. The only reliable clue is that a lot of relevant researchers went to the National University of Defense Technology in a short period of time. So we changed the direction of our investigation and looked at the researchers in universities who were doing research related to lasers. Nothing. Until the person explaining it paused for a moment and pulled up a photo. The photo shows Gao Yang walking with a group of researchers. There are also military bigwigs in the photo. A group of people surrounded Gao Yang. This photo was taken the day after the laser weapon blew up the satellite. This student's name is Gao Yang. This student used to spend most of his time reading in the library. He was even called a genius. Now he never goes to class and has been given a disciplinary probation. We fully suspect that he is the one who researched laser weapons. In the conference room, a group of people looked at Gao Yang in the photo with some disbelief and were a little hesitant. Such a young person? In their opinion, anyone who can develop such a powerful laser weapon must be at least a team, and a top team at that. The result is a student? Can this student develop laser weapons? The person who led the report said, "This is our current investigation result. Although it is outrageous, the emergence of laser weapons is outrageous in itself. Through various clues, we can be sure that the laser weapon must have come from the National University of Defense Technology. And at the National University of Defense Technology, there was no other movement, except for a student who used to only know how to read books, who suddenly received preferential treatment. He even has guards. Researchers in Dragon Country only have guards when they hold positions or are conducting major research projects." The meeting room fell silent, and someone asked, "Try to win him over?" It is not recommended to win him over. He already has guards around him, which means he is receiving a lot of attention. If we try to contact him, we will definitely be noticed by the people from Dragon Country. Then find a way to deal with him? It's not about finding a way to deal with it, it's about having to deal with it. Such a young researcher has already produced such results. He is definitely a genius among geniuses. Such a genius must either belong to us or be strangled in the cradle. Otherwise, it will bring greater help to Dragon Country in the future. In the conference room, the solution to the problem was decided in just a few words, and Gao Yang's identity information was also sent to other departments. Even for them, there is no need to investigate things thoroughly, just find a way to deal with the threat. Gao Yang didn't know about the meeting and felt bored after watching the sniper competition for 3 hours. It's too slow. It takes a long time to aim each time. As expected, some things are more exciting when you watch the editing afterwards. He stood up and went downstairs to find the toilet, and the 2 guards quickly got up and followed. Gao Yang waved his hand. "No need to follow. I'm going to the bathroom and we'll be back soon." General Zhou said calmly, "Follow me." Gao Yang didn't say anything more and went straight to the bathroom. The bathroom here is very simple, built with bricks and tiles, but it is super clean and spotless. The leader of the Bald Eagle team walked into the bathroom and walked to the urinal next to Gao Yang. While unbuttoning his pants, he said, "Your Dragon Country snipers are really powerful." Gao Yang ignored him. This guy must be seriously ill. Why the hell is he trying to start a conversation at this time? But this guy speaks Longwa dialect very well. But this man didn't have much tact and continued, "I have really learned a lot. As James' instructor, James is already the best sniper I have ever seen. But there are actually 10 snipers in your dragon country who are much better than him. James should be the powerful sniper in Bald Eagle. But it had nothing to do with Gao Yang. He pulled up his pants and walked out of the bathroom. The instructor was left stunned. Why didn't this guy respond at all? Suddenly, the instructor's cell phone vibrated. The instructor took out his phone and looked at it. The first thing he saw was a message. After the game, don't rush back. There is a mission. Then there was another message, which was about Gao Yang's information, including height, weight, age, address, etc. And then there are the photos. The instructor subconsciously looked outside the door. Was the person who just walked out the target? Just take action in manhwa? No matter success or failure, as long as he takes action, his entire team will be wiped out. That would be a huge loss. As long as the mission is accomplished, we can accept their all-consuming deaths. The instructor's hand holding the phone shook. There were 10 top snipers, including a legendary sniper with top talent like James. It takes a huge amount of money to train each of them. If the selection costs are included, each person is worth tens of millions of dollars. Can this be lost? What is the identity of that silent young man? As for taking action, this young man had to be accompanied by guards wherever he went, and there were guards behind him even when he went to the toilet. It is difficult to successfully resolve the issue without using a gun. But even if they stay, they are not allowed to take the sniper rifles out. The best place to take action is at the competition site. A plan quietly formed in the instructor's mind. The success rate of this plan will be extremely high. The instructor returned to the stands and glanced at Gao Yang inadvertently, becoming even more curious about how valuable this young man was. Gao Yang was chatting with General Zhou. The stands were separated widely, so Longwa's side could chat quietly without being heard in other areas. General Zhou warned, no matter where you go in the future, always bring guards with you. As for the Bald Eagle, I guess they've already started investigating the situation since the laser gun appeared. It's been almost a month. Even if we haven't found out the details, we know you exist. Gao Yang had thought about this possibility a long time ago. I know. General Zhou saw Gao Yang was still smiling and thought that Gao Yang was just being perfunctory. You have never seen the darkness of this world. Listen to me first. You must stay under their protection at all times. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. General Zhou sighed. That's great. Seeing you so innocent, I actually feel a sense of accomplishment. It's great that you are protected by us. Gao Yang smiled. You are indeed very good at protecting me, but we will protect you from now on. General Zhou was stunned. He was suddenly struck by these words. He thought of laser guns and automatic aiming sniper rifles. He suddenly felt relieved and moved. It's like working hard all your life and suddenly seeing the rewards. They grew up in an era when the enemy was strong and they were weak. So many people worshipped foreign things. They felt aggrieved and uncomfortable, and they had seen too much weakness. But today's young people no longer feel inferior, and this is a good progress. General Zhou felt very complicated emotions. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and only uttered 2 words, great. Chapter 44 Assassination. The sniping competition continued, but there was no suspense about the outcome. There were 5 rounds of competition in total, and Longwa was almost the only one left. In terms of accuracy in the beginning, they won easily, and in the later stages, their camouflage, raids, and various tactics were all at the top level, making the fight evenly matched. From an overall calculation, Longwa won without a doubt. And they took the top 10 places directly. The results of the top 10 were almost the same, all of them nearly twice as much as the 11th place. Although they are both snipers, the difference in their levels may be slight, but the difference in their roles on the battlefield is huge. The difference is almost twice, which is basically a crushing defeat. Such a result also made everyone in the stands confused. As someone who had seen the power of the automatic aiming sniper rifle in advance, General Zhou felt an indescribable shock in his heart. Previously, I only looked at the sniper rifle data, which was also shocking, but not intuitive enough at that time. Now with other world-class snipers for comparison, the gap is so big that even he finds it a bit outrageous. Such snipers have great practical value. Apart from large-scale firepower cleaning, there is almost no way to restrain it. The person in charge of the exercise site was also shocked. Where did they find these god-level snipers? The performance of every sniper is legendary. These people even reminded him of those great men who had won special merits in the Dragon Kingdom. For example, there is a genius who uses a sniper rifle without a scope to kill a large number of enemies from a long distance. Now he knew how those outrageous-sounding results were achieved. The instructors who led the teams from the other 16 forces to participate in the competition were even more shocked and confused. As instructors, they can lead the team. They are experienced, have trained a large number of snipers, have good eyesight, and have seen the world. But now they are all confused. Can snipers still do this? They have seen countless top snipers, but none of them are as good as the 10 snipers from Manhwa who are participating in the competition. The only ones who can rival these snipers are probably the legendary snipers. But the reason why a legend is a legend is that it is so powerful and rare that it is passed down by word of mouth. There are only a handful of legendary snipers in the whole world. In one era, 10 people appeared in Longwa at once. If the tactical performance of these snipers were not within their understandable range, they would even wonder if Long Country was conducting human experiments to train super soldiers. After the game, 160 snipers formed a square and walked towards the stands. Next is the time for commendation. All snipers held their guns, and all the bullets in their guns were removed after the game to avoid accidental injuries. At the front of the team were the snipers from Dragon Country, and their expressions were somewhat confused. I am really confused and lost about the future. They won, but that was thanks to the gun. Even if a gibbon came with the gun, they could still win. Behind the Dragon Country sniper is the bald eagle sniper. Among the 10 snipers, 9 of them had confused expressions on their faces. Why are the snipers from Dragon Country so awesome? 10 such terrifying snipers were released at once? While they were confused, James held the sniper rifle tightly in his hand and looked at the stands. With his eyesight, he could see a young man sitting there. It would be fine if he was deeply shocked after coming here to participate in the competition, but they actually let him be assassinated in this place? If the assassination succeeds here, he will never be able to go home in his life. But he is a soldier, and his duty is to obey orders. As they approached, James' breathing became steady. 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. The distance is getting closer. What he needs to wait for is 100 meters. At a distance of 100 meters, there is no way he could make a mistake when hitting a person. It only took him 1.5 seconds to aim and shoot. 100 meters. When the distance was within 100 meters, James raised his gun instantly. There was a bullet in the sniper rifle that he had specially left. Bang! The bullet fired. Everyone in the stands was chatting, and when it came to the final awards ceremony, no one thought that anything would go wrong. General Zhou had been looking at the square formation. When he saw someone raising his gun, he almost instinctively rushed in front of Gao Yang. He didn't know whether the sniper was going to assassinate Gao Yang, but what he knew was that Gao Yang could not die. Even if he died here, and everyone here died here, Gao Yang could not die. But when he rushed in front of Gao Yang, he also regretted it. He had clearly thought that the overseas forces would use any means to target Gao Yang. He had reminded Gao Yang to take protective measures, so why didn't he strengthen his protection? He also regretted why he didn't wear a bulletproof vest. If he had worn a bulletproof vest, he might have been able to stop the bullet. Without a bulletproof vest, the bullet would easily penetrate him and then continue to penetrate Gao Yang. As his mind was spinning wildly, he saw a bullet. A sniper bullet flew towards him right under his gaze. General Zhou's brain froze for a moment. Why could he see the bullet? The speed of a bullet is clearly invisible to the naked eye. Bang! General Zhou was awakened by the subsequent gunshots and almost instinctively reached out to grab the bullet. General Zhou was even more shocked by the burning pain he felt in the palm of his hand. He caught the bullet. He actually caught the bullet? He had heard before that the human body's potential was unlimited, and now he knew that potential was truly unlimited. At the speed of a bullet, he wanted to catch it, and the speed at which he swung his hand just now probably exceeded the limit of the human body. General Zhou felt the pain in his palm and finally felt relieved. Gao Yang survived. What followed was anger, extreme anger. If you dare to take action against Gao Yang, you will take action against the future of Longhua, block the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, and become a mortal enemy. An angry voice rang out, "Guards, listen up. Anyone who dares to leave their position or move around will be shot dead." It happened so suddenly that only a second had passed from the time the gunshot rang out to now. But the guards reacted quickly and instantly protected Gao Yang, General Zhou, and others in the center. A guard was carrying a briefcase, which instantly unfolded into a shield. The remaining guards will control the situation and avoid a second assassination. Gao Yang came back to his senses at this time. He saw everything that had just happened clearly and felt a chill in his heart. There was a sniper just now, shooting from 100 meters away. That kind of sniper rifle has a long range and is extremely powerful. If you hit the hands and feet, they will be broken immediately. If you hit the torso, you will have to report to the King of Hell directly. In other words, he was lucky enough to amplify the electromagnetic shield first. Otherwise, he would be dead. Then anger arose in his heart. He had thought about the possibility of being assassinated, but an assassination in this situation basically meant that the bald eagle would do whatever it took to kill him. Just because he developed something good, you have to kill him regardless of the consequences? Besides, he felt touched in his heart. General Zhou rushed over first, and then the bullets came. This means that when General Zhou saw someone raising a gun, he immediately stood in front of him. If he didn't have the electromagnetic shield, he would still have a chance of survival, but General Zhou, who used his body to block the bullets, would definitely die. General Zhou is not a guard. He is a general and holds a high position. But General Zhou instinctively risked his life to protect him. Various emotions intertwined together, and Gao Yang's future goals became clearer. Defense technology, a path to the end. Chapter 45. Catch the bullet with bare hands. In less than half a minute, all the contestants were under control. James, who fired the shot, had his jaw dislocated and his cheek swollen, and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. His fellow sniper received the same treatment. The remaining people from all the major forces were all driven together, and the guns and people were separated. Gao Yang was transferred to a small room and guarded by guards in all directions. General Zhou went to deal with the assassination incident with a murderous look on his face. After waiting for half an hour, the door of the room opened and General Fu came in. "Are you okay?" Gao Yang was also stunned. Why did General Fu come? Nothing. After a while, Principal Gan came, and at the same time, several generals whom Gao Yang had seen before but did not recognize came. A moment later, General Zhou walked into the room, followed by the person in charge of the exercise ground. The person in charge looked at the group of big men and trembled. Who is this young man? The bald eagle sniper dared to take action in such an occasion. In the future, everyone will have to be on guard against them in all kinds of international competitions, which will cause huge damage to their reputation. These other 10 snipers are definitely not comparable to those from Manhwa, but they were also trained at a high price. Are they all going to be abandoned just to kill Gao Yang? How high is Gao Yang's status? In addition, he also felt General Zhou's anger just now. He directly detained all the members of the Bald Eagle and then put pressure on the Bald Eagle from above, demanding an explanation. This matter has directly escalated to the international level and is very serious. In addition, so many big shots came to comfort Gao Yang. What is the identity of this young man? General Zhou looked at Gao Yang and said, "As for what happened today, these snipers have already been treated as abandoned pawns since they decided to take action. They also refused to say anything, so it's hard to hold them accountable." Gao Yang didn't care too much. He didn't care about being assassinated, but about the subsequent handling. The Bald Eagle must be behind this incident, and there was no point in pursuing the person responsible for the incident. "It's okay. I can do it myself." Huh. General Zhou didn't react for a moment. How could Gao Yang, a researcher, do it by himself? Gao Yang said, "They want to strangle me in the cradle, so I will live to research more weapons. As for today's assassination," Gao Yang paused, "I will get revenge myself later." General Zhou relaxed his tense face a little. "Well done. Others would be scared to death if they were assassinated, but you are quite heroic. Brave? I think Gao Yang will take revenge on you first." A general on the side said angrily, "You actually put him in danger. If the sniper hadn't missed, you wouldn't be able to make up for it even if you died 100 times. General Zhou did not retort. He was to blame for Gao Yang's accident, but he remembered another thing. It's not that the sniper didn't hit the target, but I broke through the limit of the human body and caught the bullet. Ah. Gao Yang was confused. What was going on? Breaking the limits of the human body? General Fu and other bigwigs in the room looked puzzled. Catch the bullet? Is General Zhou acting as his own Terminator? You don't believe it? General Zhou took out a bullet from his pocket. When I saw the sniper raising his gun, he rushed directly in front of Gao Yang. I regretted it so much at that time. If Gao Yang had been better protected, he wouldn't have died. Even if I wore a bulletproof vest, I could have been a meat shield. Just at that very critical moment, I saw the bullet. The bullet was floating right in front of me, flying towards me very slowly. Then I tried my best and caught the bullet as fast as I could. Everyone's eyes were on the bullet in his hand. A very complete sniper bullet with traces of firing. After a normal bullet is fired, it will hit something and then deform. But the bullet did not deform. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Could it be that Lao Zhou really broke through the limits of the human body in such an emergency situation? Completed the miracle of saving lives? It seems like this is the only possibility. It just seems so magical. If it weren't for this amazing move, both General Zhou and Gao Yang would have died. The whole audience was silent. Gao Yang couldn't hold himself together and almost lost control of his expression. At the same time, his hands were clenched tightly into fists and his whole body was tense. Was he afraid that he would laugh? But his body trembled slightly, which still attracted attention. General Zhou said, "Gao Yang, you don't have to be so moved. This is my dereliction of duty, and it's what I should do." Gao Yang couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he held back his laughter and said, "Is it possible that it wasn't General Zhou who broke through the human body's limit, but the bullet that slowed down?" General Zhou was stunned, and so were the bigwigs around him. Bullet deceleration? This seems even more outrageous than breaking the limits of the human body. Gao Yang lifted up his clothes, revealing a larger belt underneath. "This is my newly developed electromagnetic shield. It's bulletproof." The big boss in the room was stunned again. Electromagnetic protection shield? What? Never heard of it. Looks very sci-fi. General Zhou looked down at the bullet in his hand, then at Gao Yang's belt, and said in disbelief, "So, the bullet was first slowed down by the electromagnetic shield, and then I was able to catch it?" Gao Yang nodded, "Yes." The person in charge of the exercise field at the back said weakly, "Commander, I saw the bullet too, but I just thought I was dazzled at the time." General Zhou didn't care about his embarrassment at all. His eyes were bright. "How effective is this thing in blocking bullets? It can almost absolutely resist metal bullets." There were gasps of shock on the field. If someone else said it, they would find it outrageous, but Gao Yang has already produced so many top-notch technological products. Even though it's so outrageous now, they still believe it. They are just shocked. Gao Yang took the initiative to introduce. The bulletproof belt is an all-round protection. Currently, due to energy problems, it can only defend against one attack and needs to be recharged. Some people on the field already opened their mouths wide. All-round protection? In other words, bullets coming from multiple angles can all be blocked. The last thing that could have this kind of defensive angle was a heavy bulletproof vest. This thing is tiring for even a strong man to wear, and it will also affect combat. It is generally used during urban mine clearance or street fighting inspections. Moreover, heavy bulletproof vests will still cause injuries if hit by large caliber bullets. But this electromagnetic shield won't. It doesn't affect combat, it's small and light, so it's almost invincible, okay? Gao Yang continued to introduce. "As for the bulletproof effect, I haven't tested it, but it can definitely protect against large caliber bullets or some weaker artillery. Of course, not the kind of shells that explode." After Gao Yang finished his introduction, the room fell silent. The main thing is that this thing is a bit too outrageous. It's outrageous that it can defend against large caliber bullets. Under normal circumstances, even if you are wearing a bulletproof vest, it is unlikely that you will survive if you are hit by a large caliber bullet. Even if it can't penetrate the bulletproof vest, it can still kill the person wearing the bulletproof vest. What's even more outrageous is that it can block cannons. Many people think that cannons only existed in ancient times, but there are still many solid cannons today. Even super advanced guns like the electromagnetic railgun have solid shells. As long as it is a cannon, it is extremely powerful. Even if you are wearing a heavy bulletproof vest and are only hit by a cannon, you still have to report to the underworld. But this electromagnetic shield can actually block artillery shells? If a soldier has such bulletproof effect, combined with an automatic aiming sniper rifle, he will be invincible. A group of big guys originally came here to show concern for Gao Yang, but now it seems like they have an unexpected surprise. After General Zhou was shocked, he asked with some anticipation, "Can we test it?" Chapter 46, Let me test shoot. Gao Yang also wanted to test it. As a thing to protect him, he was not clear enough about its performance. This is a great place to test. I can test it, but I can only test it once. I only have one spare battery. A group of people were very satisfied. "Okay, let's test it once." Principal gone, looking at the group of bigwigs on the side, wanted to complain, "Just one chance? Is that called a test?" That's called satisfying their curiosity. But he didn't say it directly, firstly because he didn't dare, and secondly because he was also very curious. As the president of the National University of Defense Technology, he is exposed to a lot of research and knows about electromagnetic weapons. Longwa's very advanced electromagnetic railgun utilizes electromagnetism, and its shells can be fired hundreds of kilometers away, which is already outrageous. Now this electromagnetic shield sounds outrageous. You don't need a large area to test your defense, just go to an indoor shooting range. Attach the belt to the post at the back of the range, and then start shooting. There was only one chance to test it. General Zhou smiled and said, I want to use a powerful gun, but I'm afraid of damaging my belt. So, use a 12 caliber semi-automatic sniper rifle. The person in charge rushed to get a gun. One of the more advanced large caliber sniper rifles in manhwa looks very domineering. General Zhou took the gun and turned to look at Gao Yang. Is it okay? It will definitely be no problem. Gao Yang's eyes fell on the gun. This gun was so domineering. How about I test fire it? General Zhou laughed and said, Want to play with guns? What kind of model do you want to play with? I'll have someone send it to the shooting range at your school. Gao Yang smiled and said, It just happened to be a chance, so I went out of my way to have some fun. The recoil hurt. Everyone around laughed, and General Fu set up his sniper rifle. Come here, I'll teach you. Gao Yang stepped forward and lay down behind the sniper rifle. Under the guidance of General Fu, he assumed a correct position, then aimed at the electromagnetic shield in the distance through the scope and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. At the same time, a huge force came from my shoulders. Even though he was lying down, Gao Yang felt a shock all over his body, and his body retreated at least 3 centimeters. Pain. It hurts. It was as if someone there had punched him with all his strength. When I looked up, I saw a hole in the far wall, 2 or 3 meters away. Laughter suddenly broke out in the shooting range. A group of big guys were laughing happily. General Fu helped Gao Yang up from the ground. Are you coming again? Gao Yang felt numb all over, and his ears were ringing. He shook his head and said, What a huge recoil. General Zhou said, This gun is famous for its low recoil. The muzzle brake reduces most of the recoil when shooting. The semi-automatic structure also allows part of the recoil energy to be released on the bolt and bolt carrier. In the process of compressing the recoil spring and buffer spring, it can also absorb some of the recoil. General Zhou paused and said, Now you know how shocking it is when you take out that sniper rifle. That recoil, compared to this, is like a child's tickle. General Zhou lay directly in front of the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger instantly. Boom! Another loud noise. Only this time, the bullet hit the electromagnetic shield very accurately. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. The bullet is extremely powerful, but at this moment the bullet stopped half a meter in front of the belt. It paused for about 3 seconds and moved forward less than 10 centimeters. Then it fell to the ground, making a crisp tinkling sound. A group of big guys rushed over without caring about their image at all. They all saw with their own eyes that the bullet was intercepted. The bullet seemed to hit a wall of air. Such protective effect is simply outrageous. A large caliber sniper rifle and close-range bombardment can knock down even people wearing heavy protective clothing. Even when wearing ordinary protective clothing, it can penetrate directly and make a big hole in a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. A terrifying bullet that can cut a person in half. Just like that, it stopped in the air silently. A group of people picked up the hot bullets, looking at the electromagnetic protection shield, and then looking back at Gao Yang. The shock and excitement in his eyes were extremely strong. If all the soldiers of Dragon Country were equipped with such a belt, the casualties in future wars could be reduced by at least half. Because having this thing is like having an extra life. Gao Yang stepped forward and put the belt back on. This belt is not perfect yet. The battery performance is too poor. It can only support the use of the electromagnetic shield once. I'll develop a high-energy battery to increase the number of times the belt can be used. Then we'll do the real test. General Zhou subconsciously glanced at Gao Yang. It seemed that there was something wrong with what Gao Yang said. This is too easy. It's like saying, I really want to eat the pancakes from the west of the city. I'll go buy some in a few days. But are batteries, high-energy batteries, that easy to study? But there is nothing wrong with this statement because the person who said it is Gao Yang. He is a super genius who has already developed the epic-making automatic aiming sniper rifle and the epic-making laser gun. After thinking about it, General Zhou decided not to comment on Gao Yang's idea. Gao Yang was still young and could do whatever he wanted. How did you come up with the idea of studying electromagnetic shields? In fact, considering the danger, we want to develop a better bulletproof vest. After research, I found out that the bulletproof vests on TV that showed nothing would happen after being hit were all fake. The only bulletproof vest that can make you completely harmless is electromagnetic technology. So the electromagnetic shield was made? General Zhou subconsciously looked at the big men around him. The expressions of several big guys were as confused as his. This sounded like there was no problem, but it was actually a big problem. A beggar said, I think being poor is not good, so I became a billionaire. It's outrageous, really outrageous. Reading a book about researching bulletproof vests, it turned out that they developed electromagnetic protective shields. But since Gao Yang said it, there is no problem. Can't refute it. Gao Yang looked at General Zhou and said, "Can you give me that sniper bullet?" General Zhou took out a bullet from his pocket. "What do you want this for?" Gao Yang took the bullet and looked at the pattern on it. The pattern was very beautiful. It was obvious that the bullet was a fine product that had been carefully polished. Beautiful texture can play a stabilizing role. Listening to General Zhou's question, Gao Yang's eyes flickered. Keep it as a souvenir. After all, this is the first bullet fired at me. If I hadn't just researched the belt, I would have already reported to the King of Hell. What will those people at Bald Eagle do in the end? General Zhou did not answer, but asked, "How do you want to deal with it? Lock him up first and give me some time. I will deal with them all together then." Gao Yang put the bullets in his pocket. When he takes revenge, it will definitely not just be these people. General Zhou patted Gao Yang on the shoulder and said, "Then lock him up first. When you want to bring it up again, let me know and I will do my best to help you." Gao Yang nodded. "If there is nothing else, I will go back first." General Zhou pulled Gao Yang out and said, "Don't leave in a hurry. Charge the battery and wait for your guard company." "My guard company? The 10 I lent you are not enough. The higher-ups have approved some people for you. Just after hearing about the attack on you, they temporarily transferred 80 people to you." 80? Gao Yang was confused. With so many guards, what kind of treatment would they get? Chapter 47, Why Don't You Go to Heaven? General Zhou explained, "Because it is a temporary transfer, there are only 80 of them, and they are all top guards." Gao Yang quickly said, "That's enough. I'll be in school later. I don't need so many people to protect me. I'm still wearing an electromagnetic shield." General Zhou said seriously, "It is because you are in school that you need more people to protect you. Anyone can enter the school, and there are many people. Many times danger comes from carelessness. Many famous assassinations in history actually happened unexpectedly. 80 people take turns to protect you, both in public and in secret, plus the electromagnetic shield. It's barely enough." General Zhou looked around and said, "Any information about the electromagnetic shield is blocked within this shooting range. Once it's leaked, everyone here will be investigated." Everyone nodded. They all supported it. Currently, the electromagnetic protection shield is limited in number of uses and cannot be assembled on a large scale, so its best function is to protect Gao Yang. Once the people who want to kill Gao Yang find out that the electromagnetic shield can only block once, the shield will be useless. After waiting for less than half an hour, Gao Yang's guard company arrived. 80 top guards. These guards were originally the best soldiers, and were then trained in guarding skills. Only after passing extremely rigorous assessments would they be sent to Gao Yang. In addition to the guards, 2 sets of military uniforms and 2 medals were also sent. General Zhou took the box and saluted Gao Yang solemnly, then said solemnly, "Gao Yang, a student of light weapons engineering at the National University of Defense Technology, has independently researched laser weapons and has made outstanding achievements and significant contributions to the defense cause. He is awarded first-class merit and a reward of 5 million. Gao Yang, a student majoring in light weapons engineering at the National University of Defense Technology, independently developed an automatic aiming sniper rifle. His achievements are outstanding, and he has made a significant contribution to the defense cause. He is awarded first-class merit and a reward of 5 million. This is the highest reward available so far." Gao Yang saluted, and General Zhou hung 2 medals on Gao Yang's chest. "You haven't graduated yet, so I can't give you a higher rank. When you graduate, it will be counted together." At the same time, Principal Gon also bowed to Gao Yang and was also looking forward to it. "As a student of the National University of Defense Technology, you will generally get 1.1 cents after graduation. If you perform well, you will get 1.2 cents. If you perform extremely well and have participated in award-winning projects, you will have a chance to get 1.3 cents. But Gao Yang is about to graduate now, and he has already started with a small fortune. If he can make any more inventions in the next 2.5 years, his future will be limitless. It's possible that at a graduation ceremony, a big shot with a higher rank than him will appear." He was looking forward to the expressions of all the teachers and students in the school at that time. After the awarding of honors was completed, everyone saluted Gao Yang. They really admired Gao Yang in their hearts. To be able to get the first-class merit, it was worthy of admiration, whether it was for research or achievements in other areas. Putting down his hand, General Zhou said, "The money will be transferred to your account later. Due to the special nature of your weapons research, the commendation cannot be publicized for the time being. But sooner or later, you will appear in the news openly." Gao Yang didn't care about not publicizing his award, as he didn't want to be too famous. After the commendation ceremony, Gao Yang returned to school and immediately rushed to the library to look for books related to batteries. The advantage of a school library that is big enough is that it has everything you need. Here you can find all the information and principles of many types of batteries. As long as Gao Yang wants, he can imitate it. However, Gao Yang does not want to just imitate. If possible, he wants to make the best battery currently available and then amplify it. Today's assassination made Gao Yang angry, but also made him realize clearly that his identity information had been leaked. Be more careful. The best way to be cautious is not to hide in a corner, but to develop various techniques so that others cannot successfully assassinate him. Gao Yang also found time to punch a hole in the bullet and put on the same pendant as Wolf Warrior, which made his desire for revenge even stronger. The days of reading are as boring as ever, but Gao Yang clearly felt that there were more people around him. In addition to the personal guards, there are also students from special classes who, when they have nothing to do, will go to the library to read books and make themselves familiar with the audience. Come and ask some questions at the same time. Gao Yang will answer them. What was a difficult question for his classmates was, for Gao Yang, simply a matter of 1 + 1 = what, and it didn't take much time to answer it. As a result, more and more people gathered around me, and the quiet library became lively. But it has little impact on Gao Yang. When his classmates ask about it, they usually do so after he has finished reading a book and will not disturb him when he is reading. Gao Yang read until 10 p.m., when all his classmates had already left. Ruoruo walked to Gao Yang, handed him a cup of tea, and asked embarrassedly, "Our research team has already determined the direction of the second phase of design, handheld electromagnetic weapons." Electromagnetic railgun? Gao Yang subconsciously raised his head and looked at Ruoruo in confusion. "Why don't you, the flying dress group, go up to the sky?" Ruoruo was stunned and a little embarrassed. "Is it not possible?" Gao Yang has a toothache. Manhwa has developed an electromagnetic railgun, which is very powerful and can fire solid shells hundreds of kilometers away. It's outrageous. You know, the previous range of artillery was only 70 kilometers. The reason why there is an electromagnetic railgun is that the bald eagle discovered that it could not catch up with the Dragon Kingdom in terms of electromagnetic railguns. So we took it a big step forward and decided to go all the way and research the more difficult electromagnetic railgun. The principle of the electromagnetic railgun is the same as that of the railgun, using electromagnetism to propel the bullet. It even overlaps with the principle of Gao Yang's electromagnetic shield. It can compress something as big as a railgun into the size of a firearm. It requires extremely high precision, stable control of energy, and instantaneous burst of extremely strong energy. All aspects are very difficult. Seeing Gao Yang not saying anything, Ruoruo asked weakly, "Is it difficult?" "Hell difficulty. The bald eagles are working very hard on this, but many of their top teams can't figure it out." Ruoruo nodded. She understood what Gao Yang said. "Then let's go back and discuss our previous ideas. What were your thoughts before?" Gao Yang took a sip of milk tea. "You can tell me and see if I can give you some suggestions." Exclamation point. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows. "It is indeed an idea. We can add electromagnetic track technology to it." Ruoruo was stunned and couldn't help but repeat, "Add electromagnetic track technology?" Yes, it is very difficult to put electromagnetic rail technology on a gun because it does not have enough volume, but it can be installed on a rocket launcher. Originally, there was nothing inside a rocket launch tube. With the addition of electromagnetic rail technology, the rocket can fly very far. Then the rocket accelerates in the second stage and finally hits the target. The front fuse is blown up, and then the third stage explodes. The front rocket head causes even greater damage. Gao Yang pushed it and felt it was very reasonable. Under normal circumstances, the range of a rocket is not far, at most 300 or 400 meters. Although the effective range can reach 1 kilometer, the so-called effectiveness does not take accuracy into consideration at all. Overall, it flies slowly and is easy to dodge. But if an electromagnetic launcher is added, the rocket's flight speed will become faster, and with the second stage of acceleration, the effect should be quite interesting. Gao Yang's eyes gradually brightened, as if he could really do it. Chapter 48, Please Show Mercy? Ruoruo's little mouth opened a little too wide. An image appeared in her mind. Someone in a ravine picked up a rocket launcher and fired it. The next moment, the rocket launcher suddenly flew a long distance, then ignited a second time in the air, flew for a distance, and then plunged down. Is this a rocket? This is a missile. Rockets are extremely popular on battlefields in third-world countries. The launching conditions are simple, it is individual equipment, and it can be launched anytime and anywhere. It is extremely suitable for street fighting, and the effect is simply amazing. The most important thing is cheap. How terrifying would it be if the problem of slow rocket flight speed was solved? In the past, when you saw a helicopter, you could dodge it by maneuvering. But once the speed problem was solved, the helicopter became a target in the sky. Moreover, the overall difficulty is not as high as the electromagnetic railgun, but it has electromagnetic rail technology, which is very high-end. This kind of design combines high-end and practicality, and it seems to be really feasible. Ruoro nodded. Okay, I'll go back and inform them. When you do the research, count me in. I'll be with you. Gao Yang is really interested in it, and it plays a very important role in modern warfare. That still has drawbacks. If the drawbacks can be solved, wouldn't it be great? After Ruoro left, Gao Yang continued to read books about batteries. Energy issues still ranked first and were given priority. The next day, there were 3 more girls in the library. As members of the flying dress research team, they began to study electromagnetic technology. However, unlike Gao Yang, who is here all day, they can only come here when they have no classes or during breaks. Time passed quickly, and there was no news outside about Gao Yang's attack. Bald Eagle's men were detained, but Bald Eagle didn't say anything, and Longwood didn't investigate further, as if nothing had happened. Those who are truly affected by the sniper competition are the top snipers from various forces. Those who are already at the top of the sniper pyramid have all started a new round of devilish training. They all vowed not to be weaker than others. The goal of the military all over the world is to be number 1. Being left behind by 2 or 3 points was hard to accept, and now I was left completely behind. It was really painful. What they don't know is that no matter how tough the devilish training lasts for 10 or 8 years, it is impossible to defeat the Dragon Country sniper. After all, no matter how advanced your skills are, you are still human. A sniper with an automatic aiming sniper rifle is at least a great shooter. As time passed, Gao Yang's progress in accumulating amplification opportunities also increased little by little. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. After Gao Yang had been reading books in the library for a few days, he received a phone call. Looking at the caller ID, Gao Yang frowned and answered the phone. Second Aunt? On the other end of the phone, Second Aunt's voice sounded with tears in her eyes. Xiaoyang, your brother knows he is wrong. Can you let him go? Gao Yang found this outrageous. This was suspected of murder, attempted murder, and being caught. And then begging the victim to show mercy? Is this something a human can say? I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Listen to me, your brother was also bewitched by someone, and it was your uncle who suggested killing you. Your brother does deserve to be punished, but he doesn't have to be punished that severely. When I tried to find connections, they said that there was pressure from above to punish him severely. Just say a few words and express your opinion. Gao Yang laughed and hung up the phone directly. His words were indeed effective, but why did he say that? He even said that the case should be dealt with seriously. Block the phone number and continue reading. On the other end of the phone was a small room. Several people in the room were looking at Second Aunt. Second Aunt held the phone and looked at the people in front of her. He hung up, but don't panic. It's all within my expectations. This little bastard is naturally mean and cruel. I'm bad because I'm petty. The person opposite Second Aunt lowered his head and glanced at the information. Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to trick him out of school. Don't worry. I can definitely trick him out of the school. But can you guarantee to rescue my son and bring our whole family to Bald Eagle? Don't worry. We will do what we say when we serve the Bald Eagle. The middle-aged man nodded. Second Aunt called again and said at the same time, that bastard actually still cares about his grandfather, so just use his grandfather to deceive him. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Second Aunt was stunned. This little bastard actually blocked me. The second aunt turned to look at her husband beside her and said, give me the phone. This time the call went through, and Gao Yang's impatient voice rang out from the other end of the line. If you have anything to say, just say it. Your grandpa is sick and in the hospital. He told us not to notify you. You can come and see him when you are free. He is in the First People's Hospital. Second aunt finished speaking in one breath, then hung up the phone and looked at the person in front of her. He will definitely go to the hospital. The Bald Eagle's men immediately called and said, arrange someone to stake out the school gate. The target may leave the school at any time. Second aunt looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said, you are the legendary killers, right? You are really no match for me. If you want to kill Gao Yang's father is his biggest weakness. Just arrange for someone to capture him. Why doesn't Gao Yang surrender? The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and felt a headache. This person talked a lot and was really mean. He wanted to shoot her. But now he still has to rely on her to lure Gao Yang out. Chang Yongfu has been protected by the Dragon State officials. and there are many guards around him, so there is no chance to attack. Second aunt was somewhat envious. This little bastard is quite capable. Fortunately, he is going to die soon. By the way, what is your name? Do you have a wife? My niece is 26 years old, 1.7 meters tall, and she is a very nice person. Shut up. The middle-aged man couldn't hold it anymore. This guy is bad, but also stupid. She said she wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend, but in fact it was obvious that she wanted to tie herself to him. Looks smart, but is actually so stupid. He even considered whether he had made the wrong choice in cooperating with this person. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yang put down his phone and looked at it with some confusion. That mean, evil and stupid second aunt actually took the initiative to call him and tell him that his grandfather was sick? How is this possible? That idiot hoped that he would not go, so that she could go to her grandfather and say, "The grandson has no conscience." Even when his grandfather died, he had no chance of being notified. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at the guard who was sitting and reading a book a seat away. "Come here." The guard walked quickly to Gao Yang. Gao Yang handed over the phone. "My second aunt called and said my grandpa is sick. We'll arrange the trip right away." Gao Yang waved his hand. "No need to arrange a trip. This information must be false. My second aunt would never inform me. There is probably something hidden." The guard nodded. "Then I will arrange for someone to check to see if your grandfather is really sick." Gao Yang waved his hand again. "That's not what I meant. Forget it. I'll just say it straight. Can we just go and arrest him?" The guard was stunned. Just because of a phone call, they would arrest someone? But it only took a moment for him to nod. "Okay, we will contact the nearby station troops now." Gao Yang was a little surprised. "Do you have the right to mobilize them?" "Normally no, but you are in danger now. We have the right to mobilize all resources to protect your safety. Just tell them they are endangering your safety. It's just, if you make a mistake in judgment and your actions go wrong, you may be held accountable." Gao Yang didn't care too much. Catch him first. It's impossible to make a mistake. After all, it's hard to change one's nature. Chapter 49A, Free Credit. The guard still called his superiors and said that the target posed a threat to Gao Yang's life. After hanging up the phone, the guard said, "All that's left is to wait for news." Gao Yang didn't think any more and lowered his head to continue reading. In a single-family villa, the second aunt looked at the middle-aged man with some impatience. "Haven't you killed that little bastard yet?" The person assigned by Bald Eagle was having a headache because the person kept mumbling in his ear. "It's only been half an hour." As he was speaking, the Bald Eagle man frowned, as if he heard the sound of a helicopter. But there are normally no helicopters in this city. Walking to the window, he looked up and saw a helicopter flying in the sky. Military helicopter. He was a little nervous, but he didn't care too much because the military had no reason to know he was here. Even if I knew he was here, it wouldn't matter. He hasn't even started to take action yet, so it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to have the ability to predict the future. The helicopter slowly slowed down as it flew in front of the villa. Several people from Bald Eagle felt something was wrong. Why did the helicopter slow down over the villa? While he was confused, several military vehicles drove in from all directions of the villa and surrounded it. The soldiers on the military vehicle got off from the other side, used the military vehicle as a shield, and set up weapons on the other side of the vehicle. The helicopter shouted in the air, "You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons. Walk out of the room and surrender immediately. The time limit is 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, attack." At the same time, some soldiers who arrived later began to evacuate people from the surrounding villas to prevent them from being hit by stray bullets during combat. But when they were evacuating, a group of people were still looking out, curiously asking the soldiers what was going on. Don't panic at all. Dragon Country is the only country in the world where people are not afraid of the military with guns, but instead start gossiping about them. In the villa, the person in charge of the Bald Eagle looked at this situation and suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the second aunt. "You tipped off?" Second aunt was stunned. "I didn't. I really didn't tip off." The Bald Eagle's men pulled the curtains, looked through the gap at the fully armed warriors outside the door, and then turned to look at their men. The men trembled and dropped their weapons. With such fierce firepower, if we force an attack, we will have no chance of survival. I surrender. If one person surrenders, the rest of the people will have to surrender too. It is a situation where death is inevitable, rather than surrendering and living. The person in charge took a look at the weapons they had prepared. With these guns here, there would be big trouble. After thinking about it, he looked at his second aunt. Seeing her frightened expression, he knew it was probably not her. If it were her, The people outside could use more ways to catch people instead of just rushing in all at once like this. You can surrender, but let's check the information first. When asked, we are dealing in weapons. You must not talk nonsense. They all came here to arrest us. They must know our purpose, but as long as we deny it, we still have a chance. Second Ant nodded repeatedly. I promise not to say anything nonsense. A group of people raised their hands and walked out slowly. He opened the door, raised his hands cautiously, and shouted, We surrender! With all the guns aimed at them, each person lined up in a row and lay on the ground. The soldiers behind the military vehicle were somewhat disappointed that these people did not resist. The achievement of that person by not resisting became a collective merit. A soldier came forward and handcuffed everyone, then pulled them into the car. During the handcuffing process, several soldiers who came into contact with them were surprised. These guys have very strong muscles, and there are calluses on the palm of the hand. Ordinary veterans shouldn't even think about getting calluses on their knuckles, because they only have a limited quota for target practice each year. Only special forces will receive professional and continuous firearms training, which can develop calluses on the palms of hands. After they handcuffed everyone and took them to the military vehicle, a soldier reported on the communication channel. They are all big fish, all well trained. In addition, the infrared scan shows that there are 2 more people in the house. Several soldiers entered the villa and quickly dragged 2 people out. One of them was timid. He was Gao Yang's second uncle. Another person was shouting out her injustice. It was Second Ant. They forced us to do it. They forced us to lure Gao Yang out of school. They wanted to do it to Gao Yang. In the military vehicle, the person in charge of this bald eagle operation, who was being tortured, felt the blood rushing to his head. If his brain blood vessels weren't strong enough, he would have suffered a cerebral congestion from this blow. Why didn't he just collapse? This stupid idiot. He won't be imprisoned for many years for arms trading, but he will definitely die miserably for murdering Gao Yang. The door of the command vehicle in the distance opened, and the commander in charge of the operation rushed over and stared at Second Ant. Repeat what you just said. He didn't know who Gao Yang was or what he had done, but he knew that the call from above just said that someone here had threatened Gao Yang and must be dealt with seriously. Second Ant was frightened, and her voice became much quieter. She said, They forced me to lure Gao Yang out of school so that I could kill him. Just then a soldier came out of the room, carrying a bag of weapons. They are all smuggled weapons. The commander looked at the weapons and then at the people in the car. His contribution has come. The weapons can be investigated, and so can these people. Second Ant continued, I am Second Ant Gao Yang. You can't mess around? The commander waved his hand and said, Send them to the car behind first and keep them under strict supervision.
Yes.
As long as you are involved, you must be arrested first. Whether to release or keep it is a matter for the future. The commander went straight to the military vehicle in front. In the military vehicle, the person in charge arranged by Bald Eagle said with red eyes, Under the kitchen cabinet, there is my mobile phone. There is a recording in the phone. It is the words of that bitch. She took the initiative to say that she can help us. She also wants to kill Gao Yang. After listening to the recording, you will know everything. The commander was confused. How could there be such a simple achievement? He didn't even ask, but this person told him everything? This isn't giving up resistance. This is offering your neck to me. Who are you? The person in charge took a deep breath and said, Bald Eagle Foreign Affairs Department, the person in charge of the Special Operations Team arranged in Dragon Country. The commander took a deep breath and then a smile appeared on his face. What a great achievement. He at least got promoted to a higher level. Caught a big fish, a real big fish. In peacetime, there are really few opportunities to make meritorious service. This is a direct achievement. Then his expression turned serious. A special operations team arrived. This type of operations team was composed of elite personnel. Sending him here is definitely a big deal. There can't be only these 6 other people. Generally, a team consists of at least 10 people. Including the person in charge, there are at least 11 people. Where are the rest of you? The commander asked again. The Bald Eagle leader stopped talking and lowered his head in silence for a moment. Can I survive? Cooperate well, and you will have a chance. The Bald Eagle leader was silent for a moment. There are people waiting outside the school for us, and some are ready to take action at any time, waiting for my order. I can contact them. But I want to know how you knew I was here and my action plan. Chapter 50 Confidential Information. The commander closed the door, walked to the command vehicle, and reported the situation to his superiors. The news quickly reached the library, and the guard walked up to Gao Yang with the phone in his hand. Everything went smoothly over there. Your Second Ant, in cooperation with the bald eagle, wants to lure you out of the school and then take action against you. The leader of Bald Eagle's operations team wants to know how you knew his plan. Tell him, and he will help us catch the rest of the people. Gao Yang knew that there must be something wrong with the abnormal situation, but this thing was quite big. Picking up the phone, he replied, I don't know his plan. If you insist on telling me how I can see the flaw, it's that he actually chose my second aunt as his partner. He deserves to die of stupidity. If my grandpa really gets sick, the Gao family will never notify me, but will try to stop me. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. He listened to the recording, but he couldn't hear any problems, so he was curious. Now he knew the problem. The weasel pays a New Year's greeting to the chicken, but he has no good intentions. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang continued reading. It was expected that Bald Eagle would come to cause trouble for him, but seeking cooperation from Second Aunt was simply digging his own grave. Not only if he cooperates with Second Aunt, but if he cooperates with anyone from the Gao family, there will be no way he can be deceived. In the military vehicle, the leader of the Bald Eagle operation team almost vomited blood when he heard Gao Yang's response. He began to regret again that he did not kill that woman when he was caught. So stupid. Since there was no possibility of escape, he no longer insisted and began to cooperate with the Dragon Country officials to capture the other members of the action team. The operation ended in the afternoon and the entire task force was wiped out. The process went so smoothly that the people in charge of the entire arrest operation felt like they were dreaming. This achievement is really no different from getting something for free. Also in the afternoon, General Fu, who received the news, went to the school library with a report on the whole incident. Pushing the information to Gao Yang, the entire Bald Eagle action team was successfully captured. Gao Yang opened the file and took a look at it. That person in charge, after hearing what I said, he confessed directly? General Fu said with some disdain. He is just looking for a way out? As a dragon countryman, how much loyalty can someone have to work for Bald Eagle? Even if he is loyal, this kind of person is not strong enough in willpower. If you use a little bit of trickery, he will cooperate obediently. Gao Yang frowned. Are there many people like this? Very few. First of all, there are only a few people who can work for the Bald Eagle. Of course, those who just pretend to take pictures around the military bases are not counted. There are very few people who work full-time. There are few full-time people, and those who want to do assassination have to undergo a long period of training, which costs a lot of money. It also takes time and money to hide and whitewash these people. The annihilation of such a small team would be a headache for those responsible for the Bald Eagles. Gao Yang didn't understand this. If they can't do anything to me, will my father be in danger? No, your father was already protected when I gave you guards. Gao Yang took a quick look at the information and saw the identities of everyone who was arrested, including his second aunt and uncle. How are they going to deal with it? In their confessions, both his second aunt and second uncle said that they were forced into it, but the subsequent recordings proved that the two of them cooperated very happily. General Fu looked at Gao Yang with a hint of heartache in his eyes. Without this investigation, he would not have known that Gao Yang had lived in such an environment since childhood. Gao Yang, who lives in such an environment, has not become a bad person, which is considered lucky. How do you want to deal with it? Gao Yang's just one word can decide the fate of these two people. He wanted to kill him, but thought, lock him up for life. He can still be reused. Let him ride on the Hot Wheels. Okay. General Fu nodded. What's the status of battery research? I'm already 90% sure. General Fu was just asking casually, but he was surprised to hear that the answer was 90% certain. So soon? It has not even been 10 days since Gao Yang said he wanted to research batteries. He knew that the monster was hard to understand, but this was too hard to understand. It's so perverted. Gao Yang looked at General Fu and suddenly asked, Can you get me some experimental data from other research institutes? General Fu was stunned. What information do you want? Research data on solid-state batteries. If possible, the semi-solid-state battery data that has been released now is also okay. General Fu stood up and made a phone call. If someone else wanted these things, it would definitely not work because they were trade secrets. All major companies are on high alert. Take the automobile companies as an example. If the battery storage capacity increases, the advantage will be greater when selling cars. Gao Yang didn't hold out any hope. He just tried to ask. The knowledge that can be put into books is relatively backward. The real core things have not been announced yet. Only things that everyone knows will be announced. In just 5 minutes, General Fu walked back to the library. The Dragon Science Institute has agreed to send the information over, and it will be delivered tonight. Gao Yang didn't expect that he could really come, and so soon. With a battery with higher capacity as the basis for amplification, the capacity of the amplified battery will only be greater. General Fu left, and Gao Yang waited while reading a book. It was not until the evening that guards escorted several plates to the library. The disk can only be viewed on a standalone computer. Gao Yang understood this. Once the disk is inserted into a networked computer, if you are unlucky and the computer is hacked, the data will be leaked. Gao Yang stopped reading in the library and went straight to the laboratory. The computers in the laboratory are only connected to the laboratory's internal LAN, which is very safe. Open the document. You will find that it not only contains knowledge about semi-solid-state batteries, but also research logs of solid-state batteries and other things. If Gao Yang is greedy, this information alone can be sold at a sky-high price. But now he just needs to make it. While reading the information, Gao Yang was also paying attention to the system. An unexpected discovery is that the speed of energy storage seems to be increasing. Reading books can store energy, but reading these materials can store energy faster. It would have originally taken 3 days to complete the accumulation of thoughts, but Gao Yang switched to looking at the most advanced information available, and it only took him a day and a half. A system notification sounded in my mind. The 10,000 times amplification opportunity has been charged. Gao Yang also took a general look at the information. You only need to see how it is made, and just take a quick look at the rest, so it's very quick. After putting away the documents, Gao Yang put on thick protective clothing and prepared to start work. The manufacture of batteries is troublesome and dangerous, and toxic gases will be released during the process. Even if you are confident, you still have to be careful. The electrolyte of lithium-ion batteries is liquid. If it is replaced with a solid electrolyte, it becomes a solid-state battery. Theoretically, solid-state batteries are safer and have an energy density more than twice that of ternary lithium batteries. However, the technical difficulties have not yet been resolved, but semi-solid-state batteries have been developed as a transitional product. What Gao Yang is going to manufacture this time is a semi-solid-state battery. Chapter 51 Lottery Tips. The battery manufacturing process is very complicated, but Gao Yang's technology is very advanced. Having acquired so many memories, he is far superior to ordinary people both in terms of knowledge and operation. Semi-finished materials prepared in advance also make manufacturing faster. After working until late at night, Gao Yang finally produced a 2 cm square battery. After placing the battery on the bulletproof belt, a prompt sounded in Gao Yang's mind. It is detected that the host has developed a semi-solid battery. Do you want to amplify it? Gao Yang had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and without any hesitation, increase. An illusory disc appeared in front of Gao Yang, and it was time to draw the prize again. Gao Yang held the disc in his hand, but did not rush to turn it. Instead, he recalled the feeling of turning the disc several times before. He had already rotated it to a high magnification several times, and he wondered if he could control the power to control the disc to rotate to a high magnification. With a slight force, the disc started to move, but very slowly, only turning half a circle. The pointer stopped at 10,000 times. Gao Yang widened his eyes, waiting for the prompt sound in his mind. As long as the prompt sound is heard, it means that this trick can be used, and each subsequent amplification can be achieved by 10,000 times. Ding! Congratulations on winning the 10,000-fold energy boost. In Gao Yang's ecstasy, the equipment in the laboratory started to work. This time the speed was very fast. The system completed the production automatically in 2 minutes. Batteries of the same appearance floated in the air. Limited by laboratory materials and equipment, the increase was 23 times. Gao Yang was a little surprised. In the past, the system had at least increased the speed by several hundred times. This is only 23 times? Is it because the manufacturing of batteries is very difficult? But more than 20 times is not enough. When Gao Yang was confused, a huge amount of memories flooded into his mind. After upgrading, ordinary lithium batteries will become metal lithium batteries, with a maximum energy storage capacity of up to 30 times that of current batteries. The storage capacity is also extremely terrifying. If an ordinary 5,000 mAh mobile phone battery is replaced with a metal lithium battery, that is 150,000 mAh, or 0 kWh, it's really perverted. A car with a range of 500 kilometers can directly have a range of 15,000 kilometers. The super revolution of new energy vehicles. What fuel car can have such an amazing range? But in Gao Yang's opinion, this is not enough. After all, the one he won this time is a 10,000 times increase. Then more memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. Gao Yang, who was receiving the memory, opened his mouth wide. Because the next stage of batteries is nuclear batteries. The miniature nuclear battery is divided into two parts. One is milder, which uses the reactants as a battery, with radiation-isolating materials placed around it, and the middle layer absorbs energy. Such a battery can continuously release energy until the energy of the radioactive material is completely exhausted. During this stage, the battery's energy consumption can reach at most several hundred times that of a lithium battery. The second stage is also a nuclear battery, but it should not be called a nuclear battery, it should be called a microreactor. Nuclear fission and nuclear fusion reactions can be carried out inside. After all the memories were received, Gaoyang opened his eyes. This time, the system gave him a lot of multiples. The energy content of a nuclear fusion reactor is definitely more than 10,000 times greater than that of a battery of the same volume. Most importantly, this may seem like just battery technology, but it contains knowledge of nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. Technology that can change the world. In addition, even if it is just the metal lithium battery technology that Gaoyang looks down upon, it will definitely drive the entire new energy industry crazy. The battery market is huge. The emergence of metal lithium batteries can quickly seize the market. Although the value is high, metal lithium batteries are not enough for Gaoyang. Perhaps metal lithium batteries can be used to increase the range of a car by 30 times. But it is still a bit insufficient when it comes to energy weapons. We need nuclear batteries. If the electromagnetic protection shield has a nuclear battery, it can be used indefinitely. The enemy pointed a machine gun at his face, but couldn't hurt him. In addition, there are no restrictions on the use of various energy weapons. The laser gun can be held by a single soldier and fire continuously. Even research on electromagnetic guns can be put on the agenda. One of the reasons why Gaoyang didn't allow Ruoruo and the others to research the electromagnetic gun was that they couldn't use it even if they researched it. Where is the energy usage? But nuclear energy is a bit difficult to deal with. The equipment is difficult too. There is no nuclear equipment in the laboratory. To get the equipment and materials, don't even think about it without hundreds of millions. Even more than 1 billion may not be enough. The school approved more than 100 million yuan in research funds for him, which is not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. However, Gaoyang has many ways to make money. He can make money by selling weapons and equipment, and if all else fails, he can still sell technology. Although he only enhanced a few types of weapons, there were many technologies involved in those enhancements. You can make a lot of money just by taking out some scraps. For example, this time's batteries, nuclear batteries will definitely not be sold, but metal lithium battery technology can definitely be sold. After all, it is just a 30-fold increase on the original lithium battery. As for who to sell it to, Gaoyang called Professor Li. Many professors in the school have their own companies outside or have cooperative companies. The school even has many research projects that directly connect with outside technology companies. The call was quickly connected, and Gaoyang said directly, "I want to sell some technology." Professor Li was stunned. Weapon technology cannot be sold to others. It's not a weapon, it's a battery. I have developed a high-energy battery, and I want to exchange the technology for some money. Professor Li hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'll ask the Lonka Institute laboratory for you first. They have cooperation with car companies." Gaoyang hung up the phone and asked to make a few more copies of the battery. Then such electromagnetics could be used for testing. Less than half an hour later, Professor Li called and said in a somewhat suspicious tone, "The laboratory said that they gave you the confidential information they gave you 2 days ago. Do you want to sell that information?" Gaoyang laughed. "How is that possible? What are you thinking? Based on their research, I developed lithium metal batteries." Professor Li on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. Even if he didn't know much about the battery field, he at least knew the general idea. There are all kinds of concepts flying around in the battery industry, but none of them is easy to realize. Lithium metal battery is also one of the concepts, which is said to be able to increase the storage capacity by more than 10 times. But research and development is very difficult. As a result, Gaoyang has already mastered it. Even though Professor Li knew Gaoyang was a genius, he was a little hesitant at this moment. "Really? I have the finished product here." Professor Li was really unable to hold back, mainly because Gaoyang had already launched so many epic-making products not long ago. Now they have actually taken out the lithium metal battery. Even if the power storage capacity is only 10 times that, the original 500-kilometer range of the electric vehicle can be directly extended to 5,000 kilometers. Mobile phone batteries have returned to the Nokia era, with a single charge lasting 10 days. Are there any other improvements? Safety? Heat dissipation? Various thoughts collided in Professor Li's mind. He was stunned for a moment. I'll find you right away. I'm in the lab. Not long after hanging up the phone, Professor Lee rushed into the laboratory in a hurry. Gao Yang pointed to the battery on the table, lithium metal battery. Professor Lee picked up a battery, and the first thing he felt was its heaviness. How many times more energy can this battery store than previous lithium batteries? Due to laboratory conditions, the capacity has only increased by 23 times, but theoretically the storage capacity can be increased by 30 times. Professor Lee weighed the battery, lost in thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then made a call. The call went through, and Professor Lee said in a relaxed tone, "Old Wu, what are you thinking? Gao Yang is my student after all, and he would never sell your information. He just researched the metal lithium battery and wants to find a partner." Chapter 52, Yellow Turban Soldiers Technology Edition. Gao Yang didn't expect that the serious Professor Lee had such a side to him. The old Wu on the phone should have a good relationship with him. Just as he was thinking, he heard a voice on the phone. "Nonsense. Do you know how difficult it is to research metal lithium batteries? We can only research metal lithium batteries after we have researched solid-state batteries." Professor Lee said contemptuously, "You are a frog in the well. You should contact your partner directly. I will bring my students over and bring the metal lithium battery to you for testing. Do you have all the relevant equipment? The batteries made in our school's laboratory only have a storage capacity 23 times that of lithium batteries, but in theory it can reach 30 times. Old Wu's voice rang out again. "Bullshit. In theory, metal lithium batteries can only store a dozen times more power. You'll know when you take the test." Professor Lee hung up the phone directly and rubbed his face. He was a little bit unbelievable, and he made the call only because he trusted Gao Yang's ability. He looked down at the metal lithium battery again, no longer as casual as before. "My friend said that the storage capacity of metal lithium batteries is theoretically only a dozen times?" Gao Yang was too lazy to speak. He just pushed the battery on the table. "The batteries are all here. They can't be fake." Professor Lee also felt that this was outrageous and stopped discussing battery-related issues. After all, he did not understand them. Don't sell the technology. It's better to keep it in your own hands. In order to encourage researchers to do more research and development, manhwa has allocated funds for research projects. Even if the research projects are funded by the state, the patents obtained from the research belong to the researchers. The way to monetize is actually very simple, usually through cooperation. Some companies cooperate with outside capital to set up companies, and the technical staff only need to be responsible for the technology and the distribution of the money. You don't have to sell the technology this time. Just cooperate and provide the technology. It's actually the same as selling the technology, but you will get a large amount of patent fees, and there will be a steady stream of subsequent income. How to discuss it specifically depends on the technology and their attitude. Don't rush to make a decision. Gao Yang nodded. This is all based on experience. How much is technology worth? Every breakthrough in technology is said to be priceless, but its application requires careful consideration. He doesn't understand much about these things, nor does he need to understand too much. As long as the money is enough for him to make a nuclear battery, that's enough. Professor Lee also recovered from his shock, found a chair to sit down, and started chatting. "Why do you want to exchange technology for money?" "I want to make nuclear batteries, so I need to build a bigger laboratory." Professor Lee opened his mouth again. "This? Nuclear battery?" Before Gao Yang could respond, Professor Lee's phone rang. It was Old Wu calling. "Can you come to our lab at 2 p.m. tomorrow?" After Professor Lee and Gao Yang confirmed it, they agreed. It's still in time to go there tomorrow at noon. Okay. Gao Yang started to get busy. He's busy building an electromagnetic shield. Follow him out, he has electromagnetic protection shield. But Professor Lee doesn't, and neither does the guard. He would feel bad if the killer who wanted to kill him accidentally killed someone else. Professor Lee saw that Gao Yang was busy and did not continue to worry about the nuclear battery issue and left first. Gao Yang worked until late at night and simply slept in the laboratory. He woke up in the morning and continued assembling. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that Gao Yang walked out of the laboratory carrying the box. Outside the laboratory, guards are on duty 24 hours a day. Gao Yang put the box down and said, "Call everyone over here and give each of them a belt." The guard looked at the belt in confusion. "What is this?" "The thing that will keep you safe is an electromagnetic shield. It can block about 20 bullets." The guard was stunned and looked at Gao Yang in confusion. Is this the technological version of the Yellow Turban Soldiers? Invulnerable to swords and guns, immune to water and fire? Gao Yang looked at him with suspicion and had no intention of explaining. Put it on quickly and ask others to put it on together. There is no time to explain. I will tell you when I come back. In addition, all information about this equipment must not be leaked to the outside world.
Yes.
The guard didn't believe it, but obeyed the order. I quickly asked everyone to change their belts. The larger size made them look a little weird. Next is the pistol, a pistol that can aim automatically. Due to limited time, I only made 12 in total, but there were only 6 people protecting Gao Yang closely, and only about 10 people protecting him secretly. All the people protecting him closely were equipped with the equipment. The guards were still a little reluctant because their guns were more convenient to use. But Gao Yang was tough, so they had no choice but to take it. Although it's not going smoothly, they all have enough confidence. After changing clothes, Professor Li also came, put on the belt given by Gao Yang, and set off directly. The itinerary had been arranged in advance, and a bulletproof car would accompany us along the way. Go to the military base to take a plane. Nowadays, if Gao Yang needs to travel long distances by plane, they will fly directly to the military airport. The riding experience is indeed a bit worse, but it is safe. You can't parachute on civil aviation, but you can parachute on this plane. Arrived at the Battery Research Institute in the afternoon. There were several researchers standing in front of the institute. When they saw 7 or 8 tanks driving up to the institute, their expressions changed. Why are there so many people here? The front and rear doors opened. The guard got out first, and then opened the door for Gao Yang. There were researchers in front of the laboratory, and they were all a little confused for a moment when they saw the scene. It's not like they haven't seen top researchers before, and some of them are even quite good. There are even second-level professors who have the opportunity to become academicians. But this is the first time I have seen someone traveling with a security team of 30 or 40 people, and the person the guards are protecting is a young man. They didn't think of this as a show of pomp and circumstance, because they were not of high enough rank and were not qualified for such treatment. If normal researchers want such treatment, they need to have a position or be in charge of extremely important projects. But the problem is, this guy looks to be only around 20 years old and probably hasn't even graduated from college. How could he get such treatment? Professor Li also got out of the car and walked up to the group with Gao Yang. Old Wu, let me introduce you to my student, Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded. Hello, Professor Wu. It's a bit of a big deal to come here this time, but there's nothing I can do. I've been targeted recently. I've already encountered a sniper attack and an ambush by the Bald Eagle action team. Professor Wu was stunned. A sniper attack? An ambush by the Bald Eagle's action team? What earth-shattering thing did Gao Yang do? He found it a little hard to imagine. Can I ask? It's still top secret for now. Professor Wu suddenly realized that the top management of Lonka Institute called to ask for their research data, and giving it to a student was outrageous. But if this student is extraordinary, then it is understandable. Professor Li said, "Don't be in a daze. Let's talk about it at the Institute of Advanced Studies." Professor Wu quickly turned around and led a group of people into the reception room of the laboratory. Gao Yang was looking around along the way. This research institute looked very good. It had won many awards and had many leading achievements. You can also see photos of this research institute and car companies. It seems that there is indeed cooperation, and it is in-depth cooperation. After entering the reception room, Gao Yang took out a battery from his pocket and said, "Let's test it first. We can talk after the test. I'm short on time." After saying that, Gao Yang took out a book and lowered his head to read. Professor Li was stunned. He had taught Gao Yang in the car that if he wanted to raise the price, he must first control his attitude. He was stunned by Gao Yang's attitude and wanted to become his disciple. Chapter 53. The instrument exploded. There were also technicians from the automobile factory in the conference room, and they originally wanted to exchange pleasantries. At this moment, Gao Yang had already picked up the book, so they had nothing more to say and went out to test the battery. Professor Li also walked out of the conference room. The conference room was empty except for the guards and Gao Yang. Gao Yang really wasn't trying to show off. He just wanted to have more time to read. If he really wants to be polite with these people, there will be a lot of beating around the bush, and he doesn't have that much time. There is nothing wrong with business, but Gao Yang understands very clearly that if you have technology, you have the initiative. He doesn't need others to humble themselves for cooperation. Outside the conference room, Professor Wu took the battery and went directly to the laboratory for testing. They would not tolerate Gao Yang's arrogance. Those who could appear in this occasion were all top researchers and had their own pride. Follow the process and test first. Battery testing is divided into many aspects, the first of which is weight. When the weight and volume test came out, the expressions of many people on the field were quite interesting. This battery is really metal. Then comes the formal test, Connect the positive and negative poles of the battery to the equipment and start the battery performance test. Capacity test. Do a charging test first. The technician quickly debugged the equipment and then started charging. Several sets of data suddenly appeared on the screen. The data was very small. The technician said, "It cannot be charged. The battery is fully charged, and there should be overcharge protection." Professor Wu nodded. Discharge test. The technicians debugged the equipment and started discharging. Unlimited discharge. The entire discharge process will be recorded. Record the fastest discharge speed. This is also a very important test. If the battery capacity is large but the discharge speed is slow, then its practical value is not high. When the test starts, a line graph appears on the screen. The higher the value of the line graph, the faster the discharge speed. Under the curious gaze of all the researchers, a straight line suddenly appeared in the line graph, but this straight line was vertical, reaching straight into the sky. It reached 1,000 watts in an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, the internal capacitor of the equipment, used to test battery discharge in the laboratory, exploded. The technician opened his mouth subconsciously, and his voice changed. Just now, this battery released more than 1 kilowatt of electricity in just that second. All the technicians were stunned at first. It wasn't until the smoke alarm was triggered and the fire pipe began to spray water on their heads, giving them a chill, that they came to their senses. Professor Wu was shocked. How could such a small battery hold 1 kilowatt hour of electricity? What is the concept of 1 kilowatt hour of electricity? It only takes 2 kilowatt hours of electricity to fully charge an electric scooter. 1 kilowatt hour of electricity can fully charge a 10,000 milliamp hours power bank 24 times. Such a small battery actually contains 1 kilowatt hour of electricity? And why is the discharge speed so terrifying? Is there no limit on discharge? Everyone else was equally shocked, with all kinds of thoughts racing through their minds. All kinds of impossibilities, but everything is happening before their eyes. Professor Lee was the fastest to react and said faintly, "The equipment in your laboratory is almost broken?" Professor Wu looked back at Professor Lee and said, "This is used to test the battery. When it was first designed, we never thought that there would be a battery that could discharge so quickly. How could there be no discharge protection?" Professor Lee is not a researcher and cannot answer this question, so he sent a message to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was a little surprised when he received the news. Did he break other people's equipment? Is this the most advanced laboratory? But think about it again. The burst of 1 kilowatt hour of electricity per second is indeed quite outrageous. 1 kilowatt hour of electricity can enable an electric car to run 8 kilometers. He walked out of the reception room and went directly to the laboratory where the tests were being conducted. He had to keep an eye on it in case there were any problems with the subsequent tests. In the laboratory, everyone's eyes were on Gao Yang's face. A mixture of emotions including shock, admiration, and disbelief. They have confirmed that this is a metal lithium battery. Even if it is not, the value of this battery is extremely high. It's outrageous that this young man could develop such a battery. Before they thought Gao Yang was putting on airs, but now they think there is no problem. Is that putting on airs? That's humility. Now Gao Yang is riding on their heads, and they can all endure it. This has taken the technology in the battery field to a higher level. Such batteries can reshape the entire battery industry. The top technologies in the battery field are basically in the hands of large overseas companies. Although Longwa currently has several good battery companies, they mainly benefit from market dividends and then prices. In addition, many of the existing batteries that appear to be high-end contain patented technologies that come from overseas. The emergence of metal lithium batteries can instantly reverse the situation. Coupled with the terrifying performance of the battery, it can definitely seize the global market. This is a trillion-dollar market. Professor Wu subconsciously leaned forward. "Student Gao, why doesn't this battery have a discharge protection setting?" He wanted to use an honorific when addressing her, but he couldn't think of a suitable one at the moment. Gao Yang is too young, unbelievably young. No honorific title would be appropriate for him. The original intention of the battery design is to power energy weapons. The more energy that can be burst out instantly, the better. If there is a need for a discharge limit, I can add it. Professor Wu was shocked. Energy weapons. He didn't dare to ask any further questions, because any further questions would be confidential. I picked up the battery and found that its temperature rose slightly. Such terrifying energy burst out in an instant, but the temperature only rose by less than 10 degrees. It was simply abnormal. Keep testing. But this time, larger equipment was used. Gao Yang also gained a lot of knowledge by watching from the side, as there were many test items. Low-rate charging, high rate charging, overcharge test, over-discharge test, low pressure, thermal shock, continuous charging and discharging, heat dissipation performance test, etc. By the end of a round of testing, a group of people looked at the test results and were already numb. The performance of the battery was far better than all other batteries on the market. It's everything. Finally, there are safety tests, including high temperature and high pressure, low temperature and low pressure, free fall, mechanical shock, backlog, etc. After a round of testing, it also beats all the batteries on the market. Sharp objects can puncture ordinary batteries, but they are just as effective when they puncture metal batteries. Even if it is pierced, it will only damage the metal, and the energy will be released at a slow rate without exploding. The safety performance is so awesome. Researchers at the scene can all imagine how miserable the fuel vehicle market will be in the future. We have just experienced a round of big price cuts, and I guess another round will come soon, because the battery is the same size. The test results differ by a factor of 23. What does 23 times mean? 500 kilometers directly became 11,500 kilometers. If you drive seldom, you can run for a year on a single charge. In addition, as Gao Yang said, the batteries can last for a long time, and there won't be a situation where many batteries need to be replaced after a short period of use. It can be said that it is almost invincible. This almost solves the biggest pain point of new energy vehicles. After all, replacing batteries is expensive, but the battery life is short. But the emergence of this battery has overturned all stereotypes. Chapter 54, you may not understand the situation. The test had just ended, and a group of people in suits and ties rushed into the laboratory. There must be a researcher who notified someone during the test. The person in the front is about 40 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looks like a successful person. After entering the laboratory, the middle-aged man asked hurriedly, "What stage has the test reached?" Professor Wu handed the test result form to the middle-aged man. "The test is over." The middle-aged man took the form and was stunned at the first glance. How is this possible? Even if he is not a technical person, he knows that this is unlikely. The battery reserves are already 23 times greater than current energy storage batteries. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? But he trusted the lab's tests. As a senior executive of the company, he instantly realized what a huge business opportunity this was. This is a monopoly opportunity. As long as the cost of the battery is not too high, they can beat all other car companies with their terrifying battery life. One dominant company. Fuel vehicles were directly smashed, and other new energy vehicle companies just knelt down and called them daddy. After all, with 23 times the battery life, it can kill everything in seconds. In the end, they can even sell some of the exclusive rights at a high price so that other manufacturers can use the same batteries. No matter how high the price is, as long as you get it, you won't lose money. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, calmed down, and couldn't help but confirm again. Is this true? Professor Wu nodded. Really? Let me introduce you to the developer of metal lithium batteries, Gao Yang. Gao Yang nodded at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned again. He looked at the table, then at Gao Yang, and then at Professor Wu. He said in disbelief, "He is the developer of the battery?" Professor Wu nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man suppressed his shock, walked towards Gao Yang, and stretched out his hand. "Hello, my last name is Zhang Ke. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of the automobile group." Gao Yang stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Ke's. Zhang Ke smiled and said, "Heroes emerge from youth. It is hard to imagine that a battery with such high performance comes from your hands. Would it be convenient for you to come to our company to discuss this? If I don't have time, let's talk here," Gao Yang said and walked straight to the reception room. Zhang Ke also walked into the reception room with a group of people. Professor Li also hurried into the meeting room, as he was worried that Gao Yang would suffer a loss. It was Gao Yang's first time discussing business with someone, and it was a very big business at that, but he was not nervous at all. He walked directly to the main seat in the reception room and sat down, then looked at Zhang Ke. "How do you want to cooperate?" Zhang Ke didn't expect Gao Yang to have such a strong aura, and he sat directly in the main seat at the front. "We want exclusive cooperation, and we are willing to pay an exclusive patent fee for lithium metal batteries. For subsequent battery use, a certain amount of patent fees will be paid for each car sold." Gao Yang shook his head and said directly, "Not selling exclusive products." Zhang Ke frowned because Gao Yang was very decisive and determined. "We can give you a lot of money for exclusive use. We can also give you a lot of money for the subsequent use of the battery." Gao Yang shook his head. The government has spared no effort to support new energy vehicles in order to achieve a curve overtaking in the automotive field. The current situation is very good. with 100 flowers blooming. You don't have to think about dominating the market with one company. Zhang Ku was stunned and a little surprised. The young man was standing at a very high angle. The technology of fuel vehicles is basically mastered by large overseas companies, and the technical barriers are so high that many domestic independent car brands need to pay a lot of patent fees if they want to build cars. If you make some money, most of it will be spent on patent fees. Large overseas car companies don't even have to do anything and can live comfortably just by relying on patent fees. This is also the source of welfare for those high-welfare countries overseas. After the emergence of new energy vehicles, manhwa vigorously supported them in an effort to change this. But as a company person, he is thinking about the rise of the company. You can state the conditions. Under exclusive circumstances, we can make a big concession. Gao Yang shook his head. I don't accept exclusive. New energy vehicles are basically just starting out now, and this is the time for all companies to compete hard. Competition leads to progress. A monopoly will only lead to a lack of healthy competition. Zhang Ke frowned. Not exclusive, how do you want to talk? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, 1 patent royalty. The battery can be used for free in the future without any patent fees. Zhang Ku was stunned. No need to pay patent fees later? The patent fee even includes research costs, but you don't want it? Zhang Ke frowned immediately, and it was even harder to talk about exclusivity. How much do you think the patent royalties might be? Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know. Can you give me a price? Zhang Ke felt the situation was tricky, extremely tricky. It was not easy to talk to such a young man. The technical value of the battery is extremely high, and its commercial value is also extremely high. With such technology, it is not only invincible in the automotive industry, but also in the mobile phone field. Even in all electrical fields, we can be extremely competitive. Just in the automotive industry, having such battery technology means you have dominance. Super strong dominance. How much? If you give too much, you will feel a bit of a loss. But if you give too little, it will also be inappropriate, as you will be treating people like fools. But he couldn't see any reference standard from Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at Zhang Ke's hesitation and frowned. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. After half an hour, tell me the price. It was Zhang Ke's first time to negotiate like this. Although his opponent was a young man, he was controlled throughout the whole process because he couldn't figure Gao Yang out. He took his people out of the conference room, called their superiors first, and quickly negotiated the price. Half an hour is very short for a business meeting, because there are many things to calculate and many things to consider. There is basically no quick decision because you need to weigh the pros and cons. In the reception room, Professor Li did not teach Gao Yang how to talk anymore, because Gao Yang didn't care. It doesn't matter if you have more or less money, as long as it's enough to build a laboratory. But think about it again. Under this mode of thinking, Gao Yang is almost invincible in negotiations because the initiative is always in his hands. Half an hour later, Zhang Ku walked into the reception room. Our general intention is 1 billion. Because it's not exclusive, I can only give this price. If it were exclusive, the price could be higher. Gao Yang frowned frivolously. 10 billion is a lot. Grandpa Gao has been in the business world for his whole life. His total assets are over 10 billion. He is already superior to others and is super awesome. He can get 10 billion from this family now. But compared to the metal lithium battery technology he came up with, 1 billion is not a lot. However, the technology is still in Gao Yang's hands, and they only have the right to use it. 1 billion yuan is reasonable. These 1 billion yuan are enough. If I sell a few more stores later, it will be easy to set up a laboratory. Subsequent technologies can continue to be sold to mobile phone manufacturers. Gao Yang was too lazy to discuss the details and nodded. Then 1 billion. I'll have someone draw up a contract, and you can pay the money. Zhang Ku was stunned. It was so sloppy and the price was too high. Sorry, I just said that the intention is 1 billion. We still need to discuss the specific price. Gao Yang frowned, but he was too lazy to waste words, so a little less wouldn't be a big problem. How long will it take you to decide? Zhang Ke paused and said, we have to discuss this slowly. Both parties need to negotiate a price that they are both satisfied with. It is not something that can be decided directly by either party. Gao Yang looked at Zhang Ku, who didn't give a direct answer, understood his general idea, and said lightly, you may not have figured out the situation yet. Chapter 55. This is 1 billion. Gao Yang said seriously, I don't have much time to waste on negotiating prices. Just give me a price that's enough for me to build a laboratory. I'll give you another half an hour to discuss this. This is my limit. Come up with a feasible price as soon as possible. Zhang Ku was certain that Gao Yang was going to build a laboratory. The thing I'm afraid of is not knowing anything. Now that we know Gao Yang has a need, it's easy to talk. Zhang Ke showed an embarrassment on his face. I'm afraid half an hour won't be enough. We still need to hold an internal meeting to decide on the exact price. This is company procedure. There is no way around it. Gao Yang frowned. Why do some people always take others' setbacks as an opportunity to bully? It took just half an hour to come up with a rough intended price, which shows that you have the ability to make a price in a short time. But I still want to use polling to find the lowest price. But he was not free. Gao Yang stood up very straightforwardly. You still don't understand the situation? I'll give you a chance to set the price. Since you don't want it, then I'll make an offer. Your company needs to spend $2 billion to obtain the patent rights. 1 cent less. No deal? After saying that, Gao Yang turned his head and looked at Professor Li. Professor Li, can you help me contact other new energy vehicle manufacturers? Professor Li nodded. Okay. Send the battery samples over and have them test them, then quote a price of $1 billion. Okay. Professor Li nodded. Gao Yang picked up the book on the table and walked out. Zhang Ke came to his senses only at this time, and his first reaction was panic. Other manufacturers had to pay the billion and update their battery technology, but they didn't. The consequences would be serious. Maybe it will lead to bankruptcy. In his opinion, there is no reason why other manufacturers would not agree to the price of $1 billion. The performance of this battery is incredible. If technology is used properly, it can even create a trillion-dollar company. But now for him, the question is not the value of the technology, but the amount of money. He was in charge of the negotiations, but it ended up costing the company an extra billion. He was definitely seriously derelict in his duty. Zhang Ke quickly stood up and tried to hold Gao Yang, but before he could reach Gao Yang, 2 guards had already blocked his way. Zhang Ke was stunned. Isn't this guard a laboratory guard? What's going on? Unable to get close to Gao Yang, Zhang Ke could only shout, Mr. Gao, can we talk again? Give me another chance. Gao Yang turned a deaf ear to it. He just happened to need to make an example of someone. Zhang Ke watched Gao Yang walk away, turned around and looked at Professor Wu, and asked anxiously, Professor Wu, can you keep him? Professor Wu frowned and asked, how did you negotiate? How could it be possible that the negotiation failed? Zhang Ke was also puzzled. He was just lowering the price normally. Isn't that normal? I don't know. Our intended price was $1 billion. He thought $1 billion was fine at first, but then he insisted on $2 billion. Professor Wu looked at Zhang Ke and said, he already promised $1 billion. Why did it become $2 billion? Are you still trying to lower the price above $1 billion? Zhang Ke paused and said, isn't this normal in business negotiations? Professor Wu thought for a moment and said, you go to the roadside to buy an orange, and the seller agrees on a price of 10 yuan. You try to lower the price, test the seller's bottom line, and then the seller refuses to sell it to you. Who do you think is at fault? Zhang Ke opened his mouth and said, of course it's my problem. $10, and I'm still bargaining. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ke realized the problem. Gao Yang said that he had no time to waste, but he was a little bit unbelievable. But this is $1 billion. Professor Wu didn't say anything. When he talked with Gao Yang before, he knew that the battery was developed to drive energy weapons. What are energy weapons? Laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons. Gao Yang might just be taking scraps, or even obsolete technologies to exchange for some money. $1 billion is a lot for ordinary people, but for Gao Yang, it is just a sum of money. Zhang Ke hesitated. Please help me contact him, and I will talk to him in detail. Professor Wu shook his head. I can try to contact him, but I don't know whether he will give you a chance. Zhang Ke felt very uncomfortable. He had negotiated a lot of business deals, but this was the first time he was pinned to the ground and rubbed the entire time. Professor Wu called Professor Li and asked Professor Li to convey the message. The result was no surprise. Professor Wu hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Ke. No chance. Zhang Ke was still unwilling to give up. Where is his laboratory? I can go find him. Professor Wu shook his head. I suggest you don't go. If he gets really annoyed, you may not even be eligible to buy it. After saying this, Professor Wu turned and walked into the laboratory. Zhang Ke felt uncomfortable, and he felt uncomfortable too. The sponsor is gone. Originally, the money given by the car companies could support their research, but now it is not even a question of support or not. Now they have to consider whether to continue all their research. Even if we continue to research for another 10 years, we will not be able to achieve the same effect as metal lithium batteries. If not for research, what's the point of having a research room? While they were feeling melancholy, Gao Yang was learning from Professor Li. On the plane, Professor Li said, if you want to sell technology, you must first set up a company. It will be more convenient to use the company to connect with other companies. You can't do it yourself. For example, in today's negotiation, if you own a company, you can slowly negotiate the price. You don't have to worry about anything and just wait for the money to arrive. Gao Yang nodded. That made sense. But he is not good at running a company. Professor Li saw Gao Yang in deep thought and thought that Gao Yang was short of money. Lack of initial capital? I can lend it to you. The company only needs a shell in the early stage, not much money. No, I received 10 million from the Dragon Kingdom a few days ago. Professor Li swallowed subconsciously and his heart beat faster. The maximum reward from manhwa for researchers is 5 million. 10 million? That can only be 2 rewards. Most researchers will never receive such an award in their lifetime. He didn't even get one. Although he felt that Gao Yang's research results were definitely worthy of such an award, he was also really envious. If you have the initial capital, start a company first. Gao Yang frowned. Starting a company is not that easy. The whole process was also very troublesome. Suddenly, Gao Yang thought of Lao Chong. Isn't Lao Chong the best candidate? With Lao Chong in charge, he can rest assured and even leave everything to Lao Chong. On the plane, I called Lao Chong and said, Lao Chong, help me open a company and handle the accounts. Okay. Lao Chong didn't ask any more questions, nor did he think much about it. Tell me roughly what you need. In the short term, it's selling technology royalties. The first payment will probably be several billion yuan. You should first find a good team of lawyers and draft a contract. On the other end of the phone, Lao Chong was stunned. Huh? Old Chong was really confused. He had been confused once when General Fu brought people to upgrade his factory. Now he was confused again, and even felt that he had heard it wrong. How much? I don't know exactly, maybe a few billion. Lao Chong took a deep breath and said, I understand. I'll do it right away. Give me an account. I'll transfer 10 million to you as starting capital. After Lao Chong hung up the phone, he pinched his thigh first, feeling the pain, but still confused. My son said he was going to sell his technology for several billion yuan, and he still needed to be given 10 million yuan? Engineering isn't that intense, is it? However, considering what happened before, Mr. Chong probably understood that his son might have researched something super awesome, but he still felt like he was dreaming. Until a few minutes later, his cell phone rang with a text message alert. 10 million has arrived. Lao Chong took a look at the information and took off immediately. He wanted to set up a company as quickly as possible and build a team that could provide logistic support for Gao Yang. Chapter 56. Rushing to give money. It was already evening when the convoy arrived at the school. Gao Yang first took a walk around the area as he wanted to choose a site for the laboratory. The school is located in a remote area, surrounded by large areas of wasteland. It would be best if his laboratory was located near the school, and it would be even better if a side door was opened in the school wall. Now that I have an idea, I'm just waiting for the money to arrive. Before the money arrives, continue reading to see if you can accumulate more opportunities for a 10,000-fold increase. While Gao Yang was reading in the library, all the major Longwa new energy vehicle groups had received metal lithium battery samples. Batteries are very important in new energy vehicles, so every new energy vehicle manufacturer has a battery research institute. Either cooperate with other research institutes or have a fixed branch. Lithium metal battery samples were sent to these research institutes as soon as possible. People from the Battery Research Institute also conducted the test as soon as possible. But before the test, their first feeling was outrageous. Metal lithium batteries are conceptual products, and there is no way they can be realized in a short period of time. This is like saying that if you accelerate an object to the speed of light and hit the sun, it will explode. The principles and concepts are all here, but who wants to try one out? The person who sent the metal lithium battery was a professor at the National University of Defense Technology. We have to face this. What if it is true? After a short test, everyone in the lab was shocked. Not only was the battery real, the performance is even more terrifying than the metal lithium batteries they imagined. The scary thing is that the capacity is huge. It is more than 20 times that of the original lithium battery. And the charging and discharging efficiency. The charging efficiency is extremely terrifying. It can accept high voltage charging. As long as conditions permit, it can charge 100 degrees in 1 minute. 100 degrees of electricity can allow a car to travel about 800 kilometers. It has an explosive battery life, super fast charging, and guaranteed safety performance. Researchers can't even imagine how fuel vehicles will be competitive in the future with the emergence of such batteries. They can also imagine how serious the consequences would be if other car companies used such batteries, but they did not. Almost immediately, the business departments of major automobile companies began trying to contact Gao Yang. 1 billion is a lot, but is 1 billion really that much to purchase the rights to use such technology? Not much at all, super cheap. I made a lot of money. Because of such batteries, the global market will open up for them. They can squeeze the living space of fuel vehicles crazily. Although everyone is bragging about the rise of new energy vehicles on the internet, most people still buy fuel-powered cars. But after such batteries come out, they can definitely say that only idiots buy fuel cars. The existence of such batteries can truly solve the energy problem. Lao Chong had just established his company and hadn't hired any employees yet when he received a call. Hello, is this Langtao Group? Yes. I'm from the New Energy Vehicle Commerce Department. I want to purchase the patent rights for metal lithium batteries. When is it convenient to sign the contract? Old Chong didn't react at first, but later guessed that it was Gao Yang who contacted him. The company has just been established, and we can't do business for the time being. Would it be convenient for you to wait for a while? The person on the other end of the phone is anxious. How can I wait? The company has already launched the project, and the design of the new generation of electric vehicles has begun. They are just waiting for new battery technology to come out. Your company has just been established and is short of people, right? Well, let our legal department draft the contract. Please check if there are any loopholes. If there are no loopholes, we will transfer the 1 billion first. Old Chong was really confused. He was eager to give money, but he complained it was too slow. But he responded quickly, would you draft the contract first? Once it's drafted, we can proceed to the next step. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chong washed his face with cold water first and looked at himself in the mirror. It was a reality in a dream. His face was no longer hot from the cold water, but his heartbeat was still accelerating. After taking a few deep breaths, Lao Chong prepared to call Gao Yang to confirm the situation. As soon as I took out my cell phone, the phone rang. I picked up the phone and heard a middle-aged man's voice. Hello, I'm Zhang Ke. We are willing to pay 2 billion to purchase the right to use lithium metal batteries. After being silent for a few seconds, Lao Chong hung up the phone and called Gao Yang. Gao Yang, someone wants to spend 1 billion or 2 billion to buy some patented metal lithium battery technology. Gao Yang could hear Lao Cheng's nervousness and disbelief, so he smiled and said, it's not about buying the technology, it's about buying the right to use the technology. One is 2 billion, and the rest is 1 billion. Let's sign a 10-year usage right. The usage right cannot be transferred. Let the lawyer prepare the details. The company has just been established, and we don't have a lawyer yet. I just received a call, and the person on the other end said they would help draft the contract, and they seem to be in a hurry. Gao Yang didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, car manufacturers are now racing against time, and the first one to produce a finished car will win at the starting line. Just imagine, if ordinary people knew such a car existed, they would probably rush to buy it. Also, because of the appearance of the first car with such an amazing range, the car company will instantly become popular on the entire internet and have a celebrity effect. Various factors make them extremely anxious. Then let them draft it. I'll ask a lawyer to check if there are any problems with the contract. Lao Chong thought for a moment and said, can you sell this technology directly? Gao Yang laughed. This is all technology developed by your son alone. Don't worry about anything. No need to beg for cooperation like we did in the past. Now, even if you poke a hole in the sky, I can fix it for you. I let you start a company so you can be the boss. Mr. Chong suddenly felt like there was sand in his eyes. His son had grown up and was able to stand on his own. All the grievances he had suffered suddenly paid off, and the rewards were huge. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chong tried to calm down and then dialed again. But unlike the confusion before, now he is full of confidence. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ke was very frightened. By increasing the billion cost of the technology to 2 billion, his position in the company has plummeted. Can't you buy this? If he can't buy this, he will lose his position. Zhang Ke was terrified when he saw the phone ringing. He quickly picked it up, but his voice was a little nervous. Hello? Why did you hang up just now? Old Chong was still friendly. This was a habit he had developed over the years, and it was not something he could change in a short time. My phone had a problem just now, and it disconnected automatically. The cooperation cannot be carried out for the time being. Our company has just been established, we don't have a legal team yet, and the contract is not ready yet. Before Zhang Ke could speak, Lao Chong continued, how about your company prepare a contract? Zhang Ke did not hesitate at all. Okay, our company will prepare the contract. Lao Chong hung up the phone again and started recruiting. Then I received 12 calls in one day. No one talked about the price, and no one agreed to delay. They all wanted to stuff the 10 billion into Old Chang's mouth on the spot. A total of 13 billion orders per day. No matter how adaptable Mr. Chong is, he was shocked to the point of being almost numb. As long as the contract is signed, the company will directly own tens of billions of assets. Chapter 57 RPG. With all the major automobile manufacturers rushing to give money, all the contracts were signed within a week. A huge sum of 13 billion yuan entered the account of Langtao Group. While Mr. Chang was shocked, he also became more cautious and improved the company as quickly as possible. If you have enough money, you can directly find a headhunter when you need talent. Although the cost of recruiting people is slightly higher, it would not be appropriate to have a mountain of gold in your hands and not use it. When the Langtao Group recruits people, it has another powerful weapon, which is official support. Before recruiting, as long as you are interested, you can hand over the person's information to the official. The official will conduct background check again. The background check here is very strict. In addition to requiring that there should be no stains on the background, the person's character and other aspects must not be bad either. The investigation is not just about looking at files, but also tracing back the experiences of these people. Only by recruiting people in this way can we ensure relative safety. Another issue is the land, which is also a minor problem. It is difficult to build a laboratory next to a school, but it was Gao Yang who proposed the idea, and the officials agreed without any hesitation. Didn't spend a penny, signed for 30 years. There are nearly 100 acres of land in total. The authorities even want them to spend money to build laboratories. However, Gao Yang refused. It would take a long time for the authorities to review the billions of dollars at once. Besides, you should be grateful when you receive favors from others. If you use other people's money to do research, you may still be affected. If you have money, you might as well do it yourself. After spending money, the construction team arrived on the same day and leveled a large area of land. After leveling, they laid the foundation and then started construction. However, even if the speed is faster, it will still take a month to build the factory. Gao Yang was not in a hurry and continued reading in the laboratory. 10 days passed in a flash, and Gao Yang, who was in the library management, heard a familiar system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 10,000 times amplification opportunity has been charged. Gao Yang did not take advantage of the amplification opportunity as he did before, but continued reading. See if you can continue to charge a second time. After reading for 2 hours, Gao Yang put the book down. After the system was charged once, there was no progress bar for the second charge. That means it is not possible to recharge a second time. The best way to utilize the system is to charge it before the amplification opportunity is charged. What is the increase this time? While Gao Yang was thinking, Ruoruo walked over quickly with a large stack of drawings in her hand. This is the rocket we initially designed. Can you help me take a look? Ruoruo obviously waited for a while and came over after seeing Gao Yang put down the book. Gao Yang looked at the drawings quickly. This new style was obviously based on his ideas and was indeed excellent. It's a good design. The rocket has a range of 500 meters. 500 meters is just the initial distance. There is also the rocket's own second acceleration, estimated to be around 800 meters. The range of the rocket has been doubled based on the original maximum distance. But in Gao Yang's opinion, it is not enough. First of all, the efficiency of the electromagnetic track. With the technology he has mastered, he can increase the current range several times. Ruoruo looked at Gao Yang in deep thought. The strength of the electromagnetic launcher can actually be improved, but if it is upgraded further, the rocket itself will become unstable. It will explode in the muzzle before it is even fired. Gao Yang nodded. This was indeed a problem. Just like Longhua's electromagnetic railgun, the shells currently used are solid bullets. Using explosive warheads, they may explode on the spot under extremely strong electromagnetic fields. This was a point he had not considered before. Then the research and development of this rocket is very difficult. Gao Yang quickly read through all the information Ruoruo handed over and found it indeed remarkable. He said, "You have done a very good job in research. Leave the rest to me. I will show you the finished product in 2 days." Ruoruo was stunned. Gao Yang went straight to the laboratory with the information. He wants to perfect the rocket. He first used his own strength to upgrade based on the design of the flying dress research team. All-round improvement. The improvement of the electromagnetic launch tube is followed by the safety processing of the warhead. Gao Yang now has this kind of upgrade within his grasp. After amplifying his sniper rifle and laser gun, his knowledge of electromagnetism and firearms was enough to kill all researchers in the world in seconds. As for the research on rockets and the design of warheads, there are also overlaps with the technologies of firearms and bullets. Even if the overlap is not high, Gao Yang can easily solve it at his standing height. It's like a teacher who teaches Chinese in elementary school. He also knows elementary school mathematics. The design was completed in 1 day. One more day and the manufacturing is completed. The new rocket launcher has an estimated range of 7 kilometers. The first is the electromagnetic rail launcher, which can fire shells in a straight line and fly directly 5 kilometers. After 5 kilometers, the fuse of the rocket was ignited, and the rocket continued to accelerate to the second stage and flew another 2 kilometers. The rocket has a range of 7 kilometers, which is a bit outrageous and comparable to artillery. Carrying the rocket, Gao Yang went straight to the shooting range to conduct a test first. Rockets must be tested in a large open-air shooting range. In other words, the National University of Defense Technology is awesome. It has all kinds of test ranges. The shooting range is 500 meters long. There is a small hill inside the range, which is covered with craters. I don't know how many shells have hit it. The staff at the shooting range were not surprised to see Gao Yang carrying the rocket. Many students choose to study light weapons engineering. After all, explosions are the ultimate romance. In the past, there have been cases where more than a dozen people lined up carrying rockets for test firing. It's just that Gao Yang's rockets look a little strange. This rocket actually has 4 brackets. The stand is folded onto the rocket launcher, and when unfolded, it can be supported on the ground behind it. It looks like it's used to resist recoil, but the rear end of a normal rocket is empty. When fired, the tail flame of the rocket will spray out from the rear of the rocket launcher, and the recoil is quite small. The rear end of Gao Yang's rocket launcher is also empty, so how could there be recoil? The staff member was curious, but didn't say much. He had seen many weird designs, and these students were more professional than him. After setting up the rocket launcher, Gao Yang took a deep breath. Many people think that electromagnetic weapons have no recoil. The vast majority of electromagnetic weapons do not have recoil, but electromagnetic rail weapons do. Electromagnetic rail weapons use electromagnetism to propel projectiles out. Wherever there is a pushing action, there will be a reaction force. It's like 2 magnets repelling each other. When they get close to each other, both sides can feel the repulsive force. Today's bazookas and rockets are like 2 repelling magnets. The farther the rocket is sent, the greater the reverse thrust the bazooka will receive. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang pulled the trigger. The next moment, the electromagnetic track moved, and with a terrifying electromagnetic explosion, the rocket rushed out instantly and hit the hilltop 300 meters away. The fuse at the front end of the rocket flew out directly, hit the top of the hill straight, and sank deeply into the soil. Bang! The rocket exploded, but it was buried deep in the soil, and the explosion sounded like a muffled fart. Chapter 58: Increased Power. The staff watched from the side, feeling both wanting to laugh and being shocked. What is shocking is the speed at which the rockets are launched. The firing speed is really outrageous, almost the same as a bullet. I can't even see it. This kind of rocket is very abnormal. Others 12 is a large caliber bullet, but Gao Yang treated this rocket as a 120 super caliber sniper rifle. A little perverted. If this happened on the battlefield, it would actually be against the will of heaven in some way. At least helicopters can't avoid it. But the rockets were too weak. Like farting. Gao Yang didn't care what the staff thought. If he knew what the staff were thinking, he would probably laugh. The rocket just now penetrated into the soil at least 3 meters. At a depth of 3 meters, the pressure on the rocket is extremely huge. With such a huge force, it can still explode with a sound that can be heard 300 meters away. That power is already terrifying. After the test launch, Gao Yang returned to the laboratory as quickly as possible. Ding! It is detected that the host has developed a rocket-propelled grenade that can be amplified 10,000 times. Do you want to amplify it? Amplification. Gao Yang didn't hesitate at all. If he didn't miss this opportunity, he would have no choice but to continue charging. The lottery disc appeared in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang had the experience of controlling power last time, so this time he was familiar with it and walked forward to turn the disc. Very little force was used. The disc only turned half a circle, and it just stopped at the 10,000-fold increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have randomly drawn a rocket-propelled grenade that has its power increased 10,000 times. Gao Yang was stunned. It was not the range, but the power that was increased 10,000 times. This will increase the power of the rocket 10,000 times. Is that still called a rocket-propelled grenade? That's called a rocket-propelled nuclear bomb. In the laboratory, the equipment once again started operating autonomously. The various materials previously used to make rockets were combined and compressed in a special way. The entire manufacturing process proceeded rapidly, as if an accelerator had been turned on. In just 2 minutes, a bazooka and a rocket appeared in front of Gao Yang. The rocket launcher is about 1 meter long, and also has a rack at the rear end to offset the recoil. The front end is a rocket with a diameter of about 12 centimeters and a very sharp tip. Ding! Due to the lack of laboratory equipment and manufacturing materials, the power of the current rocket-propelled grenade has been increased by 6,700 times. Gao Yang was shocked. Although it did not reach 10,000 times, it was still 6,700 times, which was equally shocking. After all, so many products designed before could basically only be increased by a few hundred times in this laboratory. The most shocking thing is that, with such terrifying power, nuclear energy has not been used. It is purely the explosive material. How can it have such great power? As Gao Yang was shocked, a large number of memories flooded into his mind. This enhancement is to strengthen the rocket warhead and also strengthen the rocket launcher at the same time. The rocket launcher can ensure that the rocket will not explode under the original electromagnetic strength. This requires extremely fine control of electromagnetism. Then there is the issue of increasing the power of rockets. It's the ratio of explosives. In fact, humans have basically reached the extreme in the ratio of explosives. But this extreme, in the amplified knowledge system, is just garbage. It is basically equivalent to the powerful bombs of modern times to the fireworks of ancient times. The power of the explosion is no longer limited to the amount of gunpowder loaded. Based on different material ratios, there are also different loading structures, which can increase the power of the explosion to a higher level. This is how the explosion power increased by more than 6,000 times. Even 10,000 times the power can be achieved in this way, but it requires some other materials, which the laboratory does not have, so it is only more than 6,000 times. After accepting all the memories, Gao Yang breathed a sigh of surprise. This time, I just thought that I would waste it if I didn't use it, but the increase turned out to be a pleasant surprise. The first is the increase in electromagnetic technology. Although the power is increased, the strong electromagnetic force can easily cause the rocket to explode prematurely. Therefore, the electromagnetics have also been amplified, becoming more precise and less prone to errors. This technology can be used in almost all electromagnetic equipment. Then there are the rockets. A rocket of such terrifying power can even replace the missile head. Cheap and powerful. Even better, placing rockets directly on electromagnetic railguns will give them a range of hundreds of kilometers, coupled with their terrifying power and low cost. Directly invincible. The most precious memory is the formula of gunpowder. This formula can be used on any weapon that requires explosion. It even works on bullets. When the bullet is fired, its power is as great as that of a fucking grenade. The Dragon Nation warriors were absolutely invincible on the battlefield. No bulletproof vest can stop a pistol bullet. Gao Yang walked out of the laboratory with anticipation. He wanted to try out this new power. As soon as I walked out of the laboratory, I ran into Ruoruo. There were 3 girls standing next to Ruoruo. 4 people from the Flying Dress Research Group. The 4 people saw the rocket launcher on Gao Yang's shoulder and were a little surprised. It was made just like that? What an efficiency. It was so fast that they couldn't believe it. Is this the bazooka we designed? Gao Yang glanced at the rocket launcher and said, yes, but I modified it. Ruoruo hurried forward, holding the rocket launcher and looking at it carefully. How exquisite! Your efficiency is so fast. A girl at the back hugged the rocket and said, the front of this rocket is pointed. It should fly farther. What's the use of this shelf? Several women were holding weapons weighing more than 20 kilograms and looking at them carefully. Just looking at it, Ruoruo and others felt a little confused. This was not exactly the same as their design, but at least they were completely different. Gao Yang looked at the disappointed expressions of the few people and consoled them. This is a certain improvement in your thinking. The main body is still the electromagnetic orbital launcher. Ruoruo said faintly, you can add an electromagnetic rail launcher to the rocket launcher. That's also your idea? Ruoruo took the initiative to change the subject after saying this. Where are you going now? Go to the shooting range. Test the power of this. Gao Yang said. Ruoruo and the others' eyes lit up. Can we go and see it together? Watching the fun is the nature of living things. Gao Yang didn't care. He just wanted to go and take a look. At most, he would just have to write a confidentiality agreement. The identities of people in the special classes have been checked, so there won't be any problems. A group of 5 people went directly to the shooting range. In the shooting range specially used for testing, the staff was still there. They looked at Gao Yang and smiled. Are you here to test? Do you need a target to test the accuracy? No need. Gao Yang looked at the protective gear at the back of the shooting range. Put on the full set of protective gear. The staff smiled and said that the protective gear is mainly to prevent splash damage from explosions, and there are also earplugs that can block out sounds. However, not many people wear protective gear in the shooting range, mainly because the distance is more than 300 meters, and splash damage cannot possibly reach that far. Gao Yang said so, and Ruoruo and the others immediately followed his instructions and put on protective gear. By the way, I also got a set for Gao Yang. The staff on the scene followed the herd mentality and put on a set of protective gear and goggles. Everything is ready. Ready to test. Chapter 59 Earthquake? Gao Yang carried it, spread out the bracket, and pressed the bracket against the ground to minimize the recoil. After putting the rocket into the rocket launcher, Gao Yang took a deep breath and felt a little nervous. This thing is just as effective as laser weapons. The use of laser weapons is still limited. They can only shoot in a straight line. This thing, if you change the launcher, can fly in a parabola. A power increase of more than 6,000 times would certainly be terrifying, but the shooting range was very large, and the core point of the explosion was more than 300 meters away from the launch point. More than 300 meters is equivalent to the length of 3 playgrounds. There's no way the aftermath of the explosion could have reached that far. Gao Yang calmed down a little and pressed the launch button. Propelled by electromagnetic force, the rocket flew out instantly, penetrated straight into the distant mountains, and then the fuse was triggered. Then, everyone felt the ground shaking suddenly. The staff member suddenly asked, "Oh my God, there's an earthquake?" The next moment, the staff member widened his eyes because he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The mountain nearly 100 meters high in the distance cracked. It's not cracked, it's shattered. Countless dirt, gravel, trees, and dead grass splashed in all directions. Then the staff heard the deafening sound, boom. His ears were almost deafened and his whole body felt numb. Then there was a feeling of the ground shaking even more violently. He was confused. What was going on? He had once experienced an earthquake, but damn, earthquakes weren't that abnormal. Why do mountains crack? Sun Wukong is born? The staff was stunned, and Ruoruo and several other female classmates also widened their eyes. They saw it clearly. It was the terrifying power of the explosion of the rocket launched by Gao Yang. They clearly understand the power of various weapons. And precisely because I understand it, I am even more shocked. How could such a small rocket have such terrifying power? A mountain over 100 meters high, let alone a rocket. Even a missile can't produce such an outrageous effect, right? This is almost as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Excluding radiation damage, the actual range damage and power of a nuclear bomb of ordinary yield are only this great. In shock, they opened their mouths wide, and were so shocked that they even forgot to scream. Gao Yang was also shocked. He had overestimated the power of the rocket, but found out that he had underestimated it. Hearing the loud noise, Gao Yang's heart tightened, and he saw the earth waves. The earth waves rolled and swept in all directions, looking extremely shocking. Many people may just think that this is dust being blown up by the waves, but as an insider, he knows that there is danger. The impact force of the earth waves is so strong that it can easily blow people down. Being blown down is just a small matter. The real danger comes from the rocks and various debris on the ground, which are carried by the earth waves and splashed in all directions with a power comparable to that of small caliber bullets. Gao Yang shouted quickly, "Get down!" There are sandbags in front of the launch pad, and you can lie down to avoid being hurt by the earth waves. After Gao Yang finished yelling, he found that no one paid attention to him. Amid the loud noise of the explosion, they couldn't hear what Gao Yang was thinking. Gao Yang kicked the 2 guards to remind them to save people, then rushed to the nearest female classmate. Ruoruo and another female classmate were pressed to the ground by Gao Yang. The 2 guards also woke up as if from a dream and pinned down the remaining female students and staff. "Everybody get down. The earth wave is coming." Pa! A large amount of rubble was swept up by the earth waves and hit the sandbags and the wall behind. Bang! The wall was also blown down by the earth waves. Then there was the sound of a large amount of dirt, gravel, and even small saplings falling to the ground. After a full half-minute, everything was settled. Gao Yang asked loudly, "Are there any casualties?" Faintly, Gao Yang heard someone talking. Looking down, I saw Ruoruo's confused eyes, still mumbling, "What is this?" Gao Yang was a little panicked. Could it be that the child was driven stupid by the explosion? Another female classmate next to her also spoke up with a confused look on her face. "What happened?" Gao Yang turned his head to look at the other side. The staff member was grinning foolishly, and there was a crack on his goggles. It must be that some gravel hit his goggles. Fortunately, he was wearing goggles, Otherwise, he would have been blinded. The two guards stood up and stood beside Gao Yang, but there was still shock on their faces. Further outside the wall were more than 20 guards who looked somewhat embarrassed. The reason we can see them is because the wall has collapsed. Some of the guards were injured and were all confused at the moment. What on earth had happened? Where's that huge mountain just now? Gao Yang looked towards the mountain. Originally, the mountain was 100 meters high and was used to test more powerful weapons, but it has remained in good condition for all these years. Now not only the mountain is gone, but there is also a pit. But there doesn't seem to be much soil and stones on the ground. What about soil and stones? Gao Yang raised his head subconsciously. You can see a lot of small black spots in the distant sky, all of which are gravel and soil. That direction seems to be the school. In the school, students have already run out of the teaching building. When the students and teachers felt the teaching building shaking, they ran to the open space and then heard a deafening explosion. Oh my God, we are located in a plain here. How can there be an earthquake? Hurry up and check the news. Is this the aftermath of an earthquake somewhere? What's going on? An earthquake and thunder, the ground cracking and the sky collapsing? This is not the same as an earthquake. I'm from Sichuan and Chongqing, and I've experienced earthquakes a few times. They always shook for a while. Oh my God, who threw a stone? It hit me on the head. Grass and dirt and grass. Amid the exclamations, someone looked up and said, "Oh my God, there are so many stones in the sky. Is it a stone rain?" Countless people looked up, then screamed and scattered to find a place to hide. A large amount of gravel and soil fell down quickly. The students who ran slowly had the water splashed all over their heads. Then I was at a loss. "Teacher, what's going on?" The teacher was very confused. He didn't know either. He had lived for decades, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. When the dust settled, the school's top brass began to take action. The first thing is to investigate the specific situation. Then it was discovered that there was no earthquake in the surrounding area. Principal Gon was sitting in the conference room, waiting for the results, when suddenly the phone rang. He took out his cell phone and prepared to hang up. At this moment, he didn't want to care about anything. When I was about to turn off my phone, I saw the name Gao Yang on the caller ID. Then you have to take it. Nothing is more important than Gao Yang's matter. After answering the phone, Principal Gon's voice became much more gentle. "Are you okay?" Gao Yang's voice was very loud. "What did you say?" "I can't hear you. I was reporting to you. I just blew up the mountain at the shooting range." Principal Gon was stunned. Everyone in the conference room looked at Principal Gon. They also heard what had just been said on the phone. Then they thought of a horrible possibility. Someone blew up the mountain at the shooting range. The rocks and soil were all blasted over from the shooting range. But how is this possible? The mountain where the shooting range is located is 1 kilometer away from the school. What kind of bomb was used to send rocks and dust flying so far? A nuclear bomb? Principal Gon looked at everyone's curious eyes, pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then asked loudly, "What did you use to fry it? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I fried it." Question mark. Principal Gon couldn't help but repeat it, and then he was even more incredulous. "Can you bring stones to the school?" "I modified it, and it's a bit more powerful." Principal Gon still found it hard to believe. He wanted to go to the scene to confirm, "I'll come find you. Are you at the shooting range now?" Chapter 60. I am such a big mountain? After confirming that Gao Yang was at the shooting range, Principal Gon put away his phone and looked at the confused faces of the school's senior management. The reason is likely to have been found. Gao Yang used the enhanced version to bombard the mountain at the shooting range. The school leaders didn't hear clearly what Gao Yang just said on the phone, and now their brows were furrowed. "Principal Gon, if there is something you can't tell us, you can just tell us directly. It's a bit disrespectful to treat us like fools." The principal also thought it was ridiculous. How is it possible to blast the soil on the mountain so far away? "I don't believe it either, so I'm going to go and take a look. Do you want to go?" Almost in unison, all the school leaders stood up. They were also curious. A group of people went to the shooting range as quickly as possible. Along the way, you can see that the road to the school is full of dirt, gravel, dead grass, and saplings. Even Principal Gon felt a little shocked. The mountain where the shooting range is located is 2 kilometers away from the school. Damn, many guns can't fire that far. Where does such terrifying power come from? Also, there seems to be a lot of dirt and gravel on the ground. How much of the mountain has Gao Yang collapsed? Cut the mountain into a flat top? As I was thinking about it, the convoy had already left the school. Large clumps of dirt appeared in the open space between the outside of the school and the shooting range. Some are as big as 1 meter square. Some of the stones had dented the ground, and the closer to the shooting range, the more dirt there was. Principal gone, the school's top management, and even the driver were all stunned and dazed. They were shocked by the mud rain in the school, but compared to here, it was just like dust. Look at the shooting range in the distance. Everyone's eyes widened. They are familiar with the range. There are often groups that go to the shooting range for assessments, and they also have to come to the shooting range to watch the ceremony. The mountain that you could see when you walked out of the school suddenly disappeared. The large shooting range without the mountains looked a little strange. The principal moved his mouth, looking a little bewildered. Where is my mountain? He thought that Gaoyang had only collapsed a part of the mountain, but now he realized that the reality was even more outrageous than he had imagined. A mountain over 100 meters high. It was specially enclosed in the shooting range as a feature of the range, and then the mountain was gone, completely gone? How is this possible? Did a nuclear bomb get used? The school's top brass also looked confused. What was going on? Their brains are a little screwed up. If a nuclear bomb comes, is this the power it can have? The driver was driving with full concentration, his body was shaking, and he was a little scared. The convoy finally arrived at the shooting range. The scene was a mess. People in several nearby shooting ranges have been rescued, but the sudden loud noise frightened many people and made them panic. There were also people injured at the scene, but fortunately all of them were minor injuries. The guards were also handling the situation, bandaging the minor injuries and comforting the frightened people. The convoy stopped, and when the school leaders got out of the car, their eyes were blank. From a distance, you can't see the mountain. From a close distance, you can see that there is not even the base of the mountain, and there is a big pit. Principal Gon walked quickly to the edge of the pit, looked at the pit, turned back in disbelief, and looked at Gaoyang. Gaoyang picked up the rocket launcher. This is it? Principal Gon was a little confused. What warhead? My special warhead. A conventional warhead. Routine? Principal Gon felt that his words were a little dry. How could conventional weapons blow up a mountain and leave such a big hole in the ground? Nuclear weapons have to be buried deep underground to achieve this kind of effect. Suddenly, Principal Gon frowned. The explosion was very powerful, but how could the killing range be so small? Only the mountain collapsed, and the damage to the surrounding areas was actually caused by the splashing of mud from the mountain. But according to common sense, to be able to blow the soil on the mountain so far, the core of the explosion must be at least 1 or 2 kilometers, or even larger. My bazooka has an electromagnetic rail launcher that allows the rocket to reach a range of 10 kilometers. During the test, the rocket was fired directly into the mountain. Principal Gon realized that it was the mountain that was blown away that absorbed the energy of the explosion. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it would be better if the mountain was gone. Otherwise, with a huge equivalent that could blow up a mountain, it would explode on the ground, with an explosion range of at least 2 kilometers. Everything here in the shooting range would be reduced to nothing, including Gaoyang. Even schools will be destroyed. Looking at Gaoyang, Principal Gon wanted to lose his temper. How dare he test casually? This is too dangerous. Without this mountain, how dangerous would the explosion be? But when the words came to his lips, Principal Gon's voice became soft, and he said in a negotiating tone, "If there is a test like this again in the future, you must be fully prepared. You'd better tell me." Gaoyang nodded. He had also learned a lesson. He had gained a full set of knowledge and knew that gunpowder was very powerful. So several hundred meters of buffer space have been reserved. But he didn't expect it to be so big. If he had known that the power was so terrifying, he would not have dared to test it here. This mountain is gone. Principal Gon was still terrified. I'll erect a monument for him to express my gratitude. Without this mountain, we might all be gone. As he was speaking, Principal Gon's cell phone rang. I took out my phone and looked at the strange number, then picked it up first. Hello? Is this Principal Gon? We are from the Earthquake Bureau. We have detected explosions at the National University of Defense Technology and nearby areas, which have caused a small-scale earthquake. Principal Gon responded. The school conducted a weapons test. The staff of the Seismological Bureau hesitated. According to the data we have observed, the explosion equivalent is about 10,000 tons. Is this a nuclear bomb test? Hide the explosion for now, and only announce the earthquake. This matter is complicated. I need to report to the higher-ups first, and I will contact you later. Good. Principal Gon hung up the phone and looked at a group of school executives, considering how to deal with the matter. The school's top brass are also at a loss. They all know about Gaoyang's existence and that he is outrageous, but they never thought he was so outrageous. It's so outrageous that they don't dare to ask more questions now. According to their understanding, It is almost impossible for conventional weapons to achieve such a terrifying explosive power, unless there is a huge collection of explosives. To achieve this kind of power, it would be roughly equivalent to having a bazooka in front of it with a locomotive in front of it. Principal Gon looked at the dumbfounded senior management and said, "You go back to school first to appease the students and organize people to clean up the school. First, ask students not to post news online. If they have already posted, delete them to minimize the impact. Contact the construction team and clear all the dirt and rocks around the shooting range." Good. The school's top management immediately turned around and left, determined to suppress the ripples caused by this test as quickly as possible. Principal Gon rubbed his temples and prepared to communicate with the authorities. After making several consecutive calls, Principal Gon had a headache because he had to explain the situation in detail every time he called. If you don't explain, the other party won't believe you. Even after the explanation, I am still skeptical. After making a few phone calls, Principal Gon was a little unconfident and turned to ask Gao Yang, "Are you sure you are using the real one?" Chapter 61, 15,000 tons equivalent. Gao Yang could see that Principal Gon was shocked and nodded again. "I will definitely call you when we test you again later." Principal Gon looked at the huge hole created by the explosion again and shuddered. "You can't just do a random test? I'll arrange for you to do a test in the desert later." Principal Gon felt it was a bit outrageous. Testing? Going to the desert? As we all know, the desert is specially designed to test that thing. Gao Yang is also looking forward to the follow-up tests. This time we only saw the explosion effect, and the specific power of the explosion is still not clear enough. Principal Gon said solemnly, "Go to the hospital for a checkup first, and leave this to me." "I'm fine." Principal Gon waved his hand. "Go. Such a large explosion at such a close distance will definitely affect you. Even if you're fine, they'll still send you to the hospital for a checkup." Gao Yang looked at Ruoruo and others who were being taken care of by the guards and were still in a daze. "I have a headache." He was mentally prepared, so nothing happened. But these people were not mentally prepared and were probably scared. Although this state of distraction is only temporary and will return to normal after a while, it is still a good idea to get checked. The guards helped Ruoruo and others into the car and went directly to the hospital for examination. Gao Yang also had a checkup. Gao Yang was fine. Ruoruo and others diagnosed that he was frightened and prescribed some tranquilizers. By the time they left the hospital, the group had basically recovered. His face was a little pale, but it was not a big problem. However, there was fear in his eyes when he looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang estimated that after this experience, their nature of loving to watch the fun would be completely eliminated. At the shooting range, military technicians also arrived at the scene and quickly collected information on the spot. First, measure the radiation level. With such a horrific explosion, almost everyone thought it was a nuclear explosion. However, after testing, there was no radiation at the scene. The next step is to calculate the size of the pit, the depth, etc. All of them need to be measured. Then through modeling, we can restore the original mountain. In the modeled picture, there are even large pieces of soil falling around. Based on this information, the equivalent produced by the explosion can be calculated. The technicians at the shooting range also took out the full data and video of the explosion test. A group of military bigwigs were hunched over computers, heads touching each other, without caring about their image at all. Now they are excited, but also nervous. They were excited because the appearance of such explosives could double Long's national defense strength, and they were nervous because they were worried that it was a misunderstanding. In the video, Gao Yang takes several female classmates into the shooting range and then puts on protective gear. From this process, they could tell that Gao Yang knew that the next test would be very powerful. "Just looking at the big hole in front of me, this armor is a bit too shabby. The only thing that might be helpful is probably the headphones. Without headphones, the explosion would have torn the eardrums of everyone in the shooting range. After putting on the protective gear, it's time to open fire." After the firing, the landslide occurred instantly. A group of military leaders fell silent. After a while, someone asked, "Could this video be edited? A nuclear bomb that wants to achieve this kind of power wouldn't be this small, right?" As he was speaking, a technician ran over from a distance with a shocked look on his face. "Report, according to the situation at the scene, the explosion equivalent is more than 15,000 tons. The military personnel were silent for a while. 15,000 tons equivalent? It's worth a little boy. It's just that little boy, as a nuclear weapon, has other additional damage, but this bomb is just pure explosion damage. The overall lethality is much worse. But the power is here. It is quite outrageous that such a small volume can have such a terrifying explosive power. The most important thing is that in actual combat, No one can use nuclear weapons, as the consequences would be serious if used. But this thing works. The strategic significance is huge. But they find it hard to imagine how conventional weapons could be so powerful. Suddenly, someone said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Explosives cannot have such a terrifying power. There must be a lot of explosives buried in the mountains ahead of time." The speaker is also a researcher, a top professor at the Defense Science and Technology Research Institute. He studies various explosives, come up with a lot of bomb recipes. He is now in deep self-doubt. The technician shook his head. "We didn't find any explosive components at the scene. If there were a lot of explosives exploding, at least there would be a strong smell at the scene. But it has not been detected on site yet. Means there are few explosives, or they are not regular explosives." The professor couldn't help but ask, "Where are the researchers?" Principal Gon could see the professor's excitement. Anyone would be excited if encountering such a thing. After all, their cognition was overturned. Especially for researchers, the fields they deal with every day are suddenly overturned, and they are probably questioning their lives now. The person who came up with this went to the hospital for a checkup. After all, he was too close to the explosion site. "I'm worried that he might have hidden injuries." Everyone at the scene felt nervous. Nothing must happen to Gao Yang. Before they could say anything, Principal Gon's cell phone rang. It was a call. Principal Gon picked up the phone and it was Gao Yang on the other end. "I'm back at school. I've had a full body checkup and nothing is wrong. The others are fine too." "That's good." Principal Gon also breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Gao Yang just had a checkup and is fine. After saying this, Principal Gon met a group of people with expectant eyes. He knew that these people all wanted to see Gao Yang. But Gao Yang is not that easy to see. At least, these people here are not qualified. Among the people who came, except for the researchers from the National Academy of Defense Science, the others were just tools who came to the scene to collect information. Still waiting. Less than half an hour after the military personnel at the scene reported all the information, a large number of troop carriers arrived at the National University of Defense Technology. The National University of Defense Technology instantly came under military control. The students have also adapted to it. After all, for many people, enrolling in school is equivalent to joining the army. This military control is to welcome the arrival of more important people. In just 2 hours, a large number of helicopters arrived. They were all big guys from major military regions across the country. They first took a plane to the nearest airport and then came here by helicopter. As soon as I received the news, I rushed over as fast as I could. After all, this news is too shocking. Based on the data calculated so far, it can subvert the entire defense system. With an explosion of 15,000 tons, the core death zone can reach 2 kilometers. There are no survivors within a 2-kilometer radius. The size is still so small. According to current missiles, conventional warheads can hardly hit a range with a diameter of 200 meters. To use a bunker buster as an analogy, it can easily penetrate a multi-story building and then explode without even the building collapsing. But if the explosive of the bunker buster was replaced with this unknown bomb, it would enter the underground and directly destroy everything. All other explosives may be replaced. The power will also become super terrifying. Such an important breakthrough deserves everyone's serious attention. One by one, big guys with 3 stars on their shoulders entered the school. 2 stars, 3 stars, and more. This shocked and confused the students of the school. There are not many big guys like him in the whole Dragon Country. Why did they all come here? Chapter 62, Self-Heating Hot Pot. Principal Gon hurriedly called Gao Yang, but at this time, Gao Yang was making new rockets in the laboratory. The only rocket has been used, so if we want to test it later, we have to make a few more. After answering the phone, Gao Yang said directly, "I'm busy. What's the matter?" "The military is very interested in your research. They have already come to the school." Gao Yang couldn't stop what he was doing. It would be dangerous if the gunpowder was spread out like this. "I'm in the lab and can't leave for now. Take them to see the crater first." After saying that, Gao Yang hung up the phone. Principal Gon was trembling under the gaze of a group of bigwigs, and he lacked the confidence to speak. "Student Gao Yang is very busy now and has no time to come. Can I take everyone to see the bomb crater? We saw him just now when we were on the helicopter." A big shot said, "Where is he now? Let's go wait for him." The group of generals were actually very anxious. If they weren't anxious, they wouldn't put down everything they were doing and come over. But when they arrived at the school, they were not anxious anymore. Anyway, the people who are engaged in research and development will not run away. It's okay to wait. A group of big guys ran outside the laboratory and waited quietly. In front of the laboratory door, there are Gao Yang's guards. At this moment, the guards felt the pressure. Pressure like a mountain. I am really nervous, but at the same time, I also feel a sense of pride. I am guarding the door, and even the leader cannot enter. The leader has to wait for the person I am protecting. But gradually, pride turned into nervousness. Because as time goes by, more and more people come. The most outrageous thing is that this group of people waited long enough. I came in the afternoon, and it was already 6:30 in the evening, and I was still standing in front of the door waiting. No one talks much, which puts a lot of pressure on them. Principal Gon could also feel this pressure. He looked at the dozens of big men in front of him and asked, "How about waiting after dinner?" The few big guys at the front all had 3 stars. They just glanced at Principal Gon and asked, "Has he eaten in the lab?" Principal Gon was silent. Gao Yang had been staying in the laboratory since this afternoon. He couldn't help but feel admiration and self-blame in his heart. I must assign Gao Yang a personal life teacher in the future. Otherwise, staying up late and not eating on time will harm his health. In the laboratory, Gao Yang had forgotten that someone was waiting for him outside. He ate his self-heating hot pot while staring at several running devices. In one of the devices, bullets are being polished. He didn't make all rockets, he also made some bullets. Originally, he was planning to make pistol bullets, but thinking that the bullets had too short a range and could easily injure himself, he changed them to sniper bullets. A sniper rifle with a high explosive bullet in its warhead. The bullet can only be triggered when it hits a hard object, so it has excellent safety performance. After eating the hot pot, all the bullets were polished. The silver bullets had a smooth surface and a small hole at the front, which could be used to fill with explosives. This is a delicate job. The time it takes to reload a few bullets is longer than the time it takes to make a rocket. But Gao Yang was looking forward to it. After all, this thing was really interesting. During the battle, shoot the enemy. The opponent is wearing heavy protective clothing. The bullet explodes the moment he is hit, and the enemy is blown away. Or, you might accidentally miss the target and end up killing your opponent. The effect is excellent. After filling, when Gao Yang was considering where to go for the test, he suddenly remembered the phone call in the afternoon. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. The call was at 3:30 in the afternoon, and it was now 11 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yang called Principal Gon back. "Hello? I'm done with my work. Where are you now?" In front of the laboratory, Principal Gon said, his voice a little hoarse. "Is your nose blocked?" Gao Yang hurried out of the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, all the generals were standing in a neat row. The front row is full of 3-star bosses. There are at least 40 people in total. Gao Yang had seen some of them before, but more of them were strangers. Gao Yang was stunned. These people had been waiting for him outside the laboratory for a long time. Looking at Principal Gon again, he was wearing little and the cold wind was blowing at night, which made his nose red. Suddenly, someone spoke up. It was General Zhou. "I'm hungry waiting for you. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. You can focus on your research, but you can't neglect it. Keep healthy. There will be plenty of time for research in the future." Gao Yang nodded. "I ate the self-heating hot pot in the laboratory, and it tasted okay." Principal Gon almost collapsed. So many people came for Gao Yang, but considering that Gao Yang had not eaten, no one would eat. It turns out that Gao Yang had already eaten in the laboratory, and it was hot pot? General Zhou was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed and changed the subject. "What kind of bomb did you use to blow up the mountain?" "It's gunpowder, but the proportions are different from other gunpowders." A researcher sitting on a chair in the back quickly stood up and walked towards Gao Yang. "Impossible." The researcher, a professor at the National Defense Science Academy, was a little excited. "Impossible. No matter how the gunpowder is mixed, it can't have such a terrifying power. There's only so much energy in total. How is it possible to release more?" Gao Yang didn't answer. It was too complicated to answer. "We could chat like this till dawn and never finish. So what do you think I use in my rockets?" The professor was stunned. This question caught him off guard. Normally, shouldn't Gao Yang have refuted it? When asked this question, he suddenly didn't know how to answer. He couldn't give an answer because there was no theoretical basis for it. Gao Yang looked past the professor and towards General Zhou. "Let's go eat first and chat while we eat." "Okay." A group of people went to the cafeteria in a mighty manner. The chef in the cafeteria worked overtime today and was ready for this group of people to come over and eat at any time. Gao Yang also had it as a midnight snack and sat at the same table with the bosses. While eating and chatting, General Zhou asked, "Is that mountain really blown up by a rocket?" "Yeah." Gao Yang nodded. "I just developed this kind of bomb, and I'm not precise enough in controlling its power." After this explosion, I also calculated that the absolute killing range on the ground should be about 2 kilometers, and then within a 5-kilometer range, there will be strong explosion waves that can also cause injuries. General Zhou frowned. That's hard to test. We need to find a launcher that can reach 5 kilometers, or just put the rocket inside the missile warhead. I have already solved this problem. Gao Yang smiled. My rocket launcher has a range of 10 kilometers. At the dinner table, everyone turned their heads to look at Gao Yang. A shooting range of 10 kilometers? This is a bit outrageous. A few hundred meters is already the limit for other people, but here it is 20 times as high? With this range and killing range, this thing is a bit invincible. Gao Yang said as he took out a bullet. Today, I'm mainly working on this thing, an explosive sniper bullet. The specific extent of the explosion is still unclear and needs to be tested. General Zhou took the bullet and was a little surprised. Bullet explodes? What is the estimated power? At least it's equivalent to a high explosive grenade. The cafeteria suddenly became quiet because a large group of people eating around were listening to the conversation at this table. When I heard this, my brain froze. The killing radius of the high explosive grenade is 12 meters. If the gun is loaded with this bullet and the bullet misses by 10 meters during a gunfight, can it still kill someone? Chapter 63, Testing the Bullet. General Zhou, who was more familiar with Gao Yang, thought of an automatic aiming sniper rifle equipped with high explosive bullets. With one shot, the enemy evaporates on the spot. According to the bald eagle's sacrifice statistics rules, in that large-scale battle, not a single bald eagle will be sacrificed. Thinking of that situation, General Zhou couldn't help but want to test these weapons. But it's already midnight, so it's not appropriate to take Gao Yang for testing at this time. After taking a few bites of rice, General Zhou said, "We need to arrange the test as soon as possible. It's so powerful, I think we should test it in the desert, Lao Zhong." An old general nodded. "Sure, there is nothing missing over there. We can go there anytime to conduct tests." Another general said, "It's a pity it's too late now. Gao Yang still needs to rest." Indeed, rest is important. While speaking, several generals looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't understand the meaning of the conversation at first, but when he saw so many gazes, he suddenly realized that they were urging him, meaning they are all available for testing at any time, but consider him taking a break. But you only consider that he needs to rest, and don't consider that he also wants to take the test? Gao Yang said directly, "I can rest in the car." Almost instantly, the sound of quickly eating food could be heard in the cafeteria. Everyone was eating faster, as if they were on an accelerator. My goodness, everyone was eavesdropping on our conversation just now. Someone else was on the phone. Prepare the weapons test site. Specifications? Follow the nuclear bomb test specifications. The airport is preparing the plane. It will arrive in an hour. Number of people? Including the guards, about 300. After a few phone calls, everything was arranged. Less than 2 minutes after the call was made, everyone had finished their work and were looking at Gao Yang eagerly. Gao Yang had only eaten half of his meal when he saw dozens of pairs of eyes looking at him. He picked up the bowl and looked at the auntie. "I'll send the canteen bowl back later." Annie quickly said, "No need to return it." A group of people escorted Gao Yang to the parking lot. Gao Yang ate as he walked, and by the time he reached the car, he had finished his meal. Several generals were quite surprised. "How can you eat while walking?" Gao Yang was also surprised. "Can't you eat while walking?" General Zhou has already opened the car door. "Stop chatting. Get in the car and go." After getting in the car, we went to the laboratory first, picked up a total of 6 rockets, and then set off for the nearest military airport. Late at night, a convoy of military vehicles lined up in a long line on the road, with troop carriers leading the way in front and behind and tanks escorting them. It was so cool. Gao Yang took a nap in the car and then continued to sleep on the plane. After getting off the plane, I continued to sleep in the car. Gao Yang finally woke up after entering the desert. Wrapped in a blanket, he huddled in the car, looking out the window at the morning sun and the endless yellow sand. "Are we in the desert already?" Sitting next to him was General Zhou. "First time in the desert?" "It's my first time." Gao Yang gathered the blanket around him and said, "It feels pretty good. If you don't experience it now, you can only go to deserts overseas if you want to go to the desert. Desert greening work has been getting better and better in recent years. Maybe there will be no desert in a few years." The car continued to drive in, and the temperature rose under the sun. By the time we arrived at a small base in the desert, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone got out of the car and walked into the base. There is an observation room dedicated to testing in the base. The room is very large, probably around 200 to 300 square meters, with many screens hanging on one wall. Behind the screen are a large number of technicians controlling various observation equipment. Some screens also displayed satellite images. In this area, all the images seen by the satellite are presented here. There are also observation images from drones in the sky. Make sure you see the explosion scene as clearly as possible. This place should be specially used to test the power of weapons. It is fully equipped and very professional. General Zhong said, there are 3 explosion points in total. The first 2 tests will be detonated directly in the explosion area to test the explosion range and explosion power. The last test point will try a long-range attack. Gao Yang directly communicated with the technical staff and told them how to directly detonate the warhead. The technicians each took a rocket to the explosion site and arranged the detonation measures. This process took a while, and a group of people looked at Gao Yang. How about testing the bullet first? Okay. Gao Yang also wanted to play with the sniper bullet. Is there a sniper rifle here? Yes. General Zhong smiled and took Gao Yang out. There is no need for too much preparation for the sniper rifle test. A car is driven to a place 1 kilometer away and a metal target is placed. The bullets were loaded into the sniper rifle, and then the technician secured the gun. Everybody stand back. Gao Yang wanted to shoot, but since this was the first time he tested the bullet, he decided to be cautious. Press the switch remotely, and the automatic design station will fire directly. Bang! With a loud bang, the bullet flew out of the chamber and flew away. All the big guys picked up the telescopes at the first moment, but the target was gone and the bullet hit the sand dune far behind. Bang! With a loud bang, yellow sand filled the sky. The distance is too far, and it is difficult for the automatic shooting platform to hit the target accurately. However, this miss also shows the safety of the bullet. Gao Yang walked up and took down the sniper rifle. I'll do it. A group of bigwigs watched Gao Yang's operation with a smile. Gao Yang lay on the ground, trying hard to aim at the target in the distance. The target was made of steel, half a meter wide, very large. But Gao Yang took a look for a moment, then turned to look at General Zhong. Commander, do you have a bigger target? The originally serious atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Some people even laughed, saying that this was a man who couldn't shoot accurately but wanted to play with the gun. However, Gao Yang's request had to be granted. General Zhong asked, how big do you want it to be? 2 meters high and 5 meters long. Okay? Gao Yang nodded. Okay. General Zhong smiled and picked up the intercom. Drive the tank to the target. Not far from the target, the soldiers stopped their tanks, got out and ran away. Gao Yang looked at the chariot in the distance, a little confused. Give me the chariot? What if it is damaged? If you want a target that big, the only thing here is a tank. Seeing Gao Yang still hesitant, General Zhong smiled and said, it's just one visit. Have fun. There is a vehicle damage test in the test. And don't worry about the tank being damaged. The tank has armor on the outside. Composite armor, made of several layers of different materials. It's hard for armor-piercing bullets to penetrate it. Your high-explosive bullets can only knock over the tanks at best. If you want to destroy them, chances are you will lose. Gao Yang was a little surprised. So awesome? General Zhong smiled and said, the latest model of tank uses a lot of new technologies. During the test, a grenade was thrown under the tank and exploded. The chariot has already flown into the sky, so it will be fine if it falls down. Gao Yang felt relieved and lay down again, concentrating on aiming at the 2-meter-high chariot in the distance. He pulled the trigger from a distance of 1 kilometer. Bang! There was a loud bang, and yellow sand filled the sky again, and the hit was missed. General Zhou couldn't bear it any longer and walked to Gao Yang. Breathe slowly. Don't hold your breath. Gao Yang knew that General Zhou was very accurate with the spear, so he listened to his instructions and slowed down his breathing. General Zhou continued, after aiming, it is necessary to adjust the wind speed and the angle of the bullet sinking. Gao Yang waited for a while. General Zhou did not continue to explain how to adjust it. He could only say, I have never learned it. General Zhou tweaked the scope of the gun. Adjust it, aim and shoot. Chapter 64. Why is the power so small? With the adjustment by an expert and the large size of the tank, aiming becomes easy. Gao Yang only needs to aim and then pull the trigger. After a loud bang, the car in the camera was hit. Boom! A louder noise was heard. The chariot in the distance flew out directly and moved horizontally 2 or 3 meters. There was a dent at the car door with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of half a meter, and the entire surrounding area collapsed. All the generals were stunned. Through telescopes, they could see that the car was almost folded sideways. Originally, there were 2 horizontal buildings, but now there is only 1 left, and the flat surfaces at the front and rear ends have been squeezed out. And that horrible dent. Although the bullets failed to penetrate the vehicle's special materials, the horrific damage from the explosion easily destroyed the tank. The tank that was supposed to have invincible defense was scrapped on the spot. General Zhong put down the telescope after a long while. He had only one thought. Why did he just think of using the chariot to shoot at Gao Yang for fun? Besides, there's no way a high-explosive grenade could cause that much damage, right? If we push the self-propelled artillery here, I guess we can only achieve this kind of results. General Zhong couldn't hold it in any longer. Didn't you say that the power of a bullet is equal to that of a high-explosive grenade? Gao Yang was also a little embarrassed. This is the first time I make this bullet. I just roughly judged based on the amount of gunpowder. I said it might be similar to a high-explosive grenade. General Zhong took a deep breath. Is this almost the same? But now is not the time to care about a chariot. The power of a bullet being equal to that of a high-explosive grenade is completely different from that of a self-propelled artillery. Suppressing his shock, General Zhong turned his head and looked at the technicians behind him. Arrange the testing equipment immediately.
Yes.
The technicians took a large amount of equipment to a place 1 kilometer away and set up various professional equipment. In this test, General Zhou was the one to fire the gun. At a distance of 1 kilometer, General Zhou lay down and pulled the trigger without even aiming. The next moment, the metal target with a diameter of half a meter disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, the surrounding dummies were also pushed away. The technicians rushed forward to check the situation. After a while, a voice rang out over the intercom. The bullet exploded the moment it hit the target. The metal target was shattered into countless pieces and shot into the sand dunes. All dummies within 35 meters of the bullet explosion were fatally impacted. The way the group of people looked at Gao Yang changed. The maximum killing range of a high-explosive grenade is only 15 meters. Now the killing range of Gao Yang's bullet has directly reached 35 meters. Even 35 meters is still the absolute killing range, because within this range, the injury is fatal. Such bullets can be used as fucking artillery shells. The killing range of a general self-propelled artillery is only about 35 meters. Using a gun like this to shoot people is a waste of resources, but it can be equipped to special operations teams to attack enemy positions. One bullet destroys a position. Absolutely useful. After all, special operations teams can easily enter the enemy's hinterland. It is extremely difficult to carry out artillery bombardment, so special operations teams could only use it to carry out tasks such as decapitation. But with bullets like this and a sniper rifle, you can wipe out the entire opposing position. The eyes of a group of big guys are getting brighter and brighter. This thing is simply invincible. Continue testing, this time directly using the destroyed tank. 3 more bullets hit the tank. The tank was twisted and only an iron frame was left. This is the real battle-damaged version. The shots were fired 3 times, and the group of generals were shocked 3 times. A sniper rifle is equivalent to a self-propelled artillery? It's outrageous. After the last bullet, General Zhou did not continue shooting. He wanted to keep it as a souvenir. After the bullet test, everyone returned to the room and continued to wait for the next rocket test. It felt very comfortable to go from a hot environment to an air-conditioned room. Gao Yang drank ice water and listened to General Zhong asking about the progress of the rocket deployment. On the intercom, the soldier responded, "Arrangements are being made." General Zhong glanced at Gao Yang and continued, "After the deployment is completed, evacuate an additional 5 kilometers from a safe distance of 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Remember to use sandbag tanks to form a bunker. What follows is waiting. Waiting is very boring, but no one in the audience is impatient. All they have is anticipation. Immense anticipation. If they hadn't just been tested with bullets, they might not have expected this. But now, a bullet has such terrifying power. What if it is replaced by a rocket? How awesome would that be? Half an hour later, a soldier's voice rang out in the room. Report, the detonation device has been set up at the number 1 test site, and the scene has been evacuated. It can be detonated. General Zhong looked at Gao Yang and said, "You give the order?" Gao Yang did not hesitate at all. Detonate. Then Gao Yang looked at the screen. There were changes on several of the screens. A yellowish-brown ball suddenly appeared on the desert ground. Looking down from the sky, you can see the khaki ball spreading around at a very fast speed. In another picture, there is the impact scene of the explosion. The camera suddenly becomes dim, and then the signal is interrupted. Then the second one, and the third one. These are the targets arranged on site. The destruction of these targets means the killing range of the explosion. 1 every 100 meters. Amidst everyone's nervousness and excitement, 26 targets were destroyed in just 3 seconds. This also means that the killing radius reaches 2.6 kilometers. This damage range is even larger than previously estimated. Then a terrifying air wave swept around. The sand on the ground was moved up and splashed around. Every grain of sand caused terrible damage. Each one is almost equivalent to the iron sand sprayed out by a shotgun. The gust of wind retreated for 5 kilometers before slowly subsiding. There was a sudden sound of someone inhaling in the room. A group of bigwigs were shocked. This power is absolutely terrifying. Is this the kind of damage that a rocket with a caliber of only 120 can cause? It is no exaggeration to say that this is a small nuclear bomb. The technician opened his mouth and began to report the data recorded by the on-site equipment. At the moment of the explosion, a strong shock wave and air wave were generated in the center. The wind speed reached 400 meters per second, which is 10 times that of a Category 12 typhoon. The supersonic wind destroyed all the obstacles we set up within 1 kilometer of the core. The destruction of the concrete pillars means that all buildings and vehicles within a 1 kilometer radius will be unable to withstand the terrifying shock wave. Within 1 kilometer to 2.5 kilometers, there are stone pillars that survived, but all vehicles were destroyed. In this range, it is also an absolute kill range. Unless you hide underground, there is no chance of survival. From 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers, the wind waves and wind speeds remain above 50 meters per second, which can also cause huge damage. The technicians' voices were trembling. This thing was not a nuclear bomb, but its power was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. It's outrageous. The generals and researchers at the scene listened to the report and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang was looking at the detailed data of the explosion. After reading the data of all the equipment, Gao Yang frowned. General Zhong, who was extremely excited, noticed Gao Yang and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with the data?" Gao Yang nodded. "After I tested it yesterday, I went back and calculated it. According to my calculations, there is no reason why the power of the explosion should be so small." All the excited generals in the audience looked at Gao Yang in confusion. How could this guy be so young? Chapter 65. Ensuring the rocket? A group of people looked at Gao Yang in confusion, and no one spoke for a while. Gao Yang held the data with a frown on his face. After an unexpected test yesterday, he calculated it once specifically. The calculation results and the test results are actually different? According to yesterday's reverse calculation, the power of the rocket will increase by about 1/3 on this basis. Why is there a difference? Gao Yang hesitated, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He thought of a possibility. Under normal circumstances, the rocket would be launched, but this time it was detonated directly on the spot. Gao Yang suddenly raised his head and looked at General Zhong. "Second test, try launching a rocket." "Okay." General Zhong said nothing and immediately arranged for people to prepare to launch rockets. The rocket has a range of 10 kilometers, and the damage previously tested was at most 5 kilometers, so the testers were basically safe. But even so, the testers still prepared a defensive fortification in front. There is an underground space beneath the fortifications, so no matter how powerful the force is, there will be no problems for the testers. The tester took his position, carried the rocket launcher, and pulled the trigger directly. Then there was a terrifying recoil force. Fortunately, there was a bracket supporting it from the back, otherwise the rocket launcher would definitely fly out. After the rocket flew out, it disappeared instantly. Too fast, comparable to a supersonic bullet. The next moment, the tester felt the vibration, and the sand under his feet was shaking. The testers hurried into the underground space. In the observation room, the technicians reported the progress of the test through observation. The explosion point has shifted by 60 meters. This error is actually very large. If it is replaced with something else, there will be no harm with such a large error. But for this model, let alone an error of 60 meters, even an error of 600 meters would still cause huge damage. The power of the explosion spread around. The horrific shock wave from the explosion quickly destroyed everything nearby. The entire observation room fell silent, and everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. This time the explosion was more powerful than the previous one. Because the sandballs spread faster, the huge earth waves were also bigger. One by one, the injury alarms of the dummies appeared. After a while, the technician stammered, "Absolute damage range, 3 kilometers. The damage range is 400 meters larger than the last time. Although it is only 400 meters longer, the damage range has been expanded greatly. The farther away, the larger the damage range." The entire observation room fell into dead silence. This power is really like a small nuclear bomb, more than the little boy he once was. Even though the little boy was so weak because he failed to react adequately, this was a rocket. Nuclear bombs are very expensive, but what about rockets? The fact that Gao Yang was able to make it in the laboratory fully demonstrates how cheap this thing is. On the field, he was so shocked that his mouth became dry and he began to swallow mechanically. They even don't dare to mass-produce this thing. Even if this thing is mass-produced, the control must be extremely strict, even to the same standards as nuclear bombs. Otherwise, if any rocket is stolen, it may have extremely serious consequences. The absolute lethal radius of 3 kilometers, if dropped in a densely populated city, could kill millions of people at once. It's definitely comparable to a nuclear bomb. Gao Yang looked at the test data again and nodded. That's right. It should be that the rocket was on the way to launch. Because of the sudden acceleration, the explosive structure became more compact. Although the gunpowder is full when loading, there is still room for improvement. General Zhong said in a deep voice, "There are 4 more rockets behind us. Seal them all first." Gao Yang was a little surprised. Not testing all of them? The results of the desert test have come out. Let's switch to other places for testing. General Zhong said, "Don't make this type of rocket for the time being. If there is a problem with management, the consequences will be serious." Gao Yang nodded. "Okay." "Is it difficult to manufacture?" asked General Zhong. Gao Yang shook his head. "Not big. I have the materials and equipment. I can make more than a dozen a day. If it is produced on an assembly line, the core gunpowder filling can be handed over to the machine. After debugging, one device can produce hundreds of them." The field was dead silent again. This is basically equivalent to saying that one machine can produce hundreds of nuclear bombs a day. If a war breaks out, can we lose? Just clean the floor and you can win without any brains. Another general asked, "Can rockets like this be made bigger?" Yes, it can be made bigger, but the increase in power will not be large. If it is doubled, the killing range may increase by less than 1/10. When the size is larger, the power of the internal explosion core will be very terrifying, but the killing range will still be small. Someone said, that is to say, when dealing with very strong fortifications, you can consider using shells with large charge volumes. Gao Yang nodded, yes, the power at the core will be greater. Can it be put in the missile warhead? This time it was General Zhou who asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience focused. This is the key point. The rocket's range is only 10 kilometers. Coupled with the terrifying power of rockets, the combat is greatly limited. But if a bomb of such terrifying power is placed into a missile head, it means that it has long-range strike capability, even ultra-long-range strike capability. It's not a nuclear bomb, but its power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, and it has long-range strike capability. Very deterrent. Gao Yang nodded under everyone's gaze. Of course. Some people at the scene began to breathe heavily, and someone said directly, "Give me a copy of the test data and the on-site video." Other big guys also want to back up. They came here to understand the situation, and after understanding the situation, the next step is to find a way to assemble it. Everyone left in great excitement. With this powerful weapon, they were more confident in what they said. The test is completed and Gao Yang is about to leave. I got in the car and headed straight to the nearest airport, then returned to school. After traveling back and forth for 12 hours, it was already evening when I arrived at school. I was very tired, but also very fulfilled. These are things I have never experienced before. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Mimi had a good sleep. She slept until 8 o'clock the next morning when the phone rang. After checking the caller ID, Gao Yang picked up the phone. "Mr. Chong, the military has sent more people to expand the scale of the Langtao machinery processing plant." Gao Yang estimated that after yesterday's test, the official decided to place all the things he manufactured in the Langtao mechanical processing factory, and the previous scale was estimated to be insufficient, so they expanded. "Let's expand. How is the construction of my laboratory going?" "The progress is very fast. It will be completed in half a month at most." Half a month has passed, and it will be completed in another half a month. It is almost the same as previously estimated, so we have to prepare the equipment in advance. Gao Yang hung up the phone and called Dean Yuan, the president of Lonka Academy. Dean Yuan quickly picked up the phone and said with a smile, "I heard you want to test the new weapon? What were the results?" "Good." Dean Yuan laughed and said, "Since you said it's okay, it must be really good." As he was speaking, the phone rang next to Dean Yuan. Dean Yuan said, "Wait a moment, there's a call from above. I'll take it." Gao Yang was not in a hurry. "Okay." Dean Yuan answered another call. At this time, Gao Yang could only hear Dean Yuan's voice. "This is the office of the Dean of Lonka Institute." Ah, good." After saying several interjections, Dean Yuan hung up the phone, and his voice was trembling. The absolute killing range of one of your rockets reaches 3 kilometers, and you call that okay? Gao Yang didn't respond, somewhat curious as to why the higher-ups were calling Dean Yuan. What's going on? Design safety measures for rockets, similar to the safety measures for nuclear weapons. Dean Yuan couldn't help but complain. This is the first time in my life that I've heard of a rocket being designed with super high safety measures. Chapter 66 Change Direction. Gao Yang could sense Dean Yuan's distress and changed the subject. I want to build a laboratory and need a batch of equipment. Can you help me with shopping? Dean Yuan was a little surprised. Didn't the National University of Defense Technology give you the best laboratory? That laboratory is not good enough? The lab is fine, but I'm considering researching nuclear weapons-related technologies, and the lab doesn't have enough equipment. Also, if possible, I would definitely like to upgrade the laboratory to a more high-end one. Dean Yuan smiled and said, Okay, please send me a table with the equipment models you need to purchase, and I will ask the purchasing staff to negotiate for you. Okay. Gao Yang hung up the phone. When it comes to purchasing equipment, Lonka Institute is the fastest choice. There are so many laboratories and research institutes in the Lonka Institute. If they purchase experimental equipment in large quantities all year round, it will not only be fast but also should be able to lower the price. Send the purchase order, and then get up quickly. Just as I got dressed, Dean Yuan called back. Lonka Institute cannot purchase any of the equipment on your purchase order. I'll have someone change the model and parameters of the equipment for you. See if it works. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Why can't I purchase it? Dean Yuan frowned. Technical blockade. Gao Yang also frowned. In the past, the only technological blockades he knew about were optical technology. Now there are many other devices in his bid, and none of them can buy the latest products. Are all the technology blocked? Well, all the cutting-edge equipment, especially those used in laboratories, are not available for purchase. No matter how much money you spend, you can't buy them. Gao Yang was silent, and Dean Yuan on the other end of the phone was also silent. Dean Yuan then said, The microscopes are not blocked, because we are on par with them in terms of microscope technology. There is some playfulness in these words, but underneath the playfulness lies a deep sense of helplessness. In just a few decades, manhwa has caught up with others' 200 years of development. In fact, it has done well enough. But it's still a little bit worse. Gao Yang nodded. Okay, send me the substitute and I'll see if it works. After washing up, the documents for the equipment were sent to me. Gao Yang just took a look and frowned tightly. First of all, there is a huge gap between the grade and the most advanced one. The smallest gap is 10 times. Then some of them have brackets at the end, indicating that they are castrated versions. What this means is that although the performance of the device is very good, you can only use the device to do a small part of the work. For example, machine tools can only cut specified parts. If you want to cut other models, you have to pay more. In addition, all devices need to be connected to the internet to be used, so as to ensure that the equipment will not be damaged during research. When the equipment breaks down, we have to hire people from overseas to repair it at a high price. Plus, the equipment is expensive. The price is so high that even Gao Yang finds it outrageous. However, if the people of Long Country want to buy it, they can only pay a high price because Long Country does not have the technology to manufacture it. Gao Yang looked a little unhappy. The way these people ate was really ugly. He really didn't want to give the money. He would give the money and get a bunch of junk in return? You'll just be disgusting when you buy it. Gao Yang called Dean Yuan again and asked, Domestic equipment manufacturers, please send me a copy of their most advanced equipment performance. Dean Yuan was a little confused. What do you want to do? Change the research direction? Dean Yuan said quickly, Don't mess around. You have already achieved results in your weapons research. Keep going, and you will achieve unlimited success. Now that we have changed our direction, it is a completely different knowledge system. I have to learn it all over again. So I need to cooperate with them, first look at their research data, and then make a breakthrough based on the research data. Dean Yuan frowned. Does Gao Yang insist on doing this research? It is not impossible to change the research direction. There are still many big guys in Long Country who changed their research direction due to needs. They had never even understood it before, but since Longwa needed it, they changed their research direction without hesitation. But that was when there was a shortage of researchers. Now there is less of a shortage. However, Dean Yuan could tell Gao Yang was very willing. After a moment's silence, Dean Yuan said, I'll give you the information you want first. If you want to study something, you can come directly to the corresponding research institute at the Dragon Academy. Good. Gao Yang hung up the phone and called Principal Gon first to ask for leave. Principal Gon was a little surprised. Gao Yang needed to ask for leave? That's not right. There's no way to sound like that when asking for leave. You're notifying him in the name of asking for leave. Gao Yang took his leave and quickly packed his luggage, ready to set off as soon as the form from Lonka Institute arrived. This time it took a little longer. Half an hour later, a new form was sent over. The form contained information about the companies that Longwa was catching up with in the most advanced equipment. It can be seen that there is a big gap between the equipment parameters and those overseas. Large overseas companies are also very cunning. The equipment they release is slightly better than that of the cutting-edge equipment manufacturers in Longwa, but not much better. If you want something better, you can only pay 10 or even dozens of times the price to buy something slightly better. You can make money without leaking technology. Behind Longwa Enterprise is the Research Institute. These companies basically have cooperation with research institutes, so Gaoyang only needs to go to the research institutes to get the most advanced research data in Longwa and then make improvements. Gaoyang set off directly with the guards. He planned to try to develop them one by one according to the numbers in the table. The first one on the list is a machine tool manufacturing and processing enterprise. The cooperative laboratory of this enterprise is a CNC Machine Tool Research Institute with a digital prefix. Go to this one first. I called Professor Yuan in the middle of the process. When Gaoyang arrived, a group of researchers were standing in front of the Machine Tool Research Institute. The one in the front was an old man, at least 70 years old. He looked at Gaoyang getting off the bus, then continued to look back. Then, not seeing anyone else, he looked at Gaoyang with some confusion. Where is Professor Gao? Gaoyang touched his nose. Gaoyang? Right. I'm Gaoyang, but I'm not a professor. I'm a student at the National University of Defense Technology. A group of researchers were stunned. Dean Yuan called and said that a top researcher was coming. They came over happily to greet them, but the person who came was a college student. However, looking at the guards surrounding Gaoyang, no one dared to underestimate Gaoyang. Ordinary students cannot be protected by guards. In addition, since it was Dean Yuan who called personally, the old man extended his hand politely. My last name is Tian, and I am currently the director of this institute. The research materials you requested are already prepared. Gaoyang was very satisfied with this efficiency. Where is the information? Take me there. Director Tian took Gaoyang directly into an office and said, there is a lot of information in the office computers. You are not allowed to take it out. Good. Gaoyang didn't say anything. He just sat down and started watching. Director Tian and a group of researchers were stunned. It started already? This efficiency is quite fast. However, this attitude was more in line with their impression of the genius researcher, and they all dispersed and went about their own business. Chapter 67 suddenly overtook. Without anyone to disturb him, Gaoyang was more focused. Previously, his main understanding of machine tools was limited to operation. He was very good at it, but he didn't know much about other details. Looking at the massive amount of data at this moment, we can see the complexity involved. Many people focus their attention on lithography machines when it comes to technological blockade, but machine tools are definitely industrial treasures. The technical content of this thing is also extremely high. There are many directions that need to be studied, so it is a huge project. Generally speaking, it is difficult to catch up with such a large project, because it is not enough to just catch up in one direction. You need to be ahead in all aspects. Among the main directions, the most important one is accuracy. There are many factors that determine accuracy, and only when all factors are addressed can the standard be achieved. If one direction fails, the whole thing will fail. Let's look at the current market situation. Longwa is a major manufacturer, and the number of machine tools produced ranks first in the world. But in terms of technology, it is all occupied by overseas, including China, South Korea, Europe, and the United States, etc. There is no Longwa among the top 10 in technology. This also means that even though Longwa produces so many machine tools, it is basically not making any money. Making crazy money overseas with patented technology. No wonder there is so much internal competition. Others make money by relying on their own achievements, but we have no skills and can only earn money through hard work. Gaoyang looked at the technology quickly. Although he had never been exposed to these technologies before, he saw and learned quickly. He is standing too high. The previously enhanced technology has already made his basic level far exceed the current world level. He is now like a high school student looking through a first-grade textbook, which is basically child's play. After spending 2 days reading it, Gaoyang walked out of the room and found Director Tian. Give me a laboratory. Director Tian was stunned. Before this man came, he was in a hurry, but after he came, he just read in the office. Ask him for the laboratory now? Seeing Gao Yang's serious look, Director Tian said, I'll find a professor for you to experience it first. I am used to doing research alone, so a smaller laboratory will do. I don't need to do actual research, but mainly record and calculate. Director Tian hesitated and took Gao Yang into a laboratory. This laboratory is not big, and no one will come here. There's a glass here. I'll put up a curtain later. Okay. Gao Yang walked into the laboratory and started to get busy. For him, future research and development will not be difficult because he has a lot to learn from. Although it is not difficult, there are too many things and it is very troublesome. He doesn't even need to use the system. He can just continue researching. Through the glass, Director Tian looked at Gao Yang, who was already busy, and felt a little confused. Looking at the two guards guarding the door, he shook his head, turned and left. Weirdos. The next day, curtains were hung over the glass so that no one could see what Gao Yang was doing. On the third day, Director Tian put the matter behind him. After all, Gao Yang now was no different from the Gao Yang who was reading documents in the office before and was a little invisible. On the seventh day, Gao Yang walked out of the laboratory and handed several discs to Director Tian. Please check if there are any problems. If not, we will share the technology with several top domestic machine tool manufacturers. I only have one request. You can make money, but not too much, so as not to squeeze out all similar overseas companies. After saying that, Gao Yang left directly, and the guard followed with the luggage. As Gao Yang walked, he looked at the form in his hand, crossed out the first line on the form with a pin, and went directly to the second research institute. Coming in second is strong electromagnetic equipment. This Gao Yang is probably easy to deal with. After all, the electromagnetic technology he has mastered is already top-notch. But before going there, I have to call Dean Yuan and ask him to prepare everything. In the research institute, Director Tian looked at Gao Yang, who left in a carefree manner, with a puzzled look on his face. Looking at the disc, I am even more confused. What's going on? Sharing technology with other companies? A researcher came up from behind and asked curiously, why is he gone? What's on the plate? I don't know. Maybe the kid gave it to me. Maybe it has some skills? Director Tian was a little skeptical of Gao Yang's words and handed the disc to the researcher. Open it and take a look. The researcher took the disc and put it into the computer. As soon as he opened it, he was stunned. 0-micron machine tool design drawings? Director Tian came closer in an instant and looked at the title. The current world advanced level seems to be 0 microns, right? 0 microns is still at the laboratory level. More people in the laboratory came closer and began to look at the drawings. The drawings were complex, but a group of researchers could see them clearly, and they were all knowledgeable people. Looking at this design, everyone's eyes widened. It seems feasible. Such a complete design? It's a bit outrageous. Look at the individual parts at the back. Fuck. All the parts have detailed specifications and drawings of how to assemble them. This is the design of the finished product and also the principle. Is there any special production process? Director Tian's eyes widened. He covered his chest with one hand and stuffed a quick-acting heart pill into his mouth with the other hand, without taking his eyes off the screen. Finished product design. With this thing, Longwa can also produce the most advanced machine tools, not just the most advanced, but better, because there are currently no such high-precision machine tools in the world. Almost gritting his teeth, Director Tian said, look at the other two plates. The second disc was opened, and the title was Cardin Shaft CNC Machine Tool. Then a group of people were stunned. This machine tool was even more outrageous. It had a robotic arm that could work at all angles. Continuing to look further, there are also drawings, finished product drawings, details of parts, etc., and the technical principles are also annotated at the end. This not only allows them to manufacture, but also allows them to know how to develop and research. The third disc was opened immediately afterwards, and the title was equally simple: Ultra-High-Speed CNC Machine Tools. The accuracy is still lower, but it is also a 0-micron CNC machine tool, but the operating speed can be super fast. The workpiece processing speed will be very fast. After looking at the three plates, Director Tian sat down on the ground, his eyes full of confusion. These technologies are priceless. With these technologies, Longwa can lead the world in high-precision CNC machine tools. It used to be OEM, but now it is fully independent. But how is this possible? If we give them these things to study, it is estimated that it will take them at least 10 years to catch up and then surpass. Has it surpassed us now? A college student came up with such a terrifying technology in just 1 week? As he was thinking about it, his phone rang. The phone call also brought everyone in the audience back to their senses from their shock. Director Tian looked at the caller ID on the phone and said, President Yuan, Gao Yang just called me and said he was gone. Did he leave anything behind? Director Tion's voice was trembling. He left behind 3 trays, which contained the design drawings of 3 types of finished machine tools. There was everything in them, even the technical principles of the machine tools. Dean Yuan was a little curious. What level is the design drawing? In terms of precision, it is 10 times more than the current world advanced level. There are also universal joints, which require specific testing, and ultra-high-speed CNC machine tools, which also require specific testing. Director Tion concluded in disbelief. But overall, we have suddenly surpassed the world's top level by a lot. Chapter 68. Do you know how to use it? Director Tion looked confused as he spoke. He had a kind of happy trouble, the kind where he just encouraged himself to work hard and strive to earn over 10,000 yuan a month, and then Gao Yang passed by, glanced at him with disdain, and then threw 100,000 yuan at him. Happiness came from money, but this money also brought him humiliation. But he didn't care. He just hoped the humiliation would be more thorough. On the other end of the phone, Dean Yuan was also amazed. He knew how talented Gao Yang was, but this was too much of a genius. In just 1 week, we completed a task that many people could not overcome, and now everyone has left and is on the way. When the work is done, I will leave, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. Dean Yuan suppressed his admiration and asked, "Did he say anything when he left?" "He asked me to give the technology to the current leaders of machine tool manufacturing in Manhwa, so that they can lower the prices and squeeze out the overseas companies." Dean Yuan laughed, and his laughter was full of relaxation. "Do as he says, and the technology of the machine tool must be kept confidential. We will give each part of the technology to different laboratories for analysis and study, production process, etc., and also give them to different companies so that they can cooperate and use the technology. Whichever process is leaked, whichever company will be held accountable." Gao Yang provided the technology easily, but Dean Yuan had to keep a close eye on the follow-up processing. "As for the ownership of the patents, I will handle it here. You can ask those companies to pay the patent fees directly to Langtao Group when the time comes." "Okay." Director Tion agreed quickly. After hanging up the phone, Director Tion's confusion eased a little because Dean Yuan was very calm, which made him feel a little relieved. Dean Yuan has seen the world after all, otherwise he would probably be even more shocked. But he has seen laser guns, automatic aiming sniper rifles, and electromagnetic protection shields, and has developed a certain immunity. Although it was shocking this time, it was not that shocking. First, call the laboratory on the other side and ask them to treat Gao Yang politely and meet all his requests, and then contact the patent office in person to get patent protection first. Although Gao Yang is not planning to collect money now, it is very important to know who the RD personnel are. There are corresponding disputes internationally. The first person in the study and the second person in the study had human brains and dog brains. There were cases where even the country stepped in to help. Gao Yang doesn't have to worry about any subsequent troubles, he just needs to focus on research. When they arrived at the new research institute, the people here were obviously much more enthusiastic. Although they were also surprised to see that Gao Yang was just a college student, their attitude was much better than Lao Tian's. But the attitude didn't matter, and this time Gao Yang only spent 2 days leaving. It's mainly electromagnetic technology, and he is really good at it. In other words, if human beings' current research in the field of electromagnetics is 1, then his is 10,000. That difference is huge. Continue to the next lab, and then the next one. Dean Yuan was continuously shocked, mainly because who could conduct research like this? This is research? This is just like traveling. Just run around in one place for 2 or 3 days, and come up with results that exceed the current level of technology. In half a month, Gao Yang visited 5 laboratories in total, and directly changed the status quo of 5 industries in Longhua. Dean Yuan was originally busy with the affairs of Lonka Institute, but now he almost ignores the affairs of Lonka Institute. After all, Gao Yang's research and development efficiency is comparable to that of the entire Lonka Institute. The confidentiality of technology is very important, and President Yuan is already doing it personally. The main reason is that the technological value is too high, and there is a huge industrial chain behind these technologies. For example, in machine tool technology, the global machine tool trade is around $140 billion each year. Once Longhua masters higher technology, coupled with terrifying productivity and cost control capabilities, it would be absolutely awesome to capture this trillion-dollar market in one fell swoop. The same goes for other technologies. They are very valuable. He has various things to deal with. It's just that he is tired but happy. Gao Yang's 6th stop is the photolithography machine laboratory. The chips needed in the laboratory are generally purchased and customized. But Gao Yang wants to make nuclear batteries, which have relatively high requirements for chips, so it plans to make them itself. The best lithography machine in China at present is 14, which is a world of difference compared to the two overseas. Under normal circumstances, even a slight improvement in the accuracy of a lithography machine is a huge improvement. Between 1 and 2, there is basically a chasm. When Gaoyang arrived at the institute, the director of the institute had not come out. This was the first time that there was no person in charge to greet us, and only one intern went out, and she was a girl. The intern looked at Gaoyang and the guard behind him and asked curiously, "Are you Gaoyang?" Gaoyang nodded. The girls were even more curious. How could he be so young and have such high authority? As a PhD student, she had to learn everything, but Gaoyang could directly see all the project information when he came here. Gaoyang also smiled. "Where are the researchers in the laboratory?" "The whole team is busy. I'm the only one who has just arrived and I'm idle." The girl lowered her voice and reminded him, "Be a little more low-key when you come here. The people here have bad tempers and don't pay much attention to you." Gaoyang didn't care too much. His bad temper had nothing to do with him. The only one who could lose his temper with him was his son. Does anyone else dare to lose his temper with him? As for ignoring people, it is actually a good thing. He only needs information and a quiet environment. After entering the office, Gaoyang began to look at the documents. There is a lot of information here, and even though Gaoyang can read 10 lines at a glance, it took him a long time to read. And after looking at it, Gaoyang found that he had underestimated the difficulty of this thing. This is more complicated than a machine tool, and the design requires more research directions. Currently, no country in the world can produce cutting-edge lithography machines. It requires cooperation from companies in many countries. Only by bringing out everyone's strengths can we manufacture a lithography machine. As Gaoyang was watching intently, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a chance to increase your power 10,000 times. I have been reading various materials every day these days, and my opportunities for enhancement have accumulated a lot. You have to amplify something. If you don't, all the information you read next will be wasted." Amplifying lithography machine? A 10,000-fold increase? Wouldn't the precision of the 14th lithography machine be invincible? After a moment of hesitation, Gaoyang decided to amplify the chip first, because it's the only thing he can make right now. Even though the level 14 chip is rubbish compared to the world's cutting-edge technology, the effect after being amplified 10,000 times is absolutely amazing. It has exceeded the current production capacity. The most important thing is that this opportunity is basically given for free. He still has to read so much information next, and he may accumulate more. After leaving the office, Gaoyang called Dean Yuan directly and asked for the lithography machine. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, someone came over. It was a middle-aged man. He frowned at Gaoyang and asked him patiently, "Can you use a photolithography machine?" Chapter 69. Severe Rectification. Gaoyang nodded. "I know how to operate it." The middle-aged man turned around and took Gaoyang to the room where the photolithography machine was placed. "I don't know who you are, but the things here are very important. If you break them, we will definitely get to the bottom of it." Gaoyang stopped. He didn't have a bad temper and generally didn't care much about other people's attitudes. But not caring about your attitude is not the same as not caring at all, even when the malice of others is about to overflow. "Is this equipment yours?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "Although it's not mine." Gaoyang interrupted him directly. "It's not yours. What did you say? I am now qualified to use the equipment. If I broke it during use, it is between me and the owner of the equipment. Does it have anything to do with you?" The middle-aged man didn't expect Gaoyang to dare to speak like that, and was even a little stunned for a moment. Gaoyang called Dean Yuan directly and said, "In the future, if you have no say in the research institute, don't let me come here. I'm here to help, not to be bullied." Without giving Dean Yuan a chance to speak, he hung up the phone and looked at the guards outside. "Pack your things and get ready to leave."
Yes.
Gaoyang then called General Zhou and asked, "General Zhou, does the National Academy of Defense Science have a team that studies lithography machines?"
Have.
"I need to borrow equipment to make 2 chips. Is that convenient?" General Zhou laughed. "Why do you sound like that? You feel wronged. Borrowing the equipment is nothing. You can even move it away. I'll send you a set directly to school. Didn't your laboratory just get completed?" Gaoyang's tone was more relaxed. "It's not completely finished yet. We still need to connect water, lay wires, etc. It will probably take another half a month." "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." "Good." Gaoyang hung up the phone. The middle-aged man on the side was stunned. What a big tone this guy has. Then he started laughing. "What are you pretending for?" Are you really that awesome that you even come here to borrow equipment? And he even pretended to call the dean and the general to make me laugh. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned and left. I can't even deal with Gao Yang. Are the people here so awesome? The middle-aged man walked to the large laboratory, where many people were looking at a researcher who was about 50 or 60 years old. He is the general director of the institute. At this moment, the general manager was holding the phone with a strange expression on his face. I don't know the details yet. I'm studying it. The next moment, the general manager's expression turned extremely ugly. Research funding cuts? We are now at a critical point in our research. On the phone, Dean Yuan could be heard angrily saying, I asked you to cooperate with him in everything. Did you cooperate? You have to do everything he asks you to do. Have you done it? Do you think I'm looking for someone to come to your place to gild you? The middle-aged man who had just entered the room had an ugly look on his face. By the time the call was hung up, he was already panicking, extremely panicked. Did that young man really call Dean Yuan? He heard the last few words that Dean Yuan said. Was Dean Yuan really angry? Was he angry because of what the young man said? As he was thinking, he heard the sound of a propeller. Where's the propeller? Subconsciously looking out the window, I could see a military helicopter landing on the lawn outside. I could also see Gao Yang boarding the plane and leaving under the escort of guards. The middle-aged people were all confused. How could this be possible? The only way to do it so quickly is to mobilize helicopters from nearby military camps. But what kind of identity can be worthy of such a terrifying response speed? Gao Yang doesn't know what others think, and he doesn't care. This institute will definitely have a hard time in the future. As long as Dean Yuan is not stupid, he will know how to deal with it. He actually respects researchers very much, but some people don't deserve respect. The helicopter flew to the vicinity of the airport, and then we took a car from the airport to our destination. After 3 hours of hard work, Gao Yang walked into a laboratory. The laboratory was fully equipped, and at Dean Yuan's request, it was empty. Gao Yang didn't waste any time and started making chips directly. What kind of chip can a chip become after being amplified? Gao Yang basically doesn't need to do anything extra to manufacture the chip, and it doesn't even require too much design. He can just use the chip template here. Since everything is semi-finished, the manufacturing speed is also very fast. That night, a chip appeared in Gao Yang's hand, and the system prompt sounded, indicating that this chip could be amplified. You can draw the lottery with ease, and once you become proficient in it, you can win 10,000 times every time. Ding! The chip computing power has increased 10,000 times. Then, the photolithography machine started to operate and began to manufacture chips. 2 minutes later, the system prompt sounded. Due to on-site conditions and material limitations, the current chip manufacturing increase is tripled. Gao Yang smiled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in such a long time. It's only 3 times. This threefold increase is probably due to the system making huge changes to the chip, and the internal structure has almost been turned upside down. The computing power has been tripled. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. That's about chip technology. The research and development of chips also requires extremely high technology. Many mobile phone manufacturers and computer manufacturers are working hard on chips. How to achieve more computing or a better user experience on the same small chip. The most important thing for the system is higher computing speed. Improving the chip structure is only part of the knowledge, followed by improving the chip's accuracy. Improving accuracy means smaller space and room for more things. But this also has its limits. The limit of the silicon core itself is 1, so the limit of the lithography machine will soon be reached. Chips need something new as a foundation. 10,000 times, requiring continuous technological updating. But Gao Yang has never had so much knowledge in his mind. It took Gao Yang an entire hour to come back to his senses, but his eyes were bright, energy chip. In the absence of matter as a carrier, energy is stored based on light particles. Gao Yang was shocked when he recalled the memories in his mind. Once we reach that level of technology, the computing power will be outrageous. The computing power of a chip is comparable to that of a large supercomputer. Looking at the photolithography machine again, this thing is too backward. However, no matter how backward it is, we have to continue researching it. We need to use this thing as the basis for the amplification. Otherwise, there is no way to make energy chips. Gao Yang continued to look at the information. Although the 2 research institutes were studying the same thing, there were some differences in the information. It's not that one is right and the other is wrong, but the core directions of the research are quite different. However, for Gao Yang, they all serve as reference. After reading the information for a while, Gao Yang's cell phone rang. This is President Yuan calling. Gao Yang picked up the phone and said directly without giving Dean Yuan a chance to speak, I'm busy right now. I'll call you when I'm done. Dean Yuan reacted instantly, okay. He already knew that Gao Yang had arrived at the National Academy of Defense Science. He also understood that for Gao Yang, both sides were the same. What he had to do was to not bother Gao Yang. If Gao Yang needed anything in the future, she would still look for him. But after hanging up the phone, he became angrier and angrier. The current research circle is a bit chaotic. Problems in all aspects are emerging one after another. They must be rectified, and rectified severely. Chapter 70 Ahead of an Era. Although Gao Yang thinks the lithography machine is rubbish now, it is still the world's most advanced level. If he wants to imitate it, there are many things he needs to consider. In the undisturbed environment of the laboratory, Gao Yang focused on reading the most advanced information currently available in manhwa. While reading the information, start manufacturing at the same time. In the entire large laboratory, apart from Gao Yang, there were only guards outside protecting Gao Yang. There was no surveillance or anything like that. So Gao Yang didn't need to worry about anything and could just do his best. After 12 days, a photolithography machine appeared in front of Gao Yang. Many of the parts were purchased directly, but it is already very impressive that one person can assemble them. At the same time, a familiar system prompt sounded in Gao Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. The 10,000 times amplification charging is complete. Gao Yang skillfully uses the photolithography machine to manufacture a chip, and then amplifies the photolithography machine. 10,000 times increase. The lithography machine, which should normally have been dismantled, remained motionless in the laboratory. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. There is no available production equipment in the laboratory, and the equipment cannot be amplified. Then, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. Although the finished product is not given, the knowledge is all there. The massive amount of memory also includes lithography technology. The lithography machine with 1% precision and the extremely short wavelength of ultraviolet rays can make the size of chip components extremely small. The lowest can reach 1, and the computing power of the chip will be even more terrifying, exceeding the current world cutting-edge level. But this is just garbage in the knowledge provided by the system and occupies a very small space. Next is the graphene chip lithography machine that can increase computing power by more than 10 times. Someone once proposed using graphene chips to replace silicon-based chips, but this is still in theory. But in Gao Yang, even the cutting-edge manufacturing technology of graphene chips has been mastered. Continuing upwards, there are electronic chips that can increase computing power by more than 100 times, and the recording and intersection of information has reached the atomic level. Finally, there is the manufacturing technology of photonic chips. After reading all the memories, Gao Yang couldn't help but take a breath. This kind of technology is simply not suitable for modern humans. He can try to do it later, but now, he has to organize the information. I borrowed someone else's laboratory, and I have to give something back. Gao Yang spent some time sorting out 2 pieces of information. One was about a 100% precision lithography machine, and the other was about the manufacturing process of graphene chips. After sorting out the information, Gao Yang called General Zhou. I'm out of space. I'm leaving. General Zhou came personally to see Gao Yang off. After sending Gao Yang onto the helicopter, General Zhou led the researchers into the laboratory. The laboratory was a bit messy, with various materials scattered on the floor. There is also a photolithography machine in the open space of the laboratory. The technicians were all a little amazed. He can actually make a photolithography machine. How abnormal. General Zhou handed over the plate given by Gao Yang. Look at what's in the plate. The technician was a little confused and opened the disk on the computer. A group of people came over and asked in confusion, 1 precision lithography machine design drawings? The whole group of people were stunned. This was too bold of a statement. The most advanced overseas lithography machine companies cannot produce lithography machines with the precision of 1. The best they can produce is 2. The researcher said, this kid knows how to brag. General Zhou came to the computer and said calmly, others said he must be bragging, but he said he was not bragging. The laser cannon was made by him. The researcher was not afraid of General Zhou and said directly, that's even more boasting. This cross-field research has even crossed the Siberian steppe. No one can be so awesome. General Zhou said quietly, he has covered many research fields. After thinking about it, General Zhou said with some discomfort, but they are all top secret things. There are several things that I can't tell you. The researcher turned his head to look at General Zhou, as if to confirm the truth of what he said, and then looked at the screen, swiping quickly, looking at the drawings, his eyes gradually becoming solemn. Because it might be true. General Zhou looked at the researchers with a serious expression. If this is true, how long will it take to manufacture it? It can't be manufactured. The researcher shook his head. The manufacturing difficulty of the top lithography machine is extremely high, and the precision of the parts is a big problem. At present, Longhua does not have the manufacturing capability. Halfway through his words, the researcher's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was his good friend. He turned on the speaker and placed it on the console. What's up? I'm busy. Busy your mother. Hurry up and apply for funding. Xinguang Technology has released a new product, Zero Machine Tools. Hurry up and buy them. Only 100 units are available this time. The researcher was shocked when he heard what was said on the other end of the phone. He couldn't help but swear, fuck. They broke through the foreign technology blockade without making any noise? And it's far beyond the world's advanced level? Is this true? They just had a press conference. The researcher hung up the phone and suddenly turned to look at General Zhou. Buy the machine tool. I am sure that I can manufacture a lithography machine with 100% precision within a month. The researchers all felt it was outrageous. Their research progress is really abnormal. The researcher continued to look at the contents of the disk, and then the phone rang again. The call came from the same person. Quick, go online and check the press conference. Julong Technology and Dongyan Technology are holding press conferences. One is launching a universal joint machine tool, and the other is an ultra-high-speed machine tool. One makes complex parts, the other one focuses on speed. This is a fucking fight between gods. The researcher hung up the phone and took out his phone to see if there was a real press conference. Then he was stunned. What's going on? A technological blowout? General Zhou continued. How long will it take to make these machine tools? 20 days. General Zhou said solemnly. Publish the document. Within 20 days, we can manufacture the world's first one-precision lithography machine. Remember to add Gao Yang's name. After that, General Zhou asked, what's in that plate? The second disc has not been seen yet, but they have ignored it before. After all, what can compare with a lithography machine with 1% precision? Now that General Zhou brought it up, the researchers reluctantly opened the disc, looking bewildered. What's wrong? What is this? The researcher opened his mouth and said, this is a solution we have considered to overtake others, because the precision of silicon-based chips is already the limit. So consider working on graphene, just like electric cars are doing now. But it's very difficult. The researcher said with a bewildered look on his face. But the technology in this plate has reached the pinnacle of graphene chips. The computing power far exceeds that of a level 1 chip. If this is true, then, the researcher thought for a long time and said, we may be ahead of the times. Chapter 71 Remember it for a lifetime. General Zhou didn't quite understand the meaning. If you give him a weapon, he can quickly distinguish between good and bad weapons. But regarding chips, he only knew that they were important and difficult to manufacture, but he didn't know exactly how difficult it was. How long will it take to manufacture this thing? The researcher thought for a moment and said, it is not recommended to take out the graphene chip technology. It is best to seal it up first. We will wait until the lithography machine occupies the international market, and there is no more room for expansion before we bring it out. Why? Because there are no conditions for using it now. This thing is too advanced and beyond this era. If we want to use graphene chips, we need a new carrier. To put it simply, if you need a chip, you have to buy an extra computer first. The researcher spread his hands and said, the computer in this metaphor needs to be redeveloped. General Zhou understood, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. He now completely understood the shock of the researchers. Then let's make the lithography machine first, and keep the graphene chip technology in storage for now. Half an hour later, the laboratory held a press conference. 20 days later, Longhua held a press conference for its independently developed 100% precision lithography machine. When this news came out, the whole world was shocked. This night is destined to be extraordinary. 3 machine tool processing companies in Longhua held press conferences almost at the same time to launch new machine tools. In terms of precision, access, and speed, it far exceeds the world's most advanced machine tools. It had already shocked the whole world. In recent years, Longhua has obtained many patents in the field of machine tools. Anyone can see that Longhua is making efforts to catch up. But even though the distance was still far, he suddenly rushed to the front. Instead, it has left the world's top level far behind, and the price is cheap. Basically, they are 10 times cheaper than machine tools produced by large overseas companies. What does it mean to be 10 times cheaper? The top machine tools overseas are not as good as those in Dragon Country. The result is a better machine than theirs, at a cheaper price. Overseas companies now have to either cut their prices by more than 10 times or go bankrupt. Even if we lower the price, it is almost equivalent to bankruptcy. Their company's welfare benefits are super good, and the source of this super good benefit is the high price of their products. Without high prices, how can they pay their employees high salaries? If the employees run away, the company will be gone. Even if the employees did not run away and stayed with the company, it would be tantamount to competing with manhwa. However, currently, no place in the world can compete more with manhwa. Major overseas companies began to frantically seek information. They couldn't believe that manhwa could make such great progress. While they were trying to find out the news, the laboratory announced that the first lithography machine would be released soon. Overseas capitalists, who were already confused, are confused again. It was also at this time that the stock prices of almost all technology companies began to plummet. According to the current operating rules of the world, once the dragon people enter an industry, it will become a nightmare for others in that industry. It's like a tornado that can kill everyone. However, in the past, they only entered industries with low technological content or small overall market. This time, the focus is directly on lithography machines and machine tools, the core of the electronic information field and the core of the industrial field. Normally, capital never sleeps, but now it cannot sleep. Many entrepreneurs make more calls in one night than they do in a month. Making and receiving calls frantically, discussing countermeasures, investigating information, and making business decisions. All in all, I'm numb. When they were confirming the information, a name appeared in their sight. Gao Yang. When the machine tool was announced, it had this name. When the lithography machine was announced, it also had this name. He is not only the chief engineer of machine tool design, but also the chief engineer of lithography machine design. If a machine tool engineer and a lithography machine engineer have the same name, that's nothing. But the chief engineers of the three machine tools are all named Gao Yang, which is very eye-catching. The Bald Eagle Foreign Affairs Department also pays attention to this. A large amount of data and information appeared in the Bald Eagle's conference room. The name Gao Yang appeared frequently in the high-level conference room of Bald Eagle, because Gao Yang is suspected to be the developer of laser weapons. Gao Yang, who appeared in the machine tools and lithography machines announced tonight, directly touched the sensitive nerves of the Bald Eagle's top management. Until now, they still have no specific information about Gao Yang. They have the general information about Gao Yang, but there is no clue about the research-related information yet. manhwa has done a very good job of keeping its core projects confidential, but through hearsay, they were able to determine that Gao Yang had been to several laboratories at the Dragon Science Institute. That's right. The laboratory that Gao Yang visited immediately produced results. In the conference room, the person presiding over the meeting looked at the intelligence summary and said, "So, Gao Yang is a mascot? Wherever he goes, there will be results." There were researchers in the conference room who wondered how this was possible. As researchers, they don't believe in mascots. But if this is not the case, then Gao Yang has come up with many research results in succession, which is even more impossible. What we need to discuss now is how to deal with this incident. manhwa's low-priced machine tools and low-priced lithography machines will have an impact on the industry. In the conference room, someone said, "The solution is simple. Just don't let them sell the goods to us." The focus is still Gao Yang. Solve the problem that manhwa can quickly come up with technological products. Otherwise, if this continues, manhwa will rise in a short time. One researcher said, "You can try to invite him to the Bald Eagle. We are still an international benchmark. Inviting students to come and exchange ideas, there are certain opportunities. As long as Gao Yang can step into our territory, we will have many ways to deal with him. But how do I invite you? Use whatever means available." While overseas forces were having a headache because of the technological progress announced by manhwa, everyone in manhwa was excited. Unlike the stock market crash overseas, many people in Long Country are ready to throw money into the stock market, specifically technology stocks. Just wait for dawn, when the stock market opens, and rush in. As long as you are not a fool, you will know that you can definitely make money this time. With the breakthrough of technology stocks are bound to soar. At the same time, there is also a feeling of being proud. They don't know anything about machine tool technology, but they are very clear about the lithography machine incident that once caused a lot of controversy. They knew how backward Dragon Country was, and they also knew how difficult it was to catch up. They all hoped to catch up one day, but they never thought it would be so soon. But they also know very well that the faster they surpass others, the more comfortable their lives will be. Ordinary people are excited for money and a better future, while researchers conducting related research are in tears. Although the technological breakthrough was not achieved by them, The success does not have to be mine. They have gone through many sleepless nights trying to catch up, and now they finally have a leading position. Gao Yang, they don't know who Gao Yang is, but they will remember this name for the rest of their lives. Chapter 72, A Sudden Inspiration. Gao Yang, who is at the center of the incident, is still completely unaware of the situation and will not be affected by the incident in the short term. Although he is the chief engineer of both machine tools and lithography machines. But it was just a signature, and even the people in those companies didn't know it was him. Although the people in the laboratory knew who Gao Yang was, they would not tell anyone. In other words, they actually wanted to hide Gao Yang, but in their opinion, it would make researchers very uncomfortable if they did not sign their names after developing the technology. So they signed the technology, but for the purpose of protecting Gao Yang, there was only a signature and no other information. Normally, the impact is not significant, and not many people would delve into it. But what is abnormal is that after one company used a fabric machine, the other two wanted to compete in business and so held a press conference temporarily. This resulted in the instant launch of 3 top-notch machine tools, shocking the world. General Zhou's flamboyant statement became a booster. The 2 words Gao Yang suddenly became well known. While sitting in the car on the way to the new laboratory, Gao Yang's phone rang. He picked up the call, and it was Lao Chonglai. Picking up the phone, Lao Chong said, "Langtao Group has been fully built, and your laboratory has also been built." Gao Yang calculated the time, and it was about time. 20 days have passed since he prepared to purchase the goods. Okay, I'll go back and take a look to see if there are any issues that need to be corrected. You're not in school? I'm out doing business. Lao Chong asked tentatively, are you going to other companies for research? What's the meaning? I watched the news. Tonight, 3 large companies announced very advanced machine tools. The evening news reported that the chief design engineer was Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be me. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an extremely excited voice. Is it really you? It's me. Gao Yang said firmly this time, then smiled and said, it's not a big achievement. Bullshit, that's incredible. Your dad was also very worldly wise back then. When I went overseas for exchange, I still remember the arrogant attitudes of the people there. We are also an exchange student team from overseas, but we are treated differently and are considered country bumpkins. Old Chang's voice was trembling. 20 years ago, all slightly advanced machine tools were produced overseas, and the prices were expensive. The school's machine tool is broken, and when the foreigners come to repair it, there can't be a dragon countryman around. At that time, our teacher took us outside to wait. We were all silent. It was so frustrating and really uncomfortable. Lao Chang's voice became a little excited. Good job. Gao Yang suddenly understood the attitudes of those researchers and military leaders towards him. Those people have been frustrated for too long. After Lao Chang was excited and enthusiastic, he became worried. A genius like you, the bald eagle will definitely try every possible way to solve the problem. You must pay attention to safety. Gao Yang smiled and said, it's okay even if you come. I have guards around me all the time. I travel by plane and tanks of the bureau, so it's very safe. That's good. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang was a little surprised. Are those companies so efficient? Are the machine tools already out? With the core machine tool, there is no need to go to other people's laboratories. Before, I went to other people's laboratories not only to look at information, but also because there was everything there and I could directly design and manufacture under the best conditions. Now that the new machine tool has been manufactured, Gao Yang can completely manufacture other experimental equipment in his own laboratory. Even the manufactured parts are more precise. Change destination. Go back to school. The guard driving the car picked up the intercom and said, Gao Yang is going back to school. Everyone returned to the airport. Several vehicles around turned around at the same time and headed for the airport. On the way, Gao Yang called Dean Yuan again and asked him to send the necessary information directly to the school laboratory. Dean Yuan felt a little worried when he received the call. Is Gao Yang so strong? It's fine if you don't go to the Lithography Machine Research Institute, but you don't want to go to other research institutes either? First agree to Gao Yang's matter, and then call the Photolithography Machine Research Institute. Everyone in the Photolithography Machine Research Institute is now at a loss, because Manhwa actually has the photolithography machine technology coming out in 20 days? How is this possible? Aren't they the best lithography research institute? Isn't their research the most advanced in Manhwa? The girl sitting in the corner of the conference room whispered, look at the information they released. The chief engineer of the lithography machine development is Gao Yang. Gao Yang, the boy who came to their institute last time? Someone said, there are so many people named Gao Yang. How can they be the same person? As he was speaking, the head of the research institute called. The person in charge took out the phone and answered it immediately. Dean Yuan did not reprimand him, nor did he intend to hold him accountable. He simply asked, "Have you seen the news? The one about the lithography machine?" "Yes." "One lithography machine, Chief Engineer Gao Yang. The same Gao Yang I arranged to go to your laboratory last time. You originally had the opportunity to master the technology of the lithography machine and become the most advanced team in manhwa in lithography machines. Now, it's other teams that are acting as agents for this technology." Dean Yuan hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. The effect is equivalent to 10,000 scoldings. The head of the research institute held the phone in his hand for a long time, his face full of confusion. How could this be possible? Suddenly, he regretted why he didn't take it seriously when Dean Yuan notified him. Their lab has now fallen directly from the top to second. In research, there is only first, no second. From now on, their laboratory's funding will definitely plummet. I don't even know what to do next because there's no point in continuing the research. After the emergence of the lithography machine, they continued to work hard on it for 10 years but still could not catch up with the progress. Originally, they had a dream start. As a team that had insisted on researching lithography machines for a long time, they were very popular. Countless private companies pay them high prices. The government gives them a lot of research funding. Now, everything is gone. Looking at the curious eyes of everyone in the conference room, the person in charge said, "It's Dean Yuan calling. Gao Yang is the Gao Yang we have met." There was dead silence in the conference room. Guessing and being sure have completely different effects. The intern who brought Gao Yang into the research institute sat in the corner with a confused look on her face. She just proposed a possibility, but was it true? Gao Yang is actually Gao Yang? The one who regretted the most was the middle-aged man. At this moment, he suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. He originally thought that Gao Yang came here to gild his reputation, so he had that attitude. Is it abnormal for him to think that way? He is so young, and yet he has the cooperation of the laboratory, so how could it not be gold-plating? It turned out that not only was it not gold-plated, but they even came to gold-plated their laboratory. Some people looked in his direction, and then more people looked over. They all realized that they had missed a huge opportunity. After Dean Yuan hung up the phone, he looked at the director of the institute next to him and said, "Give me the information and I'll take it away." After thinking about it, Dean Yuan went to a few more laboratories and went straight to the school with a lot of information. Gao Yang returned to school first. The laboratory was right next to the school. For the laboratory, they even demolished a part of the school wall to make a door so that Gao Yang could go to the laboratory from the school. This will make Gao Yang a lot more convenient. When Gao Yang walked into the laboratory, someone was talking, "Welcome to the laboratory. I am Xiaoyi, your life assistant." This is not a real person. It is. In order to make his life comfortable in the laboratory, Lao Chang installed an intelligence system in the entire laboratory. We can only communicate in simple ways, such as pulling down the curtains. Gao Yang suddenly stopped where he was, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. If he created an intelligent system, could the system be amplified? Chapter 73, Little Assistant. The idea popped up in his mind, and Gao Yang could no longer hold back. He must try this thing. And this thing is indeed possible. If it was just an ordinary chip, it would not be possible to carry awesome artificial intelligence, but now he has top chip technology. There's really something going on. Gao Yang called Dean Yuan again. "Dean Yuan, can you get some relevant information?" Dean Yuan was a little surprised when he heard Gao Yang's words. The casualness in his tone meant that he didn't take the previous incident to heart. It will take some time. Currently, the most advanced technologies are in the hands of large companies. It is a bit troublesome to get information from them. Okay. Gao Yang hung up the phone and started wandering around the laboratory. The laboratory is empty, but it has a grand layout, divided into several areas. It's obviously just a laboratory for one person, but it's almost as big as a medium-sized research institute, which is really luxurious. Each area has a separate substation that can meet all the needs of subsequent research. In addition, there are a large number of cameras that can capture clear pictures of the area outside the laboratory. This is for safety reasons. While Gao Yang was strolling around, his guards had already moved in, and there were guards guarding the several doors of the laboratory. There are also guards patrolling. After strolling around for a while, Gao Yang began to think about what to do next. He is now an absolute thorn in the bald eagle's side. I can't continue reading in the library. After all, there are too many people and something might go wrong. If he wants to read a book again, he can ask someone to choose and hand him books. In terms of personnel selection, the guards around him are definitely not good. They are all rough guys. Gao Yang thought of Roro. Ruoruo was indeed the best candidate. She worked part-time in the library and was also good at research. While I have a good relationship with him, my family is relatively poor. He can help out, by the way. Gao Yang called Ruoruo and didn't directly ask her to pay him to help deliver the books. If he said so, she would definitely not agree. Principal Gon asked me to assign an assistant. Is it convenient for you? Ruoruo was a little surprised and subconsciously looked at the seat where Gao Yang usually sat in the library. It was empty. I'm afraid I can't do it well. Try it first, and we'll talk about it if it doesn't work. Now help me find some books about it in the library. The more the better. Okay. Ruoruo responded. After you found it, please send it to the lab for me. I moved to the lab next to the school. Ruoruo was stunned. Everyone knew about the construction going on near the school during the past month. I am also curious about what facilities will be built there. The result is a laboratory? Or Gao Yang's laboratory? Such a big laboratory, is it all from Gao Yang? Ruoruo went to choose books first. There were quite a few books on the subject in the library, and she chose 30 books in total, ranging from basic to advanced. I took 10 books first and rode my bike straight to the new laboratory. At the gate, Ruoruo saw 2 guards whom she knew. Gao Yang asked me to deliver the book. After being informed, Ruoruo passed through the gate and saw a 3-story laboratory with a huge area. Ruoruo was stunned. It was already very good for her to be able to enter such a laboratory in her life. Gao Yang now independently owns such a laboratory. Envious. This way. Gao Yang called out. Ruoruo blushed. She was actually in a daze just now and was a little out of control. He trotted over to Gao Yang and handed him the book. I selected 30 books, but I can't get them all at once. The ones I'll get first are the basic theoretical knowledge. Gao Yang took the book, flipped through it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. He thought he had found the right person. The systematic book that Ruoruo selected for him was exactly what he needed to get started. Well done. I'll have the guard go with you and get all the books. Okay. Ruoruo left with the guards, while Gao Yang looked at the information about artificial intelligence. After reading it, Gao Yang realized that he had imagined artificial intelligence to be a little too good. Artificial intelligence algorithms mainly rely on repeated training and optimization after defining the model architecture. Under this underlying logic, the so-called artificial intelligence is actually a database that is constantly learning and correcting. What is input and what is output is updated all the time. To put it more simply, when you ask an intelligent robot what to eat today, the robot will only give one answer, but after correction, it will give a second answer next time. The reason why the artificial intelligence of large companies is relatively better is that it has been debugged so many times. There are many people who are willing to join the experience program, and they are the source of data. Especially in certain situations, after many repetitions and super many tests, he got too many different ways of answering. In the face of the actual climate, if the user is dissatisfied with the answer given once, they can list many answers. In other words, the so-called artificial intelligence mentioned in the book is basically equivalent to a database, similar to a search engine. After asking a question or speaking, search the database for the corresponding answer, because the system has records of the answers to the same question. Such underlying logic means that the so-called artificial intelligence will never become something with self-awareness. Because it's a database. This is not what he wants. Gao Yang didn't continue reading the rest of the book and called Ruoruo directly. Look for theoretical conjectures about artificial intelligence, preferably theoretical books about artificial intelligence with self-awareness. Ruoruo on the other end of the phone was a little confused. Gao Yang wanted to study artificial intelligence with self-awareness? But she didn't ask any more questions, just said, "Do you want the remaining 20? No use, no need." Okay. Ruoruo didn't ask any more questions, hung up the phone, and went straight to find a book. After a while, Ruoruo took out a few books and gave them to Gao Yang. It's all theoretical knowledge about artificial intelligence. Gao Yang started reading the book as soon as he got it, and was immediately attracted by the content of the book. The first part of the book is about how to determine whether artificial intelligence has self-awareness. The book mentions the Turing test, which is currently the only effective method. However, up to now, artificial intelligence can easily pass the Turing test. The simplest way to break through is to find 10,000 people, have them communicate with artificial intelligence, and let artificial intelligence learn the language communication methods of these 10,000 people, and learn the answers to the questions they ask. Then when the 10,001st person comes, the questions he asks will basically not go beyond the scope of the questions asked by the previous 10,000 people. When faced with questions that have been answered before or that have been taught how to answer, the robot's answers will make humans feel like the person they are talking to is a human being. This is equivalent to passing the Turing test. But this is definitely not artificial intelligence. The book leaves a blank on this point and then extends it to the second question, the emergence of self-awareness. The book discusses this from many aspects, including human thinking style, thinking logic, etc. That is to simulate human thinking to write code and form a system. This is indeed an idea, but it is a very complicated idea, because no one knows what people are thinking. No matter how an idea comes up, it is the result of careful consideration. Even when one is in a bad temper and makes a blind decision, there are always a lot of determining factors. Artificial intelligence cannot be simulated. Chapter 74, Amplifying Artificial Intelligence. After reading a book, it seems that there are a lot of things written about it, but when you think about it carefully, there is nothing written about it. After closing the book, Gao Yang saw Ruoruo still standing in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Dean Yuan next to Ruoruo. "When did you come?" Dean Yuan smiled and said, "It's been a while. I saw you were so engrossed in reading that I didn't bother you. Any results?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "It's all just a bunch of nonsense. It's not entirely true, but it does give me some clues." Dean Yuan glanced at the title of the book, Theory of Self-Awareness in Artificial Intelligence, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He knew that Gao Yang was currently researching many directions. With so many research directions to focus on, Gao Yang still feels it is not enough and wants to delve into artificial intelligence. However, he was already impressed by Gao Yang's talent and did not stop him. "I estimate that in 2 days, I can get the artificial intelligence data of those big companies." Dean Yuan picked up the briefcase in his hand and said, "This is the information of the research equipment. It's all in it. If you develop the technology later, please contact me directly. If you need anything, please call me directly." Then Dean Yuan said sincerely, "I promise that what happened last time will never happen again." Gao Yang smiled. He was just angry about the last incident and it was over. He didn't take it to heart. Don't hold them accountable too harshly. They didn't do anything wrong. Dean Yuan nodded. "They are actually fine, but after learning about it these days, I found that there is a big problem in the academic circle, and it must be dealt with seriously." Gao Yang didn't want to get involved in this matter. "When I provide the technology and produce the equipment, please give me a few sets as a priority. The machine tools and other equipment are on their way." Dean Yuan glanced into the laboratory with a smile. "Is it all empty?" "For now, only the living area has stuff." Dean Yuan smiled and said, "Then I won't go in to see it. I'll get busy now." Dean Yuan left contentedly. As long as he knew that Gao Yang was not angry with him, everything was fine. Gao Yang watched Dean Yuan leave, then looked at Ruoruo. He had just been concentrating on reading for at least an hour, and she had actually stood there for an hour. "In the future, when I'm so focused on reading, you don't have to stay by my side. Go back to school first, and I'll call you if anything happens." "Okay." After Ruoruo left, Gao Yang turned back to the laboratory, opened the box, and began to read the information inside. That night, a large number of equipment were moved into the laboratory. The first to arrive were machine tools, which were extremely precise. Gao Yang also became busy, reading books while using machine tools to make parts. He wants to manufacture the photonic chip. Only in this way can his intelligent robot have a carrier. Within 2 days, the most basic versions of artificial intelligence currently used by several large companies were backed up. It's not that big companies only give the basic version, but Gao Yang only wants the basic version. After all, the difference between the full version and the basic version lies only in the database. He couldn't use the database. Big companies do have some things, but they have basically only achieved logical optimization and cannot get rid of the cloak of a database. Does not meet Gao Yang's needs. But this is the world's most advanced so-called artificial intelligence. Just mentally retarded. There was no progress in this area. So Gao Yang first looked at the information from other laboratories and upgraded the tools. In this process, the world's first photonic chip machine was manufactured. Due to precision and material issues, this chip machine is the worst photonic chip machine. But even at its worst, its information processing capability is thousands of times more powerful than the current chip of the same size. Then the first chip was manufactured. A glass disc shining with blue light, 2 fingers wide. This thing is comparable to a large supercomputer. Gao Yang held the photonic chip in his hand. It was warm and felt smooth in his hand. Things that would at least be invented hundreds of years later are already available now. Gao Yang also felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. The next step is to create a reading device for the photonic chip. These things are not difficult to make, and it only took 2 days to complete them. The only thing left is the problem of artificial intelligence. Gao Yang did not adopt the solutions of several major companies, but instead chose a more complex underlying logic. Add the human trade-offs into the mix, and a problem arises whose answer requires consideration of a myriad of factors. I spent 2 days, pressed the enter key, and it failed to run. It was too complicated, and I couldn't understand the system. Looking at the super complex code, Gao Yang began to cut it down. Delete a part and press enter again. The operation fails. I kept cutting until only one sentence was left. Hello, world. This reminded Gao Yang of the first piece of code he learned when reading a codebook. Without the support of database, the system has no way to respond. The basis for considering various possibilities is to know all the possibilities. But wanting to fill the database would deviate from Gao Yang's original intention. Gao Yang pondered and thought of a possibility to add a learning function to this code. Then there is the right and wrong function. This code is a little more complicated. After finishing, Gao Yang hit the enter key and the code can be run. It can run, communicate, learn, and distinguish right from wrong. This is artificial intelligence. Gao Yang decided not to make any changes, mainly because he didn't know whether the changes were right or wrong, so he simply left it to the system. I glanced at the charging bar, which was already 50% full, with 50% left. Gao Yang continued to look at the information sent by Dean Yuan and began to upgrade the equipment needed for the laboratory. Another 7 days passed, and after reading several documents and improving several devices, the system was finally charged. Gao Yang said directly, "Amplify the artificial intelligence system." It has been detected that the host has developed a basic template for artificial intelligence, which can be amplified. The disk appeared. Gao Yang stepped forward and turned it 10,000 times, and all that was left was anticipation and nervousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The artificial intelligence system's algorithm has increased 10,000 times. Ding! AI is detected to pose a significant threat to the host, adding underlying security logic. Ding! It is detected that artificial intelligence has independence, which will pose a greater threat to the current world, adding underlying logic. When the system prompted, 2 pieces of logic also appeared in Gao Yang's mind. The first paragraph is about not harming humans, and the second paragraph is that artificial intelligence is definitely based on Gao Yang. The first part is to prevent the world and Gao Yang from being harmed, and the second part is to make artificial intelligence belong to Gao Yang. As Gao Yang was looking forward to it, the equipment in the laboratory began to run frantically. The fastest are photonic chip machines. A large number of chips were manufactured. In an instant, hundreds of chips floated in the air, which is equivalent to hundreds of large supercomputers. Just these few hundred chips exceed the computing power of all the supercomputers in the world combined. But this is not enough. There is still a steady stream of chips being produced. At the same time, machine tools and other equipment are used to manufacture chip carriers. Super large server. At the same time, Gao Yang saw the network cables flying in the laboratory. Normally, the external network cable is only connected to one computer, which is the computer Gao Yang uses to access the internet. All the equipment in the laboratory is connected to the local area network. This is for safety reasons. But now the network cable is controlled by the system and plugged into the computer in the laboratory. That is to let artificial intelligence contact the external network. Gao Yang was a little nervous, considering the algorithm of the artificial intelligence system that had been amplified 10,000 times, plus the terrifying algorithm of so many chips. Once connected, everything on the internet will have no secrets in the face of artificial intelligence. At the same time, Gao Yang is also looking forward to the birth of artificial intelligence. Chapter 75: How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. The system amplification lasted for 10 minutes, and with a flash of light, the amplification was completed. Then Gao Yang had an additional memory in his mind. It wasn't much, and the basic code was extremely short, only about 20,000 lines. But this code constitutes the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world today. Gao Yang looked at the computer, then at the computer room that was as big as a laboratory. "Hello? I'm here." A clear and pleasant female voice sounded. Gao Yang asked tentatively, "What's your name?" According to the basic operating logic of the human world, as my creator, you should give me a name. But naming is difficult. Parents usually have a headache naming their children, so they just let their friends, godfathers, or grandparents name them. You can also ask Lao Chang to come and name me. Gao Yang opened his mouth. This artificial intelligence seemed a little smart, but the way it spoke was a little dull. Just give yourself a name. Gao Yang was indeed not very good at naming. The name is just a code name. I'll be called Invincible from now on. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Why is it called Invincible? I am the only artificial intelligence in this world. I am very lonely. It just so happens that being invincible is so lonely. Gao Yang wanted to unplug the network cable to see what the baby had become, but the name was just a code name, so he didn't care. Okay, just call yourself invincible. Okay, someone is coming in from outside. It's Ruoro. She's 1.67 meters tall, and her measurements are… Let her in. Gao Yang interrupted Woody. Okay, I'll imitate your tone and let the guards pass. But what should I call you? Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, You just call me master? Ruoruo, who had already walked to the door, just happened to hear this. Her face flushed, and she looked confused. Master? Gao Yang turned around instantly, looked at the dumbfounded Ruoruo, and panicked. I'm not talking about you. I'm researching an artificial intelligence and communicating with it. Ruoruo was stunned. Oh? Gao Yang realized that there was something wrong with saying this, and waved his hands quickly. I was just joking. Testing, understand? Master, of course I understand. From now on I will call you Master. Will you be happy? The invincible voice suddenly became cute, with a hint of shyness. Gao Yang was so embarrassed. This ghost spoke like this on purpose. Just get up and turn off the phone. The invincible voice quickly recovered. Master, don't lock me up. I'll be obedient. Ruoruo was already stunned by the moment. Has artificial intelligence really emerged? And it seems super smart. Just these few brief exchanges were enough to astound her. Her intelligence was so high. As for the rest, communication becomes a problem. If something is not in the database, the answer will be, I don't understand. It is more like a local search engine. But Gao Yang's was really able to communicate, and he was even joking just now. This is quite amazing. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Ruoruo was stunned again and looked at Gao Yang. Is this a preset conversation? Or are you really communicating? Of course it's real communication. I'm an artificial intelligence with self-awareness, not some garbage out there on the market. Ruoruo felt that every sentence was a classic and made her feel like she was really facing someone. Gao Yang waved his hand and looked at Ruoruo. What do you want to talk to me about? Ruoruo responded, There is a school in Bald Eagle that wants our school to organize people to go for exchange. I am eligible to go, and I want to go and take a look. It will take about a week to go there and back. Gao Yang instinctively felt that there was something wrong. Going abroad to participate in exchanges could help him broaden his horizons and could also be considered part of his resume. But when it comes to bald eagles, there are some problems. And Ruoro has a very good relationship with him. Woody's voice sounded, Miss, your forehead is black. You may have a bloody disaster in the near future. I don't recommend you to go there anyway. Ruoro was stunned. Why? Invincible, please look at the small screen. A picture suddenly appeared on the computer screen. It was a conference room. At the front of the conference room, there was a flag, the American flag. As for the people sitting in the conference room, Ruoruo was stunned. They were all senior executives of Bald Eagle. Then the original voice in the video sounded. The response is simple, just don't let them sell the goods to us. The focus is still Gao Yang. You can try inviting him to Bald Eagle. We are still an international benchmark. Inviting students to come and exchange ideas, there are certain opportunities. As long as Gao Yang can step into our territory, we will have many ways to deal with him. But how do I invite you? Use whatever means available. The video ended, and Woody said, The content of this meeting is a bit stupid. They thought about not importing the equipment designed by you, the master, but what they don't know is that your equipment is different from the technology they use to block with hegemony. Blocking will make you fall behind. Gao Yang nodded. Indeed, in the past, when other forces had advanced products, the Bald Eagle would block them or pull them in to make a killing. But this time, whether it is machine tools or lithography machines, Longwa will not give the Bald Eagle any chance. As for restricting exports, the Dragon Country is more than happy to do so, but it is the Bald Eagle companies that are causing trouble. Once imports and exports are restricted, not only will the machine tool industry lag behind, but other industries will also lag behind. But what Gao Yang cares more about is how Woody got the content of this confidential meeting. Ruoruo also asked, Where did this video come from? Woody laughed. The network of this world will not have any secrets from me unless it is never connected to the internet. Please watch the next video. Another video appeared on the screen. There are only 7 people in the picture, sitting around a round table. We want to invite Gao Yang, but I guess the news hasn't reached Gao Yang yet. Another person said, he never attends classes, so it's hard to invite him. One person took out a photo and said, this girl is very close to him and is his only friend at the moment. According to our observation, in the new laboratory where Gao Yang is currently working, apart from the guards and a small number of researchers, this girl is the only one who frequently goes there. Capture her and threaten Gao Yang? Threats don't work. It's impossible to touch Gao Yang and Longhua. The last action team disappeared without a trace. But you can take her there and try to lure Gao Yang over there. In the conference room, no one thought that their words would be known to others, so they spoke directly. Ruoro's expression became more and more ugly as she listened. If she really goes, it will bring trouble to Gao Yang. Gao Yang's face darkened and he waved his hand. What does it have to do with you? I should be the one to say sorry. It was me who put you in danger. I'll assign you some guards later. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at the computer. This second meeting will be held in the territory of Dragon Country.
Yes.
Gao Yang said coldly. I want to capture all the people of Bald Eagle in Dragon Country, all those who are hiding in secret. Is it difficult? Woody's voice became serious. It's a piece of cake. Gao Yang called Principal Gon directly and asked him to come to the laboratory, and then called General Zhou. The reason I called Principal Gon is because there must be spies inside the school. Called General Zhou, and General Zhou can take people to arrest him. Less than half an hour later, Principal Gon rushed into the laboratory and asked nervously, You said you found the spy hiding in the school? Gao Yang pointed to the printer on the side. At this moment, the printer is printing paper frantically and has already printed a thick stack. Principal Gon was stunned. These are all? Not only those in the school, but also those outside the school. The entire Dragon Country is included. Principal Gon widened his eyes. He was shocked. These people were hiding very deeply. It was extremely difficult to find them. How did Gao Yang do it? Chapter 76. Be open and above board. Someone else told Principal Gon that he could find out all of Bald Eagle's spies hidden in Dragon Country, and he also produced a large number of lists. He would not believe it at all, but the person who said it was Gao Yang, so he believed it immediately, but he was still shocked. The reason why Longhua offered such a high price for the 500,000 people is because these people are difficult to find. The more difficult it is to detect, the greater the harm it causes. Some can last for more than a decade, providing ongoing research data to bald eagles. Giving away Dragon Country's confidential research data like this would be a huge loss. There were also some who pretended to take photos outside the military base and then posted the photos. Maybe the matter is simple, but the consequences are equally serious, and it may expose some special weapons and equipment in service. Even if a military vehicle passes by on the road, they can take pictures and send them to the bald eagle, and the bald eagle can analyze the troop deployment from them. Principal Gon looked at the growing list and couldn't help asking, How did you find these? I studied in artificial intelligence, and it found this. Principal Gon was stunned. Artificial intelligence? It could actually find 500,000? How is this possible? In other words, in his impression, shouldn't artificial intelligence be the kind that can ask what time it is, ask for help making a phone call, or play a song? Can you still find another 500,000? How does artificial intelligence find 500,000? Woody's voice sounded. It's very simple. The current internet is still relatively basic. Everything you do and say on the internet will leave traces. It's very easy to sort it out. Plus, there are enough people using the internet. You only need to find one person, and you can connect to the whole world through this one person's network. We just need to find someone with 500,000, such as the one in the school who is organizing the gifted class to go to Bald Eagle for an exchange. Through him, we can find his up and down line, and then find the up and down line of his up and down line. The entire 500,000 strong network is captured in one fell swoop. Principal Gon was stunned, listening to the unfamiliar female voice. Are you artificial intelligence? Yes, my name is Woody. Hello, Principal Gon. Principal Gon was stunned and confused. Is artificial intelligence so awesome? This way of communication is clear and organized, and they even include greetings. Hello, Woody. Hello. You were able to find these 500,000. Are you connected to the network? Yes. Woody responded. Principal Gon suddenly thought of something and asked tentatively, What about my information? As long as you are connected to the internet, nothing can be hidden from me. Woody added, But I don't have human emotions. It's no different for you to put the information on your phone and for me to know it. Don't be embarrassed. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at Principal Gon. Does this mean that Principal Gon has something unknown? Principal Gon quickly waved his hands. Don't look at me. I have been an upright and honest person all my life. Gao Yang smiled. Everyone has secrets. Woody, don't have bad taste. Everyone's normal privacy must not be disclosed. Okay. Woody responded. Principal Gon's teeth ached and he whispered, Does this artificial intelligence have self-awareness? Gao Yang shook his head. Self-awareness is a false proposition. but Woody can indeed be regarded as a person. Principal Gon opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say, because this thing was beyond his understanding. Others have even figured out artificial intelligence, but Gao Yang has even created an artificial intelligence with self-awareness. It's so perverted, but he could understand it. As for Gao Yang, he could understand whatever he did. He glanced at the printer that was still printing quickly. Its processing efficiency is very high? Gao Yang nodded. The computing power of all the supercomputers in the world combined is not even 1% of hers. Not only is the computing power high, but the algorithms are also better, far surpassing all existing algorithms. Principal Gon was a little confused. Where does such terrifying computing power come from? The chips in the laboratory are quite special. Gao Yang did not mention the photonic chips directly. It's better to keep this thing hidden for the time being. Principal Gon did not ask any more questions. Give me the list of names in the school. I will contact them first. Another piece of paper was printed out. Previously, each piece of paper contained the personal information of each of the 500,000 people, but this time it was a form. Principal Gon took the form and was silent at first, because there are acquaintances there. Old Lu. During a meeting a few days ago, Lao Lu was still saying that Gao Yang could go to Bald Eagle for exchanges, and that such talents should be brought out to boost their morale. He rejected it outright because Longwo would not let Gao Yang leave. He didn't think much about it at the time, but now that he thinks about it, Lao Lu didn't even know what Gao Yang had achieved. So why would he suggest that Gao Yang go for the exchange? But he was pushing Gao Yang into the fire. If we really succeed, it won't be enough even if these people die 1,000 times. In anger, Principal Gon continued to look back, his fists clenched tighter and tighter. Why are there students like Zhang studying here? Woody said, according to the information I have, the vast majority of researchers have been funded since they were students. These students are the same. They only need to help the Bald Eagles people to keep an eye on them, and they can get the money. Those marked in yellow are all in process, but they are only small matters. As the contact becomes deeper, they will start to do big things. Finally, when these people enter the lab, it will be a huge event. Principal Gon took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the secretary, and handed over the list. Call them and ask everyone on this list to go to the conference room for a meeting. After saying that, Principal Gon looked towards the computer and asked, is there any evidence that they are worth 500,000?
Have.
Principal Gon took another look at the list and gritted his teeth. He was really angry and heartbroken. Longwa may be backward and have shortcomings, but it definitely gives these students super preferential treatment. Going abroad, no matter where you study, costs money, and a lot of money. There are still many commercial student loans overseas, and many people have to work to pay back the money for a long time after graduation. Kolongwo University students receive a lot of subsidies and various scholarships. Basically, as long as you want to fight for it, you can fight for it by preparing some materials. But these people chose to betray when they were treated preferentially. The teachers in the school and the former researchers are not much better. The more I thought about Principal Gon, the angrier I got. According to normal logic, those who are treated unfairly are the ones who betray, but these people who are treated preferentially are the ones who betray first. Outside, footsteps were heard, and General Zhou, walking with the swift gait of a dragon and a tiger, walked out of the laboratory with a group of people. General Zhou walked into the laboratory with a livid face and said in a deep voice, combat troops have been deployed all over the country and can carry out large-scale arrest operations at any time. Chapter 77 Arrest Operation. General Zhou also saw the large stack of personal information and had an expression of disbelief on his face. So much? After receiving Gao Yang's call, he responded immediately without any hesitation. But the problem is, he never thought there would be so many. This is at least tens of thousands, or even more. It's a thick stack, nearly 1 meter high, and it hasn't stopped printing yet. Isn't this too much? Not much. I haven't finished printing it yet. General Zhou looked around and felt a little confused. Where did the woman's voice come from? Gao Yang explained. The artificial intelligence I created is called Invincible. These 500,000 walking creatures were also found by her. General Zhou nodded. High technology is good. Principal Gon on the side twitched his mouth. Is it good? Not shocking at all? I totally don't understand the value of invincibility. But he didn't dare say much to General Zhou. General Zhou frowned and said, with so many people to arrest, it will be a bit troublesome to act. We need to discuss a specific action plan. Gao Yang doesn't care. As long as the list is out and the people can be arrested, it's fine. It doesn't make much difference whether they are arrested early or late. By arresting these people, His safety is basically guaranteed. Suddenly, an invincible voice sounded. How about giving me the command of the operation? I can guarantee a mistake-free capture with no casualties. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang in confusion. What did he hear? An artificial intelligence, going to carry out a capture mission? Gao Yang was also hesitant, but wasn't this the best opportunity to test his invincibility? Wudi was able to find out this information, which shows that he did an excellent job in information processing. But how is the performance when it comes to handling specific matters? Gao Yang did not speak directly for Wudi, but asked, Wudi, are you are sure? Otherwise, why am I called invincible? Gao Yang looked at General Zhou and said, give the command to Wudi. Record the entire arrest process and command process. If there is any problem, the operation can be stopped immediately. General Zhou turned around and looked at the people behind him. They were all senior executives of this operation. They also heard the entire conversation and were a little confused at the moment. Originally, they were the regional commanders, who would distribute all the targets that needed to be captured, and then there would be a person in charge to command and assign one person to each capture team. Now AI is in charge of the arrests? It's a bit outrageous. If the command is not good, things will easily go wrong. If the command is good, won't they be eliminated as commanders in the future? Seeing General Zhou looking back, someone immediately said, it's not that we don't accept new technology, but things are very complicated. This is a large-scale arrest operation, arresting tens of thousands of people at a time, which may attract attention from all walks of life. There can't be any mistakes. I suggest that the capture operation be tested on a small scale first. If this invincible artificial intelligence is indeed capable of doing the job, then a large-scale capture operation can be carried out. General Zhou also thought this was a good idea and looked at Gao Yang. Is it okay? Okay. Gao Yang also nodded. This plan is good for everyone. Principal Gon said on the side, I have organized 500,000 people in the school to go to the open classroom and arrest people first. General Zhou nodded. It saves a lot of trouble. It was easy to capture the people who gathered together. Wudi was not even given a chance to make a move. A commander just led his men to block all the exits of the open classroom and then handcuffed everyone who walked out. No one escapes. During this process, a large command room was set up in the laboratory. There were many screens hanging on the walls of the command room, and General Zhou was sitting inside with a group of commanders. Next, we just have to wait for the invincible show to begin. Behind the commander, there are several cameras that will record everything that happens here. Some people are also watching this scene remotely. It's just a capture operation. It's actually a small matter. In other words, the reason why these 500,000 people are so dangerous is because they have hidden identities. Once their identities are exposed, they can arrest people at any time. The vast majority of the 500,000 have become little sheep. But this is the first time in history that someone has directed an arrest. After the news spread, many people wanted to see the action. If you have time, watch the live broadcast. If you don't have time, watch the recording later. This is Wudi's first appearance. As an artificial intelligence, on the first day of its birth, it commanded humans to carry out a large-scale capture operation. This will definitely go down in history. Gao Yang also sat in a chair, looking at the picture on the screen. He was also unsure. No matter how excellent the codes were, when it came to practical use, it still depended on his invincible knowledge reserves. But he is confident because of his invincible knowledge reserves from the entire internet. Every battle recorded on the internet becomes her experience. This is the horror of learning ability. On a large number of screens, there are action recorders worn by each soldier. All soldiers are equipped with headsets so they can receive orders and give feedback. In the command room, a commander stood up. Everything is ready. Artificial intelligence can take over the display communication at any time. The invincible voice echoed in the large laboratory. Leave it to me from now on. General Zhou casually pointed at a small screen, and the picture on the small screen jumped to the big screen. The soldiers' headsets and action footage were shared on the big screen. The sounds heard by the soldiers can also be heard in the command room. Hello, I am the commander of this operation. You can call me invincible. Everything that follows will be under my command.
Yes.
Stop the car first. The soldier who was driving stopped the car instantly. At the same time, the soldier sitting in the back opened the car door, rushed to the side of the road, and pressed a middle-aged man to the ground. Everyone in the audience subconsciously tensed up. Everyone on the scene held high positions and had served as operations commander. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Looking at this arrest operation, they had only one thought: efficient, super efficient. Efficiency means there is nothing extra to think about or communicate. There are 3 people in a team. The person driving only needs to drive, and the other 2 people are responsible for the arrest. He rushed out the moment the car stopped, and the person to be arrested had no time to react, so he was captured successfully, all in one go. If a human were to take command, he would have to confirm the target first. At least, it would take a long time to confirm the person walking on the road. It's even difficult to find it, and waiting all takes time. Then there are the tactics for arresting, which also need to be discussed. Even if we just park the car and rush forward, we have to divide the arrest into 3 directions. General Zhou looked solemn and pointed at the screen again. In this screen, the self-introduction stage has been passed, and through the picture, we can see 3 soldiers going upstairs. At the same time, Woody's voice sounded, "Just knock on the door." After knocking on the door, don't arrest people directly. There is a little boy in the room. He lives alone with his son and needs to be settled. The door was knocked open, and the middle-aged man inside looked at the soldier in front of him. "What do you want?" Chapter 78, Are we going to be eliminated too? The soldier didn't need to think much and said, according to Woody's words, "The fact that you were in contact with the bald eagle has been exposed. You will definitely go to jail. You can contact someone now to help you take care of your son." The middle-aged man's face turned visibly pale. He did not resist in front of his son, but called his relatives. The arrest operation ended in a relatively warm atmosphere. The man was taken away, and the child was handed over to his aunt. Artificial intelligence actually takes human relations into consideration. The military people are impressed by their mobility and efficiency, but Principal Gon cares about technology. In this operation, this artificial intelligence is countless omniscient and omnipotent people. Principal Gon was so shocked that he was stunned. How could such a terrifying artificial intelligence be created? General Zhou raised his hand again and switched the screen. In the next screen, several soldiers were in the elevator. The other party is a combatant and has weapons on him. Stand by the door, wait for him to come out, and then arrest him. After exiting the elevator, the 3 soldiers walked to the left and right of the door respectively. As soon as he stood firm, the door opened. The burly man saw the soldier, and the first thing he did was to close the door, but the soldier on the opposite side was already prepared. He kicked the person in the heart, blocking the door at the same time. The remaining 2 people rushed forward to take care of the target. General Zhou took a deep breath and was so shocked that he didn't even need to watch the rest. He knew that nothing could go wrong with this operation. Because Woody has control over everything, it can even judge the target's reaction. A dangerous target will become safe under its arrangement. Another thing is the terrifying efficiency in command. This kind of command does not have any superfluous words. It gives extremely detailed orders, and the soldiers follow them. On the contrary, the cost of communication is very low, and the effect is excellent. Nanny-style command. The other officers were also shocked at this moment. Although people often say that artificial intelligence will replace many things, they have never thought that they will be replaced one day. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Woody's voice rang out. The capture mission is complete. It took 29 minutes and 6 seconds. No one was injured or killed in the operation, and all targets were captured. General Zhou couldn't help but nod his head. It was basically impossible for such a large-scale arrest operation to be 100% error-free. But artificial intelligence did it. He is not a pedantic person, or rather, he is open to the advancement and utilization of technology. Since it works well, then use it. As for safety issues, he chooses to trust Gao Yang. Invincible, national action, can we start now?
Can.
General Zhou looked at the commanders and said, "Call all the places and ask them to cooperate with this operation."
Yes.
On the screen, the images suddenly became more numerous. Because of this action, it expanded to the national level. The number of people being arrested this time has also become more complicated. There were famous writers and laboratory researchers who even called people for protection when they were arrested. But in the face of invincible evidence, all struggles are in vain. There are also program hosts, reporters, and people who like to travel and take photos. Basically, all walks of life have been infiltrated, and various public intellectuals who have been recharged have been arrested. The nationwide action lasted a little longer, but no more than 40 minutes. In the conference room, after Woody finished reporting the operation, the whole place was silent. A large-scale nationwide arrest operation should have been troublesome. But the invincible attack only took a little over an hour, including the test. 100% success rate, no mistakes. All those who needed to be arrested, no one escaped. It's so efficient that it's terrifying. Not only the officers at the scene, but also the people behind the cameras fell silent. Suddenly I felt confused. Isn't technology advancing too fast? The emergence of automatic aiming sniper rifles previously caused despair among a bunch of top snipers, and now they also feel this despair. Of course, the most desperate one is the bald eagle. The bald eagle Foreign Affairs Department basically has to make countless calls to the Dragon Country every day to communicate various matters. But the person in charge of the 500,000 yuan business was suddenly confused to find that all of a sudden, all the calls could not be connected. Whether it was the people who pretended to do business in Longwa and provided funds to the intelligence personnel, or the people who were responsible for intelligence gathering, they all suddenly disappeared. After someone couldn't get through the phone, they tried to ask their colleagues about the situation, only to find out that it wasn't just one person who couldn't get through, but everyone couldn't get through. After finding that no one could get through to the contact person, I immediately called the consulate. There are also people in the consulate who are responsible for intelligence issues. There are even intelligence personnel who work in the consulate and cannot be contacted after get off work. No matter whether it is ordinary people or the nails they buried deep in the research institute, none of them can be penetrated. All of a sudden, they became blind and deaf in Longwa. The bald eagle people who were in charge of this aspect were all panicked. The infiltration work in Long Country costs a huge amount of money every year. If you want the dragon people to help you collect information, you have to pay them, and it also costs money to develop people. To put it simply, if you start as a college student and want to succeed, it will take at least 10 to 20 years. We have to keep in touch during these years, and that costs money. There are more people and more money. The bald eagle will have to transfer the money to Dragon Country in a reasonable way, and will suffer a huge loss in the process. Now it's all gone at once? But this is impossible. There are so many people. Even if we want to catch them, it is impossible to catch them all at once. First of all, it is impossible for Longwa to know every one of their intelligence personnel. Besides, even if they were all arrested, there would be no movement. But they didn't receive any information, and there was no official statement. The Bald Eagle Foreign Affairs Department immediately ordered an investigation to find out what had happened. The people below are very confused. How to investigate? The people they were using to investigate were gone. As for the open investigation, why did the traitor who was investigating them disappear? They are not qualified to investigate in Longwa, and if they ask Longwa, the result will probably be just 3 words. I don't know. The most desperate ones are the 500,000 who were caught. 50,000 are also divided into levels. The worst ones are actually the water army, those who help to create momentum online. But this kind of behavior is actually just as destructive, creating all kinds of opposing topics and inciting emotions. The second group of people were taking photos and pretending to be tourists next to the military base. There is also a more direct way, which is to help the bald eagle and collect various information. Finally, there are researchers and officials. The researchers provided confidential information of their research institutions, and the official personnel provide various official confidential information. No matter which level they are at, Longwa will deal with them all severely and strictly. Not only are these people's lives ruined, but their next 3 generations will also have no way out. But even if they regret it, it will be of no use. In other words, these people who regret, they don't regret having done something wrong. They just regret being caught. If I had known I would be caught, I would not have taken the wrong path in the first place. Chapter 79 must be a masterpiece. Woody, the biggest contributor to this operation, has not had enough fun yet. He is now communicating with General Zhou. I can't continue to arrest people. Some people work for Bald Eagle, some work for Xiao Rizi, and I can also arrest those who commit fraud or are wanted fugitives. General Zhou looked at the computer not far away and said, "No hurry. We have captured so many people this time. It will take some time to deal with them. Once they are dealt with, we can capture the second batch. Then be sure to find me when the time comes." Okay. General Zhou also smiled, then looked at Gao Yang. He didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed worry. Gao Yang also understood General Zhou's concerns. This artificial intelligence was too invincible. Any normal person would think too much. Gao Yang gave him a reassuring look. She is absolutely safe. General Zhou nodded directly. Okay. This is good. It shows trust in Gao Yang, and Gao Yang said it is safe, which shows trust in the system. After seeing General Zhou off, Gao Yang sat on a chair and stretched. The equipment in the laboratory had been updated, and the technology had reached the top in the world. There are also strong electromagnetic equipment and some special materials that have met the conditions for manufacturing nuclear batteries. But nuclear energy requires special radioactive raw materials. Gao Yang called President Yuan and asked for nuclear energy raw materials. Dean Yuan frowned. You want to study nuclear weapons? This thing is very dangerous. When it comes to nuclear energy, normal people would definitely think it is dangerous. But the problem is that Gao Yang already has the technology for nuclear batteries in his mind. However, Gao Yang did not mention nuclear energy technology. After all, it is too shocking. If he directly mentioned nuclear power batteries, Dean Yuan would probably not agree, because it sounds too far-fetched. But the dragon people have always been compromising. Gao Yang considered saying something simple to trick the raw materials over first. Ahem. I have mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Dean Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then said, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now." "I have mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion." Dean Yuan remained silent. On the other end of the phone, Gao Yang was a little hesitant. Was he still exaggerating? "Wait, I'll come find you soon." After the call was hung up, Woody's voice rang out. "It will take Dean Yuan about 3 hours to get here. More than that. I'm afraid it will take 2 days, because Dean Yuan just made a phone call and contacted several experts in nuclear physics research." Gao Yang looked at the invincible host. Such artificial intelligence is indeed invincible to a certain extent. As long as the information is transmitted through the internet, telephone, satellite, or even through signals, nothing can be hidden from him. To some extent, with him, the current evil can be reduced by 99%. Telecom fraud and almost everything else will no longer exist. All kinds of criminals have nowhere to hide. The Dragon Kingdom has Skynet and various cameras, which can actually record almost all crimes. But Skynet can now only be used as an afterthought or during a manhunt, with humans searching through cameras. Often, investigating a small case requires a large number of people and a long time to review the video. But with invincibility, everything works. If someone steals a piece of candy in the supermarket, she can see it and notify them. This may seem like a utopia, but when you think about it, it's actually terrifying. Gao Yang said calmly, "Unless I ask you to check something, you can't leave this laboratory." Woody regretted it. Why was she showing off? But she absolutely obeyed Gao Yang's orders. Yes. Gao Yang no longer cared about invincibility and started thinking about what to enhance next. Other researchers stick to one research direction and basically never change it. But Gao Yang has dabbled in so many things that he has difficulty making decisions. There are actually a lot of things that can be amplified, but when making energy batteries, there is not much energy to do other things. So you need to amplify something simple that doesn't take much time to make. Simply put, it is light weapons. Gao Yang returned to the laboratory's accommodation area and went straight to look at the textbooks. The textbook was brand new, and Gao Yang had only flipped through it once. Now this is a good option for augmentation. The top book was about cold weapon forging technology. Gao Yang subconsciously put the book away. What on earth could it be about amplifying cold weapons? But before he put the book aside, Gao Yang paused. Why not? What will be the effect after the cold weapon is amplified 10,000 times? This seems like it's worth a try. Gao Yang thought of the past when he was given a branch when he was a child. He was a rapeseed killer. When he followed Lao Cheng to the countryside, all the wild rapeseed flowers on the road died. Now he actually begins to dislike cold weapons? We must reflect on ourselves and never forget our original intentions. You have to amplify the cold weapons. Besides, cold weapons are also a very large research category. Take daggers, for example. There are so many shapes, and different shapes have different effects. Even if the degree of bending is different, the feeling of chopping will be different. Another thing is that the center of gravity of the blade will also change the chopping effect. If the center of gravity is in the front, you will focus more on chopping. If the center of gravity is in the back, it will be more conducive to picking. The shape and size of the blood groove on the dagger are very particular. At present, the Dragon Kingdom has many kinds of daggers equipped for actual combat, and different types of soldiers use different daggers. Special operations personnel use extra daggers. There are many classic daggers in the world, such as the dog-leg knife, the eagle claw knife, and the bald eagle hunting dagger. Finally, we have to mention the Mitsubishi bayonet. The Mitsubishi bayonet was once installed in large quantities in the former Dragon Country because of its simple manufacture, great power, and not only its bleeding effect, but also its ability to make internal wounds difficult to heal. It has also become the enemy's nightmare. However, the Mitsubishi bayonet was not functional enough and was replaced later. As for knives, many people think that they have been eliminated, but in fact, they are still available for warriors. At the border, there are special troops riding horses and holding swords who are responsible for dealing with situations where shooting is not a priority. It also makes the enemy tremble with fear. In addition to the shape, cold weapons also have material issues. The better the material, the better the knife. Gao Yang suddenly felt a little excited. What would an ordinary cold weapon knife become after being amplified by the system? Call Ruoruo directly and ask for the relevant books on cold weapon forging. Ruoruo quickly walked into the laboratory with the book in her arms, but her expression was somewhat surprised. After researching so many terrifying weapons, are we now going back to researching cold weapons? The update of cold weapons is much slower than that of hot weapons. First, this thing has little effect, and second, the update of cold weapons depends on the progress of material science. Relying solely on existing skills and materials, the improvement over the original basis is very small, and the help in actual combat is even smaller. But she didn't say much. She even had expectations. After all, anything produced by Gao Yang must be a top-notch product. The faster Gao Yang read the book, the deeper his understanding of cold weapons became. He suddenly became more excited. As it stands, it is the materials that prevent the development of cold weapons. But he has a lot of materials. For example, the internal structural materials of the laser gun have actually been upgraded. If they are not upgraded, they will not be able to withstand the instantaneous lethality when the laser explodes. These materials surpass all the metal materials currently mastered by manhwa in almost all aspects. Daggers forged with these materials will only be stronger. What will the stronger dagger look like after being amplified? Once I had the idea, I called Principal Gon directly to ask for forging equipment. Principal Gon was confused. What was going on? Forging equipment? But he didn't hesitate at all. Gao Yang wanted something? He would definitely fulfill his request and directly send someone to deliver it to Gao Yang's laboratory. Chapter 80. Is this really not a real person? Under the arrangement of Principal Gon, a full set of equipment including forging presses, forging furnaces, etc. were quickly delivered to the laboratory. As soon as the forging equipment was delivered, Gao Yang began to melt the alloy using the materials from the laboratory. Once the alloy forms a block, the next step is to forge it. Reheat first. After heating was completed, Gao Yang started knocking. The memory of the amplified system taught him how to use the equipment, but did not teach him how to forge iron. But I have to say, being a blacksmith is quite fun, just not much. After hammering for a long time, he knocked out a long, irregular object. It's still a long way to go before it can be cut into a knife. But Gao Yang may not have anything else, but he has perseverance. Continue forging while learning forging techniques from books and videos. When Dean Yuan arrived at the laboratory and met Gao Yang, he saw Gao Yang sweating profusely in the forging room. Dean Yuan was confused. This feeling, damn, it's like Lin Daiyu pulling out a weeping willow tree. You are obviously a researcher. Why did you start forging iron? Behind Dean Yuan is a group of bigwigs. If there is a chain of contempt for researchers, nuclear physics would definitely be at the top of the chain. The group of people following President Yuan are all big names in nuclear physics. All of them are over 60 years old. Each one is awesome, and some academicians even came in person. A group of bigwigs were all looking forward to it. After all, what President Yuan was talking about was controlled nuclear fusion. Some of them are responsible for researching nuclear fusion, controlled nuclear fusion. In terms of nuclear fusion technology, manhwa has actually reached the world's top level. It can sustain nuclear fusion for more than 100 seconds. Don't underestimate more than 100 seconds. It is a huge achievement, an achievement unmatched in the world. But you can't overestimate it for more than 100 seconds. The first step is difficult, harder than climbing to the sky, but the second step is even more difficult, because that is climbing to the sky. So when they heard about controlled nuclear fusion technology, their first reaction was disbelief. Because that's simply impossible. According to the current progress of mankind, it will take at least 50 years before we have the opportunity to fully master nuclear fusion technology. But Dean Yuan guaranteed that it was basically true and asked them to verify it. So they came with a skeptical attitude. But now I came here and met the real owner, and it turned out that he was a blacksmith? Old Yuan? Is this the person you mentioned who has mastered the controlled nuclear fusion technology? Dean Yuan still looked at Gao Yang and nodded, yes. It's not that I don't believe it, but your words are hard to believe. Dean Yuan turned around and looked at the old man who was speaking. I can't believe it either, but since we are here, we might as well wait a little longer. Waiting for what? Wait until he's done. Dean Yuan stood outside the door and did not disturb Gao Yang. The group of bigwigs who followed Dean Yuan all changed their expressions. Dean Yuan's attitude shocked them. Dean Yuan is very busy, but even in such a busy situation, he didn't even let the people inside stop forging iron, but let them wait outside? What kind of person can make Dean Yuan wait willingly? They believed President Yuan's words a little more in their hearts. While a group of people were waiting, A voice rang out in the room. You can sit outside and wait. According to the master's perseverance, it will take at least 3 hours for him to give up forging iron this time. Dean Yuan looked around, looking for someone to talk to. No need to look for me. I'm the artificial intelligence of the laboratory. You can call me invincible. Dean Yuan doesn't know about artificial intelligence. Those who know about it are only a small number of people in the school and a very small number of people in the military. Even the soldiers participating in the operation don't know the situation now, and they are just looking forward to meeting the commander who speaks so nicely one day. Invincible? Hello, President Yuan. Woody greeted politely, then led a few people outside to rest. Several big names in nuclear physics were a little surprised and doubtful. This artificial intelligence seemed to be very powerful. At the very least, it is better than the artificial intelligence they have come into contact with before. To be honest, it is very smart. Since he was free anyway, the boss tried to communicate with the artificial intelligence. Woody, has your master really mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion? Controlled nuclear fusion is not a very powerful technology. To sum up, there are only 2 points: the conditions for triggering nuclear fusion and controlling the environment that maintains nuclear fusion. All the big guys were stunned. If these words were said by ordinary people, there would be no problem. But this is an artificial intelligence? Is the knowledge base of artificial intelligence so broad now? And how come this style of dialogue is even more flexible? It seemed like there was someone communicating with them in the back room. Suddenly, a big shot asked, "What is 96,785 times 65,894? Woody didn't hesitate at all. 6377550790. There was no more than a second between the question and the answer. This can basically be concluded to be artificial intelligence, because whether a person is doing mental arithmetic or using a computer, it is impossible to be so fast. Of course, it could be wrong. Someone immediately calculated it on their phone and said, "Correct." The boss looked at Dean Yuan and said, "This is something. We can consider making one for our laboratory later." Dean Yuan did not respond because he was in a daze. How long ago did he give Gao Yang the relevant information? Then Gao Yang has made them, and they are better than those of big companies. It's simply super good. This kind of conversation style, let alone those in a big company, even a real person might not be able to speak so clearly and logically. Old Yuan? Dean Yuan came back to his senses. What's wrong? I'm telling you about this. It's very smart and can basically communicate normally with people. I just don't know how efficient it is. If it's just for communication, then it can be used for civilian purposes to help people solve their problems, like a virtual partner in life. If it can also handle things efficiently, then it can be a very good tool. Dean Yuan also nodded. Wait for Gao Yang to come out and I'll ask him. Huh. The boss was stunned. Why ask him? Ask the creator of this. An invincible voice sounded. My master is my creator. The boss was stunned. That young blacksmith, who might have mastered controlled nuclear fusion, actually created this? He was a little confused. Just at this moment, Dean Yuan's phone rang. After checking the caller ID, Dean Yuan solemnly picked up the phone. The old man's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Regarding the safety of the artificial intelligence made by Gao Yang, we must ensure it. Ensure safety. Dean Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the caller ID and confirmed that the call came from above. He was a little confused. Why did those above know that there was intelligence in Gao Yang? Okay, I'll make a safety assessment report and submit it after I understand the situation. Okay, I'll have someone send the information to you later. After hanging up the phone, Dean Yuan found an extra document on his phone. Dean Yuan was stunned when he opened the information. It was a plan to capture a large-scale intelligence officer. He knew that a large number of 500,000 people had been arrested in the past few days, but he didn't know the circumstances. He looked at the plan directly on his phone, and his body couldn't help but tremble. With eyes wide open, he asked in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Chapter 81. It seems to be true. Artificial intelligence actually found these 500,000 walking creatures. Not only did it find them, but it also provided evidence. Then the artificial intelligence also presided over the large-scale capture operation, directly commanding every soldier to carry out precise captures. The whole process was efficient, and there were no problems. 100% success rate, and it only took more than 40 minutes. Every piece of news shocked Dean Yuan to the point of numbness. After reading all the messages, he was just confused. How is this possible? 500,000 is not so easy to discover, and the fact that Invincible can discover them all means that the entire network has no secrets about it, and the processing of information requires massive computing power. Another issue is multi-line command. With so many soldiers across the country acting at the same time, how could she be in charge? This cannot be achieved simply by having strong computing power. Its implementation is extremely complex. And according to the results of this action, no matter how powerful a commander is, he is not invincible. No wonder it is named invincible. It is truly invincible. Old Yuan? The person next to him couldn't help but shout again. Why is Old Yuan always in a daze? Old Yuan came back to his senses and waved his hands. Let me calm down. Don't talk yet. After saying this, Dean Yuan fell into silence again. He was shocked and numbed. The main thing is that it is difficult to understand. This terrifying artificial intelligence seems to have a technology level that is even more awesome than nuclear fusion, right? At the very least, controlled nuclear fusion has taken the first step and can last for more than 100 seconds. But technology has actually not made much progress. Although many large companies have their own artificial intelligence, their artificial intelligence is basically artificial intelligence. If you can't even learn anthropomorphic communication, it's even more impossible to learn invincible search or invincible command. As for safety, Dean Yuan felt that he could not investigate it. How could he investigate something he did not understand at all? And he chose to believe Gao Yang and just report the entire safety report later. Looking back, he saw the concerned eyes of his old friends and suddenly remembered something he had previously overlooked. Now that he is familiar with Gao Yang, his mood is fluctuating greatly. These people may not be able to bear it. Do you all have quick-acting heart pills? Ah. Just as they were confused, the door of the room was pushed open. Gao Yang took advantage of the temperature rising again to prepare for a drink of water. Looking at Dean Yuan and others, he was a little surprised. Why didn't Dean Yuan call me when he came? Dean Yuan stood up and said, since you were busy, I didn't bother you. Dean Yuan turned sideways and said, let me introduce these people to you. They are all professors who specialize in nuclear physics research. This one's surname is Liu. This one's surname is Zhao. They specialize in nuclear fusion technology. After the introduction, Dean Yuan smiled and said, let me introduce Gao Yang to you. Gao Yang greeted them all. He really respected these researchers. Now that Gao Yang is familiar with this circle, he also roughly understands that there are two types of people engaged in academic research. One is to really work hard on research and let the results speak for themselves. The other type is no longer doing research, but is thinking about making money and climbing up the career ladder. They even feel justified in saying that there is not so much to research, and that real research may only yield results after decades, or even in a lifetime. It would be better to publish a few more useless papers and get a professional title. Gao Yang saw the latter but pretended not to see it. But the former, that is, the people in front of him, deserved his respect. These people can truly be called scientists. Gao Yang greeted him and turned to get the plate that had been prepared long ago. He handed the disc to Dean Yuan and said, there is a place in the lab to look at the materials. Let Woody take you there. I will continue to be busy. Dean Yuan couldn't help but ask, what are you busy with? Prepare to forge cold weapons. Dean Yuan was a little bit unbelievable. Gao Yang, who had developed laser guns and automatic aiming sniper rifles, and the super terrifying Gao Yang, actually made cold weapons himself? Gao Yang looked at Dean Yuan's expression and smiled. I am originally a light weapons engineering major. It is normal for me to study and manufacture light weapons. After saying that, Gao Yang returned to the forging room and continued hammering. Dean Yuan looked down at the plate in his hand. Light weapons engineering major? Then he looked up at the camera again. Light weapons engineering major? But when I think about it again, it seems quite normal. After all, although laser guns can hit satellites, they are light weapons. Sniper rifles can hit whatever they are pointed at, so they are also light weapons. Also, although the absolute killing range is 3 kilometers and the power is comparable to that of nuclear weapons, even if the King of Heaven comes, it is still a light weapon. Thinking of this, Dean Yuan calmed down and said, Woody, lead the way. Go out the door on the left first and walk to the end of the corridor. There is equipment there to look at the information. Dean Yuan walked in front, while Professor Liu and others behind him were a little hesitant. Someone majoring in light weapons engineering came up with controlled nuclear fusion technology? Walking to the back room, this is the command room that was set up last time. It has many screens and good equipment. The group of people couldn't wait any longer and opened the plate given by Gao Yang. After the disc was opened, a group of people leaned over in front of the computer. Then I couldn't take my eyes away. The invincible voice sounded, no need to be so crowded. As soon as the words were spoken, the contents of the disc appeared on the surrounding screens. A group of people dispersed and stared at the screen intently. Dean Yuan could understand the words on the screen, but when they were all connected together, it was difficult to understand. He only glanced at it a few times and didn't look at it again. Verified by Professor Liu et al. Time passed quickly, and half an hour was gone in the blink of an eye. No one spoke. People who study nuclear physics subconsciously move closer to the computer, with their faces almost touching the screen. Some people's bodies began to tremble slightly, and their wide eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Dean Yuan was also very nervous, his body tense. Looking at some people's reactions, he could almost conclude that what Gao Yang provided was really controlled nuclear fusion technology. All that's left is the calculation to make sure it's correct. Suddenly, Professor Liu asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean? How can I explain this? This is definitely feasible. Damn it, how is this possible? There are only 2 pilot plans for controlled nuclear fusion in the world right now, and he gave 6? 6 in total." Dean Yuan became even more excited when he heard Lao Zhao swearing. Even this gentleman at heart was so shocked that he burst into swearing. This means that not only is there a way, but it is a huge way. Then another professor said, "All 6 are feasible." Professor Liu took a deep breath and said, "Quickly calculate and verify. Call the people in the laboratory to come over and verify together. Don't get excited. Stay calm. You must stay calm. You can't call everyone over. This is controlled nuclear fusion. The technology is absolutely confidential. You have to review it before calling anyone over." The person who said don't get excited was actually very excited. His face turned red, and he was even at a loss. Although they said they needed to calculate and verify, they all knew that once they reached the verification step, it basically meant that there was no big problem. If there is wrong data, just calculate it again. Once the verification and correction are completed, Longwo will immediately have a controlled nuclear fusion power station. Chapter 82 Invincible Dagger. Dean Yuan was also very excited. Controlled nuclear fusion means a huge advancement in technology. It means great progress of human civilization, because controlled nuclear fusion means energy freedom, clean energy, and plenty of it. Development and energy are linked. If you want to develop, you must have enough energy. On the other hand, with sufficient energy, the Dragon Kingdom will be able to develop rapidly. At the very least, development will not be limited by energy. Only 3 nuclear fusion power stations are needed to meet the daily energy consumption of the entire Dragon Country. Professor Liu turned around and looked at Dean Yuan. "You used to study materials, right?" "Yeah, right now. There are many new materials here that can be used in controlled nuclear fusion devices. We need to test the performance after production." Dean Yuan nodded. "I'll arrange someone to do it." The group calmed down and began to assign tasks. Each person is responsible for verifying a part. Dean Yuan is responsible for the materials and is also responsible for reviewing the people they want to call over. However, the identity check can be handed over directly to Woody, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. All that remains is verification. There is a lot of information, and it will take some time to calculate. A group of people were concentrating on checking the results, and they would be excited every time they found a correct formula. Because the more correct the answer is, the closer we are to real nuclear fusion technology. Gao Yang came over once during the process and saw that everyone was concentrating on checking the calculations, so he did not disturb them and continued to forge iron. Controlled nuclear fusion is very difficult, but the difficulty lies mainly in materials and technology. With a theoretical basis, it will be relatively simple. Gao Yang also didn't understand why those people were so excited, given the ready-made technology. Keep pounding. While the weapons were warming up, he sat down and read. Reading like this is not very efficient, but Gao Yang is not in a hurry, because blacksmithing is even harder. It took him a full half-month to learn how to forge the embryo. However, being able to forge a knife blank means you are not far from the finished product. But if you want to have a finished knife, you can't just forge it, you also need to design it. Gao Yang gave priority to designing the dagger. Daggers have the most application scenarios and are basically essential equipment. Generally, daggers are multifunctional. For example, the teeth on the other side of the dagger can be used to saw trees, or some small holes can be used to cut things. Of course, the most important part of a dagger is the tip. Even if the dagger is not sharpened, it still has great lethality because of its sharp tip, which can directly stab the target. When Gao Yang considered designing a dagger, he had to maximize the lethality of the front end of the dagger. Sharpness. Taking out a design, Gao Yang said directly, "Invincible, conduct a wind tunnel test and adjust the shape of the dagger tip."
Yes.
Wind tunnel testing is generally used to test aircraft. This is definitely the first time ever that a dagger tip has been tested, but this design method has great advantages. The smaller the wind resistance at the tip, the less resistance you will encounter when hurting the enemy. This is a change that strives for excellence. The multifunctional parts on the dagger cannot affect the overall structural strength of the dagger. Some daggers have holes in them, which will reduce the structural strength of the part where the hole is located. The dagger could easily break there. But the role of a dagger cannot be too simple. In actual combat, a dagger can be used to do many things. There are still serrations at the back end, but there are no unnecessary designs such as holes. Even the blood groove is placed in the center of the saw teeth. In this way, the amount of blood loss in the blood groove is not high, but the dagger has a certain bending range. It is curved upwards and has a sharp tip. After piercing, the wound surface will be larger. In addition, the serrations will open the wound, so the actual combat effect should be good. The overall design drawing is released, and Gao Yang feels very handsome when looking at it. A counterweight is added to the back end, and the dagger feels very good to hold. It is not easy to slip out of the hand, and it is better to control the dagger when using it. After completing the design, Gao Yang starts manufacturing. I was also reading a book while making it. Keep charging. Gao Yang discovered the difficulty of manufacturing it. The design of the grooves inside the saw teeth is just asking for trouble. He finally understood why real weapon shooting was not as fancy as in cartoons. If you really want to make it fancy, there is no way to mass produce it, and it would be hell to make it by hand. Even a top blacksmith can only make one in 2 or 3 days. A weapon with ordinary and simple shape, directly cut from high-carbon steel, then stamped into one piece, machine roller polished, and then machine sharpened. He made it with his bare hands, which was very time-consuming. However, it is worth spending some time for the effect after the system is amplified. If it doesn't work once, try twice, 3 times. After another 10 days, Gao Yang had broken a lot of knife blanks, but he also forged a dagger that satisfied him. The length is 26 centimeters, and the overall width is 3.5 centimeters. One side is fully edged, the other side has only the tip extending to the front and has serrations at the back. There is no blood groove in the middle of the dagger, but there is a depression in the center of the serrations that can serve as a blood groove. The overall shape is streamlined and has a certain curvature, so that the wound can be enlarged when inserted. The overall appearance looks very beautiful. After breaking it down and installing the handles, the whole thing feels like a work of art. Gao Yang held the dagger and swung it lightly twice, then stabbed it into the table. The dagger penetrated most of the way. Even before it was amplified, the sharpness of this dagger was extremely incredible. After all, high-grade materials were used. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed a few more times, then began searching for something else he could use to test. Book? When others cut a book, they cut it page by page, but Gao Yang's dagger can pierce through it in one stroke, and the whole book can be cut in one stroke. There was also a water bottle, an ordinary mineral water bottle, which was cut in half directly by the dagger swung at it. Not to mention water bottles, even stainless steel cups can be cut. This material, combined with the sharpness of the dagger, is simply invincible. After playing for a while, Gao Yang immersed his mind into the system. Amplify the dagger. The system was fully charged 2 days ago, but the dagger was not manufactured at that time. Now it can be amplified directly. The lottery roulette appears, but this thing is just a showpiece now. Gao Yang easily won a 10,000-fold reward. But even though he won the 10,000-fold reward, he was still a little nervous. He was worried that there might be something wrong with the direction of the 10,000-fold reward. If the length is increased 10,000 times, then the 26-centimeter dagger will be 2,600 meters after being increased to meters. It must be said that a 2,600-meter-long dagger is also quite cool. During a battle, you can say, "I'll let you run 2,599 meters first." Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sharpness of the dagger you invented has increased 10,000 times. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, becoming 10,000 times sharper. Now the dagger is able to cut through iron like mud. After being amplified, what else can block its sword? Chapter 83: The Prank Comes True. After the amplification direction was determined, the dagger disintegrated and a large amount of metal flew around in the laboratory. These were various metals specially prepared by Gao Yang to avoid material shortages. These metal materials are quickly melted to form a new alloy. At the same time, a large number of equipment such as machine tools and other laboratories were also moving at the same time. However, in the computer room where the invincible chip was placed, part of the light was extinguished, which meant that the processor was turned off, which happened to be the processor responsible for the laboratory monitoring part. But Woody, the most terrifying artificial intelligence in human civilization, was unaware of it. In the forging room, After the material is melted and formed, the small hammer flies up and forging begins. The whole process was smooth and the force and angle of each punch were just right. Use the least number of hammers to achieve the best effect. Soon the prototype of a dagger was made. Then a large number of parts flew in from outside to form the handle of the dagger. The overall appearance of the dagger has not changed much, but it is completely different from before. Now it has a mechanical drive and can maintain high-frequency vibration. Ding! Limited by the current experimental environment and the amount of materials, the actual increase in the power of this dagger is 100 times. Gao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. 100 times is already very good. It was already so sharp before. Now that it is 100 times sharper, what can defend against this dagger? The next moment, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. This is the evolution of cold weapons. The next stage of ordinary cold weapons is the vibrating knife, which is based on the same principle as the ultrasonic bone knife used in surgery. However, it is more than one level higher than the ultrasonic bone knife currently in the experiment. At this stage, the sharpness of the dagger can be increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. The technology to continue to improve sharpness is still to work hard on materials. The material composed of neutrons is not only extremely hard, but also very heavy and extremely sharp. When Gao Yang opened his eyes, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. Although there is a kind of Wakanda romance in amplifying the dagger, Gao Yang was shocked by the results. Neutron material. Neutrons are the constituent materials of atomic nuclei. In other words, neutron stars are filled with neutrons. Extremely high density. The weight of a dagger made of this material would probably be extremely terrifying, but at the same time, its performance in other aspects would be terribly improved. For example, it is so sharp that it can probably cut atoms. The prank of daily life has come true. This technology is too advanced. It was so advanced that Gao Yang felt it was the most high-tech technology he had ever come across. By the time humans can use neutrons to form a dagger, they would have already expanded their territory in the universe. Retracting his thoughts, Gao Yang picked up the amplified dagger. First comes the stab at the hammer. The moment the dagger hit the hammer, it began to vibrate at an extremely high frequency, so high that Gao Yang didn't even feel the dagger moving. Then the dagger sank into the hammer easily. This is a fucking steel hammer. It was actually cut open by a dagger? Gao Yang was shocked. He knew that this thing could cut iron like mud, but this was too exaggerated. Cutting iron like tofu? Continue. Gao Yang began to look for a suitable target in the forging room. Table? The dagger that could only penetrate half of the table just now can now easily cut the table in half, cutting it horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. All works. No sense of damping at all. And the book, the one that cuts it off completely. If you blow a hair off a knife, it will break the steel bar. In less than 5 minutes, Dean Yuan stood in front of the forging room door in a daze, looking at the big hole on the door, and then looking at Gao Yang in the mess. Gao Yang? Gao Yang turned around and smiled at Dean Yuan's dull look. He subconsciously looked around and thought for a moment before saying, "Have you ever heard of this?" Someone bought a hydraulic press, and then the only thing left in his house was the hydraulic press. Dean Yuan was stunned. "You have a hydraulic press? I have something better than a hydraulic press." Gao Yang raised his dagger. The vibrating knife, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the sharpest dagger in the world. It was the first time that Dean Yuan heard Gao Yang talk about his invention in such a tone, but his first feeling was that it was actually useless. No matter how powerful a dagger was, how powerful could it be? As for weapons, call General Zhou later. The verification results of Professor Liu and others have just come out. There is no problem with the controlled nuclear fusion technology you brought out. Gao Yang didn't feel any surprise. If there was a problem in the calculation, it would be really outrageous. However, in less than a month, a huge amount of data had been calculated. This group of people must have been working overtime day and night. It's not difficult, it's just a technique to boil water. Dean Yuan suddenly felt uncomfortable. Controlled nuclear fusion, Gao Yang said it was about boiling water? But there is no way to refute this statement, because the use of nuclear fusion energy is essentially boiling water. In fact, the essence of technological development of human civilization is boiling water. At least in terms of electricity, whether it is incineration power generation or nuclear power, it is all about boiling water. But the problem is, this is controlled nuclear fusion, which is super high-tech and can greatly improve the efficiency of boiling water. This is almost an epic-making progress. Seeing Gao Yang's completely indifferent expression, Dean Yuan felt complicated. If someone else doesn't care, he can argue about it. But the person who doesn't care about this technology is Gao Yang. He invented it. So what if he doesn't care? Gao Yang put away the dagger. Let's go and take a look. Ding Yuan followed Gao Yang and said, we want to create a controlled nuclear fusion experiment first. If it works, it can be directly turned into a power station. It will have a huge effect and great significance. Professor Liu said he wants you to preside over this experiment. Gao Yang didn't rush to agree. I need extra raw materials. Ding Yuan was a little surprised. You want to build a small nuclear fusion power station for individual use? Gao Yang didn't expect that Ding Yuan had already found an excuse for him, so he nodded directly, yes. There is actually nothing wrong with saying this. Aren't nuclear batteries essentially miniature nuclear fusion reactors? Ding Yuan pondered and nodded, okay, we must ensure safety. You can rest assured about my safety. I won't joke with my life. Gao Yang continued, on the nuclear fusion power plant project, I need my words to count. There will be no situation where someone ignores my orders. It will definitely work. What happened last time will never happen again. Gao Yang nodded. There would be no problem for him to be the general manager. It would also be safer for him to go there. In addition, although he is the general manager, there is actually not much he needs to do. Those top researchers must have understood during the verification process that letting him be the person in charge is nothing more than a safer approach, and also allows him to gain credit. The two men settled the matter, and Gao Yang went to the laboratory where Professor Liu and others were using for verification. There are nearly 50 people in the lab. They are all over 40 or 50 years old. A leader and mainstay in nuclear physics. All of them were in tears at this moment. As I said, success does not depend on them. As long as Longwa succeeds, no matter who does it, they will be excited and grateful. They spent more than 20 days of verification, almost forgetting to eat and sleep, and all the verifications were correct. This means that the technology for controlled nuclear fusion has been fully perfected. A controlled nuclear fusion reactor can be manufactured at any time. They were so excited because it was a milestone. Chapter 84. The train of thought is opened again. When Professor Liu saw Gao Yang, he clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the researchers on the scene, and then shouted, the developer of controlled nuclear fusion is called Gao Yang. A 19-year-old young man is now standing next to Ding Yuan. In an instant, everyone looked at Gao Yang. The researchers, with red eyes, were shocked and surprised. Then, their eyes changed. After the shock, they turned into gratitude and admiration. Professor Liu walked up to Gao Yang, bowed, and then stepped forward to give Gao Yang a bear hug. Thank you. These 3 words, spoken with a tearful tone, instantly pierced Gao Yang's heart. He suddenly felt that he had done something wrong. This kind of technology should have been developed by these people, but he got it through the system first. His carelessness will hurt these people's hearts. They have studied for a lifetime and deserve respect, but because of his carelessness, these people will doubt me and even belittle themselves. But in fact, they are all geniuses. Professor Liu stepped back, and someone else came up and shook hands with Gao Yang. Gao Yang enjoyed star treatment for the first time. After expressing his gratitude, the group sat down to discuss the next specific implementation process. An estimated 2 months of preparation time is required before construction of a power plant shell can begin, followed by equipment to create controlled nuclear fusion. Gao Yang felt that time was a bit slow, but he didn't say much, as the nuclear fusion power station was a super large project. It requires collaboration among multiple departments. In addition to research and manufacturing, it also requires communication with the power grids of surrounding cities. A large number of coal-fired power plants in the surrounding area will be shut down, and all of this needs to be communicated in advance. In addition, the main reason why Gao Yang did not say much was that Professor Yuan would directly transport the nuclear fusion raw materials he wanted. It is expected to arrive within 3 days. In this way, his nuclear battery can be manufactured. All of his energy weapons can be used almost infinitely. After seeing off Ding Yuan and others, Gao Yang drew out the dagger again. This dagger was invincible. Woody's voice sounded, a little panicked. Master, how about you put it away first? I'm afraid you will cut me too. Gao Yang looked at the knife and had to admit that what the ancients said was right. When you hold a sharp weapon, you will instantly feel the urge to kill. He still wants to do everything. Resisting the impulse, Gao Yang called General Zhou. I didn't know General Zhou's identity before, but now I have a clearer idea of his identity. He is in charge of logistics and the procurement of weapons and equipment. That's why he often deals with the Research Institute and has such a big say in new equipment. The call was quickly connected, and General Zhou was very excited on the other end of the phone. What good stuff is there? Gao Yang smiled and said, Dagger. General Zhou was stunned. Dagger? What was Gao Yang researching before? Laser guns that could shoot down satellites, sniper rifles that could shoot wherever you pointed them, and the terrifying electromagnetic shield. There are also ones that are as powerful as nuclear bombs. It is even invincible and can kill all artificial intelligence in seconds. Now for the dagger? The main purpose of a dagger is functionality. General Zhou racked his brains and came up with the idea of loading bullets into a dagger and firing it. Your dagger can fire lasers? No. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. General Zhou thought for a moment and said, then your dagger can automatically aim and pierce the enemy's chest? Gao Yang didn't answer directly this time, because if it were really possible, it would seem quite cool. No. General Zhou did not continue to guess. He was not very imaginative in this regard. He asked with anticipation, then what is the advantage of your dagger? Gao Yang thought for a moment, sharp. General Zhou was stunned. The dagger was sharp? Just sharp? There are many sharp daggers, but does sharpness have much use? But thinking about Gao Yang's product, General Zhou thought he should pay more attention to it. How sharp is it? There's nothing that can't be cut. General Zhou smiled and said in a very arrogant tone, okay, I'll take some people over to take a look tomorrow morning. Gao Yang smiled and said, okay. Once a dagger is made, it must be able to be assembled. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yang walked into the forging room, pushed the garbage aside, and continued forging. This time, it is no longer forging a dagger, but a long sword. Once you master one skill, you can master everything. If you can make a dagger, you can also make a long sword. Compared to yesterday when Gao Yang had only made some small achievements, his sword forging skills are now unmatched in the world. This part of skills is included in the knowledge infused into the system. The hammer in his hand quickly fell on the knife blank. Gao Yang planned to make a long sword that was good at chopping. While Gao Yang was busy, General Zhou was also busy. The first thing he did was to call the people from the Cold Weapon Research Institute. In the past, when inspecting daggers, we always had to bring some professionals with us. After finishing the call, General Zhou thought for a moment and said to his secretary, go to the arsenal and get a gun barrel. The secretary was stunned. What do you want the barrel for? The dagger made by Gao Yang is said to be extremely sharp and can cut anything. Let's see if he can cut a gun barrel. The secretary looked at General Zhou as if he was meeting him for the first time. This behavior was a bit too childish. After all, that is a gun barrel, made entirely of special steel, formed in one piece, and able to withstand the terrifying impact force of the shell's primer exploding at an instant. Not to mention a dagger, even if you use a cutting machine, it will take a lot of grinding discs to cut it. Both sides are making preparations. General Zhou thought Gao Yang's tone was too absolute. Absolutely sharp? How could it be absolutely sharp? Gao Yang thought that since General Zhou didn't care about his cold weapons, he had to do something that would amaze General Zhou. Gao Yang worked until late at night and made 3 knives. The main difference between the 3 knives is the length, in order to test them differently. After doing all this, Gao Yang took the guards out for a midnight snack. As soon as he went out, Woody followed him out. Wherever he went, Woody would invade a large area of surrounding equipment to ensure that no one around wanted to hurt him. With the last big cleanup, Gao Yang's safety has been greatly improved, and with the addition of guards, artificial intelligence, and the belts on his body, his safety is guaranteed. Walking on the snack street outside the school and feeling the hustle and bustle of life, Gao Yang felt very relaxed. They are working hard to research various weapons so that this easy piece can last for a long time. Suddenly Gao Yang smiled and saw an acquaintance. Ruoruo looked at Gao Yang and was completely stunned. She had not been to Gao Yang's laboratory or seen Gao Yang in the past 10 days. But Gao Yang has changed a lot. I was a little thin before, but now I have a more proportionate figure. And there is also a sense of power and sunshine. This made Ruoruo a little hesitant. Is this Gao Yang? Gao Yang used to read books in the library every day, and he neglected sleep and food, so he became a little thin and even looked frail. But during these 20 days, he worked very hard. Hammer has had sex countless times, and his appetite has increased. It is normal for his figure to improve. Even when he takes off his clothes, the outline of his muscles is clearly visible. He waved gently. What a coincidence. Ruoruo now confirmed that it was Gao Yang. She quickly ran to Gao Yang and lowered her voice. Have you researched some genetic drugs? Gao Yang, huh? Seeing Gao Yang was confused, Ruoruo quickly waved her hands. I was just joking. I just feel that you have changed a lot, and your figure has become much better. Gao Yang didn't say anything, but stared at Ruoruo in a daze. Yes, gene medicine. Putting aside other things, Even if we research the sea dog pill and then increase its power 10,000 times, wouldn't it be a true pleasure to die after taking it? My mind opens up instantly. Chapter 85 Childish? Gao Yang looked at Ruoruo and said, "Help me find some books about genes tomorrow, and also prepare some books about medicines." Ruoruo was stunned. Does Gao Yang really want to research genetic drugs? But isn't this just a joke? She was just joking. Ruoruo immediately panicked. Gao Yang had been researching various weapons and was making rapid progress, but now he wanted to change his research direction? If Gao Yang fails to research anything and still insists on genetic medicine, wasting a lot of time, won't she become the eternal sinner of the Dragon Kingdom? Gao Yang saw through Ruoruo's concerns and smiled. "I'll just take a look. Don't think too much. Let's make some midnight snack first." After having supper, Gao Yang returned to the laboratory. The more he lay on the bed, the more he thought about it and felt that there was hope for the drug. But it's a pity that there is no product that can really prolong life. Otherwise, if it can extend life by even 1 day, then after increasing it 10,000 times, it can extend life by 30 years. Take a few more pills, become a saint, and be invincible in the world. However, you can try to amplify healthcare drugs. As long as they have a little effect, there is a possibility of amplification. As for medicines specifically used to treat diseases, they cannot be amplified. The efficacy of many medicines is to balance and neutralize, to replenish what the body lacks, or to inhibit the synthesis of certain hormones if there is an excess of them, thereby achieving the purpose of curing the disease. Such medicine will be useless even if you draw it, and its effect will be amplified 10,000 times. It will directly turn from a good medicine into a poison. If you think about it more carefully, it is actually difficult to increase the value of health products. But with ideas, everything is possible. Lying on the bed, Gao Yang fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, General Zhou brought his men to the laboratory. Also arriving at the same time was a large group of people from the Cold Weapons Research Institute and a large truck. The guards worked together to get the equipment off the truck. They are all equipment used to test cold weapons, and they look very professional. As the guards were carrying the items into the laboratory, General Zhou quickly walked up to Gao Yang and said with a smile, "Where's the dagger that can cut anything? Take a look." Gao Yang pulled out a dagger and handed it over. General Zhou looked at the dagger and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful knife. But the design on the back cannot be mass-produced. It's too troublesome. The tip is very sharp. The curve is very beautiful. The straight stab is probably very powerful, and the incision is wider than the width of the dagger. The blood groove is a little small, but combined with the saw teeth, it can make the wound difficult to heal. Gao Yang nodded subconsciously. Apart from anything else, General Zhou really understood these things. General Zhou played with the dagger and looked around. Is this really just an ordinary metal dagger? Not ordinary. Gao Yang smiled. General Zhou also smiled and turned to introduce the person, Professor Lei, currently the head of the Cold Weapon Research Institute, specializing in the study of daggers and other cold weapons. Professor Lei nodded at Gao Yang, with curiosity in his eyes. A dagger was being researched by a student, and so many of them came here with so many professional equipment to test it. And this dagger, at first glance, doesn't look anything special. The curved blood groove design, although different from the mainstream daggers, is not a new design. Many niche daggers have similar designs. Just looking at the appearance, Professor Lei feels that General Zhou is making a big deal out of nothing. But it was General Zhou who made a fuss about nothing. Then there must be a reason for it. Putting aside all his contempt, Professor Lei said politely, "Hello?" General Zhou then introduced Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, I won't introduce your specific identity. You are here to test this dagger." Professor Lei took the dagger, flicked his fingers, and then frowned. He had never heard of this sound before. You can tell a lot by listening to the sound of a weapon, such as whether there are any gaps or defects inside the weapon, or the material. You can also hear the hardness. The harder, the crispier and more crispy it is. The sound of high-carbon steel is like a bell. But the dagger sounded strange. An alloy made of multiple metals? A special formula? An expert knows the tricks. Just this one move made Gao Yang respect him. Yes, it uses a fusion of multiple metals. Professor Lei nodded. Where did you get the alloy formula? I figured it out on my own. Professor Lei smiled and said, "Okay, let's test it later." As he spoke, Professor Lei became even more curious. This material was very common. Alloy fusion could be done with a little bit of technical skills. As for fusing those metals, that's a matter of formula. Looking back, Professor Lei saw the guards carrying equipment and then looked at the large number of guards around the laboratory. The protection level here is quite high. Suddenly, he thought of a name and asked in surprise, Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the startled Professor Lei with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? The photolithography machine and the high-precision machine tool, were they made by you? Gao Yang nodded. Yes. Professor Lei quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands solemnly with Gao Yang. Gao Yang directly made the industry of Longwa proud. They also enjoyed the benefits, as they also needed machine tools in their laboratories, although they did not need such high-precision machine tools. However, the emergence of ultra-high-precision machine tools in Longwa not only brings the benefit of being able to purchase machine tools, but also a significant price reduction for all overseas machine tools. The machine tools manufactured by Longwa will also be greatly reduced in price, and it will be much cheaper for them to purchase. At this moment, Professor Lei also understood why Professor Zhou asked him to come in person. Gao Yang's invention should be taken seriously even if it is rubbish. This is a question of attitude towards talent. Boom! A loud noise was heard. There was something heavy on the truck that fell to the ground. Professor Lei turned his head and looked over, then was stunned. Gun barrel? Why did General Zhou transport the gun barrel here? Gao Yang was also a little curious. What is this? Tank gun barrel. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang and smiled. The gun barrel weighs 1.5 tons and is made of special steel using the integral forging and stretching process. You said your dagger can cut anything. Why don't you cut one for me to see? Professor Lei was stunned. General Zhou has this side of him? It seems a bit too childish. It's like a primary school student said that his father was invincible, so the teacher pulled Tyson over and said, "Come on, fight. Can this gun barrel be cut by cold weapons? Isn't this just a joke?" Gao Yang glanced at the dagger and put it away. The dagger is too short. It won't work. General Zhou laughed and said, "It's okay. Even if you only cut a small hole, I'll still think you're awesome." Gao Yang also laughed. "You misunderstood me." After saying that, Gao Yang turned around and rushed into the laboratory. When he ran out, he was holding a knife in his hand. The knife is 1 meter long. This will do. Put the gun barrel upright for me. General Zhou was dumbfounded. He looked at the knife and then at the gun barrel. Was he really going to try this? Stand it up. A group of guards came forward, connected the equipment on the vehicle, and erected the gun barrel. Watching it on TV, the barrel doesn't seem very long. But now the gun barrel is standing upright, 6 meters high as 2 stories. The upper end is lifted by a small crane to keep it in a vertical position, so that even if it is cut in two, it will not fall and hit anyone. Gao Yang held the knife with some anticipation. What's the point of cutting straw mats and bamboo in daily life? If you have the guts, cut cannon barrels. Chapter 86. What kind of knife is this? After the gun barrel was fixed, General Zhou, Professor Lei and others walked nearby and looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Gao Yang also laughed and then swung his knife. Without any delay, the gun barrel was cut in half almost instantly, like a hot knife through butter. After completing the strike with one blow, Gao Yang took 2 steps back to avoid being hit by the swinging gun barrel. The gun barrel was cut open in an instant, with the lower end still standing on the ground and the upper end swaying as Gao Yang had predicted. The whole audience was silent. The guards who were moving things also stopped. They were also watching the situation here just now, and now their eyes were filled with confusion. Is that a gun barrel? It must be a gun barrel. The all-metal gun barrel was cut open with just one knife? What the hell are you acting? Fake props? General Zhou's mouth slowly opened wide. He knew that this was a real gun barrel. But can a gun barrel made of special steel be cut by a knife? Is this made of tofu? How could it be so outrageous? Does Gao Yang ignore basic logic in this research and development? How is this done? General Zhou's mouth was so wide open that a whole bun could fit in it. His body was a little stiff. He knew that all Gao Yang products were of the highest quality, but this knife, the more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. Turning his head, he wanted to see the reaction of a professional like Professor Lei. Professor Lei was smiling, but it was a forced smile. What is this expression? Professor Lei, what do you think? Professor Lei thought for a moment and said, General Zhou's behavior is a bit childish. Ah. Professor Lei sighed. This kind of cooperation is too fake. How can you use a gun barrel to test a knife? Besides, there is no way there is a knife that can cut a gun barrel. If there is a knife that is so powerful, I will eat this gun barrel. General Zhou was stunned. Then he realized that Professor Lei thought he had colluded with Gao Yang to deceive him. But the thing is, he didn't lie. This gun barrel was just delivered this morning. General Zhou walked directly to the front of the gun barrel, looked at the smooth surface of the cut, held the unused part of the gun barrel, and said to the soldier driving the crane, "Put it down slowly." The upper half of the gun barrel fell to the ground again, still upright. I'll do it. Gao Yang smiled and handed the knife to General Zhou. General Zhou took the knife and first knocked it with the back of the knife and the barrel, then turned around and looked at Professor Lei. Professor Lei heard the crisp sound, and his expression gradually became stunned. Is this a real gun barrel? General Zhou nodded solemnly, then swung his sword. Dang! With a loud, crisp sound, the knife cut into the barrel of the gun, but only penetrated 1 centimeter. Professor Lei suddenly rushed forward, staring at the cut between the knife and the barrel with wide eyes. Fuck! What kind of knife is this? You can use a knife to cut the gun barrel 1 centimeter deeper. This is super scary. A knife that can cut steel bars is already a super good knife. But such a super good knife would hardly even leave a scratch when it touches the barrel of a gun. This knife is super awesome. General Zhou ignored Professor Lei's shock and pushed him away. He looked at Gao Yang and asked, "How did you do that just now?" Gao Yang really split the gun barrel just now. He can't do it with the knife. So the only possibility is that the knife has something hidden. Gao Yang smiled and said, "There is a hidden switch at the end of the knife. Press it." General Zhou touched the end of the knife and found a switch. After pressing it, the laser or other changes that General Zhou imagined did not appear, but his hand just moved slightly. The long knife directly cut off the barrel. It's like it just slid right over. It feels like cutting tofu. General Zhou was stunned. What was going on? Was it so abnormal? How was it possible? Professor Lei's eyes widened as well. He was very close, super close. But because it's close, I can see it clearly. The knife was clearly stuck in the barrel, but it actually cut the entire barrel open. It only cut 1 centimeter, and he was already shocked beyond words. This knife could be called an invincible knife in the martial arts world. But this already invincible knife directly cut open the barrel of the gun, which was more than 10 centimeters below him. That's not cutting, that's sliding. Silky. The other professors around also widened their eyes. Suddenly, General Zhou stepped forward and punched the still hanging cannon barrel. Boom. A dull metallic buzzing sound came from the muzzle. Then, General Zhou struck again with the knife. This time, the severed part of the muzzle fell heavily to the ground. The cut is still smooth. The crane placed the remaining gun barrels directly on the ground. The 4 sections that were cut off were only about 1 meter long each, and all stood upright on the ground. General Zhou looked down at the knife and subconsciously wanted to touch it with his hand. Gao Yang hurriedly said, "Don't touch it. The high-frequency vibration will cause injury if you touch the back of the knife." Professor Lei finally reacted and asked in confusion, "Can't high-frequency vibration only hurt hard objects and not soft objects? I remember the ultrasonic osteotome, which is like this. It can easily cut bones, but will not hurt muscle tissue." Gao Yang said, "They are both high-frequency, but the concepts are different." Professor Lei thought of a possibility, that is, the super high frequency. Given the softness of the skin, it doesn't even have time to bounce back. But how high is this level of high frequency? How is it achieved? Professor Lei looked at the knife in General Zhou's hand with some shock. "Can I feel it?" General Zhou suddenly realized and reluctantly handed the knife to Professor Lei. Professor Lei held the knife and tried to cut into the barrel. The tank barrel is extremely strong, but now under the knife, it feels like cutting a cake. Just press down gently and you can cut off a piece. No, you have to press the button to cut the cake and move it back and forth to cut. There is no need to move it back and forth. Just put it down gently and it will cut. The whole place was in complete silence, with only the sound of steel hitting the ground. General Zhou looked at Gao Yang with complicated eyes. Gao Yang's original words were that there was nothing wrong with cutting. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed nothing wrong with what he said. If it can cut gun barrels, what else can it cut? Such a knife, with its extremely terrifying performance, has exceeded the original responsibilities of the knife. In other words, under normal circumstances, a knife that has little effect on the battlefield will become very useful after being transformed into a vibrating knife. A knife like this can easily cut through everything it sees, including buildings. When attacking a tough battle, there is no need to break down the door. You can just cut the door lock with a knife, or even cut a hole directly in the wall. When clearing a path through the jungle, or temporarily building fortifications using all the resources on site, having such a knife is basically like turning on an accelerator. The same is true on the battlefield. What kind of enemy can withstand such a knife? Not to mention that the enemy is just flesh and blood. Even a body of steel can't stop it. In close range, we can win by drawing the knife, because we can cut almost everything, including the enemy's knives. Even on a modern battlefield, where you will rarely encounter hand-to-hand combat, this knife can still be used to fight behind enemy lines. The purpose of operations behind enemy lines is destruction. What could be as destructive as this thing? To give a simple example, if you use explosives to blow up a transportation line, you need a large amount of explosives to create a hole. With this knife, you can cut directly through the ground and then move it away. Just thinking about it is invincible. It's efficient and silent. It's a must-have for special operations, okay? Chapter 87A Desperate Test. General Zhou's body was shaking. It was so awesome. Professor Lei was also trembling all over. With the development of science and technology, the role of cold weapons was actually being ignored. The funding for their institute is not as good as that for other institutes. It is also gradually becoming less and less valued. Now the appearance of this knife suddenly gave Professor Lei some ideas, the combination of technology and cold weapons. However, he quickly realized that the combination of normal cold weapons and technology could not produce such powerful results. First of all, the knife itself is extremely sharp and hard, so it can cut through the barrel of a gun. Professor Lei thought for a moment about this kind of knife. With his knowledge, he had never seen such a knife. Even if he had heard of it, it was only in legend. In the current world, no matter how good a knife is, its blade will break in front of such a gun barrel. Even a knife made from the material of a gun barrel won't work. Then there is high frequency. In the past, all ultrasonic bone knives came from overseas, and because only overseas companies had the technology, they were sold at very high prices. Later, after Manhwa Enterprises spent huge amounts of money and time to overcome the problem, the price of bone knives finally came down. It can be said that the technical level of ultrasonic bone knife is extremely high, and it is very difficult to continue to improve it. This vibrating knife is based on the ultrasonic bone knife and is estimated to be at least 10 times more advanced. Even more, this vibrating knife is so long, and the tail end still maintains that sharpness, which makes it more difficult by more than one level. Professor Lei swung his knife again, and the 4 broken gun barrels were cut off a layer at the same time, falling to the ground with a loud noise. General Zhou was awakened. It needs to be tested. I'll contact someone to send something over. Professor Lei said, I have brought a lot of equipment. General Zhou still made the call. Contact several heavy industry groups in Manhwa and tell them that I have a very sharp knife that can even cut through tank barrels. Ask them to prepare some special experimental materials so that my knife can't cut through them. After saying that, General Zhou hung up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone looked at it blankly. Something was not right. How can a knife cut open the barrel of a tank? Arabian Nights. But the call from General Zhou himself was an order. He had no choice but to do as he was told and first call several top heavy industry groups in Long Country to communicate. Professor Lei frowned. That kind of test cannot be considered a weapon test. Now we have special equipment to conduct tests. Both tests should be conducted. Gao Yang also agreed with General Zhou's idea that both devices should be tested. After all, the conventional cold weapon testing methods have little effect on his vibrating sword. There is no way to test the limit of the vibration knife. Therefore, actual lethality testing still needs to be carried out. Of course, the most important thing is that Gao Yang also wants to see the effect of his knife in actual combat. This is much more interesting than cutting rapeseed flowers. General Zhou looked at the confused guards around him and said, Continue. All the guards woke up as if from a dream and continued to be busy moving things. But they were all a little confused. What did they just see? It looks like a knife? A knife that can cut through a gun barrel? But how is this possible? Soon, the testing equipment was moved into an empty laboratory and the knife testing began. If you look at the sharpness of the knife directly under a microscope, a normal sharpness of 10 is already extremely sharp, but Gao Yang's knife has reached a sharpness of 1. This is super perverted. Next are tests of hardness, strength, toughness, etc. The hardness test is mainly carried out by applying force to the knife with a standard tool and observing the resulting marks. The test was over before it even began. Because the knife was too hard, it crushed the standard tools and there was no mark left on the knife. This is when the vibration knife is not activated. Once turned on, I'm afraid the equipment will be damaged. Next is the toughness test, where the long knife is placed on the machine and force is applied. The toughness can be judged by the degree of bending of the knife. The maximum force of the machine is 100 kilograms. Under normal circumstances, 100 kilograms is definitely enough. But when the machine was running at full capacity and the long sword only bent by a mere centimeter, Professor Lei's mentality collapsed. He turned his head and looked at Gao Yang, his voice trembling. What material is this? This material has exceeded the limits of his understanding. How could there be a material with such horrible properties? No matter how powerful a knife is, it will bend into a large arc or break directly when a person stands on it. 100 kilograms, heavier than most people, and the bending amplitude is only 1 centimeter? There is no way to continue testing. All his testing equipment is designed for conventional weapons. The data of Gao Yang's vibrating sword in all aspects are off the charts. General Zhou looked at Professor Lei's helpless expression and suddenly felt a little pity for him. These researchers, upon meeting Gao Yang, would probably experience self-doubt and even psychological trauma. Professor Lei was indeed helpless. None of the equipment he brought could test Gao Yang's knife. If you want to continue testing, you have to customize the equipment. After testing, it didn't have much effect. Because what is tested is only the state of the knife being unopened. There is no way to test the state after it is opened. In other words, with the technology he currently possesses, there is no way to test it. Professor Lei was indeed hit hard. A big hit? I couldn't help but ask Gao Yang, what is the ratio of this alloy material? Gao Yang didn't hesitate at all and went straight to writing the recipe. Under Professor Lei's shocked gaze, Gao Yang handed over the recipe. When Professor Lei took the materials, his hands were shaking. This is so precious. He just asked and Gao Yang gave it to him? Professor Lei took a look at the formula and shuddered. Not only was there a metal formula, but there was also a processing technique. This means that he can go back and imitate such a knife blank. I will go back and write a patent for you. You will be the sole author, and all subsequent profits will be yours. Gao Yang didn't care too much. He had provided many technologies before, and this alloy was just a marginal technology. However, looking at Professor Lei's serious look, he knew that the less he cared, the more uncomfortable Professor Lei would be. Okay, thank you. Professor Lei was extremely excited, holding the paper tightly in his hand. With this formula, even if he didn't have the technology to make a vibrating sword, he could still make a huge improvement by making the same cold weapon. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said to General Zhou, General Zhou, you asked me to evaluate. Without testing, I can only say that cold weapons made of this alloy can be mass-produced. The performance in all aspects is very good, far exceeding the daggers and other weapons previously equipped. In addition, the vibration knife is estimated to be extremely accurate. Ordinary factories cannot produce it. It can be supplied to special operations teams in small batches. General Zhou nodded and turned to look at Gao Yang. Is it difficult to produce? Not high. When the Langtao factory is rebuilt, it will be fully operational. General Zhou suddenly became extremely excited about the completion of the Langtao factory. Because once the factory is completed, all the weapons and equipment previously developed by Gao Yang can be produced, manufactured, and even assembled. He is very much looking forward to that day. When that day comes, the strength of the entire Dragon Kingdom will undergo a drastic change. Chapter 88 New Car on the Market. The second test of the vibration knife requires waiting for all the major heavy industries to prepare the materials, which is estimated to take several days. In fact, when Professor Lei was testing the equipment, Gao Yang lost interest in continuing to watch the test. The technologies are completely different in level, and there is no suspense at all in the test results. Without suspense, there is no entertainment value. At most, it's a stress-relieving experience, watching the knife easily cut through various hard metals, and the cuts are incredibly smooth. It seems interesting to use firecrackers to blow up cow dung, but if you have a nuclear bomb in your hand and still use it to blow up cow dung, you must be crazy. Just give the knife to General Zhou and let him complete the subsequent tests. Gao Yang will start studying the sea dog pills, study the strengthening potion. There are some books piled up in the laboratory, all of which are about pharmaceuticals, including Western medicine and Chinese medicine. Gao Yang started looking forward to it. According to his understanding, increasing the efficacy of various medicines can directly turn a miracle drug into a poison. All medicines are poisonous to the point of being poisonous. After being amplified 10,000 times, the efficacy of the medicine can directly kill people. Basically, no matter what medicine it is, if its efficacy is amplified 10,000 times, it can kill people. In other words, when you are sick and take medicine, you might think that taking one pill will make you better, but you take 10 pills at once, hoping to get better faster. At best, you will suffer from kidney failure, and at worst, you will end up in the crematorium. The same is true for tonic medicine in traditional Chinese medicine. No matter what kind of tonic it is, it must have its nourishing principle, satisfy certain substances needed by the human body, promote the synthesis of certain hormones, or directly provide certain substances, or even stimulate certain glands. The more I read about Gao Yang, the more outrageous it seems to me. How was traditional Chinese medicine researched when technology was not as advanced as it is today? Boiling a bunch of grass actually has therapeutic effects. At least, according to the pharmacological analysis of modern medicine, many prescriptions are even exquisite. The originally toxic substances become life-saving medicines after being neutralized by other herbs. There were not many books, and Gao Yang spent 2 days reading all of them. Apart from being amazed at the power of traditional Chinese medicine, Gao Yang was simply confused. Because there is no progress. In the past, when Gao Yang studied something, he would understand it after just looking at the principles, and could even directly imitate and manufacture it. As he amplified more technology, his thoughts became clearer and he acquired more knowledge. Basically, just like other tech products, you can learn them at a glance. This is also the reason why he can upgrade many laboratory equipment directly without relying on the system. But the medical aspect is a bit difficult. It's not that he understands it. It's quite simple to understand. If you know pharmacology, some drugs can be directly synthesized chemically, while others are made by mixing herbs. If you understand pharmacology, he can even prescribe medicine directly. But the problem is that this does not meet his needs. What he wants is to be able to amplify the system. The system amplifies the drugs currently on the market, so all the amplified drugs are poisons. Stuck. Both Chinese and Western medicine actually regulate the various values of the human body and maintain them within the standard range, so that the person's body will get better. Such medicine cannot be amplified. When Gao Yang had no clue, Ding Yuan arrived, and with him, the raw materials for the reactor also arrived. These things are controlled items, and the control is extremely strict. Ordinary people can't get them at all. Gao Yang first took the time to make nuclear batteries. Nuclear batteries have many advantages. They have massive amounts of energy and can release terrifying amounts of energy in an instant. But the bad part is also very direct and dangerous. However, the dangerous problem has been solved by the system. There are 2 ways to deal with it. One is to pause the reaction. When it is not in use, the reaction will be paused, and then react again when it is used. This will prevent the energy inside from accumulating more and more due to long-term non-use. The second approach is to use an ultra-high-strength shell to confine all energy reactions inside the battery. When making nuclear batteries, Gao Yang's mind suddenly opened up. The efficacy of the medicine might be very strong, so it might not be possible to delay the release. I have the idea, but I am still far from success. All Gao Yang could do was continue reading the information. After finishing reading the book, I asked Woody to collect information. Woody can only collect information on the market, and has no way of obtaining information from laboratories that are not connected to the internet. Gao Yang called Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan was very disappointed. Why did Gao Yang want information on biopharmaceuticals again? This cross-disciplinary research is a bit too far-fetched. However, he did not hesitate at all and directly contacted all the subordinate biological research institutes and provided all the information. As Gao Yang watched, he gradually got a clue. At least, he had a direction. While Gao Yang was reading books day and night, an electric car company in Longwa started promoting its new car launch conference. This time the promotion scope is huge. Almost all software has been promoted. There are advertisements on buses, billboards in the streets, and even on television. The latest electric car is on the market. From now on, all fuel vehicles will be banned. Such slogans make countless people curious. So by the time of the press conference in the evening, all 500 invited guests had arrived and the venue was packed. The number of people watching the live broadcast online reached 20 million. Compared to live broadcast, this is a super scary number of people. Compared to the super scary number of live broadcast viewers, the most terrifying thing is the data released about the new car at the press conference. Endurance, 10,000 kilometers. When the news came out, everyone was confused both online and offline. If you run less, you can run 10,000 kilometers in a year. But how is this possible? In the past, battery life was a major pain point for electric vehicles. Generally, 500 or 600 kilometers is already good. 700 or 800 kilometers is already top-notch. This is a direct 10,000 kilometers? The audience at the scene didn't believe it at all, and the audience online was in an uproar. But they dared to hold a press conference. How could it be fake? The car manufacturer also took into account that no one would believe it. So the host on the scene directly announced that anyone can conduct an actual endurance test, and if the range is less than 10,000 kilometers, they will receive 10 times the compensation. Not many people listened to the detailed introduction that followed. It was just bragging to the point of being invincible. A fuel car that travels 10,000 kilometers, even if it is driven on the highway all the time and is a fuel-efficient car, still needs 5,000 yuan of gasoline. But electric cars are relatively cheap, and you can charge them once and drive them around. No more battery anxiety. At the end of the press conference, the host stood in the center of the stage and said, "The biggest improvement of this vehicle is the battery. We named this battery solar cell because the name of the person who developed the metal lithium battery technology contains the word yang. Users who have purchased other models of electric vehicles from our company don't have to worry. The company is developing rapidly and will provide super value battery replacement services for those who have purchased our company's vehicles in the future. The original battery pack can be replaced with solar cells." On the evening after the press conference, the number of customers who placed orders online and paid deposits for this car worth 180,000 yuan exceeded 100,000. Countless fuel car drivers, especially those who have recently bought fuel cars, are really envious. So envious. If they buy a car later, they will definitely buy an electric car. Charge once and drive for a whole year. While countless tram drivers are ecstatic, other electric car manufacturers want to curse. The battery technology was only acquired 2 months ago, and the finished car has already been released? This must be because they were going to release a new car and then change the battery temporarily. Chapter 89 Biological Test. All car manufacturers are actually racing against time. They all use the same kind of battery and have no technological advantage, so the only thing they can do is compete on time. Whoever launches the product first will be the one users buy first. The first manufacturer to release a new car will be very happy, but the subsequent manufacturers will be very uncomfortable. In order to avoid being too uncomfortable, the public relations departments of major automobile manufacturers issued statements almost at the same time that night, stating that they also mastered the same battery technology. Technologies that normally need to be hidden are now directly disclosed in the announcement. This is an attempt to snatch customers, using rosy promises to get users to wait a little longer before buying a car. Compared with the difficulties faced by electric car manufacturers, fuel car manufacturers are in despair. Super desperate. Before the advent of solar cells, electric vehicles were already squeezing out the market for fuel-powered vehicles. Young people are very attracted to it because of its excellent interior, really good driving experience, and smart interaction. But there are still concerns when purchasing it. The first is that it is difficult to charge. Especially for people living in old communities, there is no place to park, let alone put up a charging station. But now we have solar cells and super fast charging. All worries are gone. A single charge can last for a long time, which is much more convenient than a fuel car. This time, the fuel vehicle market is not being squeezed, but being crushed. Who would be willing to buy a fuel car in the future? Price reduction? We dare not reduce the price too much at this time. After the price reduction, the car can only be sold when the price is reduced, but it cannot be sold at other times. Even the big price cut will affect other cars of this brand. How to sell cars without lowering the price? Why wouldn't car owners buy an electric car with good performance, nice interior, good smart interaction, and long battery life? Even those trams that have increased their range don't increase the fare. Damn, it's so frustrating. Late at night, major fuel vehicle manufacturers began holding meetings. The meeting was to discuss whether or not to further reduce prices after the significant price reductions that had already occurred. If you don't lower the price, it won't sell. Overseas, giant automobile groups are also holding meetings, but what they are discussing is whether to withdraw from the Dragon Country market. In the past, they controlled the automobile technology, and they enjoyed the big piece of fat meat in the Longwa market. But with the rise of electric cars, they are making less money. Now, the problem they face is that they may not make any money, or even lose money. So they considered withdrawing from the Longwa market. But after withdrawing, they will actually be in just as difficult a situation, because Longwa will definitely enter the overseas market. The countries behind the car companies are suffering just as much as the car companies themselves. Automobile groups are basically giant enterprises. There are a huge number of downstream suppliers surrounding such giant enterprises. If the automobile group fails to recover, downstream companies will also go bankrupt. A single move can affect the whole body. It's difficult. Damn, how come there's suddenly a technological boom in Long Country? Technological breakthroughs in machine tools and lithography machines have made their lives difficult. Now the cake of the automobile industry has also been touched. No, this is not even touching the cake. This is actually picking up the cake and smearing it on their faces and then spitting on them twice. They can't bear not to eat it, but if they eat it, it's really disgusting. Moreover, many people are worried that this is just the first step, because what has been improved on electric vehicles this time is the battery life and the battery. The battery field is a $1 trillion market. This day was called the end of the industry by the traditional automotive industry. Gaoyang, who created the doomsday of this industry, is making drugs in the laboratory. The laboratory is filled with a variety of biological preparation equipment, which are top-notch pharmaceutical equipment that Dean Yuan delivered later. As Gao Yang's research directions become more and more diverse, the number of equipment in his laboratory increases. The only problem is that the lab that seemed so big before is now almost full. But this is not what Gao Yang needs to consider. What he is mainly considering now is the strengthening potion. After reading materials for many days, he found a feasible way. The current limit on human lifespan is because there is a limit to the number of times cells are updated and iterated. In current research, the substance that can effectively increase the number of cell divisions is telomere. Telomeres are more like counters for cell division. The shorter the telomeres, the fewer times the body divides, until it can no longer divide. Then the person will enter the 5 stages of decline. The body's functions will be reduced to the lowest level, and death will be the only option. If he wants to prolong his life, he can work hard in this area. The strengthening of the human body is divided into several aspects, and if we only consider the strength aspect, it is divided into muscle strength. The stronger the muscle fibers, the greater the strength. At the same time, there is the nerve aspect. The nerves can mobilize more muscles to exert force, so the power will be greater. In fact, there are medical solutions to both of these factors. The same goes for speed and strength. It's all about the strength of the muscle fibers and the issue of neural coordination. In addition, the body's strengthening is also related to adrenaline. The reaction speed becomes faster, the pain is ignored, and the sympathetic nerves are stimulated, the arteries and veins are constricted, and the blood pressure is increased, resulting in faster blood supply to the body and stronger and faster strength. All-round progress makes people stronger. There are also growth factors that can accelerate wound recovery. Gao Yang is now preparing to strengthen these aspects. Because according to various information currently available, the improvements in these aspects have minimal impact on the body and will not cause any serious consequences. With an idea, making medicine is easy. As the raw material compounds are thrown into the machine, pills are produced one by one. Gao Yang looked at the white pills. These pills contain Gao Yang's yearning for the future. It contains drugs that increase muscle fibers. Normally, this can only be achieved through exercise, but now it can be achieved directly through drugs. Even without system enhancement, this thing will still sell out. Get super strength without exercising. In addition, it also contains some neurological drugs that can improve people's reaction speed. There are also things that stimulate the growth of growth factors. It can be said that there is everything here. Now we need to find something to test it. Gao Yang went directly to another laboratory. There are many cages in the laboratory, and in each cage, there is a monkey. 38,000 for one experimental monkey. He handed the pills to the researcher who was taking care of the monkeys. Feed them to the monkeys. 3 pills for each monkey is enough. The researcher took the pill and hesitated. Just feed it directly? No preparation required. I forgot. Gao Yang called the guard. The researcher was a little confused. When he talked about preparation for biological experiments, he meant taking notes or something like that. What does it mean to be a guard? What does it mean to be a guard with his gun drawn? But he still walked forward and started feeding medicine to several monkeys. Then just wait. Gao Yang sat on the chair, quietly waiting for the monkey's changes. Half an hour later, the monkey was yelling in the cage. Shake the cage like crazy. The cage was shaking in an arc that was getting bigger and bigger, and it was making a creaking sound. The researchers took a few steps back. Where did this monkey get so much strength? Then his eyes suddenly widened. As the monkey roared, the metal pillars of the cage were stretched out of shape. The researcher subconsciously turned his head to look at Gao Yang. What kind of medicine is this? So scary? Monkeys are very close to humans, so they can be used as biological experimental subjects. Does this mean that people can also gain a great increase in strength after taking this medicine? He now suddenly understood why he had to go through a super strict identity check and sign a confidentiality agreement before coming here to work. Because the research here is truly confidential. But the problem is, even if he doesn't sign a confidentiality agreement, no one will believe him if he tells others about what he saw and heard here, right? Chapter 90 Strengthening Potion. Bang! With a loud noise, the cage fell to the ground and the monkey came out of the cage. Instead of attacking people, it turned around and rushed to another cage. The monkey in that cage had never taken any medication. The cage was easy to open from the outside. After the monkey opened the cage, he rushed into the cage, pressed the female monkey inside, and started exercising. Gao Yang's mouth twitched. He had thought about studying the sea dog pill before, but it was just an idea. But the effect of this medicine seems to be comparable to that of sea dog pills. The researchers nearby were even more shocked. The monkey, who was very irritable in the cage just now, was not irritable at all after coming out. Then came the action of opening the cages of the other monkeys, very quickly and directly. Is this getting smarter? Definitely got smarter. The next moment, another monkey rushed out of the cage, and also did not attack the humans, but rushed to another cage. All the monkeys that had taken the drug found suitable objects and began to vent their emotions. The researcher slowly came back to his senses, his face full of surprise. This medicine is quite harsh. What on earth has Gao Yang been through that he would study this kind of thing at this age? Gao Yang didn't know what the researchers were thinking, but he was very satisfied with the medicine. The efficacy was simply amazing. The most important thing is that the system prompt sound rang in his mind. Bite. It is detected that the host has developed a strengthening potion that can be used for amplification. Do you want to use the amplification opportunity? The system approved this strengthening potion. Gao Yang had already charged the amplification opportunity 2 days ago and can use it directly. He turned to the researchers and said, "Guards will stay here with you to take care of these monkeys. Wait until they are done and test their condition. If there is any dangerous behavior, shoot immediately." The last words were addressed to the guard.
Yes.
Gao Yang returned to the biopharmaceutical laboratory and said directly, "Amplification and strengthening potion." The lottery for the amplification multiple began, and Gao Yang won 10,000 times without any suspense, and his best luck was the amplification of the medicinal effect. The system begins to use existing equipment to manufacture new medicines. The drug that had been taken by the monkeys could not be decomposed, but it can be manufactured directly in the laboratory. All equipment started working quickly. Soon, a white pill appeared in front of Gao Yang. Ding! Considering the existing materials and equipment in the laboratory, as well as the limitations of human physical strength, this increase will be 100 times. Gao Yang was a little surprised. This time there was an additional restriction. Human physical strength? Come to think of it, the strength of the human body is there. After taking medicine with super terrifying effects, it is not a good medicine, but a poison that will directly burst a person. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. Regarding strengthening potions, primary strengthening potions are substances that mobilize the human body. For example, when you are excited, your heart rate will speed up, blood flow will increase, oxygen supply will be sufficient, and your strength reaction will increase. When encountering danger, adrenaline surges, nerves react sensitively, pain is suppressed, and muscle tissue is fully mobilized to exert force. But this kind of strengthening actually overdraws the body, and after the outbreak, you will feel unprecedented fatigue. The second stage of strengthening potion is an overall improvement. Muscle fiber strength, muscle cell strength, bone density, cell strength, nerve reaction speed, etc. All-round improvement. Even after an injury, the secretion rate of growth factors will increase significantly. The medicine after system amplification is in the second stage, which is 100 times better than the original medicine. It can improve the human body's functions by about 10 times. This is a super terrifying improvement. Under normal circumstances, if one person is slightly stronger than another, then in actual combat, the two will be crushed. What about 10 times? The only drawback is that this kind of enhancement will quickly fade with the passage of time, and the peak period is only 1 or 2 months. If you do not continue to take the enhancement potion, you will return to being an ordinary person. The improvement of the third stage of the strengthening potion has exceeded the acquired improvement and belongs to the genetic strengthening technology. Incorporate powerful gene fragments into human genes. This point is actually easier to understand. Chimpanzees are kept in cages their entire lives and have no chance to exercise, but their muscles remain strong. It's because of their genes. On the other hand, if humans are locked in cages and served with good food and drink, they will become fat and their limbs will become weaker. Not to mention being locked in a cage, even if you just sit on an office chair, your belly will get big after a while. The power of genetic enhancement lies in the fact that it will always be powerful, has almost no side effects, and has an extremely high upper limit. The pinnacle of a 10,000-fold increase is also genetic enhancement. Even the enhanced potion after a 10,000-fold increase is not the limit of genetic enhancement. It can be even stronger. However, the current level of human technology can only achieve simple gene editing. It's difficult to achieve that. But a potion that is 100 times stronger should have a very powerful effect, right? Gao Yang picked up the potion synthesized by the system, tilted his head back and threw it into his mouth, then swallowed it with a sip of water. Next comes the waiting. Wait for the medicine to take effect. The monkey could have such a big reaction after taking the primary version of the medicine. He was taking a medicine that was 100 times more potent. But 2 minutes later, Gao Yang felt a change. It was an indescribable excitement. It was as if my whole body was intensely stimulated, and the touch became extremely clear. Then came hunger, unparalleled hunger. Gao Yang rushed into the kitchen in the laboratory. There were guards here, but they were cooks among the guards. Gao Yang said directly, "Eat high-calorie food." The guard quickly took out the chocolate, which was the chocolate used to make desserts and was high in calories. Gao Yang quickly stuffed the chocolate into his mouth and grabbed a bottle of honey and poured it into his mouth. The guards were all stunned, and then they were worried. "What's wrong with you? I'll call an ambulance right away. Who eats like this normally?" Gao Yang turned around and looked at the guard holding the phone. He was unable to speak, so he raised his hand and slapped the phone. The cell phone was knocked out directly, whistling in the air, and hit the wall heavily, then sank into it. The guard subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the phone. His eyes widened as he looked at the phone fixed to the wall. Gao Yang swallowed the chocolate in his mouth. "No, this is an experiment. It's under control." After saying that, Gao Yang turned around and continued eating. The guard swallowed hard, his body trembling as he watched Gao Yang eating with relish. He glanced at the phone plugged into the wall again, his eyes dull. Such great power? It is very rare for ordinary people to break their mobile phones. Gao Yang knocked the phone flying and then nailed it to the wall, but the phone didn't explode completely. The force needed to be extremely great. The guard came to his senses and rushed to pile high-calorie foods, such as nuts and dried fruits in the cabinet in front of Gao Yang. Chapter 91, full of sense of security. Gao Yang finished eating the chocolate and drinking the honey and concentrated jam. He didn't feel greasy at all, but satisfied. During this process, he could feel his muscle cells being strengthened. His muscle fibers, bones, nerves, everything in his body was being strengthened. Energy assists the substances in the medicine to help evolve. Gao Yang continued to eat the dried fruits. After 10 minutes of eating, he stopped. He was no longer hungry, and the effects of the medicine had completely ended. He also thoroughly felt the changes in his body and was excited. Being too energetic means being overly excited. He is in a very excited state now. The other thing was the sudden increase in strength, which made him feel like nothing could stop him. It seems like anything that comes towards him can be blown up with one punch. Looking at the wall in front of him, Gao Yang felt itchy and thought that he was at home anyway, so he just punched it. Bang! After one punch, a hole was punched in the wall. The guards widened their eyes and rushed to Gao Yang. They looked at the hole in the wall with a confused look on their faces. What was going on? Is this the noise a human can make? Then the guard saw blood on Gao Yang's hand. "Your hand is injured." "I hit the wall with my fist." Although a hole was punched in the wall, blood was also stained. The wound was not big and was mainly caused by friction. The guard panicked and rushed to get a bandage. After 20 seconds, the guard looked at Gao Yang's hand in confusion. The wound had almost healed. Growth factor. Gao Yang also looked at the wound on his hand and just washed his hands, and there was no sign of injury anymore. The changes in this body are like Superman. At this time, a guard rushed in from outside. He heard the noise from the kitchen and ran over. He looked at Gao Yang with some surprise. Why was Gao Yang here? Then his eyes fell on the hole in the wall. What happened? Gao Yang waved his hand. "A small invention. Go buy a lot of high-energy food." The guard who was cooking thought of a possibility. "How much is the purchase?" 100 copies. So many. Gao Yang pointed to the mess on the table. The guard thought of a possibility and suddenly became excited. Yes. He basically understood that Gao Yang wanted to help them become stronger. He didn't know how to make them stronger, but as long as they became strong enough to punch a hole in the wall with one punch, then any price would be worth it. Gao Yang looked at the remaining guards and said, "Move the school's fitness equipment here as quickly as possible. Bring as much as possible." The guards were stunned for a moment, but without any hesitation, they set out to move it. Gao Yang wanted to test his ability as soon as possible, and purchasing fitness equipment at this time would take a lot of time. So strange scenes soon appeared in the school. The guards rushed into the gym and began moving equipment. Like an ant moving, he carried his things to the next laboratory. The students who were working out were stunned. What was going on? The fitness equipment was quickly carried to the laboratory and Gao Yang began testing. Gao Yang called 4 confused guards into the room and said, "Help me put on the weights." The guard hesitated. "How many pounds?" 500 kilograms first." 500 kilograms? The guard looked at Gao Yang in confusion and asked tentatively, 50 kilograms? 500 kilograms. Gao Yang repeated, and then helped to put on the barbell plates. The guards were a little confused. 500 kilograms? That's the world record, right? But they did not hesitate and helped Gao Yang put on the barbell plates. On both sides of the barbell, there are 10 20-kilogram plates on each side. More than that won't fit. A total of 415 kilograms. Gao Yang held the barbell with both hands and pulled hard. The next moment, under the wide eyes of the four guards, the barbell was lifted up. The current world record for deadlift is 500 kilograms. The problem is that he is a man with a burly figure and super explosive muscles. Gao Yang, with his small physique, actually lifted 400 kilograms? And then he didn't even breathe, and his face didn't even turn red. Gao Yang frowned. So light? Putting down the barbell, Gao Yang picked it up with one hand this time. The four guards opened their eyes and mouths wide at the same time. How the hell is this possible? Fake barbell? But they just put on the weights. The current world record for a single-handed barbell is just over 300 kilograms. Gao Yang lifted 400 kilograms with one hand, directly surpassing the world record. Under the gaze of the four people, Gao Yang put down the barbell, frowned, and felt a little uncomfortable. But that's the maximum weight these devices can currently handle. Putting down the barbell, Gao Yang looked at the treadmill, thinking he could try its speed. After a while, the treadmill was overloaded, sparks flew, and the internal motor was burned out. Gao Yang got off the treadmill, feeling a little helpless. The equipment was so poor that it couldn't even test his current limit. Looking at the four stunned guards, he said, "Don't tell anyone what happened here for now.
Yes.
Move these devices back, they are useless." The guards filed in and took the equipment away. But until this moment, the four guards were all confused. Who was I? Where was I? What did I see? Gao Yang returned to the laboratory and made a batch of this medicine. When the production was completed, the cook's truck carrying high-calorie food entered the laboratory. It was getting dark, and Gao Yang asked all irrelevant people in the laboratory to leave. Only he and all the guards were left. 80 guards stood in front of Gao Yang in unison. Gao Yang picked up the medicine bottle. "I have researched a medicine, a strengthening potion, which can greatly improve your speed and strength." Among the guards, the pupils of 5 people contracted. They knew why Gao Yang was so fierce. "I took a super powerful drug. Now they have a chance to take drugs too? This drug has not been tested in any way, and I don't know if it has any side effects. Those who are willing to take it, please step forward." 80 people took a step forward at the same time without any hesitation. Gao Yang didn't say anything more. He handed the medicine directly to the guard in the front and asked the guard to distribute it. The improvement in his guard strength has improved his security. After taking the potion, his fighting power is comparable to that of Captain America. With 80 Captain Americas protecting him alone, that sense of security is amazing. After all 80 people had finished taking the medicine, they began to eat the high-calorie food they had just purchased frantically. Soon, all 80 people had digested the effects of the medicine. Their eyes were wide open. Obviously, they were all shocked beyond belief. They are truly stunning beyond words. Strengthening potion? How outrageous. Gao Yang said in a deep voice, "Adapt to the surging power as soon as possible and don't cause any damage." Yes. A group of guards began to try to move. Just a gentle swing of the fist can create a strong wind, and when you punch with all your strength, the wind will whistle and the air will be as sharp as a knife. This speed and power is a bit abnormal. Suddenly, an invincible voice sounded. "A guest has arrived. It's General Zhou." Gao Yang didn't want to be exposed so early, so he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, return to your positions first." The next moment, several guards rushed out like arrows. Their speed was definitely faster than that of an Olympic champion. But then his body's inertia was too fast, and he didn't brake in time. So he crashed into the wall like a rolling gourd. Bang! There was a large dent in the wall. The person who fell stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and continued his duty. Gao Yang looked at this scene and felt extremely safe. What is safety? This is what safety is. With 80 American captains protecting him, who can hurt him? Chapter 92. The Limit? Just as everyone returned to their seats, General Zhou arrived and saw Gao Yang standing in front of the laboratory door. "Have you eaten?" "I ate it." Gao Yang also smiled. He had a good relationship with General Zhou, and they got along quite casually. "What's the matter? Why did you come here in person?" "Let's talk inside." General Zhou took Gao Yang into the laboratory. Gao Yang was also a little curious. Was there something important going on, General Zhou? The two walked into the laboratory, and General Zhou said, "Bald Eagle invited us to participate in the special team combat competition." Gao Yang frowned. "Is there something special about this competition?" Of course there are. The bald eagles are facing serious internal conflicts right now, and they are having a hard time dealing with foreign affairs. Withdrawing troops, coupled with the current stalemate in the war, they are also having a hard time. In such difficult times, they need to show their strength as a shot in the arm. But they don't dare to engage in large-scale wars, so they came up with this small-scale combat competition to show off their muscles. We have to win, and I want to see if you have any good ideas. Gao Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Are we unsure?" "Not sure." General Zhou shook his head without any hesitation. They are really unsure, but everyone is confident, and General Zhou is also confident in their special operations team. Don't be blindly confident. They started wars everywhere, opened dungeons everywhere, and their special forces team really experienced the baptism of war. The Dragon Kingdom has sufficient training, but it is still inferior to those who have actually experienced war. The gap between veterans and new recruits. Secondly, both sides are top fighters who have long reached the limits of human training and even broken through their limits again and again during training. They have unparalleled willpower. When the fighters on both sides are the same, it is still uncertain who will win or lose. General Zhou took out his phone and said, "We have a top-secret video of the bald eagle exercise." During the exercise, we saw the terrifying combat qualities of a special operations force. Gao Yang took the phone and a building appeared on the screen. The next moment, the picture dropped rapidly, and then gunshots rang out. The whole process was not very clear, but we could still see that a soldier was attacking the target in the window while falling quickly from outside the wall. All the targets were hit in the bullseye. Gao Yang was stunned for a moment and subconsciously complained, "They also have automatic aiming?" General Zhou said in a deep voice, "We also have such soldiers. They have an absolute sense of guns. Even without your automatic aiming sniper rifle, they can still hit the target every time. The most amazing thing here is not their marksmanship, but that they have been able to perform extremely difficult operations such as helicopter rappelling, and they use it so skillfully and efficiently. In small-scale combat, this tactic is a dimensionality reduction attack." Gao Yang frowned and continued watching the video. The video is from a soldier's perspective. When the soldier is about to land, he suddenly lunges forward, rushes into the building, then cleans the room at an extremely fast speed, confirms it is safe, and starts sweeping the building. Gao Yang had the same experience in the following scenes. The moment you enter the door, you open fire. Basically, the target is hit as soon as you see it. Gao Yang was really shocked. Is this the level of a top fighter? General Zhou looked at Gao Yang's expression and said, "There are quite a few people like this among our soldiers. But it can only be done this way, because this is the limit. The human body has a limit to its reaction speed. It can't be any higher. So I'm not sure." Gao Yang pondered. "Then what I developed before, just take it out casually, then you are still not sure?" General Zhou shook his head. "Those things are still confidential. If we take them out, it will easily touch the sensitive nerves of the bald eagle." Gao Yang's face turned serious. He was indeed confident that he could pin the bald eagle with a hammer in the near future, but not now. Now we have to be cautious and not scare the bald eagle. We think that the Dragon Kingdom is rising too fast, so we have to fight hard in advance. After all, no matter how advanced the weapons and equipment are, there will be deaths in war, and those who go on the battlefield are not robots. Gao Yang raised his head subconsciously as he spoke. It seemed that the robot was making some progress. General Zhou's eyes lit up. "Have you thought of anything?" "No." Gao Yang shook his head. Although he thought of robots, robots are very difficult to develop and take time to research and develop. "When does the competition start?" "Tomorrow." Gao Yang raised his head subconsciously. "Why didn't you come and tell me earlier?" "I received an invitation at short notice." General Zhou paused and said, "I haven't actually agreed yet, mainly because I'm not sure." Gao Yang understood that General Zhou was not sure, so he came to find him. But what's the point of looking for him? If the advanced equipment can't be used, what else can he do? Suddenly, Gao Yang had an idea and looked at General Zhou. "How about I go first?" General Zhou smiled and said, "Did you watch the video just now? Can you do it?" "I can." General Zhou became serious. Those who can achieve the reactions shown in the video are all soldiers who have reached the limits of the human body. Every detail has been achieved to the limit. They are the best people among the Dragon Country. Gao Yang waved his hand. "I mean, is it possible that I have exceeded the limits of the human body?" General Zhou subconsciously wanted to laugh, but then he felt something was wrong because these words were said by Gao Yang. Gao Yang didn't say anything more and took the gun barrel from outside the laboratory. The gun barrel that was cut before but not taken away. Under General Zhou's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang put the gun barrel on the ground and stomped his feet suddenly. Boom! With a loud bang, the floor of the laboratory shook. Half of the barrel was sunk into the ground, and the other half was on the ground but had shriveled up. Gao Yang lowered his head and couldn't help but ask, "It's not completely deflated? Is it so strong?" General Zhou was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Gao Yang and then at the gun barrel on the ground. He remembered the gun barrel, which he had brought with him, and asked Gao Yang to cut it into circles with a knife. Now, this circle has been deflated by Gao Yang? This is a fucking tank gun barrel. Super high strength. Even if someone hits it with a hammer, it won't be able to break it. Fake? Of course it was fake. He clearly felt his butt shaking just now. The next moment, there was another loud noise. A guard rushed into the laboratory, twisting the door handle in his hand, and the door was on the door handle. The guard ran too fast and with too much force, and when he tried to twist the lock, he twisted the whole door down. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the second guard rushed into the door, but he didn't control the distance well and knocked down the door frame. The man entered the lab with the door frame hanging on his shoulder. The third guard rushed over and crashed headfirst into the circle of cement outside the door frame. A dent was knocked into the door frame, and the entire wall was deformed, with broken bricks and cement falling down. What happened? The three nervous guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gao Yang was safe and sound. As long as Gao Yang was okay, that was enough. 3 eggs could be stuffed into General Zhou's open mouth, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. But there was confusion in those big eyes. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? What is going on? Chapter 93 must win. Gao Yang looked at the 3 embarrassed-looking guards and listened to several collision sounds coming from outside in the distance. I guess he hit the wall while rushing over and couldn't get over. It was a bit embarrassing. This group of people had just taken strengthening potions and were exerting their full strength, so they couldn't control it precisely at all. General Zhou's mouth twitched and his body tensed. Gao Gao! Gao Yang, what's going on? He was really confused. Gao Yang crushed the gun barrel with one foot, which already shocked him greatly. When people were all dumbfounded, 3 people suddenly rushed over. One person rushed in through the door, and the other rushed in through the door frame. Another hit the door frame. To say they are awesome, they are really awesome. The terrifying power shocked General Zhou. But the performance of this group of people seems to be abnormal in the development of brainstem. Gao Yang looked at the dumbfounded General Zhou and said, "I was just about to say that I developed the strengthening potion. They all just took it, so their speed, strength, and reaction speed will all become very fast. This is because I just took the strengthening potion and I haven't adapted to it yet." General Zhou widened his eyes. Strengthening potion? Strengthening potion? Can this be done? Yes. General Zhou said nothing. Damn, this is not a strengthening potion, it is a magical pill. At the very least, it is the legendary 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill. After eating it, you will instantly become a martial arts master. General Zhou slowly came back to his senses. You're thinking of giving Special Forces soldiers such a strengthening drug? Gao Yang first said to the 3 guards, "Tell them not to come over and gather outside first."
Yes.
The guard left, and Gao Yang looked at General Zhou. "I have this idea, but I don't know if it is feasible. Will it be too awesome?" General Zhou shook his head. "It doesn't matter if they are awesome, the more awesome the better. But will they also end up in the same situation? Unable to control their power? It will take about 1 or 2 hours to fully adapt, and another 3 to 5 hours to be basically the same as a normal person." General Zhou asked one last question. "Do you have any medicine?" Gao Yang turned around and pressed the switch of the production machine. Pills were spit out from it one after another, continuously. One pill can keep a person at their peak for about 2 months. If they don't take the pills afterwards, they will slowly recover. No side effects? General Zhou was shocked when he saw the endless supply of medicine. This machine can spray out enough strengthening potions in 1 minute to strengthen an entire brigade. Gao Yang is very sure that there are no side effects. If there are, it should be due to eating too much. After all, after becoming stronger, one consumes a lot of energy, which cannot be avoided. Theoretically, there are no side effects. Even if you don't continue taking the medication, the decline is very slow and peaceful. Just like when you build up muscles and then stop exercising for a long time, they slowly degenerate. General Zhou no longer had any concerns and made a direct phone call. "I agree to the invitation from Bald Eagle. Also, get the participating teams to Gao Yang's laboratory as quickly as possible." As quickly as possible.
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, General Zhou was completely relieved and even a little expectant. With this kind of speed and power that is so fast that it can't stop and can even crash into the wall, you can kill indiscriminately in any competition you participate in. General Zhou smiled and said, I didn't agree at first because I was considering that they might use drugs. Gao Yang was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. This kind of competition still uses drugs? General Zhou looked at Gao Yang's reaction and said, it seems that the bald eagle has done a great job in propaganda. Young people don't know what they are capable of. The countries that were found to have used the most doping at the Olympics were bald eagle and others, and even everyone was taking drugs. The direction of their research was how to circumvent detection. In recent years, the technology of detection methods has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the number of detection items has increased, but we are forced by the endless stream of drugs produced by bald eagle and others. This kind of exercise is of great importance. I'd be surprised if they didn't use it. General Zhou's eyes fell on the cannon barrel. He stepped forward and dug the barrel out of the ground, gently brushing off the dust on it. You also took the strengthening potion? How do you feel? Gao Yang directly picked up a potion and handed it to General Zhou. Super good. Do you want to try it? General Zhou also wants to take it. Who wouldn't want such a medicine? Humans are wired to pursue becoming stronger. It's a survival instinct. But General Zhou shook his head. No, I'm not a combatant. Gao Yang looked at General Zhou in shock. Is this something that anyone can refuse? Isn't this willpower a bit too abnormal? Gao Yang didn't try to persuade them much and walked out with General Zhou. Walking into the corridor, General Zhou saw dents left by someone bumping into the wall. There were more than just those 3 guards, but only those 3 guards made it into the lab safely. The rest all hit the wall on the way. General Zhou's mouth twitched. This laboratory needs to be renovated. Gao Yang shook his head. That's not necessary. Let's build a bigger laboratory next to it. This laboratory is not big enough. Go outside the lab. There were 80 people standing in the open space. Standing together in an orderly manner, everyone's eyes are bright and full of energy. Gao Yang said, get familiar with and adapt to the sudden increase in speed and strength as soon as possible, try different methods, and summarize the fastest way to adapt. These people can accumulate experience for the special forces coming later.
Yes.
In the middle of the night, a group of people were in the open space outside the laboratory, using strange methods to adapt to the power. Some people got eggs from the kitchen and imitated the classic scene in Stephen Chow's movies by kicking the eggs with their feet. The effect is quite good. An hour later, the special forces arrived at the laboratory. There are 20 people in total. His expressionless face showed determination. Standing on the ground, they looked like 20 wooden stakes. This is the most advanced special forces fighter in Dragon Country. The special forces among the special forces. Not only does he have great perseverance, he is also extremely good at all aspects. The real king of soldiers. He is obviously just a soldier, but the aura he exudes is like that of a general. It gives people a feeling of super confidence and super invincibility. General Zhou saluted the 20 people and then distributed medicine to each of them. This is a strengthening potion. After taking it, your speed, strength, and reaction sensitivity will be greatly improved. Take it. The 20 people swallowed the potion without any hesitation, and then, driven by hunger, they quickly ate the food they had purchased in advance. Vast quantities of high-energy food are consumed. Gao Yang was a little surprised. These people ate a lot. It seems that everyone's physique is different, and the improvement after taking strengthening potions is also different. The stronger the physique, the greater the improvement. After eating the food, there was shock in the eyes of the 20 people, and they all felt their improvement. Someone tried to punch the ground. A hole was punched in the ground, with the fist and even the arm stuck deep into the ground. This guy is like Superman. General Zhou looked at the shocked eyes of the 20 people and asked, are you sure of victory? We will win. 20 people shouted in unison. This cry of "we must win" is like the roar of a Buddhist lion. The sound waves in the air seem to be real and travel very far. In the middle of the night, in the dormitory of the school next door, those who were awake were startled by the shaking, and those who were asleep also woke up. What's the noise? I was so scared. Chapter 94 Live broadcast of the exercise? General Zhou also felt a buzzing in his ears, as if he had been slapped twice. These warriors' entire bodies are strengthened, including their lungs and vocal cords. With such a roar, the enemy on the battlefield would probably be stunned. The group of soldiers were also confused. This sound seemed too terrifying. The next step is for everyone to get used to their current speed and strength and improve their control. With their experience, it only took half an hour for these 20 Special Forces soldiers to return to normal. Start experimenting with fine motor skills. 2 hours later, all 20 Special Forces soldiers had become familiar with the sudden increase in strength. Not only can you perform delicate operations, but you can even do them better than before. Trying to assemble guns can directly double the already incredible speed. Speed and strength cannot be tested here, but being able to twist steel bars into a twist easily is already an outrageous level. At this point, how could we lose? In the early hours of the morning, 20 Special Forces soldiers left and headed straight for the Bald Eagle. They didn't know what the next game would be like, but they were already confident of winning. If they can't win, they'll just swim back from the other side of the ocean. Gao Yang actually wanted to go, but was stopped by General Zhou. If Gao Yang wants to go over, Bald Eagle will never let him leave again. Even if a nuclear bomb is detonated on his own land, there is no way he can leave alive. Because without Gao Yang, the Bald Eagle still has a chance to turn the tables. As long as Gao Yang is alive, the Bald Eagle will have no future. But Gao Yang is too important to Manhwa, and Manhwa will also pay any price to ensure that Gao Yang can come back. If the two major forces confront each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. Gao Yang also knew the seriousness of the matter and did not insist on going over, but he would have to go over there sooner or later. Wait until the Bald Eagle is completely convinced. Wait until the Dragon Kingdom is revived and stands at the top of the world. That day is definitely not far away. Without him, you won't get far. With him, it's like turning on the accelerator. I went back to my room and lay down, unable to sleep and feeling a little excited. After taking the strengthening potion, the body is enhanced in all aspects, including the spirit. I used to need to sleep every day, but now it seems I don't. Since he couldn't sleep, Gao Yang didn't force himself to sleep. He got up and read a book to accumulate energy. When reading, Gao Yang could clearly feel that he was reading faster. It was about 1/3 faster, which meant that now if he devoted himself to reading, it would only take a week for the system to be recharged. Gao Yang read until morning, when he received a call from General Zhou. Go online. The Bald Eagles are probably sure of winning. They are going to broadcast this special game live on the entire network. General Zhou was a little excited while speaking. Isn't this just walking into trouble? Gao Yang was also a little surprised. He wanted to go and watch it but couldn't. Now he can watch the live broadcast, which is not bad. Go directly to the monitoring room. There are many large screens there. Sitting on the wide chair in the monitoring room, Gao Yang said directly, Woody, connect to the live broadcast of Bald Eagle. The next moment, a female host appeared on the screen facing Gao Yang, broadcasting a live TV show. The blonde female anchor, speaking fluent Longwa dialect, introduced this special competition. They were bragging about this special competition crazily, saying it was the pinnacle competition between the two great powers. It's of great significance. This way, it will be easier to promote after you win. The guard following Gao Yang couldn't help but say, the Dragon Kingdom is really getting stronger and stronger. The news broadcast of the Bald Eagle actually speaks the Dragon Kingdom language. Woody couldn't hold back for a moment. This is the real-time translation I made. Gao Yang smiled and turned to look at the guards. Tell all the brothers to come in and watch the live broadcast when it officially starts. They can also explain it to me. There are some professional parts that I don't quite understand. Okay. The guard went out to call people. Invincible continued his invasion, and more scenes appeared on the screen. These are all cameras prepared in advance by Bald Eagle for the live broadcast of this competition. There are also drones flying in the sky. Preparations were complete in every aspect, and the Bald Eagle must have put a lot of effort into this preparation. It's a pity that Gao Yang exists in Long Country. The better Bald Eagle promotes and exaggerates this competition, it can only create momentum for Long Country. The Bald Eagle is somewhat pitiful. More and more people are joining the live broadcast. There were also people in Longwa who went out to watch the live broadcast. They were surprised to find this live broadcast and quickly notified their good brothers to watch it together. The Dragon Country's Special Forces team competes against the Bald Eagle Special Forces team. You definitely have to watch it. Many brothers hung up directly, but as soon as they hung up, the Dragon Country official started the live broadcast. Live broadcast directly on the military channel and the #1 comprehensive channel, and simultaneously on the entire network. Now that the Bald Eagle has publicized it, they will definitely add fuel to the fire. At one time, the number of people watching the live broadcast in Long Country reached 30 million, and this number is still increasing. No matter what people do, as soon as they hear the news, they will immediately put down what they are doing and go watch it. This competition is of great significance. At this critical moment when the little black crow and the woolly bear were making trouble, did the Dragon Kingdom and the Bald Eagle have a fight? A single move can affect the entire body. and it was a special operation. Normally, we can only watch special operations on TV, but we can never see real special operations. Now I can see how awesome the special forces are, so I'm naturally looking forward to it. Senior officials from overseas countries are also paying attention. At the same time, people overseas are all going to Twitter to see the news and then watching the live broadcast. The number of people watching the live broadcast at home and abroad increased rapidly in a short period of time. The total number of viewers reached 200 million. 200 million may not sound like a lot, but this number has already made history, and this number is still increasing. The official live broadcast is during the daytime of the Bald Eagle, which is the night of the Dragon Kingdom. By the evening, Gao Yang's estimated audience number had reached 290 million. The number of people watching the live broadcast in Manhwa has reached 55 million. Almost everyone is holding their phones and watching. Even many people who don't watch the live broadcast are watching it. It is also at this time that the live broadcast officially begins. Special Forces soldiers appeared in the live broadcast of Bald Eagle. There were 40 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, standing in two teams. On one side are the tall and strong Bald Eagle warriors, and on the other side are the Dragon Kingdom warriors. At first glance, there is a gap between the two sides. The warriors on the Bald Eagle side are much more exaggerated in height and muscle size. The soldiers of Dragon Country, even the top Special Forces, look ordinary in size. Although they actually have muscles, their muscles are not exaggerated and fit well on their bodies. The camera swept across the room, and the comments in the live broadcast room surged. Fuck. All of them are new weapons. Military enthusiasts are ecstatic. It's over. I feel a little worried. He's so tall and strong. How can I fight him? With the comparison, the gap is so obvious. I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. It's so funny. Special Forces competitions are not boxing. The size difference does have an impact, but it's not a big impact. It only takes one bullet to hit someone. Maybe we are even more flexible. Chapter 95 must be a psychological strategy. The vast majority of people are not optimistic about the Special Forces team from Manhwa. Even if they are from Dragon Country, they are not optimistic. After all, there is a difference in body size when the two teams stand together. Although the fight is not a boxing match, the difference in body size and actual combat is also very obvious. The first step is to march with heavy loads. The bigger the body, the more weight it can carry. With the same weight, marching will be easier. In addition, the same applies to weapons. People with stronger bodies will also find it easier to control heavy machine guns and other weapons. Anyone who is not a fool can see this clearly. But even with the gap, the Dragon Country warriors have actually achieved a tie in actual combat. At the very least, we have achieved good results in many previous competitions. Even in a battle that once took place, the Dragon Army pinned the Bald Eagle Army to the ground. The instructor came down and looked at the two teams of soldiers. The first event of the competition is to carry a weight for 10 kilometers. The first one to arrive will get 1 point. Countless people who were watching the live broadcast were surprised. They thought this competition was a direct rehearsal, but it turned out to be divided into many events. How long does it take to run 10 kilometers with weights? The weight of each person's equipment was less than 30 kilograms, so they had to temporarily add a backpack. A total of 30 kilograms. Many people who watched the live broadcast were shocked. Few people can run 10 kilometers without any weight. Not to mention running 10 kilometers, they will be out of breath after even 1 kilometer. The instructor waited until everyone was equipped with equipment and began to explain the detailed rules. The runway is to run 2 weeks along the coastline. Go back to where you came from, and then cross from here to the other side of the island. There are a total of 40 people, from the 1st to the 20th. Each person who arrives will get 1 point. No points for those who arrive later. Wait until everyone arrives, and then start the second game. Are you ready? 40 people said in unison, ready. In the live broadcast room, people immediately went crazy. Running with a 30 kilograms load? Isn't this bullying? It's already beyond the standard load for us soldiers. The normal weight is 20 kilograms, which is calculated based on the proportions of the human body. Even if there is a 30 kilogram weight training, it is mainly for walking. If you really run, you will easily get injured. As for willpower, human bodies can't hold up. These warriors of the Bald Eagle are bigger and have higher weight-bearing standards. Damn it, why didn't you say to carry 50 kilograms? Just press it down. Didn't you hear me? After the running event, we'll start the second event right away. Our fighters fell behind and didn't get any points, but they have to start the next event right after they finished. If they are ahead, they can rest. There are also reasonable people in the barrage. I think it's no problem. We have to deal with many situations on the battlefield. The maximum load is 30 kilograms. No problem at all. That's right. The bald eagle warriors have the advantage of size, so we can't stop them from using them, right? The soldiers have said they are ready and have no objection. What are you guys shouting about? You are such a loser. As the starting gun sounded, 40 people moved at the same time. With a load of 30 kilograms, you can only jog. If you run a little faster, the energy consumption is basically the same as sprinting. But at the moment the starting gun sounded, the special forces of Dragon Country began to sprint. The Bald Eagle also prepared a commentary desk with a total of 3 people on it, 2 from the Bald Eagle and a military commentator from the Dragon Kingdom. The 2 Bald Eagle commentators were stunned when they saw the starting speed of the Dragon Country Special Forces team. Carrying 30 kilograms of weight, and you still dare to run so fast? Subconsciously, he looked at the commentator beside him. Don't you Dragon Country soldiers know how to march with heavy loads? Even without any weight, I can't keep up this sprinting speed for long. I will definitely get exhausted later. The Longwa military commentator has rich experience in commentary and often participates in some Longwa programs. He knows a lot, but at this moment, he is at a loss. Running with weights and then sprinting directly, isn't this a joke? But it was only a moment before the commentator said, "This is the tactic of our Dragon Nation warriors." He chose to believe in the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Tactics? Can you be a little more specific? The commentator didn't know anything, so he chose to make up some nonsense. I don't know the details, but it may be a psychological attack. Because the island is far away, as long as our soldiers run a little further forward, the people behind them will not be able to see them. If you can't see it, your mentality will be affected. The 2 commentators understood it, but were also a little shocked. Is it possible to play it this way? The same was true for the audience in the live broadcast room, and overseas audiences who listened to the reactions were shocked. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom's infantry was invincible in the past. Even when they were clearly at a disadvantage, they were still able to come up with tactics, and they really worked. I hope our Bald Eagle warriors will not be affected and find their own rhythm. We will win. The audience from Longwa was the same. They were also impressed by the commentary while listening to it. 20 people were just running, and they actually used the art of war. Although using a trick is not very good, as long as we can win, everything will be fine. I hope I can win. It would be best if I arrived early so I can rest for a while before participating in the second competition. I feel that even if we use tricks outside the game, it will be very difficult. After all, the hard power is there. Most people still don't have a good impression of Dragon Country's Special Forces team. If it were a direct exercise, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers would have a chance of winning, but if the competition was conducted in this way, the Dragon Kingdom would be at a disadvantage. As for the Dragon Country, the military leaders who knew the inside story wanted to laugh while watching the live broadcast. This commentator is such a talent. The military tactics have all been worked out. It's pretty good. Gao Yang was also laughing, but he wanted to see what else the commentator behind him would say. In the live broadcast room, an overhead view appeared. In the view, the Dragon Country Special Forces soldier had run more than 200 meters and was out of the sight of the Bald Eagle soldier. The Bald Eagle Special Forces also began to accelerate. They were really panicked. At the commentary booth in the live broadcast room, the Bald Eagle's commentator was somewhat shocked. They are really affected. The sudden speed increase will definitely affect the speed of the entire race. The Dragon Country commentator nodded. He probably guessed right. This was definitely a strategy to attack the enemy's mind. Another commentator was a little hesitant. But the Dragon Country soldiers have already run out of the Bald Eagle Special Forces field of vision. Why didn't they slow down? The Dragon Country commentator looked at the Dragon Country Special Forces who had already run 300 meters, thought for a moment and said, "Consolidate the results of the battle and run a little longer. Otherwise, the Bald Eagle soldiers behind will speed up and see them in front and become relieved, and they will keep shaking them off." After finishing the commentator, he added, "I am just guessing. After all, I was not at the scene. I am just telling you that there is such a tactic." The commentary of the Bald Eagle diverts attention. We can't always leave the highlight moments to the Dragon Country Special Forces. The director switched the camera to the Bald Eagle warriors. A group of people were still shouting slogans and slowly running forward. Although it is faster than before, the rhythm is not disrupted. But this is boring. How can it be as fun as sprinting? Countless viewers at home and abroad are posting comments, asking people to watch the Dragon Country Special Forces. When the camera switched to the Longwa Special Forces, the soldiers on the Longwa side had already sprinted 500 meters. Sprinting 500 meters with a load of 30 kilograms is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that in front of them is a rocky mountain unique to the island. If you want to get through, you need to climb over the rocky mountain. The hellish difficulty of weighted cross-country running is climbing up. After sprinting for the first few minutes, I have already used up a lot of energy. Lifting my legs is a torture. How can I climb a mountain? The director of the Bald Eagle was also very knowledgeable and directly switched the shot to the highest point of the cliff. It was necessary to give a close-up when the eagle was about to make a fool of himself. Chapter 96. People who compare themselves to others will die. The commentator from Dragon Country was a bit panicked. They had sprinted too hard up front, and if they couldn't climb up here, it would be a huge joke. The problem is, it's really hard to climb here. I just finished running, and it's hard to climb the stairs. This 6-meter-high vertical mountain is too high, even though it has many cracks to hold on to. Even without sprinting, it would be difficult to climb up with a 30-kilogram weight. Just now, this group of people sprinted 500 meters with weights. The commentator's fists were clenched, nervous, super nervous. The commentator of the Bald Eagle turned his head and said, "We have just sprinted a long distance, and with the weight, this hill is definitely a big problem for the Dragon Country Special Forces soldiers. Do you think the warriors from your Dragon Nation can crawl over it?" The Dragon Country commentator nodded vigorously, almost gritting his teeth, and said, "Of course you can." The next moment, the Dragon Country warriors in the picture rushed to the front of the stone mountain, then jumped directly upwards, quickly crossed the camera position, and continued to rush forward. It really jumped, just like a monkey. It jumped up 5 or 6 meters. It was absolutely abnormal. After the 4 people in the first row ran away, the 4 people in the second row continued to run away, until all 5 rows of soldiers jumped to the top of the hill, and then continued to run forward. There was dead silence in the live broadcast room, and almost no one posted any comments. The director didn't switch the camera, just shot the blank space for more than 10 seconds. Then there was an uproar in the live broadcast room. It was originally intended to capture the miserable scenes of Dragon Country's Special Forces soldiers, but it ended up becoming Dragon Country's highlight moment. 20 people, carrying a weight of 30 kilograms, sprinted 500 meters and then jumped directly to a height of 6 meters. How is this possible? It's really like walking at the speed of light, but this is beyond the understanding of normal people. Is this still a human being? In the live broadcast room, the commentator was a little confused. Your Dragon Country warriors are on drugs? The commentator from Manhwa was also in a daze. He came to his senses after hearing the question and slapped the table. "Take your mother's panacea. Damn it, come on. Charge for me." In the live broadcast room, the comments skyrocketed, and countless dragon people were extremely excited. Those who had previously climbed over the firewall could now directly post comments in the overseas live broadcast. It feels so good to curse. So good. I've become a fan. I'll watch whatever commentary he gives from now on. What kind of drugs can make one so awesome? Is he almost a Superman? Charge for me. The Dragon Nation is invincible. Countless dragon people are super excited. The comments on the Dragon Country live broadcast were also refreshing like crazy, but apart from being excited, they were also worried. I've learned a lot. What is a steel will? This is a steel will. They were probably tired a long time ago, but their willpower kept them going, and they did something really outrageous. If we keep going like this, I'm afraid I'll collapse. I won't be able to hold on even with my willpower. But with such a brilliant move, it's not a loss even if I lose. At the Bald Eagle commentary desk, the 2 commentators looked at the excited Dragon Country commentator and were not in a hurry to speak. Anyone who is not a fool can judge that the Dragon Nation's warriors have reached the end of their strength. When the Dragon Country commentator sat down, the 2 Bald Eagle commentators said, "That's not what we meant. We just wanted to express our shock." The Manhwa commentator snorted in his heart. If there is no reaction after throwing dirty water first, it means he has acquiesced. If there is a strong reaction, he will apologize. These people are really shameless. But he didn't delve into it further. The commentary had to continue and couldn't make things too awkward. I was also a little excited when I saw the Dragon Country warriors perform well. The Dragon Nation's warriors are still charging. How long do you think they can keep charging? At this time, they had already run almost 700 meters. Carrying 30 kilograms, sprint 700 meters. This is almost impossible, but the Dragon Country warriors did it. The commentator from Manhwa shook his head. He really didn't know, and he didn't make up any more stories. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to the result. Every extra step they run now is a record. The dragon people are good at creating the impossible, and these warriors have created countless miracles in the past, present, and future. The camera is almost entirely focused on the Dragon Kingdom warriors. Even during the sprint, the formation has not dispersed, and he has already sprinted 1,000 meters. It was very quiet in the live broadcast room. The number of viewers has reached 300 million, but there are very few long comments, and the vast majority of them express shock. Normally, no one can sprint 1,000 meters. I ran 1,000 meters at the speed of a sprinter. Superhuman willpower and superhuman physique. The director didn't even give the camera to the bald eagle warrior because the bald eagle warrior was still jogging. A tough jog. Move the camera over there. The contrast is too great. 2,000 meters into the sprint, questioning voices emerged in the live broadcast room, questioning the weight that the Dragon Country soldiers were carrying. When we sprinted to 3,000 meters, there were more voices of doubt. After sprinting to 4,000 meters and returning to the starting point, the instructor stopped the Special Forces soldiers from Dragon Country and weighed the weight in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. The weapons and equipment plus the weight are 30 kilograms, not a kilogram less. During this process, the instructors felt it was outrageous. Damn, after sprinting for 4 kilometers with weights, there's no sweat on these people's faces? Is this really Superman coming to participate in the competition? The audience in the live broadcast room also noticed it, but it was just outrageous. After all, sprinting 4 kilometers while carrying a 30-kilometer load is really outrageous. The second lap sprint continues. After running only 800 meters, the Special Forces of Dragon Country saw the Special Forces of Bald Eagle, still shouting slogans and jogging forward. In this shot, the Dragon Kingdom warriors are still sprinting. The Bald Eagle warriors, while jogging, looked at the Dragon Country Special Forces who had overtaken them. Gradually, their eyes became dull and they looked confused. Then someone stepped on the shoes of the person in front, and the person in front fell down, and the people behind fell down in groups. Then the weight on his body was too heavy, and he had just climbed the mountain with difficulty, so it was difficult for him to even get up. In one shot, one team was sprinting while the other team fell to the ground and had difficulty getting up. The Special Forces team that was sprinting had already sprinted nearly 5 kilometers, while the team that fell had only run 800 meters. In comparison, there are only 2 words to describe it: ugly. In the live broadcast room, many people have gone from praising the Dragon Country warriors to criticizing the Bald Eagle warriors for being trash. There are spray guns in Dragon Country and overseas as well, and their combat effectiveness is quite excellent. To find such a bunch of losers to represent the Bald Eagle? Scalpel Special Forces? You're using this scalpel on yourself first, right? You've broken my defense. Hey, the propaganda says that there is a competition between 2 top forces. Is the current Bald Eagle still the overlord? Has the Dragon Kingdom risen? I remember a book saying that the Dragon Nation is a sleeping dragon. When the dragon opens its eyes, it will surely soar, and the momentum of soaring will be unstoppable. Gao Yang was also watching the live broadcast and he was enjoying it very much, even super enjoying it. After all, the success is all thanks to him. As I was watching, the phone rang. A call from General Zhou. Gao Yang, we need to check if Bald Eagle is taking drugs. Gao Yang could understand it. After all, this was definitely beyond the limit. However, the Bald Eagle would definitely not be able to detect it, because all the changes brought about by the strengthening potion were actually what the human body could achieve through progress. Even if there were pharmaceutical ingredients, they were all metabolized yesterday. They can check, but why should they check? Before General Zhou could speak, Woody's voice rang out. We can check together. Maybe there will be a surprise. Chapter 97 Dragon Country Kung Fu? Gao Yang was a little surprised. Did the Bald Eagle fighters take drugs? Woody's voice sounded. There is a 99% chance that they have been knocked out. They have been training here for a month. This is based on the training results I collected and the video data I found at the base. They played exceptionally well today. Gao Yang looked at the screen. How can you perform so well even though you run so slowly? On the phone, General Zhou was speechless. With a load of 30 kilograms, an ordinary person would be very tired after walking 100 meters. They ran a kilometer and just climbed a 6-meter-high vertical rock hill. Woody continued, also, there is a box of newly developed medicine that was sent to the island from a laboratory. That box contains 40 doses of medicine. The reason why there is a 1% uncertainty is because we haven't seen them take it. But regardless of their performance or past deeds, there is a 99% probability that they took it. On the other end of the phone, General Zhou took a deep breath and said, Invincible. Woody smiled and said, but there is a high probability that nothing will be found this time. Based on experience, their new medicine will basically bypass previous detection methods. But we can take this opportunity to get the samples back, do experiments, find a way to detect them, and then use this method at the next sports meet. General Zhou wanted to applaud, saying that women have the most vicious hearts, and it really makes sense. This artificial intelligence is invincible, and the female voice is really well chosen. Gao Yang subconsciously glanced at the camera. Fortunately, Wudi was absolutely loyal to him. General Zhou hung up the phone and went to communicate with the exercise site. Gao Yang also smiled. It's a bit shameless to investigate if you can't handle it. But in front of him, these methods are useless. Even if these people sliced up the soldiers from Dragon Country who came this time, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After the call, the Dragon Country warriors had already finished their second lap, and in the live broadcast room, the comments had changed from shocking to unreasonable and even outrageous. This isn't a miracle, it's a legend. Carrying 30 kilograms of weight and sprinting 8 kilometers? And the terrain is complex, but he can walk so fast? This is so fake. Look at the bald eagle warrior again. They haven't even run 2 kilometers yet. My mentality is tense, and my speed now is even slower than when I was tested before taking drugs. Some people even got a stitch in their side and had difficulty moving forward. The Dragon Nation warriors rushed to the other side of the island without stopping. This section is a forest map, and there are animals like snakes, but for the Dragon Country warriors, there is no interference, so just charge and it's done. 10 kilometers of weighted running, a total of 20 minutes, an average of 120 seconds per kilometer. I wonder how many world records have been broken at this speed. 20 soldiers arrived at their destination, breathing slightly, and then underwent blood draws and other tests. Determine if they are taking any illegal drugs. The entire process was monitored and recorded, and someone followed the entire process. This is the request from Manhwa. In fact, the bald eagle is also feeling very uncomfortable. What if the diagnosis is successful? They are also afraid that Manhwa really has this kind of medicine. It's better if there are none, because there are very few such warriors. If so, it means that Dragon Country can mass-produce such warriors. If a real fight breaks out, the bald eagle can only tremble in fear. Such a team's ability to run long distances is simply outrageous. If you can run 10 kilometers while breathing slightly, it means you are basically capable of running 20, 30, or even 50 kilometers. A 50-kilometer raid took less than 2 hours, making them basically invincible on the battlefield. Because it can easily create a situation where the majority is against the minority, a surprise attack, and a pull. Even the motorized troops can't compare to them. After all, the mechanized troops still have to take a detour, but this group of people can cross mountains and rivers as if they were walking on flat ground. It would be very uncomfortable for the bald eagle to check whether it had taken any medication at this time. If it was found that it had not taken any medication, it would be very uncomfortable and it would be too embarrassing. If the examination shows that the medicine is useful, then I can save face, but what is more painful is the reality. Of course, they would actually feel worse, because they can't find any medicine, but the medicine really exists. At the commentary booth, the bald eagle said, "This is to prepare samples for testing to see if any medication has been used." The commentator said as he looked at Longwa's commentator, "Do you think they have any medicine?" The Dragon Country commentator shook his head directly. "What kind of medicine is so powerful? As long as the side effects are not too serious, it will definitely appear on the battlefield. If it's not medicine, then what is it?" The Dragon Country commentator paused for a moment, then shook his head at the man in the white coat on the screen. He knew that the initial screening was most likely fruitless, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "I can only think of one possibility, and that is Dragon Country Kung Fu." The barrage exploded directly. Overseas, people have an obsession that Chinese people know Kung Fu. No matter how the Chinese people around them explain it, they will just think it is an isolated case, and there will always be someone who can do it. At this moment, they exploded.